Jeffrey Kepner were on the Caribbean cruise with their son, his wife, and their grandkids. They say Anna was staying with her brother and her stepbrother in the same room. The next morning, they say Anna's body was found by a cleaner in her room, concealed under the bed. The grandparents say they were told her body showed no signs of assault or drugs or alcohol in her system. In an unrelated custody dispute, a family member said Anna's stepbrother, who's a minor, is a suspect in Anna's death.
I heard him, in his own words, say he does not remember what happened.
They say Anna and her stepbrother were close, like brother and sister.
And Nashville police have busted an organized theft ring targeting luxury retailers. Fox 17 reports 20-year-old Alana James is in custody, facing 28 charges for 16 thefts over a 4-month spree that netted over $50,000 in stolen goods. From July to September, James and an accomplice allegedly hit Nordstrom, Lululemon, Alo Yoga, Nike, and Sephora at Kohl's, snatching leggings, hoodies, sports bras, and beauty products before bolting. Detectives cracked the case using store cameras, matching footage to James' driver's license and Facebook profile. A phone search uncovered texts plotting sales of the loot. She's charged with 8 counts of organized retail crime, being held without bond and due in court tomorrow, November 25th. Metro Police warned these rings fuel the black market shoppers. Stay vigilant out there. A shocking incident at University of Alabama, Birmingham. According to the university, a football player is in custody following the stabbing of 2 other teammates just hours before their game. More from ABC's Morgan Norwood.
Hack unfolding at the team's training facility Saturday morning. Though police have not named the suspect, 20-year-old Daniel Mincy, a redshirt freshman and former University of Kentucky student, was booked Saturday at the Jefferson County Jail, facing a charge of attempted murder. The 2 victims, still unnamed, rushed to the hospital. In a statement, UAB saying our thoughts are with them and their families as they recover, adding UAB's top priority remains the safety and well-being of all of our students.
And a chilling case here locally. Online grooming turned violent in Sumner County, according to Fox 17. 30-year-old Alabama man Omar Malik Lundy has been convicted of attempted child rape after sneaking into a 12-year-old girl's bedroom. Deputies say Lundy posed as a 15-year-old boy on YouTube to befriend the girl, soliciting nude photos and pressuring her for a meetup until she shared her address. Driving over 4 hours from Alabama, Lundy slipped into the home and was caught in her bed by the horrified mother. In a frantic family confrontation, he pulled a handgun, threatening everyone before being overpowered until help arrived. Lundy now faces assault and solicitation charges too. With bond revoked, he's locked up awaiting sentencing until January 28th. With potentially 37 years behind bars. Sheriff officials urge parents monitor your kids' online world closely. And for drivers out there, if you're making your way into town, we do have some pretty dense fog in the northern counties and surrounding areas of downtown Nashville. And we've got a traffic update coming up next. That's the latest news. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN's annual Radiothon in support of Nashville Rescue Mission, presented by Mark Spain Real Estate. To make a donation, call 615-312-1500 or text the word meals to 87365.
This hour also brought to you by Xander Insurance.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. Macy's Backstage is a whole department inside your Macy's store where you can find so many holiday essentials, all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find. Don't wait. Find a location at macysbackstage.com.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Okay, nothing happening on the roadways as of yet, but it is still early. Just a reminder, there is an advisory for some dense fog patches as you're making your way into downtown Nashville. Now, that's primarily up north if you're coming from Cheatham, Montgomery, Robertson, and parts of Sumner County. And anywhere really around some water this morning, there's going to be some patches of fog. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Gentlemen, are we on the air? I just need to know what's going on because we had a bit of a train wreck there. Louis, Sam, am I on the air? Yes or no? Okay, thank you. 5:05 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Welcome on in to our annual Radiothon in support of Nashville's rescue mission. And I say this every single year, and every single year I really do mean it. This is my favorite broadcast of the year. I'm going to give you the phone number. It is 615-312-1500, the John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank. We've got, I think, 9 or 10 guys that are over there waiting for your phone call. Now, 5 o'clockers, I told you, I think it was yesterday or Friday and Thursday as well. I'm really counting on you, 5 o'clockers. I know that we have a very special relationship, the 5 o'clockers and us here at the station, because you folks get up really early to listen to the show. So I believe that it's a special relationship. I don't know. I hope you feel the same way. But anyway, so if you want to call and donate, we've got all these cowbells ready to ring, 615-312-1500. So when you call up, we're going to work on getting the cowbells, and we really want a really strong 5 o'clock hour. Now, you know what the Radiothon does, right? You know we've been doing this for many years. I believe this is my 13th Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon, and we are raising money to help the needy here in Middle Tennessee, and they do a lot here. I mean, I could go through the tick list, but I'm going to tell you this, that one of the things that I really like about the rescue mission, it's Nashville's own rescue mission, is that what they do is they help people become more productive citizens. It's not a handout. It's a help up. It's a hand up. And that's what I love about what the Nashville Rescue Mission does. One of the things that I do in preparation for this event is I come over here and I interview a whole bunch of the folks that are going through the program. And these are people that they came in to Nashville's Rescue Mission, and they are addicted, they are hopeless, they are helpless, and they need help. And they go through the program, and when they come out, they're clean, they're sober, they've had some job training, and they're reconnecting with their families. They are doing everything that they possibly can to become more productive members of society. You know, I know that I've been hosting talk radio shows for like many, 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 many years. One of the things that I know that we often talk about is that there's so many people, as the homeless crisis does continue across America, and certainly here in Nashville, is that there's a lot of people that don't want to be helped. All of us know that. Here's the thing. If people are here at the rescue mission, guess what? They want to be helped. They want to get better. They want to become more productive members of society. And with your help, we can do it. That phone number is 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. I've told this story many, many times over the years. And that is the story of when I was a very young child. My mom, for whatever reason, and I don't really know why she did it, but she did it. She decided that for Thanksgiving dinner, she was going to find, it was actually kind of, I don't know, looking back, rather bizarre, but I love that she did it. She found a random homeless person to bring home for Thanksgiving dinner. Never really understood why she did that, except I do wonder if maybe she was trying to teach her young sons a lesson. And so this old homeless lady, her name was Margaret, and she brought her into, my mom was a nurse and she was at the hospital. And so my mom brought her home and invited her over for Thanksgiving dinner and the whole thing. And it was amazing to hear Margaret's story, and Margaret's story of how she was a mother and she had a husband, and the alcohol just got out of control. She was a victim of domestic abuse. And so for Margaret, her journey was incredible because she ended up, again, married, mother of two, the whole thing. Alcoholism happened. She was a victim of domestic violence. Ultimately, she ended up on the streets. And then she ended up at the hospital where my mother worked. My mom decided that it would be a good thing to bring her in for Thanksgiving dinner. I think I was about 9 or 10 years old at the time. Didn't really understand exactly what was going on. But I remember this now at the age of almost 58. I remember Margaret's story and about how that Thanksgiving dinner helped Margaret as she was trying to get back on her road to recovery. And ultimately, she died, several years later. But she died clean and sober. And we kept in touch with Margaret over the years, and until she, of course, passed away. And she was able to die without alcohol, without drugs. She had reconnected with her family. And it was because of a facility like this. It was like the Nashville Rescue Mission out there in Los Angeles, a facility somewhat like this. But Nashville Rescue Mission is incredibly unique because of a number of things, which we'll get through as we'll continue the broadcast. But, the thing that I think is the biggest deal here is the focus on spirituality and the focus on God. That is part of the mission, to not only ensure that people are able to become clean and sober, more productive members of society, but that they also have that enlightenment as well. There's some people that come into the rescue mission, and it's amazing because some never really thought about God or spirituality, which is never really part of their upbringing, whatever. And then they come to the mission and they're shown the light. And that helps as they are going to become more productive members of society and become clean, sober, and again, that word productive. And so there's some people that are here and they, again, have never really been all that religious. Other people, they realize that they lost their way. Clearly, if they're ending up at the mission, then something is amiss. And they help all kinds of folks here. They help people who are addicted to drugs, alcohol, you name it. But they also help people that just need help. They may not necessarily be addicted. It may be a mom who's got a couple of kids. And it may be a mom who's got a couple of kids and she is escaping domestic violence and domestic abuse. And so the rescue mission helps everyone. And that's why you need to call right now at 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. I really want to hear the phone ringing right now, and give a donation. There's no donation that is too large, obviously, or too small. But for the Nashville Rescue Mission, they do such great work, and we need you to do something great by donating today. 615-312-1500. You can also, by the way, go to 997WTN.com, click on the link to donate today. And you can also text the word meals to 87365. That's 87365 to make a gift today. Now, I want to bring in Sam Sipple, Director, I should say VP of Marketing and Development. And Sam, you and I have been conversing for a number of years now, and I always appreciate the fact that you're willing and able to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. And Sam, thanks for being here at WTN and Nashville's Morning News.
Dan, thank you, and the entire WTN team. We, as you said, this is your favorite broadcast of the year. Same for us.
Yeah.
It is such a critical day for us, not only from the financial standpoint of raising the money that's needed to provide the care for the men, the women, the children that stay at Nashville Rescue Mission, but it really does bring hope. Just the heart that you guys bring, the interviews that you're going to be doing throughout the day. You'll be talking to people who are in our life recovery program right now. And you're going to hear some incredible transformative stories about how lives are being changed. And that's all because people in Nashville care.
So let's talk about where the money goes exactly, because people, number one, the thing that I love about Nashville Rescue Mission is that you don't take any money from the government.
No.
And so that let me tell you something, friend, that really rings, this is something that really for our audience is something that they appreciate.
Well, keep in mind that Nashville is unique in that sense. Most major metropolitan areas, you talked about Los Angeles, have either government-sponsored or government-funded shelters.
Yeah.
Nashville does not.
Now, can I ask, why is that? Why has Nashville never had that? Is it because of you guys have already filled the need?
I think so.
Okay.
But the way we've been able to fill the need is because people in Nashville care. They care enough to give. They care enough to volunteer. They care enough to donate food and clothing items as well. And that, if you will, relieves the burden off taxpayers.
Yeah.
Right? Because
Is that why you're able to have such a focus on God?
Absolutely, and so that's been a core tenet of the mission since its founding in 1954, is that we will not accept government funding if for no other reason than we want the ability to openly share Christ. We want the ability to let people know that there is hope for eternity, and that core belief in God and caring for the least of these, as Christ calls us to do, that is the why we do what we do here at the mission.
It's 5:15. More from Nashville's Rescue Mission coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's time to check the roads.
Yeah, we got one little issue happening out in Williamson County on I-840 eastbound on the on-ramp. There seems to be a large object in the roadway with the on-ramp partially blocked. Other than that, just that fog that was warning about earlier in the northern counties as you make your way into downtown. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, very good. Thank you, Sam, and really appreciate the fact that we are here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. Sam Sipple is joining us, and Vice President of Marketing and Development. Sam, let's talk about, as we're asking people to call, and that phone number 615-312-1500, the John Bouchard and Sons phone bank, 615-312-1500, is the amount of money that you spend to feed one person, right? So there's people that are listening right now, and one of the things that this was a few years ago now, but one of the things that really touched me was a woman called the John Bouchard and Sons phone bank, and she could only give like $5, and she was apologetic because it really did. It pretty much brought me to tears because it sounded like she had a son who was disabled in some way, and she didn't have a lot of money, but she had been listening all day, and she wanted to give something. And when we say that there is no amount too small or obviously too large, we really mean it. I mean, $3.11 provides a meal and more. I think a lot of people, there's a lot of misperceptions about what Nashville Rescue Mission offers. I mean, okay, so you offer shelter, you try to get, people clean and sober and all that, but talk about how these meals, really what they do is they serve as an entry point to so much more.
Absolutely. Everybody needs to eat, right? That is a basic necessity. And that is one of the emergency services, we call it, that we offer up 3 times a day. So, right, we want to provide the sustenance that it takes somebody to just survive. But as we know, there's more to it than that. And so it is the shelter, it is the bedding, the safety, the shower, the hygiene. But here's the point, is once we get somebody in who says, I'm hungry, I don't know where to turn, this is where we have the opportunity to meet them where they are and say, hey, first of all, you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to be safe, you're going to be fed, you're going to be cared for. Tell us what brought you here. What are the life circumstances that have led you to a point where you're being food deprived or you don't have a safe place to stay tonight? And we have an incredible case management team, and we do that intake with every guest that comes through our doors. Now, sometimes it's just, hey, it's very temporary. I only need a couple nights here, kind of a thing. But in many cases, everyone's got a story. And whether it is overcoming addiction, whether it's getting some counseling, whether it's, trying to manage through crises in your life, that's where I think the real difference is being made in the lives of the men and the women at Nashville Rescue Mission.
One of the things I've always found this interesting is, the commonalities of the people that I've interviewed, whether it's the vignettes that we're going to start playing here in a little bit or the people live on the radio. But the commonalities, when people come in, I think that there's one thing that everyone does have in common, and that is a sense of hopelessness and a fear that their life is never going to be able to get back on track. And I think that that is from the first day, then the first hour that they're in, that's what you're trying to do, is give them some reassurances that things are going to be okay.
Absolutely, right. Beyond the essential necessities of day-to-day life is that hope. And that's why we say we provide not only hope for today, but that hope for tomorrow. And that's the long-term healing process. It's the recovery process through our life recovery program. Because, we want to feed someone, we want to house them, but we really want to get them onto a road of productive living where they can contribute back to society. You said earlier that there are some people out there that just don't want the help. And while that is true, I have yet to meet anybody that comes through the doors of Nashville Rescue Mission who says, I really like being homeless.
No, you're not. The people that are here want to be helped. The people that are here want to be more productive. And I think that is a huge difference in, there are some people out there that they, for whatever reason, they're happy to be out on the street. But for the people that are here, they are seeking solutions and they need that help.
Absolutely. I've been amazed at how people are so receptive to the fact that somebody here at the mission cares, that somebody here at the mission says, how are you? How can I help? Because they've not had a lot of exposure to that. They're coming in from the streets that have not been very kind to them. And, they almost come in and they're shocked when somebody looks them in the eye, says, good morning, can I pray for you? Right? I mean, because that's just not something they've been accustomed to. So that's what we call one of our core values is radical hospitality. And
radical hospitality?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, well, first of all, God calls us to be hospitable, right? To the guest, the stranger, the foreigner who comes to our doors. But really, it's something that's shocking to their system because they're coming in from a place where, they got to sleep with one eye open out on the streets. Yeah. And it's a rough and tough world. So all of a sudden, when you have somebody loving on them and caring for them and providing for their needs, it's pretty radical in their lives.
One of the things that and I don't know how long you've been here, but 3 years? You've been here 3 years. So what is the best part of your job? I'm going to tell you what the best part of my job is when I'm here is talking to people who have gone through the program and are now on the other side, and they reflect back on everything they've been through, the experiences of, being homeless and being hopeless and coming into the program, coming through the doors downstairs, and being able to recover.
Oh yeah,
and that's got to be the best part of your job.
It absolutely is. The vast majority of my coworkers here went through our life recovery program.
Yeah.
At one time, they were on the streets. At one time, they were addicted to something. But when you complete the 7-month life recovery program, we actually have a graduation ceremony for the graduates, and it's like a college graduation, right? Yeah. You get a certificate, you get your picture taken, you come up on stage, there's a little graduation speech. But here's the most wonderful part of that whole ceremony is when the program participants themselves get up and they tell the story about, here's what my life was like before I came to the mission.
Yeah.
And then here's what happened to me while I was here. Not only the addictions I overcame or the counseling that I received, but I've been able to reunite with my family now. I've been able to gain job skills. I've been able to complete my high school diploma. And now I have this job, or I bought my first car, and maybe it's a junker, but it allows me to get to the workplace now.
Independence.
Yes, independence. Because there is a sense of self-worth that when they first get here, they don't have a whole lot of.
It's not there. They've been on the streets, and they've been, I don't want to say discarded, because that's an unfair term, but they've been disconnected from their family.
Yeah.
Oftentimes.
Broken relationships is often a cause for how people end up getting on drugs and alcohol and the things to numb the pain. And we come alongside them and say, no, there's better ways, and we can help you with that.
Would you say, because I know that people are going to ask, would you say that Nashville Rescue Mission is what's the best way to put this? You treat the money that is donated respectfully. You folks make good use of the money. There's not a lot of massive overhead or anything like that. Nobody here is getting rich.
No. Matter of fact, because we are a Christian ministry, we approach the donations as stewardship, right? So we want to be good stewards of the money that people entrust us with, so that we can make sure that we're giving the maximum amount of help and benefit to our guests. So you're right, we maximize every dollar, we maximize every item that's donated. Good portion of the food that we provide is donated. That's how we're able to keep our meal costs so low, down to $3.11.
That is amazing.
And I'm telling you, you go through the line at the rescue mission. I mean, it's not filet mignon and lobster, but I'll tell you what, it's pretty darn good food.
Yes.
You know, it's not gruel on some tin plate.
No, I was down there. We came down and did a video, and I worked the food line.
Yeah.
And you're right. It's not terrible food. It is good food. And the point, though, is that when people come into the mission, I think that it's important for them to understand that this is a place that genuinely cares,
Mm-hmm.
and this is not some place where they're just, it's a black hole of money and there's a bunch of fraud and all that kind of stuff. No, here at the mission, you guys have you started in, was it 1941?
No, 1954.
1954. Since 1954, you guys have been doing this. And you have a long track record of success. The thing that I like about when I came in here last time, I actually saw you there, was the big wall of fame.
Yeah.
All of those photographs of people that have gone through the program. It is incredible.
Yeah, like I said, part of our graduation ceremony from the Life Recovery Program is they get a graduation photo taken, and then we frame it on the wall down the hallway where actually our Life Recovery participants live while they're here in the program. And it's a very visible reminder of the people that have gone before you and the inspiration that can provide to get through every day, every step of the program, because it's not easy. Not everybody successfully completes the program. There's
some people that takes more than once.
It does, and that's okay. That's okay. We recognize none of us are perfect. We all make mistakes, and sometimes we take a step backwards, but we are also full of grace, right? And so we say, look, as long as you meet these conditions, you can come back. You can come back and start over in the program. You can pick up where you left off. But the point is we want to make sure that the door is open. And the only way that can happen is when people here in Nashville give as an extension of their care for others.
We are live in the Nelson Mazda Broadcast Center here at Nashville Rescue Mission. That phone number, 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. And we've got, 9-10 guys standing by, and they're waiting for your phone calls.
Yeah, keep in mind, folks, that manning the phone lines today are guys who are currently in our Life Recovery Program.
Yep.
They got up a little extra early this morning. And
they looked a little bleary-eyed.
They're a little bleary-eyed.
Yeah, I come in there, and I'm all excited. And, hey, guys! And everybody's looking at me like, oh, man, can we go back to bed?
But I'll tell you what, none of them are complaining because they know the reason they can go through this program without any charge, it's free to them, is because people like your listeners care. And so believe me, they are sitting there eager to take your phone calls to make a donation.
John Bouchard & Sons phone bank is open, 615-312-1500. By the way, this hour of the program brought to you by Xander Insurance. And again, John Bouchard & Sons phone bank, 615-312-1500. Sam Sipple, always great to talk to you. And we're hoping some phone calls are coming in now. Come on, you 5 o'clockers. We're counting on you. By the way, did you see this, Sam? We're doing bingo now.
No.
Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't know if I've played bingo. I'm 57, almost 58. I haven't played bingo since I was like 9. So if you're so here's how this works, right? I don't know. Are the cameras actually working? So wherever they are. If you're a farmer, a doctor, a nurse, a trucker, a veteran, a plumber, a tradesman, an Uber Lyft driver, a former resident, because I got a lot of people that listen outside of Nashville, bankers, pilots, police, EMT, Tennessee Vols fan, firefighter, steel worker, restaurant worker, Georgia Bulldogs fan, business owner, military, electrical, call center, or media member, let the guys know in the studio, or I should say in the John Bouchard and Sons phone bank, let them know what you are, and I can, I guess, put it on my bingo card.
Yeah, fill the card.
You know what's really, I don't even know if I know how to play bingo. I guess all you got to do is just like fill in the slots, right?
Well, you're supposed to, so each one of those columns is supposed to be bingo, and so you're supposed to fill up an entire letter.
Got it. Okay,
yeah.
Very good. I'm sure somebody will help me. Sam, thank you as always. It is 5:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Now, I'm going to present to you a great story from Nashville's Rescue Mission.
My name's Crystal. What brought me to the women's shelter was my addiction to methamphetamine.
Addicted to meth and anything else that she could get her hands on. And as the years went by, Crystal had lost everything.
I lost everything. I didn't have work. I didn't have the ability to go home. I had charges against me. I had a GPS bracelet on. And so by the time that I got brought to the women's, I could no longer see my children. I had no money, nowhere to stay. And I was just, God had allowed me to get to the end of my rope, so he could do his best work.
But as God was doing his best work, Crystal was hard at work as well. At Nashville Rescue Mission, they help you to a sober, productive life. And that comes with a firm focus on what really matters and what's next.
They teach you a new way of life. So, one of our mottos is hope for today and hope for eternity. So when you get here, they take care of your basic needs first because, they make sure you're fed, they make sure you're clean, they make sure you're starting out a new path and you can kind of heal and get on that path. Because, if you are lacking basic things in livelihood, there's really not a chance to start doing better, So they take care of that first. And then after that, through classes, through resources, through fellowship, staff that have walked the same path that you're walking, and experience that they are using to teach you, you're being given a whole new outlook. It's like a rewiring. And how to be sober and to stay sober and how to do things differently, new work ethics, new desires to learn and go to class and get closer to God.
And while Crystal's journey continues, she's learned what makes the women's shelter different. It's those walking the same path and those helping along the way.
The ladies here, the program participants, are not only, they have awesome camaraderie, they support each other and they walk together, but the staff, because most of us over here are female, we do have maintenance men, but they are all part of the family too. It's just a big family. I mean, like you have someone to go to that can help you, like the counselors. No matter what you're facing, they can give you the tools that you need and help guide you through it. But some of the girls that I've had that were my girls that were in the program are still my friends today. They're not my friends, they're my sisters.
So Crystal, after time spent at the mission, has a life restored.
Oh yes, everything's good. So my oldest son turned 18. He's actually now 19. So, he aged out. Our relationships are all restored. My mom, my dad, our relationships are good. We get to go on trips together. We visit. Yes, I'm now married, not in debt. I mean, it's just everything was restored. It's kind of like in Job. He gave me back what I thought I'd lost, but he gave me back double.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard and Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Mission, and Chris Hand has joined us. Hello, Chris.
We are so excited to be down here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. I love doing this every year. Thank you to our sponsor for this hour, Xander Insurance, for being here and helping us make this possible. Thank you to everybody at the Nashville Rescue Mission. I mean, they're up bright and early to let us in and open the doors for us. And,
I was describing how when I went into the John Bouchard and Sons phone bank
Yes.
With all the guys there. And I said, "Hey, guys, thanks for getting up early." And it was like a comic that bombed. It is just like the only thing that is going to get those guys excited is the phone ringing right now. And I don't know if you noticed, Chris, if you've been down there yet, but every single one of those guys has a cowbell.
I love it.
Every single one has a cowbell.
We don't often ask for you guys to make the bankers excited, but our phone bankers, they're an exception.
They are an exception. And so they are all standing by 615-312-1500. The John Bouchard and Sons phone bank. Is this only your second one?
No, this is number
Chris?
3 for me.
Is this number 3 for you?
Yes,
okay.
sir. But this is the first one where I haven't been also double-timing Turning Point USA duties in the afternoon. So this
okay.
is the entire focus today is here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. We're so excited what they're able to do in this community without any handouts from the government is unbelievable.
That is so huge.
And we're not asking for the world. I mean, just $3.11 provides a meal to a guest, and that opens the door. That's the entry point, $3.11. And then once they're in here, the meal turns into a hot shower. The hot shower turns into a bed to rest in. That rest turns into a conversation about Jesus, and then the real transformation starts.
That's exactly right. And that's the reason why, and one of the many reasons that I love the rescue mission is because of that focus on God and the fact that it is a hand up, not a hand out.
Yep, I love that.
And that's part of what I love. And for me, I'm all about investing, right? I'm all about investing in people. And I think that for me, I love the fact that, people come into the Nashville Rescue Mission and they come out and they are completely transformed. So here's what we're going to do. You're going to go down, Chris, to the phone bank, the John Bouchard and Sons phone bank, and let me know what's going on down there. And I'm going to speak to Curry Womack.
Yes, sir.
All right, Curry, how are you? I seem to recall you from last year.
Yes,
Did
sir.
we talk last year? Okay, very good. Curry, thanks very much for joining us. And Chris, just feel free to pop on anytime and let me know what's going on down there. Curry, always great to have you here on the broadcast, our Nashville Rescue Mission broadcast. So remind me, you are what do you do here?
I'm one of the life coaches for the men's program.
One of the life coaches. Okay, very good. Now, are you one of the many who have gone through you came in as a, what are we calling people that are coming through the program?
Our participants.
Participants, okay. So I got in trouble one time because I said the wrong word, and I want to make sure if I shank it, I'm going to do it in the 5 o'clock hour.
Yeah, I think everybody has to have just the right word in that.
There you go. So tell me, Curry, about your journey. So you are a former participant?
No, sir. I came here straight from school.
Did you really?
1989, yes, sir.
Tell me a little bit about that, because there's so many people that I want to say this delicately. We said this earlier. Nobody's getting rich at the mission. So you came out of school and you truly wanted to help people.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about that. You came out of school, you said in 19 what?
I started here November 1st, 1989.
You've been here since 1989?
Yes, sir.
Holy mackerel. Good for you. You've saved a lot of lives.
I've got to see a lot, there's no doubt. To say it's incredible would be a vast understatement.
So if you want to donate to Nashville Rescue Mission, 615-312-1500, 5 o'clockers, I'm counting on you. Curry, number one, when you say that you went to school, talk a little bit about that. Like what kind of schooling did you go through, and what was your inspiration for wanting to work in this line of work?
Well, I was a kid that was always in trouble. Mm-hmm. Ended up dropping out of high school. Went to a camp with a man who later would have a lot of impact on my life as a mentor. But I met a guy there who had a program out in East Tennessee, and I just remember thinking, wow, that's what I would like to do. I want to help people.
Yeah.
So I actually went to school to open up a camp. I was going to do whitewater rafting, rappelling, all those things. But I met the director of the mission. We had lunch together, and I was telling him about my dream, what I wanted to do, how I wanted to help people, and he told me about the rescue mission, asked me if I'd ever been here. And I said, well, no, I'm from Nashville. I know about the mission, just like a lot of Nashvillians, but I'd never been.
Mm-hmm.
So I came back to Nashville and spent about a week. They had a little program then called the Anchor Home, and man, I fell in love with it. And I called my wife just to talk to her about it. And before I even said anything, she said, "Hey, I think you need to take that job." And I was like, "I haven't even told you what they pay yet." She's like, "I'm telling you, this is what it is." And I said, "Well, I was going to ask you because I think the same thing." And
that's amazing. That's a good woman you have there.
Oh, she's awesome. We're coming up on 46 years.
46 years.
We dropped out of high school together. There's another long story there, but
yeah. You are a man who likes his routine. You've been at one job since 1989, and you've been married for, you said, 43?
46 years in January.
46 years in January.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's a God thing. I mean, 100%.
You have a fulfilled life.
Oh, yes, sir.
You
wow.
get to help people here at the mission, and you have, sounds like an incredible marriage, and good for you. When people come into the mission, and you see them at their rock bottom, right? It's got to be amazing for you to then see the other end. You know, they're coming in and they're a wreck, and they're graduating, and they've gone through the life recovery program. They're clean, sober, ready to go. Talk a little bit about that process.
Well, it's exactly what you say. They come in a mess sometimes. I mean, I always like to look at their pictures. We have graduation next week, and look at the picture the day they walked in, and just the physical difference. You know, and a lot of the guys, they will do that. They will wear their badge and hang out. This will be in their wallet years from now.
Yeah.
And they'll pull it out and show people,
yeah,
this is what I look like when I first got there, right? And, I mean, people look at it, and it's like they don't even recognize this person. They physically don't even look the same.
When people are going through the program, there's really – I come from a long line of alcoholics, right? So I know a lot about recovery and all that. There's different stages to recovery. You have when people come in, they are an absolute mess, but then sort of like the smoke starts to clear, and they realize sometimes after many years of being either on the street, addicted, couch surfing, whatever, the smoke starts to clear, and a light bulb goes off, and it's like, well, I guess I'm really doing this.
Right.
That's got to be a great feeling for you.
It is, and a lot of people go through this. I don't know what to call it, a fake healing at first, and you'll have some of the guys, I call it, they start speaking Christianese. You know,
Christianese.
They use all the right religious lingo and everything, trying to make something happen on the outside. But it's when God comes inside. It's an inside-out job. It's something that's supernatural, actually.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean we don't have a part two. But
Yeah.
it has to start with Him, or it's not going to last.
Right. And one of the things that we always talk about, of course, is the focus on God and spirituality. Do you have people that when they come in, they don't realize that is a big part of the focus on their recovery?
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, there's a lot of people. And you know, they don't have to follow Jesus in order to come to the program. We don't beat them up with the Bible. But I'm going to continue to show them that this is the best way. This is the way that's going to work long term. Because you can have sobriety and still have misery.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. And the job training is something that I think is critically important. And one of the things that I'm always, and by the way, phone lines are open, 615-312-1500, the John Bouchard and Sons call center. Bunch of guys in there waiting for the phones to ring. Come on, 5 o'clockers, don't let us down. 615-312-1500. I'm going to check in with Chris Hand here in a moment, who is in the call center. But I always talk about how this is an investment in people. They're looking for a hand up, not a handout. And I think that's one of the best things. For me, there's three big things here. It's no government funding.
Amen.
The focus on Christianity, and also the job training, helping people to become more productive. So it's very well-rounded what you do here.
Yeah, and when people donate, they're helping support opportunity for the men and the women who come here. their whole life can drastically change from the moment they walk in till they leave. We all the way the TH, they finish the program and they stay what we call in our transitional housing, 18 months, never pay a penny rent. They're saving 70%. We want them to leave here with no debt, a big chunk in the bank, and hopefully a paid-for vehicle.
Yeah,
that's a real fresh start.
That is the epitome of a fresh start. I got to tell you, Curry, there's so many other things that I want to talk to you about. Can you hold on one sec?
Sure.
I got to check the traffic, and then I'm going to check in with Chris Hand in the John Bouchard and Sons call center. But first, it's 5:45. Actually, we don't do traffic in the 5 o'clock hour. I'm out of my element. I'm sorry, Curry. We'll return to you here in a minute. Chris Hand is in the John Bouchard and Sons call center. Chris, what's going on? Is everybody awake?
Dan, we got some guys down here. Everybody's awake. The phones are ringing. We're getting pretty hype in here, right, guys? Everybody feeling good? Yeah. I mean, we got what, 10 of the best guys down here working the phones. 615-312-1500. Just $3.11 is going to provide a meal that opens the door, that greases the wheels, that meal leads to a shower, that leads to a night to sleep, and then that leads to a conversation about Jesus, and that's where the real transformation happens here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. Right now, we do have a challenge. If you're a plumber, we're asking plumbers to call in and donate. $3.11 is one meal. How much can you spare today? Could you take care of 1,000 meals? 1,000 meals would be $3,110. That's not a big ask, but it is an ask, and we're asking you to call and donate that right now, 615-312-1500. We got some phones ringing in here, Dan. We got some of the best guys in the world answering these phones, and we're waiting for your call.
All right, now, Chris, do you have a cowbell within arm's reach?
I do have a cowbell within arm's reach. Can you pass me that cowbell real quick? Here we go.
Right. We're ready. What we need is we need to know what is a cowbell-worthy donation. I think that any donation is cowbell-worthy.
Any donation is going to get the
donation is cowbell-worthy.
Rocking in here. We got half of our guys, 50% of our guys are on the phone right now, but we can fill this up. 615-312-1500. We need you guys down here to call in and help out the Nashville Rescue Mission.
All right, very good. By the way, I don't know, Chris, if you have noticed, we have a brand new what do you call it? The board thing? You know, the with all the donations.
Oh yeah, we have the leaderboard.
The leaderboard. We have a brand new leaderboard. That thing is amazing.
Did you hear the backstory behind that? So we have a salesperson, Tanya, who this is like her baby every year.
She's awesome.
She's one of the best people, and she doesn't get paid extra to do this. But in her free time with her husband, who's a police officer around Nashville, they built this themselves, and it's all wood construction. I mean, the thing looks unbelievable. So this is just everybody here goes above and beyond for the Nashville Rescue Mission because that's what the Nashville Rescue Mission does for this city. Today, our goal is 55,000 meals. 55. It sounds like a lot, but it's only $171,000. That's our goal for today. We are well on our way. 615-312-1500. Let's get these phones ringing. I think we could wrap this up by 1 o'clock if Nashville showed up and we could hit our goal.
If Nashville turns out, man, if the WTN listeners do what they do every single year, Chris, then we could perhaps have it wrapped up by 1 o'clock. And there's a cowbell.
The cowbells are coming, man. The cowbells are ringing, and people are on the phone. But we need to get these guys working. They volunteered, but they didn't volunteer to sit around. 615-312-1500.
Do you know in It's a Wonderful Life when you heard a bell, an angel got his wings?
Yep.
So today, every time you hear a cowbell, that means another person gets to eat.
It's a good sound, man. It's a good sound.
It is a good sound. All right, Chris, back to work. And by the way, if you want to talk to Chris Hand, like off the air, if you want to say hi to Chris, call up and donate, and he'll get on the phone, and he'll give you a personalized thank you.
100% I will. 615-312-1500.
See, now what's going to happen is nobody's going to call to talk to Chris. All right, thank you, Chris.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, Dan.
Well, the funny thing is, so years ago when I started down there, I forget who the host was. I think it may have been Phil Valentine, but Phil or somebody said, "Hey, if you want to talk to Dan Madison, get a personalized thank you." The phones died. Like It was almost like the entire listenership of WTN decided that they were going to humble, the host.
It sounds like Dan has some PTSD.
A little bit, Chris. Thank you. Get back to work. All right, it's 615-312-1500, and Curry Womack is joining us. What is your official title?
Life coach.
So you're a life coach. Talk about how the different stages of people's recovery, and what is the hardest obstacle for people to overcome?
I think for most people, they feel like their identity is their past, and that's the thing that we have to keep hammering.
That's true with a lot of folks, though. Like even people who don't
beyond. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people have a hard time looking forward, and they're so connected to their past, and they don't understand that they can redefine their life right now,
right?
Just by putting all that behind you. So how do you get people to break that connection to the past?
Well, in several of our classes, we talk about that God blesses us with an imagination, and we all have it, just like we all have muscle, but most of us never exercise it, never grow it out, and so we ask questions. What if? Right? Who does God want you to be? What does God want you to accomplish? Right? Way bigger. Both of those answers are going to be bigger than you can even imagine currently. But at least start asking those questions. Right?
Do you get a lot of resistance? Like, I know that I'm going to just take a quick my family story. My brother had to go into rehab, and he was very resistant. Like, he was 19, I think, when the whole thing came down. My brother's story is sort of like a lot of people here, where he was addicted, made a lot of bad choices, and he did go to recovery. And it was there that he found Jesus Christ, and he became born again. And it was an amazing transformation. And so that's why I connect so well with the mission, because that's the same kind of thing that happens here.
Yeah, and I think that changes. Number one, it changes your identity right off the bat. Right?
It did.
Exactly.
I mean, you want to talk about turning the page. He turned the first page of the Bible, and he did not look back, and it saved his life. And because I don't really get into the details often, but he almost died with his addictions, and so to see him now, it is just amazing. And that's what happens here at the mission, and that's why your donations are so important, friends. The phone number is 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. I got to tell you, the cost of these meals are really cheap in the sense that if you just donate $77.75, that is going to buy 25 meals. $155, 50 meals. $311, that is going to be 100 meals, and so on it goes. $3,110, that is going to buy 1,000 meals. But, Curry, it's not just about meals. It's about everything that the Nashville Rescue Mission offers.
Oh, man, so much more. I mean, this place, I like to say it's opportunity. There's so many opportunities for the participants who come through, for the volunteers who come here. We Nashville, you were talking about it earlier, Nashville has some of the greatest volunteers. I've got to visit missions all over the country, and some have close to what we have, but I haven't met one yet that has what Nashville has as far as the volunteer participation.
It is amazing.
Oh, I mean, because incredible.
I've been around the country because, in radio we can't keep jobs, right? So I've been all over the place, and so I've seen a lot of these kinds of places. And this one is so incredibly unique because of the just federal funding. No, thank you, government. We're going to focus on local donations, and we're going to focus on God as part of helping people to succeed and become more productive citizens. And as we wrap this up, I always focus on, because I know that the WTN audience, right, where people like recovery stories, people like second chances. And so for me, it always is going to come back to two things, bringing people to God, and also making them more productive. And what do you think the success ratio is? Is there a way to say how many of the people here, I spoke earlier about the Wall of Fame, right?
Right.
So what's the success to failure ratio here at the mission? Is there a way to even tell that?
There isn't per se, because I think everybody that comes here has opportunity. And so that right there across the board changes everything. We can't make anybody do anything. I tell the guys, and I think the people in the audience would agree, my biggest problem is not the parts of the Bible I don't understand. It's being obedient to what I already know.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a universal thing again, that we get being caught up in things, but just the plain things of what God called us to do. The simple, love Him, love your neighbor as yourself. I mean, that at the end of the day, that's what He said. All the law and the prophets, the whole Scripture summarize those two things. And
yeah. You know what's amazing is that, and this is why I have such an appreciation for the WTN audience, is because there was one year, and I had to be, I don't want to get political, the Biden years, when inflation was like up over 9.1% and all that. And people still gave.
Oh, yeah.
And they gave a lot. And so one of the things that I've noticed is that people, the WTN audience, they give regardless of how good or bad the economy is, because they recognize that, hey, Chris, I want you to read those from the call center. Omaha. So Chris, you got 2 minutes. He's got 2 minutes to get back there.
36 years I've been here.
Yeah.
We've never missed a meal. Now there's
no kidding.
There's those volunteers I was telling you about in Nashville, Tennessee. In 36 years I've been here, we've never not served.
Yeah.
Power outages, people brought in food trucks.
Yeah.
We've never. That's crazy to me to think about. In 36 years, not one meal.
That is incredible. But obviously it's, and oddly enough, the Radiothon is called the More Than a Meal Radiothon.
There you go.
And the phone number is 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. What is, I know you take volunteers, you take money, you take clothing. What is in 30 seconds, what is the most important thing that you folks need? Is it the money?
Money and prayer, yeah.
Money and prayer.
But I challenge everybody. I grew up in Nashville, thought I knew the mission. A lot of people think they know what's going on down here. You just got to come at least once. I guarantee you it'll change your life.
Do you know, and I'll get into this in the 6 o'clock hour, I went down to the women's shelter a couple of weeks ago. Amazing stories there as well. So we'll touch on that as we come back. I very much appreciate Curry Womack as a life coach here at the Rescue Mission. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you next year.
I appreciate you.
All right, Curry, 615-312-1500 is the phone number. Chris Hand is in the John Bouchard & Sons phone bank. And Chris, from what I understand, we have some names and some donations.
Yeah, Dan, we got some donations rolling in, and I want to say a big thank you to Mark in Murfreesboro. He donated $1,136. That's going to be about 365 meals. That's about a meal a day.
Thank you, Mark.
We also got Jennifer Holcomb in Shelbyville donating $50. Thank you, Jennifer. She's challenging other plumbers to match or beat that gift of $50. We got a one-time donation, $500 from Jared in Crossville. Thank you, Jared. $200 from William in Murfreesboro. We got $25 coming out of Clarksville. Thank you to Sandy. And then we got $25 coming out of Bethpage. Thank you to Tim. We got a lot of donations coming in. Right now, it seems like Murfreesboro is really showing up. Murfreesboro is up early.
The borough.
312-1500, just $3.11 will take care of a meal for a day. And that meal, it greases the wheels, man. The meal leads to a shower, leads to a place to rest, which leads to a conversation about Jesus, which leads to real transformation, thanks to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. News is coming up, and now another great story from the Nashville Rescue Mission.
Nashville Rescue Mission has helped all kinds of people, the addicted and those just looking for help. Take Jennifer, a victim of human trafficking and a benefactor of God's grace. A miracle that she was able to find her way to Music City.
I was trying to get away, and It seemed like no matter where I went, I always ended up getting caught again. And there was a small voice that said, go to Nashville, it'll be a safe place. And an opportunity came. I went to the truck stop and I sat down. I said, okay, God, I'm not gonna ask anybody. And in 5 minutes, this guy came up and said, what do you need? What can I do? And I said, I need a ride out of here. And he said, okay, hold on, I'll be right back. And he came back and he said, come on, let's go.
And she made it to Nashville in one piece and hoping that her past was behind her. You see, Jennifer had been trafficked for 2 years before escaping this horrifying situation and finally feeling safe at Nashville's rescue mission.
So I spent 7 months and leaned in to God, and He is, when I wanted confirmation from people, He confirmed Himself through scriptures and just through love of others. And I am eternally grateful. He saved my life.
Now, as you can imagine, Jennifer was going through a lot, but she rediscovered the power of her faith. And Jennifer went from being held captive, scared, and lonely to now free and with a new life ahead, thanks to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
I'm His, and He's mine. My job, a lot of people's like, what's the purpose of life? I know what my purpose is. And it's to love and to show the love of Christ and to live in truth. And those are the two things that I live by.
From being a hopeless prisoner to a child of God, Jennifer helps those at the mission today find their own path to productive lives, thanks to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
So I work here at the mission. I've stayed at the mission, and I work at the mission, and I love these ladies. And life happens, and it can happen really fast, and it can happen to anyone. I don't live in fear. I've came through situations that are unbelievable, and have been protected.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Coming up in the news, a flightless bird was spotted roaming free in Tennessee, and one congressional candidate can't handle the spotlight. Those stories and more on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. It's time to say goodnight to that check engine light with the free AutoZone Fix Finder service. It'll help troubleshoot the likely cause of your light for free, so you can drive with peace of mind. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
This is a paid endorsement by a current client.
Dan Mendes here with my financial advisor, Paul Winkler. You know, Paul, everybody's fear is that they're going to run out of money in retirement. I think it's a valid fear. What can you tell those folks?
Well, the first thing, Dan, is I would say that they're going to hear lots of commercials and get mailers playing on that fear. You'll see references to insurance companies in those ads because they're trying to sell annuities, which almost always come with lots of commissions. I think people need information outside the sales process. So I wrote a guide on this because I think that people need to know about the evidence-based research that uses data going back over 100 years.
You know, 160-second commercial doesn't really do Paul Winkler's new retirement income guide justice. Now, listen, you want to check it out. Download it today at his website. It's paulwinkler.com/retirement. That's paulwinkler.com/retirement. Check it out and then call Paul Winkler. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
Go to paulwinkler.com. Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7.
Good morning. It's 6:05, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. One of the young offenders behind the Slenderman stabbings is now back in custody Sunday after being located on the run. ABC's Allison Kosick has the details.
Geyser was taken into custody in Illinois after police in Madison, Wisconsin say she cut off her ankle monitoring bracelet and escaped from a group home Saturday night. Police overnight confirming she was found at a truck stop 25 miles south of Chicago with another person who was also detained.
And another person is on the run from their own words, and that would be Tennessee District 7 congressional candidate Afton Bain, who was on MSN Now and couldn't seem to handle questions about her own tweets regarding protests and police.
You said in those since-deleted tweets that the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department should be dissolved. Another cheered on a teachers union saying that defund the police should be a requirement for schools reopening. And another saying good morning, especially to the 54% of Americans that believe burning down a police station is justified. 2020 was obviously a very fraught year. Do you still stand by those comments? And if not, is there anything you want to clarify?
I'm not going to gauge in cable news talking points, but what I will say is that our communities need solutions. We need local people deciding, solving local problems with local solutions. And that's not the overreach of a federal government or state government of which we are dealing with in Nashville and our cities across the state of Tennessee.
So you don't want to clarify whether you still believe that the police should be defunded?
Once again, I don't remember these tweets, but what I'm saying is that
I'm not asking you if you remember. What is your position today? How's that on this issue?
I mean, once again, I'm here to talk about my race, which is in literally 9 days.
She wasn't the only bird on the run. Out in Springfield yesterday, a flightless bird was roaming free near Highway 161. According to the Facebook group Hip Springfield, an emu was seen running free by a poster. A picture and address was shared to the group in the hopes of getting the bird home. Clearly, the emu forgot what week it was, and it may have been out taunting the local turkey population. Market Numbers Report now brought to you online by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. The Dow is up 38 points pre-market open. The NASDAQ is up 152, and the S&P is up 25 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
My name is Jerry, and I was addicted to meth.
Jerry was in and out of rehab, and nothing was helping him get what he truly needed, a chance at living life again. But he got that chance at Nashville's rescue mission. I was
ready for a change, and I just couldn't get back on my feet back home. I couldn't get away. I needed away from the people that I was around, and every time I thought I'd get catching a break, I'd get it knocked out from under me. And a police officer friend of mine back home told me about the Nashville rescue mission. I decided to come. It was the best decision I ever made.
But before he made that decision, Jerry had a life. He had friends, a job, a family, until the drugs destroyed all that he knew.
Once I started using, I ended up losing my job, my family. I lost a lot of friends. And I went 3 years without speaking to my daughter. I had a granddaughter born that I never met for the first 3 years. I mean, I can't blame nobody for the choices I made. I mean, I'd started dating this girl and she'd started using, and I ended up started using, but I mean, it was my own fault. I mean, ultimately, I made the choice. Nobody else did.
Jerry arrives at Nashville's rescue mission addicted, hopeless, and homeless. And he needed help, and he found it. The lessons learned at the mission saved his life and helped him reconnect with those he loved.
It was a place I could get back up on my feet. I mean, come here, you could tell that the people really cared about you and what happened to you and wanted to help you. I was able to get my driver's license back here. I got my GED here. And eventually, my 3rd month in the program, my daughter calls me out of the blue. And we and her got our relationship back. And that was the first time I got to meet my granddaughter, too, at 3 years old. She just had her 3rd birthday. And my relationship with her, it was amazing because I never thought she'd take over with me that quick. But there's something, I got the trust back with my daughter that I never thought I'd have back. Not trust, respect.
These days, Jerry is living life to the fullest and working with Nashville's rescue mission to pass on what he's learned to those that need the help and his perspective on finding God, reconnecting with family, and Nashville's rescue mission. Miracles like Jerry's happen every day at the mission, and you can help by donating today.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
It is 6:10, Nashville's Morning News on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. The phone number to give. And I got a whole bunch of pieces of paper right here. This makes me happy. I've got a whole bunch of people that have called in to donate. $100 donation from Ramona Brown. Thank you very much, a truck driver. I'll get to some of these as we continue on. By the way, I should also tell you that as we get through the Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon, that we do have our sponsors, the people that we endorse, and part of what they pay for the sponsorship for today goes to the Nashville Rescue Mission, including our friends at Contours. Now listen, if you're looking for a way to get rid of maybe some stubborn belly fat, contact my friends at Contours LLC in Cool Springs. Not only can they help you with their belly fat, but they can also help you with those fine lines on your face. Now, this is red light technology. It is completely non-invasive. It is painless. It involves no downtime. They're unique. Again, red light technology is considered to be far safer than other methods widely available in the market that kill or remove fat cells. And again, this red light technology, it can help you with the lines on your face, the fine lines on your face. I wish mine were fine. They're not. They're like more like fault lines, but whatever. They can also, again, help you with those lines on your face. The results are amazing. Those lines will disappear and the fat will go away. The blemishes as well. Your skin and your body is going to look much better. So find them online. Call Contours LLC today. Tell them you want the Dan deal, where you get not only a red light technology, you get the facial, you get the belly buster special as well. And so you can find them online, contoursllc.com, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Find them online, contoursllc.com. You get the belly buster special, and they're going to throw in a package of facials for free. That phone number, 615-236-9960, contoursllc.com.
This report is sponsored by AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
AT&T, learn how to get the all-new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
All right, drivers, as you're making your way into downtown Nashville this morning, just want to give you that fog advisory has been extended till 10 a.m. And cameras are showing that BNA is socked in. So if you're headed to the airport for a flight this morning, might want to check on the status of that. Visibility is reported at a quarter mile or less in this dense fog. We do have an injury crash to report at the Dodson Chapel Road and Bell Road intersection. And then downtown, we've got a crash with the right shoulder block at I-65 southbound right at exit 86 here in downtown. Traffic every few minutes every morning on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
613 Supertalk 99.7. Dan Mandis here. If you've been putting off getting your vision fixed, don't wait any longer. It is not too late to see clearly for the holidays. Don't miss a single smile around the dinner table this year. If cataracts or cloudy vision are making your world look blurry, Dr. Horn at Vision for Life can help you see and your family. They're going to be great as well. You're going to be able to see your family and the holidays the way that they are meant to be seen. Dr. Horn performed my lens replacement surgery earlier this year, and I can tell you firsthand the difference is incredible. The procedure takes just about 5 minutes. Recovery is fast, and the results are life-changing. 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
This report is sponsored by Supersure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. It's so exciting. Super sure, coming soon.
Information fueled.
Opinion driven.
This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and welcome on into Nashville's Morning News. It is our annual Radiothon in support of the Nashville Rescue Mission. I love doing this every single year because I get to speak to people like Roderick Hankins. Is that right? That's your last name, Hankins?
Yes, sir.
Roderick, I'm just talking to you a little bit off the air, and you've got a great story like everyone here at the Rescue Mission. You are what is known here as a community living advocate. Talk about that.
It's a position that I work with the guys that are in the program, providing mental support, things that they may need to carry on their day-by-day activities, setting up schedules for them to go to doctors, see the eye doctor, dentist, any kind of things that they may need within their day-to-day activity.
So you're somebody who has gone through the program as a participant.
Yes, sir.
And now here you are. And it's I feel like just about everybody here, for the most part, except for a few, are former participants.
Well, yeah, it's a few of us. They're really good with providing an opportunity for the guys that come through the program.
Yeah.
And whether they work for the program or work outside the program, they provide you with a lead to get back out in society and be a productive member of society.
Talk a little bit about your journey. You're the first participant I've had on the show this morning. I've been doing this for many years, and the stories of people who go through the program are amazing.
Well, I came to the program in 2023, October 2023. I was having depression, addiction problems, and I prayed for a while and asked God to help me and deliver me from the things I was going through. So he directed me in my spirit to come to Nashville to the Life Recovery Program.
Yeah.
And ever since I've been here, it's been like a great experience. I've learned so much. And
when you say you've learned so much, did you learn so much about yourself?
Well, I learned about my addiction. I learned about how you can conquer this thing with the right mindset and putting God first.
Yeah.
You know, and
were you a Christian before you came in?
Yes, I was.
So somewhere along the way, you lost your way.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. But I never forgot. I would always remember what my mom taught me.
And what did your mother teach you?
Just don't let go of God's hand, because he won't let go of yours. You know, just hold on to his hand. And he'll never let your hand go. You always let his hand go. So once I got into the program, I started really realizing that, hey, I'm put in this position for a reason, not just for me. Help someone that may be going through similar things that I've went through or something worse, you know, and it's been very fulfilling. I've learned a lot. I've learned that it's always someone that's in worse shape than you.
Yeah.
And you never know what you may say in a day's time that could change a person's perspective on what they going through and make them say to themselves, I can do this, I can get better. You know, and the staff around here, they are really hands-on with people, not just in the program, but people that are just in the mission, you know, just mission participants. You know, they feed them well.
Yep.
If they want help, they can get help. All they got to do is ask for it.
One of the things that I think in being here at the mission is the camaraderie between participants. And that's got to be helpful as well, because whether you are someone such as yourself who've been through the program and has now graduated, or someone who is currently going through the program, I think that support that everyone has for each other is definitely helpful.
Oh, definitely. Once most of the guys a lot of guys may be standoffish when they first get in the program.
Mm-hmm.
But after maybe about a month or two, they seem to come on into like a brotherhood.
Yes.
And each one of the guys, they seem to push one another. And I always, I do the roll call each morning. I do a little devotion each morning with them before I get off work. And I always try to let them know that, hey, y'all got to support each other.
Yeah.
You got, everybody in here is going through something. There's no big I's, no little U's. Everybody has something going on. So if you pull together, a kind word, just ask each other sometimes, hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
You never know, that person might just need to vent.
What we're doing, of course, and we do this every year, and we are live from the Nelson Mazda broadcast room and here at Nashville Rescue Mission. We're asking people to donate right now. That phone number is 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500, the John Bouchard & Sons Company phone bank. And we got, I think, about, 10 guys out there, and they are waiting for your calls. Here in a few minutes, Chris Hand, I'm going to go to you and get some more names. The phones have been ringing, and that is so great. We do appreciate it. Let me ask you this, because I think that Roderick Hankins, by the way, is joining us, and you've gone through the program. You've now graduated. You are somebody who is, again, stereotypical of somebody who comes through where you graduated. Now you're working for the mission.
Right.
When did you decide that you wanted to, because, a lot of people want to just get better and leave this all behind.
Mm-hmm.
You decided that you wanted to continue on with the mission to help others. It sounds like that is really a calling from God.
Yeah, it is. And I look at it as that, because in my prayers, in my meditation, I have that relationship with God where he reveals things to me, and this is what he wants me to do, to help someone like he helped me.
Yeah.
And give back.
Mm-hmm.
And just love on some of the less fortunate people in life, because some people are here, they don't have family.
No, they're all alone.
They're all alone, and this is their family. This is all they got.
Yeah.
So you just have to just give your time, put forth effort, and just love on people. Because at the end of the day, when you go to heaven, God's not going to worry about what you did so much for yourself.
Right.
It's what you did to help someone along the way.
Yeah.
And that's our main thing in life, to help somebody else along the way. Don't let your living be in vain.
622 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Roderick Hankins, thank you very much for joining us here on Nashville's Morning News.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
This is your first radio interview, from what I understand.
Yes, sir.
Great job.
Thank you.
Great job. I hope to see you next year.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you very much.
It is 623 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. You just turned me down. All right, so let's go to Chris Hand, who is in the John Bouchard & Sons phone bank. Chris, what is going on there?
Well, Dan, we got the phones ringing. We got cowbells rocking. And shout out to everybody down here, all the volunteers.
Let's hear some cowbell. Let's hear some cowbell.
We've been keeping them as busy as we can. Phones are ringing, and I just want to say what an amazing story from Roderick. What an inspiration and a message of hope that we're sharing here today. We got some great donations rolling in. My friend Robin from Right to Life, her husband works at Murfreesboro Honda, and he just challenged all the other auto dealerships in Murfreesboro to step up and donate. He donated $100. Thank you to David and Robin. We got $50 coming in from Matthew Wallace in Murfreesboro. Thanks, Matt. We got $77 coming in from Brenda in Shelbyville. Rutherford County is showing up big time. We got another $500 coming from Joel Majors Jr. in McMinnville. Thank you, Joel. $500 coming from Sander Foster in Christiana. And I mean, it just keeps going and going. We're hearing that the phones have not been ringing like this this early in the morning in a while, and it's just because people are hearing messages of hope, like Roderick. So
I got to tell you, Roderick's message, or earlier we spoke to Sam Sipple, one of the guys in charge here, and I think people understand. And that phone number 615-312-1500. I think that people understand that this is really what we're asking is for a hand up, not a handout. And I think that is most certainly something that resonates with people. And I think, WTN listeners and conservatives, I mean, we are all about helping people get back on their feet. We hear these stories all the time about people, and I don't want to turn political, Chris. We're not going to do that. But
we'll try to avoid it.
We always hear the stories of people who, they're ripping off, government programs and just all that stuff that we talk about all the time. This is not that, friends. This is not that. They stretch every dollar, and they make great use of the dollar. And the overhead here, they're not wasting a bunch of money. You're not going to, I've been doing this for many years, and the Nashville Rescue Mission has been here for many years. And you don't hear of stories where there's a bunch of wasteful money. No. Every dollar, every dime, every penny is used to its fullest so that we can do what we can to help people get back on their feet and become more productive. So,
amen. I mean, well, they're not looking to get their budget increased next year by the federal government, right?
No, that is so huge.
They are the best stewards of your donation that you're going to find anywhere out of all the charities, I think, in this city. And what they do more with so much less. And it's unbelievable to see the community just showing up. I got more donations rolling in. $200 from Richard in Manchester. Thank you, Richard. $50 from Jessica in Columbia. It's unbelievable, Jessica. $50 from Ronald in McMinnville. It's going on, man. $50 from Warren in Nolensville. $20 from Cynthia in Nashville. Thank you, Cynthia. This is the big thing that we have to stress.
Yep.
It's only $3.11 to provide a meal.
Right.
That one meal could change somebody's destination and where they're going to land for eternity, because that meal leads to a hot shower, which leads to a night here in a bed, which leads to a conversation about Jesus. You're not impacting just the day-to-day for the people that come through the Nashville Rescue Mission. You're impacting their eternity. So this is all really going to the cause. And, you see the donations, like $20 from Cynthia, and I just have to say thank you from the bottom of our heart. We really do appreciate you guys giving so much.
So I've got this bingo card, and I'm not, much to the dismay, I'm sure, of the people in promotions, I'm not actually using it. However, I know, big shock, right? But you know what? We had a plumber earlier that was challenging other plumbers.
Yep.
By the way, don't forget, you can also do in memory of. You can also do, if you have someone who in your life has passed on, you can donate in memory of that person almost every single year since the passing of Phil Valentine. We have people donating in memory of Phil Valentine. If you're a Georgia Bulldogs fan or a Tennessee Vols fan or a Vandy fan, and you want to challenge other Vandy fans or Vols fans or Georgia Bulldogs fans, you can do that as well. The John Bouchard line is open, 615-312-1500. The John Bouchard & Sons Company phone bank line, 615-312-1500. It is 6:26. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Talbot's Corner, 65 southbound before 24 downtown. Accident blocks the right shoulder. Priest Lake, Hobson Pike, reports of a crash at Smith Springs Parkway. Percy Priest, Dodson Chapel Road, we've got an accident clearing at Bell Road. I'm Christy O'Brien.
Thank you very much. And it looks like as far as your weather goes, going to be a nice day today. And we'll have your complete forecast coming up at the bottom of the hour right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, from what I understand, we're posting a lot of content on the socials as well. So check us out on Facebook. And I want to make sure that I point out that as far as our hourly sponsors, because our hourly sponsors, really, they're the ones that really help make this happen. our friends at Window Nation. They are sponsoring this hour of our Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon. Window Nation, of course, they've been with me as a client. I've been endorsing their products for a long time because not only are they a great window company, but also they are really community-focused and community-minded. The phone number, 615-312-1500. It is also very important that you know that you can go online, 997WTN.com, click on the link to donate today. That, again, 997WTN.com, and you can donate there on the website, or you can text the keyword meals to 87365. Text the keyword meals to 87365 to make a gift today. It is coming up on 6:30. News is next right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So I guess I'll just keep talking then until I wait for somebody to play something.
I'm down here in the phone bank, Dan, and we got a lot of phone calls coming in. 615-312-1500. The cowbells have been ringing off the hook here, but I did hear you mention Phil Valentine earlier, and I just want to tell you, when I fell in love with this radio station, I fell in love as a listener, and I fell in love with Phil and his show. And I remember every year this Radiothon, and Phil talking about how great this place is. It's a hand up, not a handout. No dollars coming in from the federal government. And I remember, and it's something Phil said that always stuck with me. He said, the people that are looking for help, they're inside the doors of the Nashville Rescue Mission. The people that you see on the street that you might give $5 to, they're not using that money for the right things. You need to bring that money to an organization like this that's going to have real conversations. Everybody that comes through the doors here at the Nashville Rescue Mission meets with a caseworker. That caseworker is going to try and help them get connected with family, try and help them get back on their feet. This is the difference in your dollars. You can give it to somebody on the side of the street, and they're going to do who knows what with it. If you give it to the Nashville Rescue Mission, you know it's going to be used in the best possible way. And the donations are coming in. We got $311 from Donna Lee in Manchester. That's going to provide 100 meals. It's just $3.11. $3.11 provides a meal today.
A $77.75 donation is going to buy 25 meals, $155.50. That is 50 meals, and on it goes. A $3,100 donation is going to buy 1,000 meals, and on it goes. 615-312-1500 will return on WTN.
Well, good morning. It's 6:31, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. The Trump administration looks to ramp up the pressure against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro as they continue to claim he helps funnel drugs into the U.S., ABC's Nicole D'Antonio explains.
The U.S. has launched at least 20 strikes on suspected drug boats in the Caribbean Sea, killing more than 80 people, many of them from Venezuela. But the U.S. has offered no public evidence to prove they were smuggling drugs. The Trump administration is now reportedly considering dropping leaflets over Venezuela's capital to further pressure the Maduro regime.
And Caroline Kennedy's daughter and niece of Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Tatiana Schlossberg, revealed her devastating cancer battle. ABC Sophie Flay has more.
Schlossberg penning an essay for The New Yorker about her battle with acute myeloid leukemia with a mutation, an uncurable kind of blood cancer usually seen in older patients. She started a treatment plan, which included clinical trials, a bone marrow transplant, and multiple rounds of chemo. Schlossberg saying her doctor scoured every inch of the earth for more treatments for me. He knows I didn't want to die, and he is trying to stop it. But after a year of fighting, doctors are out of options.
And in some more heartbreaking news, more than 250 of the 303 school children abducted from a Catholic school in north-central Nigeria remain missing after an international outrage over their abduction hit a fever pitch over the weekend, including Pope Leo, who called for the girls' release over the weekend. Aisha Yesufu, a rights activist and co-governor of the Bring Back Our Girls movement, or BBOG, says getting the remaining girls back should be a priority for the government and the people of Nigeria.
We are all losers at the end of the day if we don't unite and ensure that we are using one voice to call out every abduction. It's only a matter of time before the abduction gets to all of us.
And that's the latest news. We've got your traffic coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
Thank you, Sam. It is 6:33, and I want to tell you about my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, friends, holidays are coming up. If you've got a special occasion coming up, you need a special gift, then Brentwood Jewelry is your place to go. So, guys, for the lady in your life, necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings. For the men, ladies, you can get him a money clip or cufflinks. And, of course, at Brentwood Jewelry, I've got 2 watches from Brentwood Jewelry. They've got watches for everyone and every budget. And if you have a family heirloom, maybe it's an old watch, maybe it needs repair, maybe it is a ring that needs to be reset, Brentwood Jewelry, they can do it for you. They've got great merchandise, terrific prices for every single budget. This is a family-owned business that's been in Middle Tennessee for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of my house. Should be yours as well. They're here to help you. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. BrentwoodJewelry.com.
This report is sponsored by Aqua Clear Water Systems.
Your skin problems could really be your water problems. Remove the chlorine and hard water for around $2 per day.
Aqua Clear will change your water. It'll change your life.
This report is sponsored by AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
This holiday season at AT&T, learn how to get the all-new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details.
Sponsored by Supersure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. It's so exciting. Super sure, coming soon.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. Macy's Backstage is a whole department inside your Macy's store where you can find so many holiday essentials, all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find. Don't wait. Find a location at Macy'sBackstage.com.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Talbot's Corner, 65 southbound before 24 downtown. Accident blocks the right shoulder. Priest Lake, Hobson Pike, reports of a crash at Smith Springs Parkway. Percy Priest, Dodson Chapel Road, we've got an accident clearing at Bell Road. I'm Christy O'Brien.
Nashville Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is our annual More Than a Meal Radiothon, and this hour brought to you by our friends at Window Nation. Chris Hand is in the John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank, 615-312-1500. By the way, we do this every year, the Monday before Thanksgiving. And Chris is in the phone bank. And Chris, what do you got?
Well, Dan, we're getting a lot of good calls, but we got to get these guys in here volunteering a little bit more busy, 615-312-1500. But I got a really cool donation from our friend Debbie. She donated $100 in memory of Charlie Kirk. And it kind of got my brain going, and I was thinking, man, how many donations could we get for Charlie Kirk? What about $17.76 for Charlie Kirk? What about $1,776 for Charlie Kirk? I think that we could make that happen. 615-312-1500. Also got a donation from Jerry in Mount Juliet, $1,000, and he's challenging local churches in the area. He's from Joy Church. He's challenging other churches to step in. I got $200 from Mike in Ashland City, and he's challenging postal workers. Any other postal worker wants to beat his donation of $200, you are more than welcome to oblige him. And then I got $100 from Ricky in Riverside. Ricky gave $100, and he's challenging all concrete finishers to beat his donation of $100. Phones are ringing off the hook. We really appreciate you guys. 615-312-1500.
Love the sound of those cowbells, and thank you, Chris. And Marion Mosier is with us from Window Nation. Marion, you and I go, I'm going to say way back. It's been like 3 years, but whatever. Sales manager for Window Nation. One of the things that I love about Window Nation is that when we do this, and we've been doing this every year for many years now, but we count on our advertisers to support this as well. And so Window Nation coming to the table, of course, and helping out as well. And, Window Nation, you guys are very community-oriented.
When Window Nation came to Nashville, we made a commitment that we're not just here to install windows.
We're here to be part of the community. We believe that giving back starts locally, and that means supporting organizations doing real, meaningful work right here in Nashville.
One of the things that, and of course, you're in the home business, if you will, and installing windows in homes and so forth. I've got, by the way, 4 in my home, 2 in my basement studio, 1 in my kitchen, and also 1 in my bedroom.
That was actually the first time we met.
It was. You came over, and my dog shed all over you, and you're probably still trying to get all that dog hair off. But you're in the home business essentially, and you folks understand that a home leads to stability, and that is part of what the rescue mission does.
Exactly. I mean, our entire business is about helping people make their homes safer, warmer, and more secure. So supporting an organization that offers safety and stability to those without a home is a natural extension of who we are.
One of the things that I love about Window Nation, you have a very big imprint these days in Nashville since you came on board a few years ago. But you also have an imprint across the footprint, if you will, across the country. And you guys, Window Nation has charitable efforts across the country.
Absolutely. Window Nation Cares is all about focusing on nonprofits that strengthen communities, uplift families, and create opportunities. And the Nashville Rescue Mission is doing all of that every single day.
One of the things that I personally like about Window Nation, and this is where we're gonna promote the business a little bit, because I believe in Window Nation, like I believe in all of my advertisers. But you folks, I hear from listeners, because a lot of people have come to you from my show. And
many.
A lot of folks have talked about the customer service, and I love the fact that I can confidently send my listeners, who I treasure and will never take for granted, to your company, and they always talk about the great windows, but also the great customer service.
I'm proud and grateful to hear that, Dan. It starts with the exterior design consultants who go out and walk them through the entire process from beginning to end. We have, all of the divisions throughout the entire process, from our call centers to our scheduling leaders to project management, installers. They take great pride in what they do.
One of the things that I like about Window Nation is, you came in, and we kind of touched upon this earlier, but really when you came in, you wanted to make that commitment to the community, and I love that. And again, you guys have charitable commitments all across the country. Is that part of just the company's DNA?
Well, we strive to make sure that we're listening and putting ourselves in a position to be a support for every community that we are in. And Nashville's no exception. And we hope Nashville listeners are going to join us in supporting the Nashville Rescue Mission today. Every meal, every bed, every recovery program is funded by people who believe in giving second chances. Window Nation is here to help lead, but the strength of Nashville comes from all of us stepping up.
Marion Mosier, always great to have you here, and thank you so much for helping to make this broadcast once again a success. And again, thank you to not only you, but everyone at Window Nation.
It's been my pleasure, Dan.
615-312-1500. The John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank line is open. 615-312-1500. There's so many reasons why you should give. I'm going to tell you how you can give real quick. Not only can you call the phone hotline at 615-312-1500, but also go online, 997WTN.com, and click on the link to donate today. Text the keyword meals to 87365 to make a gift today. I don't know, is Chris Hand, can you get Chris Hand to talk to me for a minute?
Yes, sir. I'm back.
All right.
What's up, man?
So, Chris, what I'd like to do, I would like to challenge the people in the YouTube chat.
Oh, shout out to the YouTube chat.
Specifically to the YouTube chat, because we all know how rambunctious they can be, right?
Yep.
So they've got their own thing going on in the YouTube chat. So I would love if folks in the YouTube chat would call the phone number, 615-312-1500, and make a donation. Doesn't matter how large, how small, whatever it is. Every little bit helps. And we know that the folks in the YouTube chat, I think that I know that they appreciate the radio station, but I'm also going to let them know that I would be willing to bet that we appreciate them more.
Yeah.
Because we know how much they enjoy the radio station, and we know that they are here for us, and we want them to be here for us right now with a small donation. YouTube chat 615-312-1500. Would love to hear from you. My name is Dan Mandis, along with Chris Hand. Chris, I know it's only been a few minutes, but how are the phone lines? I want to hear some cowbell. Are the phones still ringing?
We got to hear more cowbell. 615-312-1500. We need more cowbell. But I will tell you this. We have posted all of the information on how to donate inside that YouTube chat. So if you're watching the live stream, just hop over into the chat and find that. Phones are ringing now. I got a great donation here from Ronnie from Summertown, $20. But she donated to let us know that she's celebrating a year and a half in recovery. And this is a message of hope that we're sharing today. There's a lot of people that know what that feels like in our society. And there's a lot of people that can't do it on their own. They need organizations like the Nashville Rescue Mission. You can help be a catalyst for that change in the community today. Just $3.11 is going to provide a meal. You can go as big or as low as you want. Every dollar is going to make a difference here, and the Nashville Rescue Mission are going to be great stewards of your donation.
All right, so coming up, probably at the start of the 7 o'clock hour, what I'd like to do is I would like to find out how many meals, because I know you got to carry the one, do all the math, and I can't do that.
It's a lot of napkin math.
Yeah, so get somebody there that can do math and let us know how much money we have collected over the past couple of hours. We're going to do this in the 7, and how many meals we have bought so far. So if we can do that, thank you, Chris. And 615, the phone number 615-312-1500, and please donate now, especially you YouTube chatters. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Okay, so we have a crash with the right shoulder block on I-65 southbound before exit 86 here in downtown. Got some volume delay building up this morning on 24 into downtown, and an accident over at Old Hickory Boulevard and Edmondson Pike, as well as an injury crash at Maury Street and Old Hermitage Avenue. Traffic every few minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
As your weather for today, it looks like it's going to be partly cloudy and a high of about 66 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Gabe Robinson is joining us here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Gabe, did I interview you last year?
Not last year. It was when I first graduated, which was 7 years ago.
Wow. Okay. I usually don't remember people, but I'm glad you're still helping out the Nashville Rescue Mission. Let's talk a little bit about your journey. So I spoke to you 7 years ago when you graduated, and now you're working at the mission. Talk a little bit about your journey from when what led you to the mission? Let's start there.
Just years of brokenness and long-term addiction. I'd been trying to do this thing on my own for years, and I would go from one thing to the next, one extreme to the next, and I never was quite filling that void that I had in my heart. You know what I mean? And that void was for God. You know what I mean? And I'd been running for years and stuff, but my younger brother had actually come to Nashville Rescue Mission, and you know what I mean? My mom had said, "Hey, your brother's at a rehab," and I was like, "Oh, great, he's at another rehab, woohoo!" You know. Yeah. And it didn't mean nothing to me because I was in my mess and stuff. But he'd been here for like 3 years, and he had graduated, and he was in transitional housing. And me and my wife, who also works here now, she's a receptionist. But we were just at our lowest point. You know what I mean? We were broken, and I was desperately, I was crying out to God on the inside, but I just wasn't putting in the work. And
so you found God, sobriety, and a wife.
No, we've been married for 20 years.
20 years.
She stuck it out with me for, in our mess and everything. So I have
That is hard to find, my friend. You've got a good woman there.
I'm blessed. I am absolutely blessed. But like I said, being at my lowest point and crying out to God, and just, he makes it he gives us signs that hard-headed people like me can't take it any other way but God. Because at our lowest, my brother shows up. And when I say he showed up, I like to tell people that the Holy Spirit opened the door for him. Because the guy that come to see me and minister and talk to me and tell me about we're meant for more than what you're doing here, and telling me about the mission.
Were you a little cynical when you came in?
I'm going to have to say I was all in, because I've done tried everything else. You know what I mean? I'd never just given up, surrendered, and let God, that's all I had left. I had nothing left. I was hopeless, so I wanted to try something different. And I'd seen the evidence in my brother, who I'd known for years, and we had the same life, chased the same things, and had the same results, except this guy that was standing in front of me was totally different. It wasn't the same person I knew.
615-312-1500. The John Bouchard & Sons Company phone bank is open. 615-312-1500. Would love your donations right now. Gabe Robinson is joining us. So many people, and we profile them, during our vignettes and also during the live interviews. You want to stick around and help others. Talk a little bit about your decision to stick with Nashville Rescue Mission to help others. I think there's a lot of people that want to just, go and start their life anew, but you chose to stay here. Tell me why.
Because this is the first opportunity I ever had to live a life with God and for God. Because they gave me hope here, and they've also radically changed my life. The things that I put in, the things that I see, even my outlook on life. And I really did want to be part of this, whether I stayed in transitional and made a home here. But luckily, Billy Eldridge, he's a director over operations and stuff, but he's the one that said, hey, why don't you put in an application for a job here? And it's the best decision I ever made. I don't see me going anywhere else, because this is just, I'm surrounded by godly men and women. And just people who want the best for me, and they tell me the hard truths too. You know what I mean? I don't like those people that tell me what I want to hear.
Right. And one of the things, the thread through your entire conversation has been about God.
Yes.
And I think that's great. Talk, though, about some of the other aspects of the program, because I think one of the things that I'm always harping on is how people here at the Rescue Mission, phone lines are open, 615-312-1500. Talk a little bit about how we at the mission help make people more productive, because this is an investment in people.
It is, and it's just because being older and stuff, I thought I knew how to, it's a life recovery program.
Yeah.
So I thought that I knew how to do life, but I did not. We have each level has a different criteria that you learn and stuff. And me being me, I was like, I don't struggle with this. I think I'm going to be good. You know what I mean? But it was just consistently. Every curriculum that we had, I realized that I did not know how to do life, that I needed to learn everything from the beginning, just following Christ, being honest with myself, learning how to trust others, learning how to love others, learning how to love myself.
Yep.
And there was just so much, and the radical hospitality that was showed to me through my life coach, through my instructors, and just through program participants too, you know what I mean? So that community-based life is something that I really held on to, because it's hard doing this thing out there on your own. I don't think you can. You know what I mean? First off, you got to have God, but also you got to have others.
Why should people give? And I'm asking you this question because I want to try to push. We are right now at 10,468 meals. By 7:06, I want to be at 12,000 meals. So right now we have raised $32,554. That is going to buy 10,468 meals. I can't do the math. Maybe you can, but I'm terrible at math. That's why I got into radio. But if we can get to 12,000 meals by 7:06, that would be huge. The phone number is 615-312-1500. You can always donate online, 997WTN.com. Text the keyword meals to 87365. And, Gabe, why should people donate?
Because this program truly changes lives. It has saved my entire family, and every one of my friends that I've known for 30 years or have been through this program and graduated. My wife, my daughter got her GED, my niece, my nephew. I mean, my entire family. And that's all because of the donations, you know what I mean? Because that keeps us the power on, the water running.
Well, think about it this way, and I don't mean to interrupt, but think about it this way, is that you arrived, you said, about 7 years ago?
Yes, sir.
And so I don't know how long. I wish somehow we could figure out how long WTN has been doing this rescue mission Radiothon, but we do it every year. So it was the donations from the same listeners who are listening right now that helped you become clean, sober, more productive.
Yes, and also turned me into a donor, to my family into a donor. We don't just listen, we don't just participate, we also donate not just money, our time. We've made it a family affair. So if you can't donate money, donate your time. Like I said, come, visit. It will change your life.
Clothing, time, money.
Prayers.
I
mean, absolutely.
Prayers is a big one. Gabe, thank you very much for joining us here on Super Talk 99.7. Great job. Always appreciate it. Maybe I'll see you next year.
Yes, sir.
All right. Gabe Robinson joining us here on Super Talk 99.7, WTN 654. And I want to say hello to Chris Hand if he's
Dan,
listening.
how are you?
I'm good. The John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank hotline, 615-312-1500. We're trying to get to 12,000 meals by 7 o'clock.
We got about 60% of our guys working hard in here. About 40% of them need to step it up. We need you guys to help them step it up. 615-312-1500. We've already raised over $32,000. This is an unbelievable blessing to be able to say that we've done this before 7 a.m., but we're trying to tick it up just a little bit more so that way we can meet our goals. We want to get to 12,000 meals by 7 a.m.
I'm going
706.
I'm going 706.
706.
So that's when I'm going to come back.
We're currently at about 10,500 meals. One meal is $3.11. Can you pull $3.11 out of your checking account today and give it to the Nashville Rescue Mission? That's what we're asking for. You can do more. You can get 100 meals at $311. You can do 1,000 meals. You name what you can do, but every little bit helps. I got a check here from an anonymous donor for $100 in honor of Charlie Kirk, and these Charlie Kirk donations keep rolling in too as well in memory of Charlie Kirk. Can you donate $17.76 for Charlie Kirk today in his memory? I know Charlie would have loved an organization like this that doesn't take any money from the federal government, that's able to preach a message of Jesus Christ and really bring actual transformation to so many people here in Nashville. This is exactly the kind of organization that we need to celebrate and support, which is why we're asking for you guys to call in today.
The John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank, 615-312-1500. I got to ask Chris, has anybody said, hey, can I talk to Chris?
Yes, I've talked to a couple people. My friend Robin from Right to Life, she called in, and her and her husband are just awesome people, and he works at Honda in Murfreesboro, and he had put out a challenge to other dealerships in the Murfreesboro area to beat his donation of $100. So thank you to my friend Robin and her husband Dave.
All right. Thank you, Chris. And my name is Dan Mandis, live from Nashville Rescue Mission, 615-312-1500. We're broadcasting live from the exclusive broadcast room, Nelson Mazda, and appreciate you listening to Super Talk. Great story from Nashville Rescue Mission.
My name's Crystal. What brought me to the women's shelter was my addiction to methamphetamine.
Addicted to meth and anything else that she could get her hands on. And as the years went by, Crystal had lost everything.
I lost everything. I didn't have work. I didn't have the ability to go home. I had charges against me. I had a GPS bracelet on. And so by the time that I got brought to the women's, I could no longer see my children. I had no money, nowhere to stay. And God had allowed me to get to the end of my rope, so he could do his best work.
But as God was doing his best work, Crystal was hard at work as well. At Nashville Rescue Mission, they help you to a sober, productive life. And that comes with a firm focus on what really matters and what's next.
they teach you a new way of life. So, one of our mottos is hope for today and hope for eternity. So when you get here, they take care of your basic needs first because, they make sure you're fed, they make sure you're clean, they make sure you're starting out a new path, and you can kind of heal and get on that path because, if you are lacking basic things in livelihood, there's really not a chance to start doing better, So they take care of that first. And then after that, through classes, through resources, through fellowship, staff that have walked the same path that you're walking, and experience that they are using to teach you, you're being given a whole new outlook. It's like a rewiring. And how to be sober and to stay sober, and how to do things differently, new work ethics, new desires to learn and go to class and get closer to God.
And while Crystal's journey continues, she's learned what makes the women's shelter different. It's those walking the same path and those helping along the way.
The ladies here, the program participants, are not only, they have awesome camaraderie, they support each other and they walk together, but the staff, because most of us over here are female, we do have maintenance men, but they are all part of the family too. It's just a big family. I mean, like you have someone to go to that can help you, like the counselors. No matter what you're facing, they can give you the tools that you need and help guide you through it. But some of the girls that I've had that were my girls that were in the program are still my friends today. They're not my friends, they're my sisters.
So Crystal, after time spent at the mission, has a life restored.
Oh yes, everything's good. So my oldest son turned 18. He's actually now 19. So, he aged out. Our relationships are all restored. My mom, my dad, our relationships are good. We get to go on trips together. We visit. Yes, I'm now married. I'm not in debt. I mean, it's just everything was restored. It's kind of like in Job. He gave me back what I thought I'd lost, but he gave me back double.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
WTN, Hendersonville, Nashville, from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
And the Mark Spain Real Estate WTN Newsroom. Information fueled, opinion driven.
This is Nashville's news and talk leader.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hey, it's Kyle from Blindster.com. There's never been a better time to buy blinds. 50% site-wide during our Black Friday sale going on now. Our blinds are custom-made and guaranteed to fit. Skip the big box stores and order online for less. This sale ends soon, so go to Blindster.com today.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Good morning. It's 7:01, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. The political fallout between President Trump and MAGA firebrand Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene continues even after Greene pens her resignation to Congress over the weekend. ABC's Sophie Flay has more.
The rift appearing to stem from their disagreement over the Epstein files. But we're learning their conflict began months ago. Sources say Greene has been fuming ever since Trump seemingly signaled he would not support her if she ran for the Senate or for governor. Insiders say Greene saw that as a betrayal.
And after outrage over a proposed peace plan for Ukraine pushed by the administration over the weekend, a possible breakthrough of peace between Russia and Ukraine remains at jeopardy. ABC News senior foreign correspondent Ian Pannell spoke with the podcast Start Here from Poland on the initial reactions to the deal.
I mean, if Vladimir Putin had been asked to draw up his Christmas wish list, this would have been everything on it, almost no concessions whatsoever. And that clearly horrified and shocked not just Ukrainians, but also Europeans and many on Capitol Hill. Now, the State Department pushed back and said absolutely not. This wasn't a Russian plan. And then the president started to row back saying, well, you know, this isn't the final thing. There is some wiggle room there.
And here locally, Metro Nashville police are investigating a shooting that left a juvenile injured in the city's Napier neighborhood, News 2 reports. It happened just before 7:45 p.m. Sunday in the 600 block of Charles E. Davis Boulevard. Officers responded to the minor suffering from non-life-threatening gunshot wounds. The victim was rushed to a nearby hospital for treatment and remains in stable condition. One person was detained at the scene for questioning, but no charges have been announced yet. Investigators say there's no known link to the other 3 shootings reported across Nashville this weekend. MMPD urges anyone with information to call Crime Stoppers at 615-74-CRIME. Your tip could stay anonymous and still earn a reward. Your market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Investors hope to kick off this short trading week on an up note. Futures point to a higher opening after stocks suffered wild gyrations last week. The Dow on Friday gained 500 points to close at 46,245. The S&P added 1%, the Nasdaq Composite 0.9. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is trying to ease the concerns of investors and consumers. Despite some struggling economic sectors, Bessent insists the U.S. is not at risk of sliding into recession in 2026. America's biggest meat supplier is trimming some fat. Despite record-high prices, Tyson Foods has lost more than $425 million in its beef division this year and plans to close a processing plant in Nebraska. Wicked for Good had a wicked good debut. The Universal Studios feature earned $150 million in its opening weekend domestically, eclipsing the $114 million its predecessor Wicked scored in its opening. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
That's the latest news. We've got your traffic coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Dense fog to start off our day today. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Stefano DiPietro. Give yourself extra time this morning. Take it easy on those foggy roadways. It is going to take until the tail end of this morning for that fog to completely burn off. More cloud cover this afternoon. Temperatures are in the 60s, perhaps an isolated shower. A few showers move in this evening, with then the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms late tonight into tomorrow morning, mainly in southeast middle Tennessee. Gusty winds, heavier downpours will be possible with any thunderstorm tonight.
You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN's annual Radiothon in support of Nashville Rescue Mission, presented by Mark Spain Real Estate. To make a donation, call 615-312-1500 or text the word meals to 87365.
7:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to our annual Radiothon, and it is our More Than a Meal Radiothon. We do this every year. And we'll be back to all of the news and the politics and all that kind of stuff tomorrow. But the reason we do this is because, and we are, 2 hours into an all-day broadcast. The reason we do this is because the Nashville Rescue Mission does an incredible job at helping people become more productive. The phone line is open, 615-312-1500. The John Bouchard & Sons Company phone bank line, 615-312-1500. And Chris Hand is here as well. My friend Chris is here in the phone bank. And we 7:06, and I wanted to see if we could get to 1,200 meals by 7 a.m. And 7:06, we were at 10,468 meals, 32,554. And so where are we? Were we able to get to 12,000 meals by 7 a.m.?
Well, before we get to that, you understand how we have these moments throughout the day where it's kind of like those aha moments where you realize how much good that the Nashville Rescue Mission really does.
Yeah.
So we're in here in the phone bank room, and we got a bunch of great guys working the phone, 615-312-1500. And I was talking with some of the organizers and said, man, if you're watching us on the stream, you kind of see me standing in a corner here, and I just have a banner behind me if you're watching on YouTube. And I said, is there any way that we could turn this around so that you can see the room? I mean, these guys are working so hard. We got some of the best people in Nashville volunteering their time to do this. And the organizers here said, we can't. Because at a certain point, there's going to be some women in here working the phone bank. And they could have been leaving very dangerous situations. They could have been left a domestic violence situation. And this is their safe space, and we can't allow people to know that they're here. And it was kind of one of those light bulb moments where you're like, man, you really do underestimate how good of work they're doing here, how they're keeping people safe, how they're keeping people warm and fed and clothed. And it was eye-opening. And then immediately after I have that realization, my friend CT walks in
Yes.
off the street, and CT walks in and he hands me a note, and I want to read it for you. It says, "This mission helped me when I was down and out, and so now I am giving back. I stayed at this mission, and I'm grateful. I hope this will help support the men's mission downtown and the beautiful women's mission in Germantown. I'm giving $40 in cash in thanks to the mission and also in honor of Charlie Kirk." And he handed me $40 cash.
Love it.
And he said, "Thank you so much." Well, I'm pleased to announce, Dan, that as of 7:06, we have hit the 12,000 meals.
Awesome.
We got a great donation from Mike Carney. He donated $997. And that really helped put us over the edge, along with CT's donation and everybody calling in. It is unbelievable to see how many people are coming through for us this early in the morning. 615-312-1500 is the number to call. $3.11 will give a meal today, and it goes on from there. However much you want to donate, you can donate. But let me just put it in perspective.
Yep.
The cost to shelter a guest per night, $23.50. $23.50 per night.
Yep.
For supporting a guest to go through the programs and services, based on the average stay here, which is about 68 days, that's $775. The cost per life recovery program participant, the average duration of the participation, $15,775. This isn't free, the work that they do here.
No.
This is hard work. They put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this, but they need the community to step up and fill that gap. So we're asking you guys to stand in the gap today. 615-312-1500.
Over 800 people a night now staying at Nashville Rescue Mission, getting off the streets, away from the encampments. These are people that want to be more productive. They want to be sober. They want to be safe, and they want to ultimately give back and, again, become more productive members of society. So I think that this is something that, again, I appreciate every single year. Chris, I know that you do as well.
Amen.
By the way, that CT, real quick, that came in and gave $40 in honor of Charlie Kirk.
Yes, sir.
He shows up every single year.
I love that.
He shows up every single year, gives me a fist bump, and gives that $40. And, he walked in and he said, "Do you remember me?" And I said, "Of course I remember you." Every single year he comes in and he gives me a fist bump and about $40, and we really appreciate not only CT but everyone's donations as well. John Bouchard and Sons Company Phone Bank, 615-312-1500. And Chris, I want to hear the cowbells and I want to hear the phones ringing. Go ahead, Chris.
We got to hear more cowbells, but I was just going to say on the point that you made about CT, he comes in here every year, but I think that really speaks to the transformation that happens inside these walls, because he comes back every year and he's celebrating another year of recovery. He's celebrating another year of sobriety. He's celebrating another year of his life being back on track. And I think that if you ask CT, would it have been possible without the Nashville Rescue Mission, I think he'd look at you and say, there's no way. There's absolutely no way.
Chris, thank you. And keep track of those donations. And folks, keep that phone ringing, 615-312-1500. Tim Allen is joining us. No, not the Tim Allen. I bet you get that a lot, though, Tim.
Yes, I do.
So you are currently a participant in the program, a life recovery participant?
Yes, I'm a graduate. I'm in a level of TH now, and I'm a supervisor of the cleaning ministry.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about your journey. Talk to me about what led you to the mission.
What led me to the mission was drug addiction, but since I got this little Bible knowledge, since I've been here, I now realize most of my continual trials and tribulations were all caused by me being spiritually dead, which basically means I ain't had no relationship with the Creator, which in turn enabled me to make godly decisions. So right now I'm in the Word. I'm starting to realize by the scriptures is letting me know what's wrong with me, what's wrong with humanity, and we can't do it on our own. The devil's a spiritual being. We just mortal beings. We are soul wrapped in a human body. We are soul living a human experience. So we can't fight this battle humanly. We need God. That's our divine connection. The soul is divinely connected to the Creator, so we need Him to fight the devil. That's a spiritual being.
Were you a Christian when you came in?
No, because you know what I'm saying. I realized that if your religion had a birth date, it was man-made, and I felt like it was it wasn't real. God said, "Be holy," and we were supposed. And I read that we were supposed to be like Him. So we should be striving to be holy. So, but no, I wasn't a Christian, but I always gave people who came up to me and preached the word, I gave them the time of the day.
Talk to me about your journey from when you arrived and how you were able to not reconnect, but connect with God, and how that changed your life, all thanks to the rescue mission.
Oh man, the Lord must have heard the cry in my heart and allowed this place to be available. But yeah, I was getting high right there outside on the sidewalk. I got put out of one program, and I paid somebody to bring me to the mission because I knew homeless shelters could help you get on your feet. But when I got here, I still had a little money in my pocket, so I was still getting high. So I tried to get a job, and the job wouldn't hire me through the temp service. I think the Lord knew I wasn't ready. I was going to spend that money on more drugs, so they didn't hire me.
Okay.
So I asked the guy about the program, and when he told me all they had to offer, then you get to the end, 18 months rent-free, and you could work and save your money, that light bulb went off. I said, I ain't about to leave here broke. I don't care. I don't care what go on. I ain't about to let nobody or nothing get in the way of me coming in this place, getting closer to the Lord, and leaving here with a little bankroll so I can go back to my family, break bread, and let them know that crack ain't win.
Talk to me a little bit. I'm gonna take a quick check of traffic, but I'm going to ask you what your plans are moving forward. And from what I understand, you have a little gospel song that you wanna throw down.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's what we're going to do. Tim Allen is joining us, and he is a life recovery participant here at Nashville Rescue Mission. And you can hear the passion in his voice for not only God, but for what happens here at the mission. So we're going to do that. Coming up next, it is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Talbot's Corner, 65 southbound before 24 downtown. Accident blocks the right shoulder. Brentwood, Edmondson Pike, we've got a crash at Old Smyrna Road. Napier, Murray Street, an accident at Old Hermitage Avenue. Laverne, watch for delays 24 westbound between Waldron Road and Haywood Lane. I'm Christy O'Brien.
615-312-1500 as far as your weather for today. Going to be partly cloudy, high in the lower to mid-60s. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. All right, so Tim Robinson is joining us. And Tim, first of all, you talk a little bit about your future plans. You are one of many who have graduated from the program, and now you are
supervisor of the cleaning ministry.
Supervisor of the cleaning ministry?
Yes, sir. So all the toilets and hallways and everything, that's us.
Okay, very good. And talk to me about how important it is that you stayed connected to the mission after you graduated.
It was very important because of the accountability and the Bible knowledge, the little Bible knowledge I gained. I took the job of cleaning because I figured it's kind of, people look at a janitor and people cleaning toilets as the lowest job. But with this Bible knowledge I gained, it was in a spiritual realm. It's really one of the biggest jobs.
Let me tell you something. People who look down on janitors and that kind of a thing, they're not looking down when the toilet stopped up or they need something to be cleaned. I think that it's great that people are actually working, and I appreciate what someone like you does. And I got to tell you that for the mission, I think that it is so important for people to stay connected with what brought them to God and sobriety.
That is true. Being connected, that's been, when I think back, that's been my biggest problem. When I drifted, when I lost connection with the Creator. Every time I put Him on the back burner, anytime holiness is compromised, destruction follows. And that's what everything, when I think back, would happen.
All right, you have a gospel song.
Yes, sir.
Or something to that effect. Mm-hmm. Now, I want to let folks know, because you said that you had about a 1 to 2 minute gospel song or something that you wanted to do. First thing I, of course, ask is, are you a singer? And you said no. And I'm like, oh, great. But I have every faith in the world that this is going to sound amazing. By the way, 615-312-1500. Chris and I'm going to come to you for an update here in a little bit. 615-312-1500. Tim Allen is a life recovery participant, and talk a little bit about your song. What did you write?
I wrote a song called You Open My Heart when I was incarcerated, and this song is dedicated for everybody who's dealing with addiction and everybody else with ears that can hear that's dealing with sin.
Okay, so fire away.
I can't seem to shake this feeling of pain and sorrow inside of me. Constantly running and running from the truth when it was you who always had the key. But you slowed me down, took away my frown. Now I know I'm not alone. I can feel your presence running through my veins, 'cause I'm shivering in my bones. You open my heart and show me the way. I'm no longer lost or running astray. You open my heart, you open my heart at night when I lay. Shines your light on me, gave me a new day. Oh, perseverance and faith was my only way to deal with life's ups and downs. I will know when the day of salvation comes, when I hear the trumpet sounds. It's your love, it's your grace that freed me from this place. Now I know how real joy feels. I got tears in my eyes, I got wings, I can fly. Now I know it's all for real. You open my heart and show me the way. I'm no longer lost or running astray. You open my heart, you open my heart at night when I lay. Shine your light on me, gave me a new day. Oh.
Okay, so I think you lied to me, Tim Allen, because you said that you're not a singer, but you rocked that.
Well, the Lord said make a joyful noise, and I ain't never took no singing lesson.
You rocked it in a gospel kind of way.
Yeah.
Very nice, man. I love that.
For sure.
All right, look, folks, if you liked Tim's song, You Open My Heart, call right now, 615-312-1500, the John Bouchard & Sons Company phone bank hotline, 615-312-1500. And Tim, that was great. Here's what I'd like to do.
What's up?
Next year, we do these little vignettes, and I produce them. I want to make sure that I do a vignette of you next year, because I want to be able to incorporate your singing into a vignette, because I love that. That was great.
All right, brother. I got some more, too, just let me know.
I will. Very good. And thank you very much for hipping up the room. I very much appreciate it.
It was an honor and a pleasure.
All right, man. See you later.
All
Tim
right,
Allen,
brother.
thank you very much. The phone number is 615-312-1500. Very quickly, we do have Chris Hand in the phone bank room. And
yes, sir,
Chris, what's
Dan,
going
how
on?
are you, man? I'll tell you what. Tim has some big fans back here in the phone bank. These guys were cheering him on back there, and the phones are ringing for Tim. So shout out to Tim. Currently, our total is $34,809.96. We need to get that up. We have some great people in the Nashville area calling in. Marie called in and donated $100. We got $50 from Tanya in Brentwood. We got $25 from Valerie in Shelbyville. We got $25 from Diane in Hendersonville, and $20 from Daryl in College Grove. We can definitely do more than this. We need to do more than this because the Nashville Rescue Mission never stops working for this city 365 days a year. 615-312-1500 is the number to call and donate today.
All right, there's other ways to donate as well. You can donate online, 997WTN.com. Click on the link to donate today. Text the keyword meals to 87365 to make a gift today. There is no donation too small. There's no donation, obviously, too large. But the Nashville Rescue Mission is all about helping people. You just heard Tim and his gospel song, You Open My Heart. And you can tell, not only from Tim, who expressed his appreciation for the rescue mission in song, but you can just hear it in every single person that I either interview live, we do the vignettes and so forth. And I got to tell you that it is my honor to be here and talk to these folks every single year. 615-312-1500. Please call and donate right now, 615-312-1500. There's a number of different ways that you can donate. You can, again, donate via phone, computer, text message as well. We do have some challenges, and we've been having fun with the challenges. Earlier, we had Plumber throwing out some challenges as well. If you are an Uber or Lyft driver, you can challenge as well other Uber or Lyft. You know, we could do Uber versus Lyft, because from what I understand, is there like a rivalry with Uber and Lyft? I don't know if I think there is. So if Uber drivers, if you want to challenge the Lyft drivers and vice versa, please feel free. We've been doing a lot of in honor ofs today. We have been doing a lot of in honor of Phil Valentine, also in honor of Charlie Kirk. So if you'd like to call, 615-312-1500. By the way, part of what we do is we like to allow shout-outs. So if you own a business and you want to call in and donate whatever you want to donate, give the name of your business, and we'll give you a shout-out right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 7:25. Got a lot more straight ahead. This is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
My name is Jerry, and I was addicted to meth.
Jerry was in and out of rehab, and nothing was helping him get what he truly needed, a chance at living life again. But he got that chance at Nashville's rescue mission.
I was ready for a change, and I just couldn't get back on my feet back home. I couldn't get away. I needed away from the people that I was around, and every time I thought I'd get catching a break, I'd get it knocked out from under me. And a police officer friend of mine back home told me about the Nashville Rescue Mission. I decided to come, and it was the best decision I ever made.
But before he made that decision, Jerry had a life. He had friends, a job, a family, until the drugs destroyed all that he knew.
Once I started using, I ended up losing my job, my family. I lost a lot of friends. And I went 3 years without speaking to my daughter. I had a granddaughter born that I never met for the first 3 years. I can't blame nobody for the choices I made. I'd started dating this girl and she'd started using, and I ended up started using, but it was my own fault. Ultimately, I made the choice, nobody else did.
Jerry arrives at Nashville's rescue mission addicted, hopeless, and homeless. And he needed help, and he found it. The lessons learned at the mission saved his life and helped him reconnect with those he loved.
It was a place I could get back up on my feet. If you come here, you could tell that the people really cared about you and what happened to you and wanted to help you. I was able to get my driver's license back here. I got my GED here. And eventually, my third month in the program, my daughter calls me out of the blue. And me and her got our relationship back. And that was the first time I got to meet my granddaughter, too, at 3 years old. She just had her third birthday. And my relationship with her, it was amazing, because I never thought she'd take over with me that quick. But there's something, I got the trust back with my daughter that I never thought I'd have back. Not trust, respect.
These days, Jerry is living life to the fullest and working with Nashville's rescue mission to pass on what he's learned to those that need the help, and his perspective on finding God, reconnecting with family, and Nashville's rescue mission. Miracles like Jerry's happen every day at the mission, and you can help by donating today.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
A fiery crash in Antioch turned deadly Saturday night, and the NBA gambling scandal heats up. Those stories and more on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's all about the view, and Super Talk TV is no different.
Start streaming on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, X, and Twitch.
Your favorite shows and hosts are all on Super Talk TV.
And it's here for my friends at DT McCall's. I have a brand new black refrigerator in my garage, courtesy of my friends at DT McCall's. Listen, if you need anything for your garage or your home, for example, furniture, if you need an appliance, go to DT McCall's. Now, what I do specifically is when I am told by the lovely Mrs. Mandis that she needs something for the house, first thing I do is I go to dtmccalls.com. This is a great website for a great company. I've bought a washer and dryer set. I've bought, of course, a refrigerator as well now. And so this is, again, a great company. They've got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. If you want to show up in person, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. They're always online. Again, this is what I do. Whenever I need something or I'm told that I need something, dtmccalls.com. They've been at it for over 100 years, 4 generations, with a focus on customer service. DT McCall's, again, if you need it, they've got it at great selection and terrific prices. And by the way, if you buy it, they're going to deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. And of course, they are sponsors of our Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon. Again, 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
Sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hey, it's Kyle from Blindster.com. There's never been a better time to buy blinds. Save up to 50% site-wide during our Black Friday sale going on now. Our blinds are custom-made and guaranteed to fit. Skip the big box stores and order online for less. This sale ends soon, so go to Blindster.com today.
Dan Mandis here, and listen, friends, if you need to save money on insurance, check out my friends at King & Associates Insurance. So many of my listeners have reached out and let me know that they've been able to save and save big with my friends at King & Associates. Now, one guy that I know, his 16-year-old daughter got into a car accident. She's fine, but King & Associates Insurance, they still saved him thousands of dollars when the time came for new insurance. You know why? Because at King & Associates, they do know that life does happen. And as independent agents, they can find you the best deal for you and your family. They're going to weed out the non-competitive companies and find the best options for you. And yes, they're going to keep the communication flawless as well. 615-321-8121 is the phone number. Save money. Get great insurance with King & Associates Insurance. 615-321-8121. tkinginsurance.com.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7.
Good morning. It's 7:30, and I am Sam Rutherford with your headlines. An NBA head coach and several mafia members are expected in a New York courtroom today over allegations that they ran an illegal gambling ring. ABC's Phil Tate has the latest from Brooklyn.
Portland Trail Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups and 30 other defendants are expected to appear here at the courthouse in downtown Brooklyn. They've all been charged to an alleged poker scheme. Now, this comes after prosecutors had dropped that bombshell indictment just last month, accusing Chauncey, along with the 30 others, of luring unsuspecting players to rigged poker games.
President Trump says a number of lawmakers who spent time in the military and intelligence services and released a video telling current military members they could refuse unlawful orders should be in jail. ABC's Brian Clark has more on the bipartisan reaction.
6 Democrats were featured in the video. One of them, Senator Alyssa Slotkin, a former intelligence officer, says it was needed.
We've had report after report of legal officer, JAG officers coming forward and saying, look, I push back on this. I'm not sure that this is legal.
Republican Congressman Mike McCall of Texas said these strikes on alleged drug boats are legal, but
I would tone down the rhetoric.
Senator Slotkin suggested that the president is talking about it to distract from stories involving Jeffrey Epstein and the state of the economy. Brian Clark, ABC News.
And in local news, Metro Nashville police are probing a deadly shooting that sparked a fiery crash in Antioch Saturday night. It unfolded around 8 p.m. at Willow Point Apartments on Hickory Hollow Terrace, where gunfire erupted during what detectives believe was a drug deal gone wrong. 2 men in a vehicle were struck by multiple bullets. Their car then sped off and slammed into a MAPCO gas station in the 700 block of Bell Road, where officers found them suffering from gunshot wounds. 21-year-old Merrick Winters was pronounced dead at the scene. The other victim, a 16-year-old boy, was rushed to Vanderbilt University Medical Center and remains in stable condition. Investigators recovered shell casings at the apartments but have no suspect details as of yet. Homicide detectives are trying to piece it together. If you know anything, call Crime Stoppers at 615-74-CRIME. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Okay, just one accident out there on the roadways this morning to report at Lebanon Pike and Bluefield Avenue. Other than that, we still have that dense fog advisory until 10 a.m. We got your normal volume delays building up this morning on 24 as you're making your way into town, and also at the 65-24 junction over by Briley Parkway. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Dense fog to start off our day today. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Stefano DiPietro. Give yourself extra time this morning. Take it easy on those foggy roadways. It is going to take until the tail end of this morning for that fog to completely burn off. More cloud cover this afternoon. Temperatures are in the 60s, perhaps an isolated shower. A few showers move in this evening, with then the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms late tonight into tomorrow morning, mainly in southeast middle Tennessee. Gusty winds, heavier downpours will be possible with any thunderstorm tonight.
Nashville Rescue Mission has helped all kinds of people, the addicted and those just looking for help. Take Jennifer, a victim of human trafficking and a benefactor of God's grace. A miracle that she was able to find her way to Music City.
I was trying to get away, and it seemed like no matter where I went, I always ended up getting caught again. And there was a small voice that said, go to Nashville, there'll be a safe place. And an opportunity came. I went to the truck stop and I sat down. I said, okay, God, I'm not gonna ask anybody. And in 5 minutes, this guy came up and said, what do you need? What can I do? And I said, I need a ride out of here. And he said, okay, hold on, I'll be right back. And he came back and he said, come on, let's go.
And she made it to Nashville in one piece and hoping that her past was behind her. You see, Jennifer had been trafficked for 2 years before escaping this horrifying situation and finally feeling safe at Nashville's rescue mission.
So I spent 7 months and leaned in to God, and He is, when I wanted confirmation from people, He confirmed Himself through scriptures and just through love of others. And I am eternally grateful. He saved my life.
Now, as you can imagine, Jennifer was going through a lot, but she rediscovered the power of her faith. And Jennifer went from being held captive, scared, and lonely to now free and with a new life ahead, thanks to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
I'm His, and He's mine. My job, a lot of people's like, what's the purpose of life? I know what my purpose is, and it's to love and to show the love of Christ and to live in truth. And those are the two things that I live by.
From being a hopeless prisoner to a child of God, Jennifer helps those at the mission today find their own path to productive lives, thanks to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
So I work here at the mission. I've stayed at the mission, and I work at the mission, and I love these ladies. And life happens, and it can happen really fast, and it can happen to anyone. I don't live in fear. I've came through situations that are unbelievable, and have been protected.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and appreciate you listening to our annual Radiothon in support of the Nashville Rescue Mission. And it is always such an honor and a treat to not only speak to the participants here at the program, but also the graduates as well, the folks that work here. And we always count on your donations. right now. The donation hotline is open at 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. The John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank is open and waiting for your calls. The other thing I like about doing this Radiothon every single year, and I think this is my 13th, is that I get to speak to some of our advertisers, some of our clients who support this yearly initiative, and Mark Spain Real Estate is always so amazing to work with, and you folks support us by being primary sponsor every single year, and Jan Cooper is joining us here at the Mission. Nashville Director of Sales, Mark Spain Real Estate. I like so much of what Mark Spain does, right? I've been endorsing Mark for a long time. In addition to helping people find the homes of their dreams and being able to help people move when they want to move, and we'll get into all of that. But I really like the charitable aspect of Mark Spain Real Estate. Talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So Mark Spain, he was in real estate privately for 30 years before he started Mark Spain Real Estate, the brokerage, and then the Mark Spain Foundation. So he also has 5 kids, so he's a big family man.
Mark has got 5
kids, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's a big family man, and he wanted to make sure, one, that we had a culture that supported the communities that we served, and 2, that we were able to give back to families. So I'll name some of my favorite initiatives. 1, we do the monthly mortgage giveaway. So every month in North Carolina, Tampa, here in Nashville, we give away $1,500 every single month to a family to help pay their mortgage.
Really?
Yes.
That's awesome.
I know. And then a new initiative that they're starting this year is giving away a small forest, 300 Christmas trees to families in need to make their holidays bright. And then we've given back to, obviously, the Nashville Rescue Mission, Hope for Helene. There's been so many initiatives that they do every year. We have the Christmas Wish, where we gift, families their Christmas lists for their kids. They pay for groceries, just so many awesome things. It's really cool to be a part of.
So when did Mark become sort of national? Because I know that he started in Georgia, right?
Yep.
And then all of a sudden it was like he was everywhere. Talk a little bit about, because I find it fascinating, not only his journey, but also why he finds it so important to do all of these community things, like, for example, the monthly mortgage and giving away all of the Christmas trees and fulfilling the Christmas wishes. I think that is amazing.
Yeah. One of our core values is lead with a servant's heart. So it's important for us, the employees, right, to be able to feel proud to go to the grocery store or, hang out in our communities and know that we give back. So it's the feeling of knowing that we're doing something greater than real estate and we're giving back to the communities and the families that we serve in a big way.
It all starts at the top with, of course, Mark Spain. How do you decide who to give the mortgage to? Like, I'm curious about how people, because I know ears perked up all across Middle Tennessee. It's like, okay, how do I sign up for that?
Yes, well, you can go to our website, and at the bottom, like markspain.com, at the bottom, it talks about the Mark Spain Foundation, and you'll be able to see all of the different initiatives. I don't know the details on how you get on the good list on that one, but keep an eye out for it.
Okay, so I'm gonna go for that myself.
Okay.
So, see, I'm totally kidding. I don't think I'm actually eligible.
You're
but
not eligible.
Talk about the Christmas wishes. So, are we talking about kids? Are we talking about what does that mean?
Yeah, it's just family. So any family can apply for it, and then it's a part of the Atlanta market. So they do a radiothon similar to this, and people call in, share their stories, and they pick a family in need.
Wow, that is amazing and very cool. The thing that I like about Mark and what I've learned about you, Jan Cooper, and Mark Spain Real Estate is that you talk about servant's heart. And for Mark, when he comes into a market, because he is growing and expanding for a lot of different reasons, we'll get into that. But I think part of what endears me with Mark Spain, what I really like about him, is that he does come in, and it's not just about the money. It is about the community.
Yeah, 100%. It's important, and that's how you grow, right? We wouldn't be able to grow as fast and be as successful if we didn't lead with a servant's heart. So it's important to him that when we go into a market, we're not just recognized for real estate, but, the charitable acts that we do as well.
We are so grateful for Mark Spain and what he does for the radio station, and we are ever so thankful for that. Talk a little bit about his growth real quick. And the fact that because, number one, he provides a great service, and number two, he really does connect with the community. Mark Spain Real Estate, I mean, I don't want to sit here and do a commercial. It's just a 60-second read.
Yeah.
But you folks are growing big time.
Yeah. So we started off in Georgia. We have 5 offices there. We were in North Carolina. We're in Texas, Florida, and we talked about this earlier, but we're going for world domination. So
World domination.
Yeah, we'll be national soon, I'm sure.
Yeah. What is the best part about your job?
Ooh, so I get to help real estate agents make their lives really big and be able to take what they love, their passion for helping others, and turn it into something that supports their family. So anytime you can do charitable work or help others, it's that feeling of them getting their first closing and then what they're able to do with their family because of that. I've had people be able to take their families on big vacations, Disney World, cruises, and that's just the best feeling ever.
One of the things that I like about what you do, I've bought and sold, and I know I told you this years ago, I've bought and sold, I think now it's about 10 homes,
Yeah.
right? So I've been there, done that. And I have been that person who is stuck in my current home, and the purchase of my next home is contingent upon me getting out of my starter home, if you will. And that's where Mark Spain really can help. Talk about the fact that Mark Spain Real Estate, they do help you move when you want to move. It's all about opportunity.
Yeah, we are big on maximizing every transaction for speed, ease, and value. So whatever your goals are, whatever your priorities are, we have a program or solution to help you get there. So that's pretty standard to be, your home being contingent on the sale of your other home, and we navigate that situation every single day. So it's great to have somebody on your corner, your corner with that.
Whenever I, especially when I first started, but when I read the commercials for Mark Spain Real Estate, this is a father story. My father, I remember that he was in a mobile home.
Okay.
I don't know what you call them now. A trailer.
Okay.
It's not what I was going for, but thank you, a trailer. But it was a trailer. Nope. It had very humble beginnings, and his life had been destroyed by a fire and a divorce. Whole thing. It's a whole thing. But he had finally been able to sort of unbury himself out of the debt and everything that was going on with him. And he had he wanted to move into this other house. He was stuck, though, in this trailer. And the sale of the home fell through, and it was a whole thing because he couldn't sell the trailer. That's why I think that it's that experience that I draw upon when I read your commercials, because I know that you do provide that service where people are able to get out of their homes, quickly move on to the next chapter of their lives. And, very much like the rescue mission helps people go on to the next chapter of their lives, so does Mark Spain Real Estate, and I love that you folks do that. In closing, talk about what's next for 2026 in Mark Spain. Where are you guys going to be next?
Oh, who knows? We're looking to open a second office here in Tennessee, so that's really exciting. Yeah, so we're thinking maybe going up north and maybe hopping over the border and going a little bit into Kentucky.
Okay, very good. Now, is Nashville your only... Is Nashville your only office in Tennessee? Are you in Knoxville yet, or
Not
Chattanooga?
Yet. Not yet. Yeah. So our office is actually in Franklin, but most of our agents live here in Nashville. We're all local. We cover a wide service area. So we go all the way up to the Kentucky border, all the way down into Coffee County. So we cover a wide area, but we're not stopping there.
I love it. Okay, so real quick, just to recap, because I'm running late, but I always love having you in. MarkSpain.com, where people can get more information on the monthly mortgage, the Christmas trees giveaway, the Christmas wish, and all kinds of other things are related to Mark Spain's charitable efforts.
Yes, absolutely. And our social media as well, Facebook, Instagram, all of the details are there.
Jan, I cannot thank you enough for what you folks do for us every single year. Thank you, and thank you for coming by.
Thank you for having me.
It is 7:47 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads.
Donaldson, Lebanon Pike, watch for an accident at Bluefield Avenue. No problems coming in on 40 or 65. No unusual delays on 24 or 440. Dense fog around this morning. Give yourself some extra time. I'm Christy O'Brien.
All right, very good. As far as your weather goes, today looks like we're going to have highs in, I believe, in the 40s and also partly cloudy. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, real quick, Chris Hand is standing by in the John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank, 615-312-1500. And Chris, how are we looking right now?
Well, just to give you an update, thanks to our friends at the Wellness Institute of Nashville, we are at 12,115 meals, which is fantastic. We got a long way to go, and we don't want to, celebrate or count chickens before they hatch, but we have a very, very big goal today, and we need everybody to step up. And we've had some great members of the community coming in. Carl in Spring Hill donated $100. We had Tim in Cartersville donating $500, and then Chuck in Beersheba donated $1,000. So thank you to Chuck. And thank you to everybody calling. Is it Beersheba?
I don't know. I've never heard of a Beersheba. Is there a Beersheba, Tennessee?
I had a feeling that this was going to devolve.
You guys ever heard of Beersheba?
Back and forth about the name of the town. Beersheba?
No, we don't. None of us know where Beersheba is, but apparently there's a Bible reference in there somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a Beersheba, Tennessee. And it doesn't matter. Thank you very much for donating. So how many meals have we bought so far?
12,115 and counting.
Okay, 12,115 and counting. Thank you very much, folks. The John Bouchard and Sons hotline is open, 615-737, I should say 615-312-1500. So, and we were doing, are you still doing, we still hearing from people, Chris, who are doing challenges? I know that we had some veterans earlier call up and challenge other veterans. If you are a Georgia so how do you want to do it, Chris? Do you want to have the Georgia Bulldogs fans try and challenge the Tennessee Vols fans and see who can donate more? Is that what we should try to do? I think that's what we'll try to do. I think Chris,
fans, because Murphy's going to get in here at 3:00 in the afternoon, and he's going to be telling all the Georgia fans to do it. So I feel like we have some momentum, we have some runway in front of us to get the Vols fans to call in and donate.
Well,
so that way there's no way Georgia can win.
Those Vandy fans have the thicker pockets too.
Oh, fair.
Wow, okay, very good. Sam chiming in. All right, thank you, Sam, very much. By the way, let's not forget Vanderbilt, right? Because Vandy can, donate as well. So 615. Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't matter. It's 615-312-1500. All right, it is 7:50 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. There's so many different ways that you can donate. It is the Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon, and you can go online to donate, 997WTN.com. You can text the keyword meals to 87365 to make a gift today. Also, we are having folks donate in honor of a loved one. So a lot of people donating this morning in honor of Charlie Kirk, Phil Valentine as well. And if you want to make that donation, 615-312-1500. And guys, I want to play a vignette here. So let's hear another amazing, incredible story from Nashville's Rescue Mission.
My name's Crystal. What brought me to the women's shelter was my addiction to methamphetamine.
Addicted to meth and anything else that she could get her hands on. And as the years went by, Crystal had lost everything.
I lost everything. I didn't have work. I didn't have the ability to go home. I had charges against me. I had a GPS bracelet on. And so by the time that I got brought to the women's, I could no longer see my children. I had no money. Nowhere to stay, and God had allowed me to get to the end of my rope, so he could do his best work.
But as God was doing his best work, Crystal was hard at work as well. At Nashville Rescue Mission, they help you to a sober, productive life. And that comes with a firm focus on what really matters and what's next.
They teach you a new way of life. So, one of our mottos is hope for today and hope for eternity. So when you get here, they take care of your basic needs first because, they make sure you're fed, they make sure you're clean, they make sure you're starting out a new path, and you can kind of heal and get on that path because, if you are lacking basic things in livelihood, there's really not a chance to start doing better, So they take care of that first. And then after that, through classes, through resources, through fellowship, staff that have walked the same path that you're walking, and experience that they are using to teach you, you're being given a whole new outlook. It's like a rewiring. And how to be sober and to stay sober, and how to do things differently, new work ethics, new desires to learn and go to class and get closer to God.
And while Crystal's journey continues, she's learned what makes the women's shelter different.
It's those walking the same path and those helping along the way.
The ladies here, the program participants, are not only, they have awesome camaraderie, they support each other and they walk together, but the staff, because most of us over here are female, we do have maintenance men, but they are all part of the family too. It's just a big family. I mean, like, you have someone to go to that can help you, like the counselors. No matter what you're facing, they can give you the tools that you need and help guide you through it. But some of the girls that I've had that were my girls that were in the program are still my friends today. They're not my friends, they're my sisters.
So Crystal, after time spent at the mission, has a life restored.
Oh yes, everything's good. So my oldest son turned 18. He's actually now 19. So, he aged out. Our relationships are all restored. My mom, my dad, our relationships are good. We get to go on trips together. We visit. Yes, I'm now married. I'm not in debt. I mean, it's just everything was restored. It's kind of like in Job. He gave me back what I thought I'd lost, but he gave me back double.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, we'll tell you why Chicago can't even make it through a Christmas tree lighting, and those Commodores simply can't be contained. Those stories and more coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The Chris Hand Show.
Never received pushback like this on any topic before. I said the Death Star had a lot of private contractors that had families that they needed to get home to. 6442 said the Death Star was built with forced labor camps, and it did blow up a planet.
You may not be back in the right camp here, just let you know.
1012 agree with me, though. He said, did you really just go full Clerks on the audience? I said, I did. It's me and this one guy versus everybody.
The Chris Hand Show, weekday mornings 9 to noon and streaming on the Super Talk 99.7 WTN app. From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
We've got an accident blocking the left lane. Belmont, 65 northbound, watch for a crash at Wedgwood Avenue. And Donaldson, Lebanon Pike, there's an accident at Bluefield Avenue. No problems on 40 or 24. I'm Christy O'Brien.
My name is Coco. I was addicted to methamphetamine and alcohol.
Coco was living the good life until bad decisions derailed her.
Living downtown on top of my game, and, I lost my way. I was working as a bartender, and not that that's why. I just had perfected the art of using drugs. I mean, I had been a daily user since I was like 11 years old.
Being a downtown bartender means there's lots of temptations. Coco was living the life she wanted until she realized that there were consequences to that kind of behavior.
The next thing you know, I'm living downtown at 505, just living the high life, in a high rise, and I was evicted. I was making so much money, but I was spending it all on drugs. And so I got evicted and I became homeless, and I was living, just out there digging through trash cans. I was sexually assaulted. So I went to the rape clinic. They did their exams and my statement and all of that. And when they finished up that, they said, we called Nashville Rescue Mission and they have a bed for you. And I was like, what in the world?
But that early cynicism gave way to relief that she had found a place that could help her get clean and stay sober, whether that was her intention or not.
And I was like, okay, this is pretty nice. Like, I can come in here, get myself, and then bounce. Like, I had no intention of getting clean. I knew no other life. I knew no other way of how to be like a normal participating person in society anymore. I just completely lost my way.
But once she got over the pain of withdrawals and getting cleaned up, she was able to slowly but surely get herself back on track. Thanks to Nashville Rescue Mission and God.
I didn't believe in God when I got here. I had no idea that he was working in my life. And I would say, just getting to know the Lord through the program. Also, one-on-one counseling, group counseling. They take you to the doctor. They help you get yourself reestablished. I was able to go to the dentist. I was able to get some eyeglasses and, just start really working on myself. And once I got myself out of that dope sick, I was like, okay, maybe there is hope. Getting to know the Lord, that is just front and center in my life now.
These days, Coco works at the mission. She's financially stable and doing well. And thanks to the support she received, her family is now back in her life.
Yes, my relationship with my daughter, my relationship with my niece, my mother and my stepdad, they're deceased, and, but the relationships of my family that I had are restored today because of this program, because of Nashville Rescue Mission. I mean, it's incredible. It feels great. I mean, I can't even tell you. If you were to see my picture, my intake picture to now, you wouldn't even be able to recognize me.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
WTN, Hendersonville, Nashville, from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
And the Mark Spain Real Estate WTN Newsroom. Information fueled, opinion driven.
This is Nashville's news and talk leader.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. Heartbreak in downtown Chicago Friday night. A mass shooting near the iconic Chicago Theater left 7 teenagers wounded, turning holiday joy into terror amid a so-called teen takeover crowd. It erupted around 9:50 p.m. in the 100 block of North State Street just after the city's Christmas tree lighting drew thousands to Millennium Park blocks away. Officers on patrol heard gunfire into a group of teens ages 13 to 17 and found victims with leg, hip, and graze wounds, all rushed to hospitals like Lurie Children's and Stroger, now in good to fair condition. A 14-year-old, Armani Floyd, lost his life an hour later and blocks away in a separate shooting and injured an 18-year-old as well, pushing the night's toll to 1 dead and 8 hurt, all teenagers. Police recovered shell casings but have no suspects. It is linked to unauthorized teen gatherings that have been advertised online. One of the young offenders behind the Slender Man stabbings is now back in custody Sunday evening, Monday morning after being located on the run. ABC's Allison Kosick has the details.
Geyser was taken into custody in Illinois after police in Madison, Wisconsin say she cut off her ankle monitoring bracelet and escaped from a group home Saturday night. Police overnight confirming she was found at a truck stop 25 miles south of Chicago with another person who was also detained.
And here locally, in a season that's rewritten Vanderbilt football history, the Commodores stand at 9-2 after a record-shattering 45-17 rout of Kentucky Saturday. Quarterback Diego Pavia torched the Wildcats for 484 passing yards and 5 touchdowns, both single-game school records, pushing Vandy to a perfect 7-0 at home for the first time since 1941. This marks Vanderbilt's best start since 1950 with blowout wins and close-fought losses generating buzz. The hype is real. But the real dream, the expanded 12-team college football playoff, currently ranked number 12 in the AP poll. Vanderbilt's path is narrow. Win out at rival Tennessee next Saturday, then pray for chaos with potential losses by Oklahoma, Texas, or Notre Dame to crack at the at-large top 7. Odds sit around 30% per analyst, but a 10-2 finish could make them a SEC Cinderella story. Clark Lee's crew has Nashville dreaming big. Can they shock the world? Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Just as the market opens, the Dow is up 128 points, the Nasdaq is up 218 points, and the S&P is up 39 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN's annual Radiothon in support of Nashville Rescue Mission, presented by Mark Spain Real Estate. To make a donation, call 615-312-1500 or text the word meals to 87365.
This hour also brought to you by Busy Bee.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. New at Lowe's, Pro Block Quick Dry Primer. Expertly manufactured by Sherwin-Williams. Engineered for pros to dry fast, lock stains, and go on smooth for virtually flawless results. Available now in oil and water-based. Grab yours today at Lowe's.
And the super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. We are in the middle of our annual Radiothon, and as always, we so much appreciate your donations, 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. My name is Dan Mandis. Chris Hand is here as well, and the John Bouchard phone bank is rocking right now, 615-312-1500, and we very much appreciate all that you do. I want to tell you about my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, and of course they are one of the big sponsors for our Radiothon. Mark Spain Real Estate. Sell your home with Mark Spain Real Estate. You can get the strongest cash offer in the industry. You're going to save time, make the most money, and eliminate all that hassle. Dan Mandis here, and you know I do always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate to my friends here in Nashville because I can trust that they are going to sell their homes hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. As a matter of fact, with Mark Spain Real Estate, they are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. They've got over 13,000 five-star reviews, and you can trust my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. They sell more than 38 homes every single day, making them the most experienced real estate team in America. You can trust them to sell your home hassle-free and with the strongest all-cash offer in the industry. 855-299-SOLD is the phone number, 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime. It is markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Okay, got several accidents to report to you this morning. Got a crash out at Summer Crescent Boulevard at Ashford Trace in Davidson County. Another accident out in the Donaldson area at Lebanon Pike and Bluefield Avenue still being worked. A crash on I-65 northbound at the Wedgwood Avenue exit 81 with the right shoulder blocked in that one. An injury crash to report in the south side area at 2nd Avenue at I-40 westbound. And then out in Williamson County, a crash with the left lane block. Stop and go traffic from Armory Drive exit 79 at I-65 southbound under the Old Hickory Boulevard south exit 74. And then a crash with the right lane blocked at Briley Parkway southbound at McGavick Pike exit 12. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Dense fog to start off our day today. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Stefano DiPietro. Give yourself extra time this morning. Take it easy on those foggy roadways. It is going to take until the tail end of this morning for that fog to completely burn off. More cloud cover this afternoon. Temperatures are in the 60s, perhaps an isolated shower. A few showers move in this evening with then the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms late tonight into tomorrow morning, mainly in southeast middle Tennessee. Gusty winds, heavier downpours will be possible with any thunderstorm tonight.
Robbie had been in and out of treatment, trying to live clean, with terrible results. He ended up in jail, and then things really began to unravel.
I actually wrecked my car, lost my job, lost my apartment, and the only thing I could think of was coming back to the life recovery program and doing a reset, and that's what brought me back here today.
Robbie and his wife were both addicted, and they had a daughter they feared they would lose if they didn't clean up. That's why they ended up back at the Nashville Rescue Mission.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the main things you learn when you go through some of these treatments is, old people, places, and things. Like when you put yourself in a position where something feels so comfortable, and it's easy to fall back into it. And so having something like that, and even though you might think in your mind this is just something simple, I'm gonna have fun one time, but when you fight addiction, when you open that door, there's really no shutting it.
There's so much they can offer at the mission: job training and placement, life recovery, and most importantly, God.
It's the most important component in life. My life is a proven example of that. The best moments of my life are when I'm in church and I'm putting God in the forefront of every decision. It's when I start making decisions on my own that things seem to start steering off path. And then if you could take a reel of my life and you see that when I get when I put God back in front and I start like really trusting in Him again, how easy it is for Him to turn your life around and put you back on the right path.
And now as Robbie reflects back on his life, he realizes without the mission, he has no idea where he'd be today.
At the moment, looking back at where I was before I came back, I don't know, homeless, wandering the streets, dead. I was going down a really dark path, and the drugs that are out there these days, especially some of these opiates, fentanyl, oxycodone, those things that I was addicted to. I mean, there's people fall over dead every day.
Robbie is about to graduate, and these days he's doing incredibly well.
I've got money in the bank. I've got a car. I rebuilt my relationship with my daughter. I actually got to see her for the first time last weekend for her birthday. Spent the whole weekend with her. To go from not seeing my daughter for a year to God not only working in my life, but my ex-wife's life, and I'm in a really good place right now.
And that good place Robbie is in, it's because of Robbie's renewed relationship with God and the Nashville Rescue Mission.
This place changes lives. It does things for men who need it, who may not have any other options. So it would be a blessing. It would be, you're changing someone's life. And there's hundreds, there's so many people out there that need that help. So my message would be, please help.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
'809 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here live from Nashville Rescue Mission and our More Than a Meal Radiothon 2025. And I'm here along with my friend Chris Hand, and the donations are coming in. We can always use more. Let me repeat that phone number, 615-312-1500. Now, Chris, we've got a whole bunch of cowbells in there's the cowbells now. We have a bunch of
cowbells going on in the background, Dan. Hey, real quick, we do have some people coming in, and they're calling in, getting shout-outs for their business. So my buddy Rodney just called, and I've been working the phones during the commercial breaks. This is what I do in my free time. I answer the phones.
Sure.
So Rodney called in. He's got a DJ business, DJ Cosmo. He spins all of his records on vinyl, 70s and 80s. He donated $100 to us, and he wanted us to shout out his business. So if you need a DJ, call DJ Cosmo. I also got a donation from Randall Perry in Ashland City. He donated $1,500, and that is just simply amazing. As I'm kind of sitting here, man, 71 years the Nashville Rescue Mission has been doing this.
Yep.
71 years. Providing hope, providing a place to stay, providing a meal for so many in this great city. And I just wonder if we can get some people to support that by donating $71 right now. Can you donate $71, $1 for every year that the Nashville Rescue Mission has been helping this community? I think that would make a big difference if we got a few hundred people to call in and donate $71.
You know what, the thing that we haven't mentioned enough this morning is the women's shelter. Now, I just went to the women's shelter a couple of weeks ago, and it's amazing, and it's brand new, and some of those that women's shelter was built through many ways, but donations to the Nashville Rescue Mission from WTN listeners. So when you talk about, you've got the men's shelter, you've got the women's shelter, you've got transitional housing and transition program, life transition, but the women's shelter is so important, and this is a shout out to you ladies, where I want you to think about you and your kids, and you are unemployed. Maybe you are escaping some sort of a violent household, a domestic violence situation, and you've got nowhere to go. and you're threatened and you don't feel safe, you can go to the Nashville Rescue Mission. You can be safe there. Your kids can be safe there. Your kids can actually go to school, get to know other kids as well. The women's shelter, not only is it brand new, but it is also amazing. And I was, again, just out there a week or two ago, and you see all the women who have been victims of, again, domestic violence, and they're running from a violent situation, or they're trying to recover from their own addictions. And so the women's shelter, the fact that they were able to get this built and get this built with donations and private grants and so forth, just amazing. And so one of the things that I would challenge the ladies that are listening is I want you to put yourself in that mindset of trying to find someplace safe for you and your kids. That's what the Women's Shelter of Nashville Rescue Mission does. So that phone number is 615-312-1500. The John Bouchard & Sons Company phone bank, 615-312-1500. If you want to talk to Chris Hand and get a personalized thank you, he will actually do it. Other ways to...
I'm back here. I'm ready to go. One thing that you mentioned, though, about the women's shelter, which I think is important to point out, there is a lot of children that the Nashville Rescue Mission serves, and they go above and beyond for these kids. One of the things that always strikes me every time we come here, because every year we come through and we talk to the people that are here before we kind of do the radiothon, and they always remind me, the school bus comes to the Nashville Rescue Mission first in the morning, and it comes last in the afternoon. And they do that so that way the kids that are living here don't have to deal with that pressure of living at a homeless shelter.
Yeah,
they don't
stigma.
have to deal with the stigma of it. And it seems so little, but that's what they do with all of the details here. They pay attention to them, and it's truly amazing. So as of right now, we have a goal of hitting 15,000 meals by 9 a.m., okay?
Yep, 15,000 meals by 9.
We are 2,700 meals short of that goal. One meal is only $3.11. So if you're doing napkin math, we have a bit of a ways to go, but we can do that $3 at a time. So 2,700 meals times $3.11, we need about $8,300, about $8,400 before 9 a.m. Can you be the difference maker? Can you donate $71 for the 71 years that the Nashville Rescue Mission has been in business here in Nashville? Can you donate $3 to take care of one of those meals out of the 2,700 we need? And we're not asking for the world. We're asking for you to skip coffee this morning. $3 goes a long way when you give it to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
And remember, you are investing in people, and you are making those people, helping those people become more productive. And, it's not a handout, it's a hand up. That's what we always like to say. They don't accept here, as we always remind folks, they don't accept any money from the federal government. It is Christ-centered. Chris, thank you. I hear the phone ringing. I want to hear a lot of cowbells. And call right now, 615-312-1500. We've got a goal. 15,000 meals by 9 a.m., and so we are short a little over 2,000 meals. So if you can throw us a solid, 615-312-1500. Coming up, we're going to talk to a guy, DeWarren Smith, who is actually going to be graduating from the program here in tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow, yes.
It's very exciting. Real quick, though, got to check the roads on WTN.
Opryland, Bradley Parkway southbound of McGavick Pike. Accident blocks the right lane. Brentwood, 65 southbound under Old Hickory Boulevard south. We've got a crash in the left lane. Traffic stop and go from Armory Drive. And south side, 2nd Avenue, an accident at 40 westbound. I'm Christy O'Brien.
On Super Talk 99.7. All right, so DeWarren Smith, you are graduating tomorrow. That is very exciting.
Yes, sir. Very exciting. Yes, sir. Yes,
tell
sir.
me what brought you to the mission.
I was going through a life of a cycle, not being stable, moving from place to place, and then I started drinking and drugging, and so I got to the point where I said I need help, and so I called a family member, and they called a friend that had graduated from the rescue mission, and they referred me here. I called the guy, Monty Thomas, and I'm here.
That's a name we hear a lot of.
Yes, sir.
And so talk about your 7-month journey.
So My 7-month journey. Well, starting out, it was kind of, exciting. Now, when you get married and you go through the honeymoon stage, you're excited and you're having fun. But then got to a point like, why am I here and what do I need to do to be better in life?
Mm-hmm.
So I got serious, buckled down, and started taking in what the teachers were teaching, what the counselors were speaking to me, and what staff members were doing, what the other people were doing, and the stories from the higher ups, other graduates, and it just went from there.
When you arrived at Nashville Rescue Mission, did you know that God was at the center of all of their teaching and their mission?
I did not know that. I didn't know what I was stepping into. Honestly, I didn't know what I was coming. When I came here, I was like, well, I hope this isn't just another shelter. And then I saw Monty at the door. He said, come on. And it was like, as soon as I stepped through the door, it was like, you can feel it. You can feel it as soon as you come in. And I just kind of knew I was at the right place.
So through the 7 months, what has been the most important part of the teaching for you? Has it been the focus on God? Has it been the focus on getting prepared for life outside of the mission once you graduate tomorrow? What has been the most important aspect to you?
The most important aspect to me has been the 12 steps.
Mm-hmm.
Through a faith-based lens, the traditions and the spiritual principles, that's been like the most important.
What are you going to do? You graduate tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And so I don't know exactly how it works, but have you been able to attend the graduations of others?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've watched other people graduate. Now it's your turn.
Yes, sir.
And what is next for you? Are you going to work here at the mission, or are you going to fly the coop and find something to do outside of the mission?
No, so I'm gonna go on over to transitional housing.
Okay, good.
Of course, get a job, then start school to become a certified electrician.
Nice.
So that's my goal.
They make a lot of money, those certified electricians. If I knew anything about any of that wiring stuff, I'd probably be doing that. Real quick, why should people give to the mission?
Man, because it's, you're helping so many lives, and you're helping the mission help so many lives. So it's, man, I would give to the mission, because the mission is like a hospital for the people. So you're giving to people that's better in their condition, better in their lives. You're investing in something that's good, something that's concrete.
Well, that's what I always say. I mean, one of the things that I say 1,000 times during this broadcast is that when you give to the mission, you're investing in people like you, yes, who want to come to the mission and become better, productive person, and that helps you, obviously, but it helps society too.
Right.
And so now with you graduating tomorrow, that means that we have a more productive member of society, and eventually you'll be paying taxes like everybody else, and I'm sure that you're really looking forward to that.
Yes, sir. I'm very content with
Absolutely.
where I am. Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank
you. Maybe I'll see you again next year.
Thank you.
All right. That is DeWarren Smith. And DeWarren, thank you very much. And again, congratulations on your graduation. And if you want to help people just like DeWarren, check us out on Facebook, on YouTube. We're broadcasting live on all the socials this morning, as we do every morning. 615-312-1500 is the phone number. The John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank, 615-312-1500. And we are broadcasting live from the Nelson Mazda broadcast room here at Nashville Rescue Mission. We have a goal right now, 15,000 meals by 9 a.m. Now, just about, 8-9 minutes ago, we were about 2,000 meals short. So, Chris Hand, if you're standing by, Tell me what's happening there in the John Bouchard and Sons phone bank. Chris, I think, you know what I think is happening? You can hear the phones ringing in the background. I think Chris is talking to somebody. If you want to talk to Chris Hand off the air and find out what a great guy he is off the air, call right now, 615-312-1500. And by the way, if after 9, Chris and I are going to be changing spots. And so I will be in the phone bank. And if you want to come and you call in and say hello to me, feel free. I would love to talk to you folks and donate all day long, 615-312-1500. It is 8:22, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. It is our annual Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon, and looking forward to not only getting your donations, but also from the phone bank at 615-312-1500. You can also go online to 997WTN.com and click on the link to donate today. Text the keyword meals to 87365 to make a gift donation today as well. And Chris, I think that you're back.
Yes, sir. What's up?
All right. Well, tell me what's going on. I believe that you were off talking to somebody on the phone bank when I went to you about a minute ago. So tell me what's going on.
So I've been working the phone banks. The calls have been coming in heavy, so I had to jump in and I had to assist, and it's a blessing to be able to do so. A lot of people calling in and donating $71 in honor of the 71 years the Nashville Rescue Mission has been helping us here in the area. But a lot of people going above and beyond as well. Kenneth in Franklin called in, and he donated $1,000. And then we got Ronnie in Antioch. She called in and donated $100, donating in honor of a veteran who always donated to the rescue mission, a veteran that's no longer with us but was in her life. So we're calling on you now. Do you have a veteran in your life that you want to make a donation in honor of? $71 works, $100 works, $1,000 works as well. But even something as small as $3.11 can provide a meal today. There is no donation too small. There is no donation too big. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500.
I want to throw down a challenge to our law enforcement officers. So if you are law enforcement, because, Chris, I know that you know this, but we have a lot of law enforcement that listen to Super Talk 99.7 in Nashville's Morning News. So if you're a law enforcement officer, feel free to either call, text in a donation, or go to the website. And if you want to challenge other law enforcement officers, maybe Wilson County sheriffs, they can challenge Rutherford County sheriffs. Maybe we can do that. Uber, Lyft versus Lyft drivers. We've talked about that. Uber drivers versus Lyft drivers as well. If you're a farmer, if you're a plumber, if you're some sort of a tradesman, we would love for you to donate today. And if you want to get a shout out to your business, call right now at 615-312-1500. It is 8:25 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Robbie had been in and out of treatment, trying to live clean with terrible results. He ended up in jail, and then things really began to unravel.
I actually wrecked my car, lost my job, lost my apartment, and the only thing I could think of was coming back to the life recovery program and doing a reset, and that's what brought me back here today.
Robbie and his wife were both addicted, and they had a daughter they feared they would lose if they didn't clean up. That's why they ended up back at the Nashville Rescue Mission.
Yeah, and that's one of the main things you learn when you go through some of these treatments is, old people, places, and things. Like when you put yourself in a position where something feels so comfortable, and it's easy to fall back into it. And so having something like that, and even though you might think in your mind this is just something simple, I'm gonna have fun one time, but when you fight addiction, when you open that door, there's really no shutting it.
There's so much they can offer at the mission: job training and placement, life recovery, and most importantly, God.
It's the most important component in life. My life is a proven example of that. The best moments of my life are when I'm in church and I'm putting God in the forefront of every decision. It's when I start making decisions on my own that things seem to start steering off path. And then if you could take a reel of my life and you see that when I get when I put God back in front and I start really trusting in Him again, how easy it is for Him to turn your life around and put you back on the right path.
And now as Robbie reflects back on his life, he realizes without the mission, he has no idea where he'd be today.
at the moment, looking back at where I was before I came back, I don't know, homeless, wandering the streets, dead. I was going down a really dark path, and the drugs that are out there these days, especially some of these opiates, fentanyl, oxycodone, those things that I was addicted to. I mean, there's people fall over dead every day.
Robbie is about to graduate, and these days he's doing incredibly well.
I've got money in the bank. I've got a car. I rebuilt my relationship with my daughter. I actually got to see her for the first time last weekend for her birthday. Spent the whole weekend with her. To go from not seeing my daughter for a year to God not only working in my life, but my ex-wife's life, and I'm in a really good place right now.
And that good place Robbie is in, it's because of Robbie's renewed relationship with God and the Nashville Rescue Mission.
This place changes lives. It does things for men who need it, who may not have any other options. So it would be a blessing. It would be, you're changing someone's life. And there's hundreds, there's so many people out there that need that help. So my message would be, please help.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7.
Good morning. It's 8:29, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. Well, it's one of the busiest times of the year as millions of Americans travel for their Thanksgiving holiday this week. ABC's Olivia Rubin has more on what you can expect.
Expect roads to be packed as people drive over the rivers and through the woods. The worst days, Tuesday and Wednesday before the holiday, and then Sunday after Thanksgiving. And it's not just busy on the roads. Americans choosing to fly can expect to encounter crowds too. Fortunately, after weeks of disruptions, airports are largely back to normal.
And as the Tennessee District 7 special election heats up, congressional candidate Afton Bain was on MSN Now and couldn't seem to handle questions about her own tweets regarding protests and police.
You said in those since deleted tweets that the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department should be dissolved. Another cheered on a teachers union saying that defund the police should be a requirement for schools reopening. And another saying good morning, especially to the 54% of Americans that believe burning down a police station is justified. 2020 was obviously a very fraught year. Do you still stand by those comments? And if not, is there anything you want to clarify?
I'm not going to engage in cable news talking points, but what I will say is that, our communities need solutions. We need local people deciding, solving local problems with local solutions. And that's not the overreach of a federal government or state government of which we are dealing with in Nashville and our cities across the state of Tennessee.
So you don't want to clarify whether you still believe that the police should be defunded?
Once again, I don't remember these tweets, but what I'm saying is that
I'm not asking you if you remember. What is your position today? How's that on this issue?
I mean, once again, I'm here to talk about my race, which is in literally 9 days.
And as far as those solutions Afton Bain was referencing, she's yet to name them. And international outrage as more than 250 of the 303 school children abducted from a Catholic school in north-central Nigeria's Niger state remain missing after international outrage over their abduction hit a fever pitch during the weekend, including Pope Leo, who called for the girls' release over the weekend. Aisha Yesufu, a rights activist and co-governor of the Bring Back Our Girls movement, or BBOG, says getting the remaining girls back should be a priority for the government and the people of Nigeria.
we are all losers at the end of the day if we don't unite and ensure that we are using one voice to call out every abduction. It's only a matter of time before the abduction gets to all of us.
That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
8:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about our friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are serving up the big savings and big gratitude this month. If you've got a clogged drain, don't wait. Get their $93 or free mainline opening special. That's right, only $93. Offer is valid for single-family homes only. Now, here's the free part. If they can't figure out what's actually clogging your drain, that service call, it is free. Now, also, if you're feeling festive, your favorite Thanksgiving recipe, you could win $2,000 off a new HVAC install. That's right. All you've got to do is submit your favorite Thanksgiving recipe. You could win $2,000 off a new HVAC install. A runner-up, by the way, is going to get $1,000, and love that about Busy Bee. Now, remember, if you've got a clogged drain, don't wait. Get their $93 or free mainline opening special. That is right, only $93. Call them, 615-775-7033, 615-775-7033. Find them online anytime, busybeehvac.com. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, where comfort meets care.
Sponsored by Supersure.
Do you own a small business? You need to hear this. A seismic shift is coming. It's time to get super sure. Not kind of sure, not pretty sure, not a little sure, but super sure. It's so exciting. Super sure, coming soon.
34 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I love the Glock store. This is my 2A store. Now, listen, they've got a great deal coming up. It's really going to be a party. It's a Black Friday, their first annual Black Friday and Super Saturday sale at the Glock store. Virtually everything is going to be on sale, including a special deal on a special Glock at a price, by the way, too low to mention. As a matter of fact, there's so many great deals. Here is what I recommend. First, check out the great deals in the Black Friday category at glockstore.com. Then just make a list of what you'd like. And finally, browse the store while the staff gets your order together. Oh, and by the way, while you're waiting, you might just win one of the incredible high-dollar raffles going on all day long. Now, this way, you're not going to forget anything, and you're not going to be distracted during all the giveaways. So check them out. And by the way, they've got a great food truck as well. You can relax and enjoy a great meal from Uncle Bud's Food Truck. Check them out online, glockstore.com and shoot270.com. And do not forget the Black Friday and Super Saturday sale coming up on Black Friday and the following Saturday. That is coming up, and you can find out more details, glockstore.com and shoot270.com.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hey, it's Kyle from Blindster.com. There's never been a better time to buy blinds. Save up to 50% site-wide during our Black Friday sale going on now. Our blinds are custom-made and guaranteed to fit. Skip the big box stores and order online for less. This sale ends soon, so go to Blindster.com today.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Okay, looks like the majority of our accidents this morning have cleared themselves up, but we still have a crash with the right shoulder blocked, Briley Parkway southbound at the McGavick Pike exit, and then some significant traffic built up from the earlier crash on I-65 southbound as you make your way into downtown. Lots of stop-and-go traffic, seeing lots of red lines there on 65. Other than that, normal volume delays as you're making your way into town. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Dense fog to start off our day today. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Stefano DiPietro. Give yourself extra time this morning. Take it easy on those foggy roadways. It is going to take until the tail end of this morning for that fog to completely burn off. More cloud cover this afternoon. Temperatures are in the 60s, perhaps an isolated shower. A few showers move in this evening, with then the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms late tonight into tomorrow morning, mainly in southeast middle Tennessee. Gusty winds, heavier downpours will be possible with any thunderstorm tonight.
On Super Talk 99.7 WTN, Dan Mandis here live at the rescue mission, and it is our annual Rescue Mission Radiothon. And we always appreciate our sponsors, our partners in this drive every single year. And Busy Bee HVAC, you just heard me read one of their commercials. They've been with us every single year, and I want to welcome on into the program Brandon Matheny, of course, with Busy Bee HVAC. Brandon, always great to have you on the Rescue Mission broadcast. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Dan. I'm great.
So, I'm doing great. You folks at Busy Bee, you and William, you've always been so great, not only with your time, but also with your support. We are going to talk about very briefly the coat drive that you have coming up, but tell me a little bit about why it is that Busy Bee is so passionate about giving back to the community.
William and I both come from William comes from very humble beginnings, single mom. He's been working since he was, very young. Super proud of him and everything that he's done. And I will never forget the first time I watched a telethon for giving. And so it's a really big deal to both of us to make sure that we're reaching out to the community and we're doing our part and giving back because we are so blessed.
Well, and you guys, again, not to belabor the point, but you've always been so great, not only with your time, but also your donations. And you are very community-minded at Busy Bee. And I love that you're collecting coats for needy families. Now, tomorrow, and I'm going to give you a hint, I'm going to be in Mount Juliet when you're giving away coats in Mount Juliet on the 30th, I believe it is. Yeah, the 30th, because I've got a bunch of coats, and hopefully folks come out and give coats. You folks are collecting coats for needy families in both Lebanon and Mount Juliet. So you got to bring your old coats to Seven Cedars Butcher Block on Lebanon Square. That is tomorrow. Tuesday, of course, the 25th from 3 to 6. So that is tomorrow in Lebanon, and in Mount Juliet, the parking lot of the Mount Juliet Chamber of Commerce from 2 to 4 on Sunday, the 30th. I'm going to be bringing my coats out there, and the important thing to note is that for the coats that you collect in Lebanon, that's going to go to Lebanon families, and the coats that you collect in Mount Juliet, that is going to go to the needy families in Mount Juliet. Is all this information on the website, Brandon?
So we do have a community page, and I believe it's up, but we may be out just a little less, a little more time on that. Mm-hmm. But there is definitely posts on Facebook, so you can find us on social media and watch as we post about that and follow those.
Awesome. Well, Brandon, as always, thank you very much for supporting the rescue mission, and hopefully we'll have the same conversation next year.
Thanks, Dan.
All right. We'll talk to you next time. It is 8:40 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right. Now, joining us here in studio, Elizabeth Morrison. You are a board member, and I want to talk about the women's shelter because I love what we do every single day here, and we have not yet had a female in, so here you are, and you can talk about the greatness of the women's shelter. This is something that I've been doing this for a long time, and I remember from the beginning planning stages of the women's shelter to asking for donations to build the women's shelter to now last week I was able to tour the women's shelter. By the way, before we do that, I want to give the phone number, 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. If you want to talk to Chris Hand, he is standing by and ready to thank you personally. So let's talk a little bit about the women's shelter. Talk about the average woman that comes into the shelter and the challenges that they're facing.
Yeah, I think people come to the doors of the women's campus, and there can be a myriad of things that they've faced. I think you touched on earlier, can be domestic abuse situations, can be lost jobs, and they're coming. And the way I think about it is, I try to imagine, what does our most vulnerable day look like? And then imagine that's your life and you have your kids, and you may feel like there's not a place to turn. And now there is a place where you can come and you can be treated with dignity, with respect, where your kids can be safe. Yep. And you just you have four walls and where you can get a warm meal, clean clothes, your kids can get a meal. I've served quite a few meals at the new campus. Beautiful facility. I know. I'm glad you got to see it. It's a great space. And seeing the kids come through the lines and just the looks on the moms' faces, and they're excited to get pancakes, and they don't even know they know they're feeling love. They don't know the scary situation that their mom may know about, and I think just getting to be a part of that and knowing that life-changing work and the safety that they can feel is
stability
huge.
is huge. Real quickly, our friends at Zander Insurance, right now we are doing a challenge for I think probably the next 20, 25 minutes where they are matching donations. Our friends at Zander Insurance, matching donations. We are trying to get as many donations as we can, specifically in the next 30 minutes, because Zander Insurance, they are matching your donation. So if you want to call up and you want to donate $5, Zander Insurance is going to give another $5. That means it's $10. So if you donate, right now is the best time to do it. 615-312-1500, the John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank, 615-312-1500. You can also donate online, 997WTN.com. Click on the donate button, and also, of course, text the keyword meals to 87365. Let me ask you, Elizabeth, because I think that the women's shelter, it's a great facility. The people who listen to this radio station helped build it with their donations over the years. Talk about the kids specifically and how when the mom and the kids show up at the shelter, I talked about stability and how it offers the stability. The kids are able to go to school. And Chris and I spoke about this earlier, where the bus shows up first and drops them off last. I think the first time I heard that a while ago, it really almost brought tears to my eyes.
Yes, I agree. It's something you can think about and not take a moment to think about the weight of that, and that they don't have to worry about stigma or something that may be associated with living at the rescue mission. And so the fact that that can happen, I think, is really beautiful.
I'd be willing to bet, how you had the women's shelter before.
Yes.
And so I'd be willing to bet that you have one-time kids, now adults, that spent some time at the mission. Did they ever come back and say, I was here when I was, 8 or 9 or 10, and I remember the stability that it provided my mom and my family so that, we were able to escape the situation that we were involved in.
Yeah, I think that probably happens, absolutely. And just thinking about, too, this generation of kids, too, and knowing that they can feel like they have a safe space, and exactly like you said, hopefully come back in the future, hopefully be future donors, future volunteers, come back and serve a meal, and just know, I can't imagine how grateful they are to know the safety and security that they had while they stayed there.
Elizabeth Morrison is a Nashville Rescue Mission board member and a volunteer as well. Elizabeth, talk about the challenges that are unique to the women who show up at the shelter.
Yeah, I think safety can be a really big thing that they're worried about. And someone knowing their whereabouts, we have to keep those things in mind and making sure that they just know that there's a place where they can get a warm meal 3 times a day. They can work while their kids are in school and not worry about if there's a hard family situation that they've come from, not worry about that being compromised.
Zander Insurance is matching donations for the next 20 minutes or so. So give right now, 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. One of the ways, because you always look for relatable ways to connect with the audience to try to get them to donate. And one of the ways that I have visualized this is I came from very humble beginnings, and I went through that earlier, but is to think about the average mom with their kids, and she shows up at the mission. She may be fleeing an abusive relationship, for example. I think that's part of the, unfortunately, the unique situation that some of these women are in, and that's the whole point of the safety of the mission and how they provide that safety.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can't understate that enough. Just knowing, I just go back to thinking about being in such a vulnerable time, like to just really sit in that and imagine what a mom or a new mom would be feeling, but to find out, whether it was through a family or friend, to find out there's somewhere they could go and find hope, like we always talk about. I think that's huge.
One of the things that I liked about when I was at the women's shelter was everybody looked happy, everybody looked safe, and there's like a sense of relief a little bit, if you know what I mean, where, they do see a light at the end of the tunnel. And so talk about what the women at the women's shelter go through and how it prepares them for life beyond the shelter.
I think we talk a lot about, so we know every dollar matters, and there's a tangible thing that comes from that, whether it's a warm meal, clean clothes, a safe place to sleep. But then we also, you guys have been sharing these wonderful stories this morning of people who are going through the life recovery programs and really experiencing, learning things for the first time, how to get back on their feet, how to manage their finances, how to do a resume, dress for a job interview, and go out and actually be able to do that. And so I think it's more, we say it's more than just a meal. So yes, you need all of those basic necessities, but you also can learn how to get a job, how to take care of your finances, how to provide for your family.
I think stability is one word that I used. The other word I think is independence.
Yes.
Right? So you're teaching these women to be independent and teaching them the importance of being able to not get themselves in one bad situation after another. Because I think that, knowing what I know about what happens with people, and I've been interviewing people long enough to know that oftentimes people get themselves in the same situation over and over again. And so part of the teaching, I'm assuming, at the women's shelter is how to be more independent.
Yes, I think our goal ultimately is that someone could go live independently. There's a lot of resources here, I know, for transitional living and help with that. But of course, the goal would be one day that thinking about like a mom and her kids, they can go out and find an apartment or somewhere to stay and be able to do that fully independently, carrying with them all the resources that they've learned while they were here.
All right, so I've got about 2 minutes, and then Chris Sand, I'm going to come to you in the call center. But tell me, why should people give to the Nashville Rescue Mission?
Yeah, I think people should give because this is a tangible way to live out our faith. As a Christian personally, God calls us, I think, to do justice and mercy. And the way we can do that is by being his hands and feet, by donating the money that we have or donating our time, coming and seeing these people face to face, looking them in the eyes, asking them their name and their story. I think that can mean everything to someone.
One of the things I love about what the Rescue Mission does is obviously it's an equal opportunity helper. It helps everybody. And part of the importance of the mission is that it is an investment, and I'm gonna frame this where it's not only an investment in the moms, but it's also an investment in those kids. Yeah. Because you are giving these moms an opportunity, perhaps, depending on the situation, the opportunity to break a cycle.
Yes.
And that is so important. So when I say that you are investing in folks, this is not a handout, it is a hand up. That is what the Nashville Rescue Mission, and specifically for this conversation, the women's shelter, is all about. Do you have enough room there at the women's shelter? Or I seem to recall last year that it was almost done or whatever it was, and there's still a demand.
Yes, I think that's what we've seen. Just as we think about in the 9 years I've lived in Nashville, how much Nashville's grown and expand, we're seeing that with our moms and families too. I think that's something that we'll be looking to in the future, just as a board member, thinking about how can we make more space for people, because we know that's not going to stop.
Yeah. Christ-centered teachings is so incredibly important. Do you find that the moms are open to that?
Yes, absolutely.
Teaching?
Yeah, I think everyone can be in a different place in their faith journey. Some people, it may be the first time they're hearing about the gospel, it may be the 10th time they're hearing about it. But I really believe God knows where they are in that journey, and that they're finding that hope here when they come.
Love it. Well, Elizabeth Warren, Elizabeth Warren, you're not a senator. Elizabeth Morrison, thank you very much for being with us here on Nashville's Morning News, and maybe I'll see you next year.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right, it is 8:50 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Chris Hand, who is in the John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank, is he out there? Is Chris?
I am, Dan, and how dare you call this nice Miss Elizabeth Warren?
I know. I don't even know how I possibly did that. I mean,
not what today's about.
No, it's not. It's not.
Just a reminder, the phones are ringing heavy in here, but keep calling. You're going to get through. We got plenty of guys working, and Zander Insurance is matching all donations until 9 a.m. So that gives you about 9 more minutes to double your donation, and we need you to do so. 615-312-1500. My guy Adrian just called in. He did a one-time donation of $100, but then he also signed up to become a monthly partner of Hope at $50 a month, which is massive.
You can do that.
So thank you to Adrian. I also just got a call from my friend Monty Staggs, and Monty made a nice donation, and he wanted to shout out the Wellness Institute of Nashville, Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Ashley, for getting him back to a pain-free life. His words, not mine. Promise, not a commercial. That's literally what he said. He said, please use this donation and give them a shout-out. So we're doing that. But, man, we got the phones ringing, we got cowbells going, and we got donations matched until 9 a.m. Providing hope for today, hope for tomorrow, hope for eternity. That's the mission statement. But what does that really mean? Hope for today is the essentials, right? That's the food. That's the stability. That's just walking in the door. Hope for tomorrow is how they equip these men and women in this environment with new skills to get over this destructive behavior, these cycles that they've been in. And then hope for eternity is that message that they're allowed to preach of Jesus Christ, because they're not partnered with any government affiliation. They're not taking federal dollars. They're allowed to push Jesus here, which is really what transforms everyone. So 615-312-1500.
You know, you bring up such a great point, Chris, and you and I spoke about it before. We probably spoke about it last year as well. But what separates the rescue mission is that focus on Jesus, is that focus on God. And really, if you're looking for a permanent solution to the problems that people are facing, the participants face when they come into here, there's a lot of different ways that the rescue mission provides pathways for people to become more productive. It is that job training. It is that security and that stability in the women's shelter. And yes, it is that focus on God, because you get that focus and you get that perspective, and it makes a lot of the other things that they're going through a lot easier to deal with, because you do have that spiritual, support from God. And I think that is so incredibly important. And that really is what makes the rescue mission more unique. I love, love, love the Xander Insurance, the Xander Challenge. You got about another 7 minutes where they are going to match your donations. And so that phone number is 615-312-1500. And so, if you donate.
The goal was 15,000 meals by 9 a.m., right?
Yes.
We are currently at 14,150 meals. So we need 850 more meals in the next 7 minutes. And again, one meal becomes two, because our friends at Xander Insurance are matching all of these donations. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500.
Okay. If you're happy that it was not Elizabeth Warren at our rescue mission broadcast, then call up and make a donation. 615-312-1500.
If Elizabeth Warren is out there somehow listening, we'll accept a donation from her as well. But
we will, absolutely.
Conservatives are more generous than Democrats.
If you how's this one, Chris? If you want, I don't know, Chris, have you heard the news about Afton Bain?
Yes, I believe I have.
So don't mean to. I don't want to. I don't want to politicize this. But if you want Afton Bain to keep talking, donate right now. 615-312-50. Was that over that? Whatever. Xander Insurance, thank you very much. Also, thank you to our friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. William and Brandon, they are the sponsors for this hour. Always, always, always appreciate their support of the radio station and our mission to help the mission. It is 8:55 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
My name is Amy, and I was addicted to ice, crystal meth.
Amy spent years living a wonderful life, but there was a dark side.
My journey started as a teenager. I come from a wonderful family, church regularly, private school, a wonderful life, but I was always lonely and hurting. And so that fueled an addiction for me for about 25 years.
She had 2 kids, a life out of control, and a court date where she ended up arrested. She says that arrest was a gift from God.
And God did for me what I couldn't do on my own, and he put me in jail. through the administrator here in admissions, they were able to work with my lawyer and get me furloughed from the jail here for treatment.
Amy's life started anew. Her time at the mission helped solidify her relationship with God and with her family.
God placed me to be still and not in a jail cell. He placed me here where I could learn, where I could grow. It's been wonderful. I was able to work with my counselor in small group sessions and one-on-one sessions and work with the issues from my childhood that had kept me returning to drugs time and time again. So it's been very freeing, and I have grown spiritually in my relationship with God and no longer fear a relationship with God.
What was it that really helped Amy? The camaraderie of the women she was recovering with, their shared experiences gave her strength to carry on and get strong. Along with the Nashville Rescue Mission's focus on God, it all helped her take the next step.
They call it the Hope Center for Women, and it's a small group of women, and we do our counseling sessions individually and in small groups together. We go to classes together. We level up together. We see each other, restoring relationships with our family members, gaining a relationship with God, studying the Word more, encouraging one another. So it's very uplifting. A lot of us have come from a lack of encouragement and some really sad situations, and it's kind of cool to be a part of something where everybody understands that about you. I'm going back home to Hendersonville. My daughter's moving back home. I'm going to get custody of my son back, and I'm going to run back to church.
I'm Matt Murphy, and you're listening to our annual Radiothon to benefit the Nashville Rescue Mission. Donate now by calling 615-312-1500, or you can donate online at nashvillerescuemission.org. Find the link at 997wtn.com.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Chris Hand Show.
I'm the radio segue king.
Kind of pretty good at it.
I'm the most humble, too. There's a couple things I'm good at. I'm the segue king, and I'm the most humble host.
Anecdotally, the most humble host on the Chris.
Easily. We had an award, and I won. I won. Nobody was as humble as me, and I nailed it. Nobody does it better.
The Chris Hand Show. Weekday mornings 9 to noon, and streaming on the Super Talk 99.7 WTN app. From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Opryland, Bradley Parkway southbound of McGavick Pike, an accident blocks the right shoulder. No problems on 65 or 24. No unusual delays on 40 or 440. Still dealing with some dense fog this morning. Give yourself some extra time. I'm Christy O'Brien.
WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville. From the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
And the Mark Spain Real Estate WTN Newsroom. Information-fueled, opinion-driven.
This is Nashville's news and talk leader.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock, and I am Sam Rutherford with your headlines. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky confirms during a speech at a Crimean Platform summit in Sweden Monday that the U.S. and Ukraine will continue to work to modify a controversial peace proposal critics claim was far too favorable to Russia in order to end the war. Zelensky telling the crowd they will continue to work for a solution that strengthens, not weakens, Ukraine.
We are at a critical moment, and we are working closely with the United States, with European partners, with many others to define steps that can end Russia's war against us, against Ukraine, and bring real security.
And here locally, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee announced two key judicial appointments Thursday, the Tennessee Star reports, filling vacancies with seasoned pros to keep justice rolling. First, Bethany Glandorf steps up as a circuit court judge for the 20th Judicial District in Davidson County, replacing the retired Judge Philip R. Robinson. A family law powerhouse, Glandorf's been special clerk master for Nashville's Third Circuit since 2023, wrangling everything from high-stakes divorces to child support battles. Before that, over a decade in private practice, think custody wars, adoptions, and protective orders, plus stints as an administrative hearing officer for State Human Services. In the second slot, Army vet Matthew Colvard locks in as district attorney for the 31st Judicial District in Van Buren and Warren counties after the resignation of indicted DA Chris Stanford. Colvard's held the interim gig since October and brings 15 years as an assistant DA there, plus earlier prosecutor and investigator chops. He vows, "My commitment is simple: strengthen ties with law enforcement, back rehab for those who can turn it around, and hit repeat offenders hard. Justice may be fair, but effective." Lee praised both. "I'm proud to announce these highly qualified individuals, confident they'll serve with integrity." And Metro Nashville police are digging into a self-defense claim after a fatal early morning shooting in Madison, Fox 17 reports. It happened Saturday, November 22nd, around 7:12 a.m. at the Gibson Creek Apartments on East Webster Street. Officers rushed to the scene where 22-year-old Alexia Stevens, estranged from her wife, had shown up demanding to see their child. Witnesses say Stevens threatened to shoot the door if not let in. Once inside, she allegedly pointed a gun at a 21-year-old guest, Jack Wade. Wade told detectives he fired back in self-defense, striking Stevens. She died later that afternoon at the hospital. Both Wade and Stevens' estranged wife had been fully cooperative with investigators. No charges filed yet. The case heads to the DA's office once detectives wrap up. And Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. An hour into the market open, the Dow was up 106 points, the NASDAQ is up 392 points, and the S&P is up 62 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN's annual Radiothon in support of Nashville Rescue Mission, presented by Mark Spain Real Estate. To make a donation, call 615-312-1500 or text the word meals to 87365.
This hour also brought to you by A&G Truck Beds.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hey, it's Kyle from Blindster.com. There's never been a better time to buy blinds. Save up to 50% site-wide during our Black Friday sale going on now. Our blinds are custom-made and guaranteed to fit. Skip the big box stores and order online for less. This sale ends soon, so go to Blindster.com today.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Opryland, Bradley Parkway southbound of McGavick Pike, an accident blocks the right shoulder. No problems on 65 or 24. No unusual delays on 40 or 440. Still dealing with some dense fog this morning. Give yourself some extra time. I'm Christy O'Brien.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Dense fog to start off our day today. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Stefano DiPietro. Give yourself extra time this morning. Take it easy on those foggy roadways. It is going to take until the tail end of this morning for that fog to completely burn off. More cloud cover this afternoon. Temperatures are in the 60s, perhaps an isolated shower. A few showers move in this evening with then the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms late tonight into tomorrow morning, mainly in southeast middle Tennessee. Gusty winds, heavier downpours will be possible with any thunderstorm tonight.
Information fueled, opinion driven.
As a matter of fact, I have been permitted to choose my own words and discuss my own ideas.
Good morning. The Chris Hand Show. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. 9:04 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, how are you? It's Chris Hand. Show's brought to you today by our friends at the Nashville Rescue Mission. We are doing our More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon. We do it every single year. This is always a day of the year that I look forward to because it always seems like I get more out of it than the rescue mission. It feels so humbling to be such a small part of the good work that they do here one day a year. And I'm truly blessed to have the opportunity to tell you about the Nashville Rescue Mission today, tell you about the good work that they do here, and at the same time be able to ask for your help and to be able to help the Nashville Rescue Mission. You know, I was sitting in church yesterday, and I knew that today was coming. And it always seems like this happens for me, and I don't know, maybe you feel the same way, where you kind of know what's heading your way, what you're working towards, and you find yourself sitting in church, and it's like, wow, this hits. This hits home. And yesterday, while I was sitting at church, Pastor Alan Jackson is preaching, and he has a prayer for us. And this prayer, to me, hit the nail on the head for what we were going to be doing today, how we kind of move through our life, and we kind of get a little bit frustrated at some of the little things in front of us. And it could be so much worse. It could always be so much worse. And I wanted to bring this prayer for you, and I wanted to kick off the show with this prayer. As I ask you to once again help the Nashville Rescue Mission, help so many in Nashville. I thought kicking it off with this prayer would be fantastic. Again, this landed in my lap yesterday, just sitting at church, and I thought it was a God thing, and I was like, let me bring this to the radio show tomorrow. Almighty God, forgive me for complaining and grumbling. I have experienced your blessings and hardened my heart in selfishness. I will give thanks to the God of heaven. I will acknowledge your mercy and kindness. I will tell of your wonderful works. I will lift my voice in praise. I will lift my hands as an expression of humility, and I lift my heart to you as an expression of gratitude. Your loving kindness has sustained me. Amen. And I wanted to kick things off with that because as we move through the day, we are going to be asking you to support a mission that pushes the message of Christ, that not only feeds and clothes and shelters so many in Nashville, but completely transforms them through the love of Jesus. As of 9 a.m., we have raised over $52,000. This is incredible. We were able to provide 16,789 meals as of 9 a.m. today. God is good, and God is merciful. And he's at work in this building. And you're going to hear these stories of hope. You're going to hear these stories of renewal as we move throughout the day. And it is humbling to witness what goes on inside these walls. And I'm truly so grateful to be such a small part of it. You can be a part of it too. For just $3.11, you can donate a meal to the Nashville Rescue Mission. Many meals are given out here every single day to people of all shapes, all sizes, all colors. And the work that they do is truly, truly unparalleled. You can be a part of that today. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow, hope for eternity. To those who are hungry, hurting, and experiencing homelessness. And it's broken down in a few ways. The hope for today is supplying essentials such as food, shelter, clothing, stability. This is how you got to open somebody's heart. You gotta meet them where they're at and make sure that the most basic and immediate needs are met. And then after they do that, they transfer over to Hope for Tomorrow. That's equipping men and women in a supportive environment with new skills and ways to overcome the destructive behaviors. That way they can pursue healthy relationships and a hope-filled future. And they do that every day here, helping people with their resumes, helping people learn new skills, getting back to being productive members of the society that we all walk through every single day and kind of take for granted. There are so many in this building that just want to get back to that normal life, the normal life that we take for granted. Then they focus on Hope for Eternity. Hope for Eternity is seen here when people are restored through Jesus Christ. That's the key difference maker here. The people that are working inside these walls have been transformed by Jesus Christ. The people that are making it out on the other side, getting through these rough times, graduating these programs, they're doing that because of the redemptive word of Jesus Christ. It really does help anyone experiencing homelessness and struggling with addiction. It helps so much to learn that there's a God out there that loves them and to get some biblical insight to get back to leading a productive life. It's truly a blessing to be a part of what happens here. And we're just a small part of it. When we pack up and we close today, there's 364 more days that these guys are going to be in operation. We got Thanksgiving on the way. We got Christmas on the way. There's going to be a lot of people. There's going to be a lot of people coming through the Nashville Rescue Mission. And you might say, I don't have $1. I can't help today. But there are ways that you can help. And it doesn't have to be a money donation. We ask you to join us in prayer. Pray for the provision and safety of those experiencing homelessness. Pray for the staff here. Pray for the volunteers. Pray for the people who are caring for the homeless in Nashville. Prayer's free, man. Prayer goes a long way. You can advocate for the Nashville Rescue Mission as well. You can help spread the word. You can talk to people. You can meet them where they're at. If you see a homeless individual who's asking for money on the corner, maybe talk to them about the Nashville Rescue Mission instead of helping them towards their next addiction, their next destructive decision. Help them towards something like the Nashville Rescue Mission. If you've never been to the center, if you've never been to the men's center, you've never been to the women's campus, you, your family, your company, your church group, they're welcome to sign up for I Had No Idea tour. They hold these tours each month, and you'll get a better understanding and a behind-the-scenes look at what the Nashville Rescue Mission does. And then from there, maybe you feel it on your heart and you want to volunteer at the Nashville Rescue Mission. Again, this is something that you can do that doesn't cost $1. You may be sitting there today and you might be like, guys, I want to help, but I don't know what to do. I don't have the ability to do that. Well, you can. It doesn't cost any money to volunteer. Volunteering opportunities include serving meals, sorting donated clothing in the warehouse, leading Bible studies. Donating your time and talents will do your heart good. It also helps the rescue mission keep their costs down. You can absolutely make an impact without $1 today. At the same time, there are quite a few individuals out there that can make an impact with $1. And the Nashville Rescue Mission stretches their dollar so much further. $3.11 will feed someone today. Can you make that donation? The Nashville Rescue Mission has been doing this for 71 years. Can you donate $71 today to make a difference here in Nashville? 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. I'm joined in studio right now by Billy Eldridge. Billy is the VP and operations guy over here, and you are a life recovery graduate at the Nashville Rescue Mission. So you've been through the program yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So let's start at square one. And again, we're talking with Billy Eldridge. Billy, how did you find yourself in a situation where you needed the Nashville Rescue Mission to help you?
Well, I was as lost as a person can be. I was hooked on crack cocaine, and I just lost everything. There were no open doors. I had alienated my family, friends. I had nowhere else to go, and I'm from South Louisiana. My mom lived up here, and my aunt went to church with one of the counselors from the mission, and they had been trying to get me to come up, and honestly, I had nowhere else to go. So, that's why I came to the mission.
So it was family connection through church. They knew somebody here, and they said, we got to get Billy into the program.
Correct.
At the time when you walked through the doors, did you want to get clean and sober?
I was looking. I was trying to find a way to be happy and not be high. High was killing me. So I didn't come here to find God. I came here looking for a way to be happy. Just my life was terrible. If you cared about me, I brought pain into your life. And I had a lot of shame and guilt and anger about hurting the people that I said that I loved. And so I didn't come here looking for God. I came here to try and find a way to live and not use.
And as you walk through the door, you're not looking for God, but God finds you.
Yeah, I was here probably a couple of weeks, and I didn't even know if God was real. But I was in a program with guys that said they used to do the things that I was doing, and they were not doing them, and they were happy. There were volunteers that would come in that could be anywhere, doing anything. And there was an attractiveness about their life that made me curious, and I wanted that. And I just cried out, God, if you're real, just save me, And no bells and whistles went off or anything like that, but just slowly he started to give me. I had never read the Bible before, and if anything supernatural happened, I can say that God gave me a love for words that I never had before. And just slowly, the more I read, the hungrier I got, and the restoration process just started there. You know, my wife divorced me 2 weeks after I got here. I began to pray for her and for my daughter. You know, that God would put a good man in their life to be a good husband to her and a good father to my daughter, and never dreaming that it would be me.
I mean, that's heavy.
He restored everything I destroyed tenfold. I was $50,000 in debt. Now I, own a home paid for out there in White House, and my daughter's 30 now. I've got 2 beautiful grandchildren. Married to that beautiful Cajun girl that it's a miracle she has anything to do with me. God's just been very good, very generous, and it all started here. God put some really good people in my life, and it just makes me want to try and be that person in the lives of others.
I mean, it's an unbelievable story. So you didn't have to clean up your life to meet God. You met God, and He cleaned up your life.
Yeah, it's not like He changed the menu. You know, you used to go to bars and do drugs, and now you got a menu where you don't do those things. He changes your appetite. You know, you're defensive at first. You need to build up your defenses so you won't use, but over time, you go on the offense. You know, I hate those things because of the way I used to love those things. I want to come to work every day. I want to go home every day. I wasn't living until I met the Lord. You know, a man is one who provides for and protects his family. I was not a man. You know, God is, he's put purpose and meaning in my life. You know, I love life today.
I love your story, man, and I love hearing that, the people here walking alongside you as well, and not having to do that walk alone. That had to bear a bit of that load.
Definitely. I mean, the mission exists to take care of the needs of the world. You know, food, clothing, shelter, so that to establish a relationship with God. The gospel is why we exist. We want a clean facility. We want to serve the best meals. We want to have a nice, safe environment so that people will want to come here, and we'll have an opportunity to share the gospel. And God does what only God can do.
What kind of message do you give to individuals when you see them walk in for the first time? Well, now that you've seen the grace of the Lord, you've seen the restorative practices of the Nashville Rescue Mission, when you see a guy walk in here and it's his first time here and they're kind of looking around, they're not really sure of themselves, they're not really sure of this place, what is the message that you give them? What's the inspiration? What's the hope that you provide now?
Just not to let anything get you out of here. If you trust God with your life, He will not let you down. Right now you can walk downstairs and look at our donation center. I mean, He will open the windows of heaven and pour out a blessing you can't hold. We are literally, people from everywhere are bringing turkeys. We've got to rent storage, cold storage, to put, turkeys and food and clothing and just the resources. The people in Middle Tennessee are just so generous.
Amen.
And I was hopeless when I got here, but slowly over time, God instills hope. He longs for us to be good fathers. He longs for us to be good mothers. He will do that. I mean, He wants to put your families back together. If we are willing, if we will just try and follow God, however inadequately, he will do his part. We can't do it insincerely. I didn't turn into an angel. You can ask my wife that. But I love him. I love the place where he found me. And I love the people that made God real to me, which were the program men, the staff, and the volunteers at this place.
What do you think this area looks like without the Nashville Rescue Mission?
Oh, I can't imagine it. We do the heavy lifting for the homeless in this community, in this region. Nashville Rescue Mission is one of the last open door missions in the country. You can't buy anything at the mission. You can't buy nothing. Everything is offered free of charge. And the reason for that is because as soon as you start taking government money, there are strings attached. And we are about the gospel and the transforming power that God has. I went through 3-4 different secular programs before I came here, and had very little effect. And, people warned me, you're going to die, you're going to go to jail, and those things had no effect on me. It was, God didn't make you to live this way. God made you for a purpose, to worship him and to serve others. And until you do that, you will never find purpose and meaning for your life.
We're talking with Billy Eldridge. He is the VP of Operations here. He's also a life recovery grad. He's a member of staff here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. You said a second ago, and it stood out to me, that this is an open door mission and that this is one of the last in the country. This is a big deal. This is why we need your donations today, 615-312-1500. Can you expand upon that a little bit? What is an open door mission, and how does that compare to others?
We're not a medical facility, so just as long as you can take care of yourself, you can bathe yourself and climb into a bunk, you're welcome here. There are no limits. For whatever reason you find yourself in need, the mission is an open door, and nothing else is required. You just can't be violent. A lot of other places there, because of capacity or for other reasons, they'll have a small fee, or you can stay with them for a month and then you have to leave for a month, and other requirements like that. We have none.
No, and here you're welcome to stay until you've graduated the program.
As long as you have a need, we will do our best to fulfill those needs.
What have you seen here that made you open your eyes, other than your own story, where you go, man, that's God at work?
Recently it's the women's campus. I've been here 25 years now, and I remember the old building, and when we went through a feasibility study we've added on to the old facility and added on, and I'm operations, and I just see how it functions, and I told them I'd bring half them women home with me if we would scrape the ground and start over, and that's what we decided to do. That's what the mission decided to do, and they built a $25 million facility, and it was paid for before it was finished.
And it's paid for off the generosity of donations like yours. And that's why we're here asking you again. There's a great need in this community. It's heartbreaking, but it's real. And there are missions like the Nashville Rescue Mission here doing this through the redemptive work of Christ. But we need your support. So we're asking you once again, help us make this miracle happen for more individuals. 615-312-1500. $3.11 is going to pay for a meal. Just $3.11. The Nashville Rescue Mission has been doing this for 71 years. Can you donate $71 today in honor of the 71 years that they've been helping this area? 615-312-1500. Billy, what would you tell somebody who's thinking about donating today? What is their money going to, and why should they make that donation?
Just the generosity of this community, it just blows me away. Like I said, I'm from South Louisiana. There's nothing like the Nashville Rescue Mission down there. And I tell the men all the time that, thousands of people are sending $20 a month to the Lord for people they're never going to meet, just because of the impact that the Lord has in their life. We are very good stewards here. We stretch every dime, every dollar, and I was deeply ashamed that I needed a place like this, but I was am extremely grateful that a place like this exists, because without it, I certainly wouldn't be here.
I mean, I don't think it's a stretch to say that the Nashville Rescue Mission gave you your life back.
Correct. God, through the Nashville Rescue Mission, gave me my life back. I tell people all the time, I don't give my money to my church. I give it to God through my church. And I am a supporter of the mission. I don't give my money to the mission. I give it to the Lord through the Nashville Rescue Mission. It's amazing to see a person when they come in, and when they graduate, you just see their countenance and their physical appearance and everything change. God is good.
Amen. We'll leave it there. Billy, thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for sharing your testimony.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for what you do here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. If you want to hear more stories like Billy's, you want to see more being done through the redemptive work of Christ, you have an opportunity to make that happen right now. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. It's 9:27. This is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Matt Murphy loves the online craziness.
Do you look at that YouTube chat ever? Occasionally. Craziness. Peruse. There's a lot of craziness going on over there. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's just a mess. And I wallow in it on occasion.
The Matt Murphy Show. Weekdays 3 to 7.
And streaming on the Super Talk 99.7 WTN app.
Hey, what's up? It's Chris Hand here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They're one of our sponsors today on the Radiothon, and they're a great big help for us. We love the Wellness Institute of Nashville, and they love you. They're giving back right now with the Big Daddy Trump special. The Wellness Institute of Nashville is going to get you back to a pain-free life for just $12. That lands you a full exam, x-rays if needed, a well-explained diagnosis, and your first treatment, and it's only $12. Patients say it all the time, why didn't I come here first? Don't let that be what you tell Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Ashley. Go there first, no matter what you're dealing with, back pain, neck pain, sciatica, numbness, bulging discs. They'll treat it all, and they won't treat it with injections. They won't focus on surgery, and they're not going to prescribe you opioids. What they're going to do is they're going to hit you with some non-surgical spinal decompression, some robot lasers, even anti-gravity machines. Grab your MRI, get ready to finally understand your condition, and here's the big thing, fix it. 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, or find them online, painisbad.com.
Sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hey, it's Kyle from Blindster.com. There's never been a better time to buy blinds. Save up to 50% site-wide during our Black Friday sale going on now. Our blinds are custom-made and guaranteed to fit. Skip the big box stores and order online for less. This sale ends soon, so go to Blindster.com today.
Well, there's some holiday travel. It's going to be a little grimy getting out of town. And, got an update on an NBA head coach and who he was co-conspiring with. Those stories and more coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Sam. That's Sam in the newsroom. My name is Chris Hand. Mason Fleming is producing. It is the Nashville Rescue Mission's More Than a Meal Radiothon. We're doing it all day long today. We have some pretty high goals here, and we can't accomplish any of them without you. 615-312-1500. That's the number to call in and make a donation. We have to thank our wonderful sponsors, A&G Truck Beds this hour, taking care of us, and we appreciate them. Also, shout out to Nelson Mazda. They're the exclusive sponsor of the broadcast room here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. On the way, we're going to talk with Glenn Stewart. He is the director of the Men's Life Recovery Program, and he's going to explain where your dollars are going as you donate to the Nashville Rescue Mission. We'll do that after the news, which kicks off right now on Super Talk.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7.
Good morning. It's 9:30, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. An NBA head coach and several mafia members are expected in a New York courtroom today over allegations that they ran an illegal gambling ring. ABC's Phil Tate has the latest from Brooklyn.
Portland Trail Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups and 30 other defendants are expected to appear here at the courthouse in downtown Brooklyn. They've all been charged to an alleged poker scheme. Now, this comes after prosecutors had dropped that bombshell indictment just last month, accusing Chauncey, along with the 30 others, of luring unsuspecting players to rigged poker games.
And as the holiday travel season kicks off, airlines and air traffic control are kicking into high gear as they begin one of the busiest times of the year. ABC's Gio Benitez is at Newark International with the latest.
The skies will be so busy that the FAA is already preparing to use limited military airspace if needed to support the most efficient flow of traffic across the East Coast and the Gulf. The TSA expects to screen more than 17.8 million people starting tomorrow. They say this coming Sunday will be one of the busiest days in history, possibly screening more than 3 million people that day alone.
And a shocking incident over the weekend at the University of Alabama, Birmingham. According to the university, a football player is in custody following the stabbing of two other teammates just hours before their game. More from ABC's Morgan Norwood.
The attack unfolding at the team's training facility Saturday morning. Though police have not named the suspect, 20-year-old Daniel Mincy, a redshirt freshman and former University of Kentucky student, was booked Saturday at the Jefferson County Jail, facing a charge of attempted murder. The two victims, still unnamed, rushed to the hospital. In a statement, UAB saying our thoughts are with them and their families as they recover, adding UAB's top priority remains the safety and well-being of all of our students.
And just across the border, a late-night brawl at a Kentucky karaoke bar turned deadly early Sunday, leaving a young man dead in the parking lot. Oak Grove police say it happened just before 3:25 a.m. on Fort Campbell Boulevard, where a crowd waited in line outside the lounge. 25-year-old Jalen Glenn was gunned down during the fight, struck in the head by a stray bullet. Officers found him slumped in front of a nearby United States post office. Paramedics rushed to his side, but the Christian County coroner pronounced him dead at the scene. Witnesses described the chaos as the argument escalated and shots rang out. No arrests yet, no suspect named. The Oak Grove PD is working the case. If you know anything, call them at 270-439-4602. Tips could crack this wide open. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
What's up? It's Chris Hand here for my friends at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Quick heads up, if you got a slow or clogged drain, don't sit around waiting for it to magically clear itself. Call my friends at Busy Bee today. Take advantage of their 93 or free mainline opening special. They'll clear your main line for just $93 or it is free. This is a November-only deal and a great way for you to keep things running smooth before the holiday. And we've been talking about Busy Bee a lot. They're one of our sponsors here today on the Radiothon, but they're helping out the community in so many ways. Right now, they want you to know about their coat drive happening. They're collecting coats tomorrow in Lebanon at 7 Cedars Butcher Block on Lebanon Square from 3 to 6 p.m. Then on Sunday, November 30th, they're taking their talents over to Mount Juliet. They'll be collecting coats at the Mount Juliet Chamber of Commerce from 2 to 4 p.m. Also, if you need to take advantage of that special, take advantage of it before the month is over. Remember, 93 or free. If the main line is backing up, take advantage of it. It's $93 to clear it, or it's free to you. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, where comfort meets care. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com.
My name is Angela Gones, and I was addicted to pills and meth.
Sorry, brother.
Angela's life was in a drug-induced spiral and not getting better anytime soon. And finally hit rock bottom when she lost custody of her kids because of her addictions.
DCS was called because I was on drugs. And thank God my family took them, but I still lost them for 13 years.
And just when she thought it couldn't get any worse, it did, as she endured one tragedy after another.
I lost my mom in 2012, lost my husband in 2013, and then I still went on for 7 more years until I finally hit rock bottom. Then that's whenever I lost everything. Everybody I ever cared about, my house, everything.
And as time went on, Angela felt like there was no hope in finding that peace that she so desperately needed, until she found the women's program at Nashville's Rescue Mission. and the fact the counselors had real-world experience in what she herself had been going through for years.
You know, what brought me to this place is most of the people here has been through this, so they can understand more. So that's what drew me here, and they really, really care. And the people you get to that are your teachers and stuff, they really care and they want you to get it.
And like so many of those who find faith at Nashville's rescue mission, reconnecting with God and applying his teaching to their recovery is what helped most of all.
Who is God and why does it matter? Because I knew God, but it was never really forefront in my life. So I think that really done it for me. No matter what you do, God still loves you and he's there. That you don't have to have the shame and the guilt, because I think for me, that was a big thing. The shame of I lost everything. I lost my kids, and I didn't know how to get that back.
Well, Angela did reconnect spiritually and with her kids. These days, Angela's doing well, taking it day by day and working at Nashville's rescue mission. Miracles like Angela's story happen every day at Nashville's rescue mission, and you can help by donating today.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Dense fog to start off our day today. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Stefano DiPietro. Give yourself extra time this morning. Take it easy on those foggy roadways. It is going to take until the tail end of this morning for that fog to completely burn off. More cloud cover this afternoon. Temperatures are in the 60s, perhaps an isolated shower. A few showers move in this evening, with then the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms late tonight into tomorrow morning, mainly in southeast middle Tennessee. Gusty winds, heavier downpours will be possible with any thunderstorm tonight.
This is the Chris Hand Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 9:38 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, how are you? It's Chris Hand. The show today is brought to you by the Nashville Rescue Mission. It's our More Than a Meal Radiothon. Dan Mandis is back there live in the John Bouchard phone bank area. Dan, how's it going back there, man? Oh, I hear cowbells.
I stole one of the guy's cowbells.
What I did. Dan, they need the cowbell. But they need the cowbells for when they get the donations.
Listen, I'll make sure to ring the cowbell when the calls come in, and they've been coming in.
Do you want me to should I give out your cell phone number on the air then? That way we can get some personal calls to ring the cowbell.
Do you know what, Chris? Nobody ever calls me, so if you want to give away my cell phone, that'd be great. Hey, by the way, got some great donations just real quick. We have Matthew Listovich, $3,000 donation.
Wow. Thank you, Matthew.
And he's got a challenge. He is from Listovich Surveys, and so he is challenging other engineers and surveyors to donate what they can. So thank you to Matthew Listovich out in Murfreesboro. We do have Charles Niemi, a $100 donation as well. We've got a $500 donation from Mark and Tracy Q-A, I believe. A $500 donation there, very much appreciated. We have a Paul Schrum $100 donation too out of Tracy City, and a $100 donation from Mark Davis out in Franklin, Tennessee. So for all of those folks, thank you.
Thank you guys very much.
So here's where we're at. We had when I left the con and you came on, $52,214, and we're at 16,789 meals. Phones are ringing. We got to get the phone calls right now. 615-312-1500. The John Bouchard and Sons phone bank. One of the things I think, Chris, that has been working during my 4 hours is challenges. So I think that if we want to challenge maybe plumbers or electricians or whatever, or if you want to like Listovich surveys, if you want to get your company shout out, call right now, 615-312-1500. These stories, Chris, including your last interview, was just incredible.
I mean, the testimony from Billy Eldridge was unbelievable. And, if you're not watching on the Super Talk stream, you don't necessarily see Billy getting a little bit choked up and a couple tears in his eyes, but it's like that's what the rescue mission means to these people who have been through here and have been through the program and have been touched by the hand of God, and so many people that walk through this building. It's truly transformative. We're actually sitting right now with Glenn Stewart. Glenn is the director of the Men's Life Recovery Program, and this is one of those things where your dollars are going to. It's not just about the meal, which is huge because that opens the door. It's not just about the bed, which is great because you got to meet those needs before you can have a conversation about recovery, but it's also about what happens next, and that's where Glenn comes in and where the Life Recovery Program comes in. Where are you meeting these guys? Are they at their lowest in life, or when you get them in the Life Recovery Program, is there a bit more hope than when they first walked in the door here at the Nashville Rescue Mission?
Chris, absolutely. So when we meet the guys, they're down in guest services. So what we're really looking to do is provide information for them so that they can make an informed decision about what they want to do with their life. So down in guest services, we provide the fish, but in life recovery, we want to teach them to fish. We want life transformation. Right. So when they haven't received the information that we provide them, then they can make that informed decision. They can reach out to us.
Are we getting that on the air? Because I didn't quite hear that in my headphones from.
It's there.
Okay, sorry. Keep going.
Okay, yeah. So it's really exciting. So we serve about 400 plus men a night.
400 guys a night in the Life Recovery Program.
Not in Life Recovery. That's in guest services, and from there we like to offer our services, so information, so they understand. So those folks who are ready for transformation, those folks who read the information, they hear the information, they say the Life Recovery Program is the Nashville Rescue Mission, in my personal opinion, best kept secret. We're on the second floor, and we have our we offer transformation when they're ready.
Awesome, man. Well, I love what you're doing here. So when you meet these guys and they start going through this program, what kind of transformation are you seeing, and how quickly do you see the results of that?
It's very situational, but really the biggest step, the hugest hurdle is just saying, yes, I would like to give it a try. Just trying, causing, affecting change, just saying, hey, let me start this program, let me get into it, let me start going through the process of really trying something new and different. So it's really powerful to see that. It's very situational. Each person is different. So many different unique experiences, good, bad. But at the end of it, at the end of the 7-month program, we typically see guys just transform in ways that they couldn't even imagine. So,
and it's really through the redemptive work of Christ. If
100%.
Christ isn't at the focus of this program, do you think it's as successful as you guys have made it?
Christ is 100% at the focus of our program, absolutely, and that's part of our encouragement for them, and that's part of the transformation as well, is their faith and spirituality. So bringing them into the program, learning life skills, and that's what we're really all about. It's all faith-based, life skills transformation. So, and it's and we offer work therapy, just a plethora of things, but we really want to give them the option, open the door, our hearts and the doors to them, and let them be proactive in their own self-care when they're ready.
Yeah, amen. We're talking with Glenn Stewart. He's the director of the Men's Life Recovery Program here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. 615-312-1500 if you want to make a donation today, 615-312-1500. How much, you said it's about 7 months to go through the Life Recovery Program.
Yes, sir.
How much does that cost on average per individual?
Wow, that's a great question. There is actually a dollar figure for that. I don't have it on hand, but it's about start to finish a little over $50,000 per person.
Yep.
If you put a dollar value to that.
$54,141.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
which is no small mountain to climb.
None whatsoever. And our program is 100% free. So everything that we offer them is free. So it's really, they have to be engaged, invested in our program, in the transformation. They have to do the work. They have to commit to that, and then commit to their faith and let that guide them through it.
After you put the work in, and you're seeing these gentlemen restored, especially with you because you're the director of the men's program, what does it look like when you're seeing families reunited and marriages restored? What kind of hope does that give you? Because I'm sure it's very fulfilling for the individuals, but as you're directing this program from the outside looking in, it's got to be pretty fulfilling watching this take place, this transformation.
Absolutely, 100%. So I have an incredible team, and we work together very collective. We are so unique and diverse. Some of us are in recovery, some of us aren't. But when we see somebody succeed, it's just as rewarding for us as it is for them. So,
what have the success stories looked like in your time here?
Success stories. Just the life skills, some of the basic life skills. We just have a really robust curriculum that we provide for them for the entire 7 months. Then in a job search, they get that opportunity for that. Then the opportunity to get employed. They got to be proactive in all that. But just seeing them go from our program to employment, into our transitional housing unit, or having their own place outside of here. So whatever is best going to meet their needs.
It's amazing work you do. Glenn, thank you for doing it. Thank you for stopping down with us to talk a little bit about what you do here.
Yes, sir.
We appreciate it. We need you to help us fund these programs. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. We were talking with Glenn a little bit about it, but I mean, just to break it down for you, it's only $3.11 to feed one guest. That opens the door. Then it's $23.50 to provide shelter to a guest for one night. For one night, $23.50. The cost to support a guest, the programs, the services, based on like the average guest stay, which is about 68 days here, $775. The transformative work that is taking place inside the Nashville Rescue Mission, it's not free. And it's not on a federal grant. There's no dollars from the federal government coming into this place. These four walls will not take the federal money because the federal money comes with a bit of stipulation. They don't want that. They want to redeem people through Jesus Christ. They want to redeem people through the redemptive work of Jesus, and they do that. We currently are up to 6,539 meals. We're hoping to get to 25,000 meals by 10 a.m. This is something that we can do with your help. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. Thank you again to Nelson Mazda. They're the exclusive sponsor of the broadcast room where we are. And we're currently asking anyone, if you are a police officer, can you donate more than the firefighters? Firefighters, are you going to take that sitting down? Of course you're not. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. If you're a business owner in Middle Tennessee and you want your business to be shouted out on the air, 615-312-1500. If you're a member of the military, you're a veteran, and you want to say "Go Army, beat Navy" on the air, something like that, 615-312-1500. Make a small donation. Make a large donation. We're happy with that as well. 25 meals would be $77.75. 50 meals, $155.50. 100 meals would be $311. Can you make a $311 donation today? 615-312-1500. It's 9:49 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. This is our Nashville Rescue Mission More Than a Meal Radiothon. We'll be back to talk to a couple other guys here in a moment. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Smart, fearless, unfiltered.
Chad Benson breaks it down like no one else. Politics, culture, and common sense with a punch.
Missed it live? Get it on demand anytime, anywhere, including the Supertalk 99.7 WTN app.
Hey, what's up? It's Chris Hand here, and I got to tell you about my friends over at Cabinet Makeovers. They just installed some brand new cabinets in my home, and they can do the exact same thing for you, transforming your kitchen in a way that is so unbelievable. We had pull-out cabinets installed in my home and a pull-out pantry, by a family-owned company, serving Middle Tennessee for over 45 years. Everything these guys do is Tennessee-made. Every cabinet, pull-out drawer, all wood construction, full extension, soft close glides. We love the cabinets that were installed in my home. You're going to love the ones that are installed in your home. Maybe you're thinking, I don't really need anything in the kitchen. Well, they don't stop at kitchens. Cabinet Makeovers designs custom closets, pantries, cabinetry for every room in your house. Maybe you need to transform the garage. Cabinet Makeovers can do that for you, all built with the same Tennessee pride and biblical values that guide their business. So if you need that transformation in your home, call Cabinet Makeovers. 615-331-7010, 615-331-7010, cabinetmakeoverstn.com. We'll be back with more of our Radiothon benefiting the Nashville Rescue Mission in mere moments on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, Christmas lights weren't the only thing lighting up the skies Chicago Friday night. And a flightless bird was spotted roaming free in one Tennessee county. Those stories and more coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.951 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, it's Chris Hand, broadcasting live from the Nelson Mazda broadcast room here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. Very excited to have a couple of gentlemen joining me from A&G Truck Beds. I got George Watson with me, the owner and president, and the other gentleman. So
Scott Denning.
Scott Denning, excuse me, sorry. I'm very bad at names, but I would have remembered your face, especially because you're sitting right here. How are you guys doing? Thank you for supporting us today at the Nashville Rescue Mission.
Oh, man, thank you for having us here. This is one amazing place.
So first time walking into the Nashville Rescue Mission, are you as just every time I walk in here, I find myself dumbfounded at how much good work is happening inside this building. And it's through the redemptive power of Christ, which is just an unbelievable focus that does transform lives. When you walk in here today, what's your initial thoughts as you're looking around at the rescue mission?
Oh, it's first of all, you're in awe. You just can't believe it.
A little bit overwhelming, really.
It's overwhelming, and you immediately notice how everything's kept. The people, you can tell they're good stewards. They're they're providing miracles here.
Amen.
I mean, they are. You can talk about people being healed. Christ healed people. He's still healing, and
Amen.
he's using them. And if you're lucky enough that you got a job and you're working and you're out there, just like your listeners are, and they've been blessed enough. This is the place that don't pass this by, because you're gonna miss a blessing if you don't donate to this place here.
Hey, man, I mean, I walk in here and it's you look around and it's like, man, did I really complain about what I complained about yesterday?
Exactly.
Did that little thing that annoyed me on my ride in, was that really that big of a deal? Because the problems that I have in my life are not problems.
Very small.
When you
Very
put them into perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And you see what the good work is being done here. Again, with that focus on Jesus, anything can be redeemed. Anything can be transformed. And you see it here every single day. And I mean, George, I see you're moved, man.
Yeah.
George has got not a dry eye, and I don't mean to put you on blast, but
That's true.
It's moving. It's moving to see. George is a big, strong guy here. I don't know if you're watching on the Super Talk stream. George is a big, strong guy, and I feel what you're feeling. It's hard to put into words how emotional this place can make you. But I'm going to ask you, tell me what you're feeling right now.
Well, I'm blessed. I've been blessed most of my life, and so I believe we're all a servant, and we need to have a servant's heart. And so this is one way you can get back.
Amen. 615-312-1500. $3.11 will provide a meal. That meal opens the door to a conversation. That conversation can lead to transformation. 615-312-1500. Can you donate $3.11? $3. Skip your coffee in the morning. We were talking. You're driving in. These aren't problems. The problems you have, they're not the same as what some individuals are facing today in Nashville. And you have a place like the Nashville Rescue Mission putting the work in. I mean, these guys are doing it.
Yeah, now I've heard about it, my whole life. I've lived in Clarksville my whole life, and I've seen it on TV growing up, and they have other telethons and things, and they do such a great great work up here, and I'm blessed to be a part of it today.
Yeah, well, we're blessed to have you guys, and thank you for not just sponsoring the Radiothon, but for being out here and supporting the mission here. Nashville Rescue Mission needs businesses like yours to step up and fill that gap. So thank you to A&G Truck Beds for what you guys are doing here with the mission as well.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Well, appreciate you having us.
Yeah, it's a blessing to have you guys here. 615-312-1500. That's the number to call in and donate. 615-312-1500. I read this prayer earlier. You ever have a God moment where you're sitting at church?
We heard it this morning on the way in.
So
good stuff.
So I was sitting at church yesterday, and my pastor always he gives out notes, and I was like, well, I'm keeping this, and put it in my pocket, and I'm going to read that tomorrow on the air. And I think that this prayer really kind of encapsulates what we're doing here today. It says, Almighty God, forgive me for complaining and grumbling. I've experienced your blessings and hardened my heart in selfishness. I will give thanks to the God of heaven. I will acknowledge your great mercy and kindness. I will tell of your wonderful works. I will lift my voice in praise. I lift my hands as an expression of humility, and I lift my heart to you as an expression of gratitude. Your loving kindness has sustained me. Amen.
Amen.
I can't think of a better prayer for today for what we're doing here at the Nashville Rescue Mission.
Yes, sir.
Because we do. We forget how blessed our lives are. It's easy to find yourself in an annoyed place when the kids are yelling in the back seat. It's easy to get a bit perturbed in traffic. But those aren't real problems.
Those are mighty small.
Mighty small. Don't let the blessings that the Lord's given you harden your heart. There's people out there that need you. And when you walk in this place, you see the glory of the Lord.
Amen.
Of what he's doing. And it is amazing. And like I said, don't let the blessings that you've gotten harden your heart and not turn loose what God's given you. And you spoke earlier about, the part of God that's in your life and the room for him. It shouldn't be room for him. It should be all about him.
Amen.
And we've been very blessed, George and myself. We've been blessed with great customers, great lives, great spouses. We have. And not to give to something like this it's just abomination. It's when you have the chance and you miss it. One day you may have to answer why you didn't give. I mean, this is that.
Chris, this is why I brought it.
No, I'm sorry if I'm rambling on, but you will. You had this and you didn't give. This is the best Christmas gift you can give anybody right now.
Amen.
I mean, you sit around and wonder, what can I get this and what can I do that? And you spend thousands of dollars. Man, you know how far that would go here?
Yep.
It would. It changes people's lives. It changes their eternities. And that's what's really amazing.
Yeah.
It brings Christ to people that have never heard about him.
It is a home forever.
It's a home forever, exactly.
Amen. And it's a great learning opportunity too. Every year, my wife will sit them down as we're doing the Radiothon, and she'll make them listen to the stories, and she'll have these conversations, and then she'll have the kids call and make a donation. You could use that too. Use this as an opportunity to talk to your kids.
A teaching tool. Absolutely.
Use this as an opportunity to tell them about the redemptive work of Christ, how Jesus is moving in Nashville, how he's moving inside these walls of the Nashville Rescue Mission, and then show them how you're going to use your blessings, your treasure, what you're going to do, not just for yourself and for your family, but for others, for strangers, because of the power of Jesus Christ. It's an unbelievable blessing. It will bless you tremendously. 615-312-1500. We got these great guys in here from A&G Truck Beds, George and Scott. Thank you all so much for coming down here. Thank you guys
you having us.
for what you do and for putting your treasure here and helping the Nashville Rescue Mission. We're blessed by you guys, and we truly appreciate it. If you want to get in on this, you want to help the Nashville Rescue Mission go even further, we can do that with your help. We're trying to get to 25,000 meals by 10 a.m. I think we can do it. $3.11 brings a meal to someone at the Nashville Rescue Mission. $23 covers a night's stay. Can you spare $23? 615-312-1500. It's 9:59. This is the More Than a Meal Radiothon benefiting the Nashville Rescue Mission on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville. From the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
And the Mark Spain Real Estate WTN Newsroom. Information fueled, opinion driven.
This is Nashville's news and talk leader.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 10 o'clock, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. Heartbreak in downtown Chicago Friday night. A mass shooting near the iconic Chicago Theater left 7 teenagers wounded, turning holiday joy into terror amid a so-called teen takeover crowd. It erupted around 9:50 p.m. in the 100 block of North State Street just after the city's Christmas tree lighting drew thousands to Millennium Park blocks away. Officers on patrol heard gunfire into a group of teenagers ages 13 to 17 and found victims with leg, hip, and graze wounds, all rushed to hospitals like Lurie Children's and Stroger. They're now in good to fair condition. No fatalities in that incident, but less than an hour later and blocks away, a separate shooting killed 14-year-old Armani Floyd and injured an 18-year-old, pushing the night's toll to 1 dead and 8 hurt. All teens. Police recovered shell casings but have no suspects. It's linked to unauthorized teen gatherings advertised online. And one of the young offenders behind the Slenderman stabbings is now back in custody after being located on the run. ABC's Allison Kosick has the details.
Geyser was taken into custody in Illinois after police in Madison, Wisconsin say she cut off her ankle monitoring bracelet and escaped from a group home Saturday night. Police overnight confirming she was found at a truck stop 25 miles south of Chicago with another person who was also detained.
And here locally, in a season that's rewritten Vanderbilt football history, the Commodores stand at 9-2 after a record-shattering 45-17 rout of Kentucky on Saturday. Quarterback Diego Pavia torched the Wildcats for 484 passing yards and 5 touchdowns, both single-game school records, pushing Vandy to a perfect 7-0 at home for the first time since 1941. This marks VU's best start since 1950, with blowout wins and close-fought losses generating buzz. The hype is real, but the real dream, the expanded 12-team college football playoff. Currently ranked number 12 in the AP poll, Vanderbilt's path is narrow, but win out at rival Tennessee next Saturday and then pray for some chaos, potential losses by Oklahoma, Texas, or Notre Dame, they could crack the top 7. Odds set around 30% per analyst, but a 10-2 finish could make them SEC's Cinderella story. Clark Lee's crew has Nashville dreaming big. Can they shock the world? And out in Springfield, a flightless bird was roaming free on Highway 161 yesterday afternoon, and no, its name wasn't Afton. According to Facebook group Hip Springfield, an emu was seen running free by a poster. A picture and address was shared to the group in hopes of getting the bird home. Clearly, the emu forgot what week it was, as it may have been taunting the local turkey population. That's the latest news. We've got your weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN's annual Radiothon in support of Nashville Rescue Mission, presented by Mark Spain Real Estate. To make a donation, call 615-312-1500 or text the word meals to 87365.
This hour also brought to you by Charlie Daniels Journey Home Foundation.
Hey, what's up? It's Chris Hand here for my friends at Floor Nashville. You hear me talking about Ricky Dar all the time, but it's because when you support a business with biblical values, you help keep revival alive right here in Nashville. That's exactly what Floor Nashville is all about. So about the floors, these guys have been doing it since 2006. Founded by Ricky Dar, 25 years of experience, serving the city with craftsmanship and care you can count on. They bring the showroom right to your house. You can sample flooring in your own space, get expert guidance from professional installers, and enjoy same-day in-home estimates that'll be delivered electronically the next day. They do everything: hardwood, carpet, tile, luxury vinyl, custom showers, all of it. They'll do it all with precision installations every time. Then beyond the floors, Ricky Dar gives back through Revive the City. This is a local outreach bringing faith to Nashville on the first and third Saturday of every single month. These guys are out there hitting the streets, spreading the gospel. You can learn more about that at revivenashville.net. And if you want to transform your space and support a local Christian business making a difference, well, schedule your free in-home estimate today at floornashville.com or call 615-613-4684. That's 615-613-4684, floornashville.com.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. Macy's Backstage is a whole department inside your Macy's store where you can find so many holiday essentials, all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find. Don't wait. Find a location at macysbackstage.com.
Nashville Rescue Mission has helped all kinds of people, the addicted and those just looking for help. Take Jennifer, a victim of human trafficking and a benefactor of God's grace. A miracle that she was able to find her way to Music City.
I was trying to get away, and it seemed like no matter where I went, I always ended up getting caught again. And there was a small voice that said, go to Nashville, there'll be a safe place. And an opportunity came. I went to the truck stop and I sat down. I said, okay, God, I'm not gonna ask anybody. And in 5 minutes, this guy came up and said, what do you need? What can I do? And I said, I need a ride out of here. And he said, okay, hold on, I'll be right back. And he came back and he said, come on, let's go.
And she made it to Nashville in one piece and hoping that her past was behind her. You see, Jennifer had been trafficked for 2 years before escaping this horrifying situation and finally feeling safe at Nashville's rescue mission.
So I spent 7 months and leaned in to God, and He is, when I wanted confirmation from people, He confirmed Himself through scriptures and just through love of others. And I am eternally grateful. He saved my life.
Now, as you can imagine, Jennifer was going through a lot, but she rediscovered the power of her faith. And Jennifer went from being held captive, scared, and lonely to now free and with a new life ahead, thanks to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
I'm His, and He's mine. My job, a lot of people's like, what's the purpose of life? I know what my purpose is. And it's to love and to show the love of Christ and to live in truth. And those are the two things that I live by.
From being a hopeless prisoner to a child of God, Jennifer helps those at the mission today find their own path to productive lives, thanks to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
So I work here at the mission. I've stayed at the mission, and I work at the mission, and I love these ladies. And life happens, and it can happen really fast, and it can happen to anyone. I don't live in fear. I've came through situations that are unbelievable, and have been protected.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Dense fog to start off our day today. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Stefano DiPietro. Give yourself extra time this morning. Take it easy on those foggy roadways. It is going to take until the tail end of this morning for that fog to completely burn off. More cloud cover this afternoon. Temperatures are in the 60s, perhaps an isolated shower. A few showers move in this evening, with then the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms late tonight into tomorrow morning, mainly in southeast middle Tennessee. Gusty winds, heavier downpours will be possible with any thunderstorm tonight.
Information fueled. Opinion driven.
As a matter of fact, I have been permitted to choose my own words and discuss my own ideas.
This is The Chris Hand Show. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 10:08 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, how are you? I'm Chris Hand. Show today is brought to you by the Nashville Rescue Mission. We're doing our More Than a Meal Radiothon. Thank you to all of our wonderful sponsors. We're currently broadcasting inside the Nelson Mazda broadcast room. They're our exclusive sponsor of the broadcast room. We're very grateful to them. We had A&G truck beds on a moment ago, and Scott and George, great guys. They as they're leaving, they're like, "Hey, we wanted to challenge some people." I said, "Oh yeah, we can challenge anybody." He's like, and he gave me a list of car dealerships in there. He's like, "Call these guys out." He did. J&W Ford, Mid-10 Ford, Freeland, Two Rivers Ford, Carl Bleck, Custom Ram and Franklin Ram, you guys have been officially called out by your friends at A&G Truck Beds. So make a donation, 615-312-1500. Dan Mandis is currently back in the John Bouchard and Sons phone bank room. How are things going back there, Dan? Do you have an update for us?
Cowbell going on. And by the way, this
is
my last hit for now. Chad Benson's going to be taking over in here. But we need, and we're doing really well, so that's great. But here's the sitch. Our goal is 25,000 meals in the next hour. So we have received a total of $58,683, and that is 18,869 meals. And so we need to get to 25,000 meals in the next hour. So I'm going to let you folks do the math. But you know what? We're getting a lot of donations in, including Mayor Tom Ward apparently has texted in, and that is for $31.10. So thank you to Tom. James Moore, $100. He is out of Madison. Thank you. $200 for William, and that is $200 out of Lafayette. Let's do a match. Okay, so, and if we, our friends at Zander Insurance wants to do a match. Is that starting right now, Tanya? So starting right now, Chris, our friends at Zander Insurance, they always come through for us every single year.
I love the guys over there, yeah.
You got to love Zander Insurance. And so they are doing a match. And so if you call in and you donate $25, they are going to match that. Your $25 donation suddenly becomes a $50 donation. Kevin called up, and he also donated $100 out of Franklin. Mark, $100 out of Franklin as well. So this is going well. So keep the phone lines ringing. 615-312-1500. Also, earlier, Chris, we were matching. Remember the whole thing with the bingo card? So, and Chad, you'll love this. I don't remember how to play bingo, so they had to explain it to me earlier. But apparently, we need to do a shout-out again to the plumbers, the tradesmen, the electrician, and also members of the military, business owners. If you want to get a shout-out to your for your business on the radio, we'd be glad to give a shout-out to your business. 615-312-1500, the John Bouchard and Sons caller. I'm sorry. I'm getting handed all this stuff.
You're good. You're good.
The phone bank, 615-312-1500. They're handing me a million different sheets here, but I think I got everybody.
Dan, that's okay, man.
James out of Madison also donated $100. So there you go. So there's a lot of donations coming in.
I appreciate it, man. Keep the phones ringing. Dan Mandis is back there in the phone bank. We'll check in with Chad Benson on the way. We do need to check with Zander Insurance on if they would match this donation, because I got David Corlew in here next to me with the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. And Dave brought in a check. I wonder if Xander's going to match this. Dave, thank you so much for coming through and bringing this donation to us. We really appreciate you being here.
You bet. It's our honor always to support any mission you guys have, but also the mission, the homeless mission here in Nashville. It's a blessed place. It's a place that saves souls.
Amen.
That's the business we're in.
Yeah.
You know, that's the business Journey Home Project is in, is we need to, and obviously we know that there's a lot of veterans that end up homeless. And I know this building has some of our guys in it, and it's, as Charlie would say, we have an unpayable debt of gratitude to help these guys, men and women, to reintegrate back into civilian life, and sometimes that takes a tough path. And that's what we're here for, is to help them find not only God, but to find a new way of life.
Amen. And we appreciate you guys helping, as always. David Corlew from the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project is here. What does a place like this mean to you when you walk in personally?
Well, it means a lot to me. I've had my stripes. I've never been homeless, but I've been very, very close. I've had some dark times in my life. And driving in, hearing an earlier testimony, you know, it rings that bell. That bell of a reminder of how close any of us can be to being without home or without care. And if we don't if we don't stay close to God, and then if we don't take care of each other, then we're either walking away from the light or walking towards the light. So the more that we can encourage men and women to walk towards the light, and that is both faith and your behavioral pattern, and that's what we do. And it means so much to me. When I came in, my wife called. She said, this is just one of my favorite organizations that we donate to all year long. And thank you so much for having us. We appreciate everybody at 99.7.
Well, we appreciate you, and we appreciate everybody calling in and make a donation right now. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. $3.11. That's not a lot. Your morning coffee would cost you more. Skip it, have the coffee at work, and donate a meal today. That's not a big ask. It shouldn't be a big ask.
No, it should be the easiest. It should be the easiest money you spend, because you're possibly saving a life.
Yeah.
More so than ever. And when we set out with Journey Home Project, our journey is to certainly help the reintegration for veterans back into civilian life. But as Charlie would say, if we can affect one life, if we can save one life, then we win.
Yep.
Then that's mission accomplished. But we've been in business now for 12 years. We've raised over $4.5 million. We've given away over $400,000 this year, and we're going to continue to do that. And a big part of that is helping people get back on their feet, such as the mission here in Nashville.
Amen. And I think it's also important to point out here, it's not just helping people get back on their feet. There's some people here that are here through no fault of their own, and I'm talking about the children over at the Women in the Children's Campus. These kids, they're in a tough spot. And the Nashville Rescue Mission goes above and beyond to make sure that they don't have the stigma of living at a homeless shelter. It always hits me very close to home. I got 4 young kids, and to know that the school bus comes to the Nashville Rescue Mission first in the morning, and they go to the Nashville Rescue Mission last in the afternoon, it always feels like a gut punch. And you think about what these kids are going through here, but then you think about the transformative work of Christ and how they could have a life that is just filled with turmoil and chaos, but because of the Nashville Rescue Mission, they have some stability and some Jesus. That's a big difference.
Yeah, this is case in point that obviously sometimes our behavior, our hardships are self-inflicted. But what we're learning now with the veteran community, and with the 20-year war on terrorism, that it's becoming generational. It's dominoing into the families. So anytime you have the failure of an adult parent, then that dominoes into the children, and it can go generational. And so we're dealing with some organizations that have children that have literally seen a parent take their own life. So the being homeless, it affects the kids. You got kids, you got animals, and man, God bless this place I know they have a new facility now that's dealing straight up with that. And what progress has been made here, but there's so much more to do. There's so much work to do, and there's not enough funding out there to do it. So it's you guys are doing a great thing, man. You're rocking it.
And they don't take a dollar of government money here. Yeah. It's all off the back of donations like yours, 615-312-1500. I mean, you run an organization. What does it mean when you start taking money from the government?
Well, yeah, then they own you. They own you. We don't have any kind of government funding whatsoever. We do try to work close. Part of what we do is to work close with the VA to try to get our veterans the benefits that they do have. We're partners with the Charlie and Hazel Daniels Veterans Center, Assistance Center that's on campus at MTSU, and that's what they do. They specialize in helping families get the benefits that are coming to them through the government, because if you don't fight for them, you're not going to get them. So if it wasn't for the mission, if it wasn't for 99.7, if it wasn't for Journey Home Project, and I want to challenge all the other foundations out here that are just local here that are listening, and if they are streaming it, every foundation's, they've got an extra check there they can cut and get it to the mission, because the homeless aspect of veterans is very prevalent, and we need the help.
Amen. David Corlew from the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project joining us this hour. We appreciate you. We appreciate your donation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. 615-312-1500 if you'd like to make a donation as well. As of right now, Zander Insurance is matching all the donations. So your $5 becomes $10. Your $100 becomes $2. Your $1,000 becomes $2,000. Make a donation. No dollar amount is too small. No dollar amount is too high, believe me. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. We'll check in with Dan Mandis or Chad Benson, whoever's back in the phone bank on the way, and we'll be back with more of the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon momentarily right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
I think when you look at where the economy is right now, you have to put it in the proper context. Is it where we want it to be? No, but it's not nearly as bad as Joe Biden. And that 4 years was an economic nightmare. So we just need to chill out. We're going to get there.
Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis. Weekdays from 5 to 9 a.m. and streaming on the SuperTalk 99.7 WTN app.
Robbie had been in and out of treatment, trying to live clean with terrible results. He ended up in jail, and then things really began to unravel.
I actually wrecked my car, lost my job, lost my apartment, and the only thing I could think of was coming back to the life recovery program and doing a reset, and that's what brought me back here today.
Robbie and his wife were both addicted, and they had a daughter they feared they would lose if they didn't clean up. That's why they ended up back at the Nashville Rescue Mission.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the main things you learn when you go through some of these treatments is, old people, places, and things. Like when you put yourself in a position where something feels so comfortable, and it's easy to fall back into it. And so having something like that, and even though you might think in your mind this is just something simple, I'm gonna have fun one time, but when you fight addiction, when you open that door, there's really no shutting it.
There's so much they can offer at the mission: job training and placement, life recovery, and most importantly, God.
It's the most important component in life. My life is a proven example of that. The best moments of my life are when I'm in church and I'm putting God in the forefront of every decision. It's when I start making decisions on my own that things seem to start steering off path. And then if you could take a reel of my life and you see that when I get when I put God back in front and I start really trusting in Him again, how easy it is for Him to turn your life around and put you back on the right path.
And now as Robbie reflects back on his life, he realizes without the mission, he has no idea where he'd be today.
At the moment, looking back where I was before I came back, I don't know, homeless, wandering the streets, dead. I was going down a really dark path, and the drugs that are out there these days, especially some of these opiates, fentanyl, oxycodone, those things that I was addicted to. I mean, there's people fall over dead every day.
Robbie is about to graduate, and these days he's doing incredibly well.
I've got money in the bank. I've got a car. I rebuilt my relationship with my daughter. I actually got to see her for the first time last weekend for her birthday. Spent the whole weekend with her. To go from not seeing my daughter for a year to God not only working in my life, but my ex-wife's life, and I'm in a really good place right now.
And that good place Robbie is in, it's because of Robbie's renewed relationship with God and the Nashville Rescue Mission.
This place changes lives. It does things for men who need it, who may not have any other options. So it would be a blessing. It would be, you're changing someone's life. And there's hundreds, there's so many people out there that need that help. So my message would be, please help.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening. and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Sponsored by Lowe's. It's never too early for Lowe's Black Friday deals. Grab 25% off select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees, made for all your favorite holiday moments. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 12/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
While tensions continue to rise between the U.S. and Venezuela, and one Tennessee District 7 congressional candidate can't clarify her stance. Those stories and more coming up on the Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Sam Rutherford in the newsroom. It's 10:24. My name is Chris Hand. Show's brought to you by the Nashville Rescue Mission. Today is our More Than a Meal Radiothon, and we are so blessed to be just a small part of what the Nashville Rescue Mission does in Nashville every single day. This is a day that I look forward to all year because we get to give back just a little bit. You can give back as well. 615-312-1500 is the number to call and donate today. Those donations, as of this hour, are being matched by our friends at Zander Insurance. So if you want to call in and donate $50, that becomes $100 real fast. How is it looking back there in the phone bank area? Do we have somebody back there right now currently?
Here, Mr. Chris.
Chad.
I'm here.
Chad.
What's up, sir?
How's it looking back there, man?
Dude, it is looking good. People are on the phone. We've got Xander's matching, and Tanya's going through everything. Craig Dolan just called up $350 donation out there in Franklin. We've got a lot of people that are calling up and giving, and it's an amazing thing. Everybody's on the phone right now, and Tanya's running around. We got a bunch of stuff in her hand, so I think things are going really well. I mean, I think it's could it be better? Absolutely. Is it going to be better? I expect it to be better because we've got the best audience in the world, and the best audience loves to give, and they give from their heart. So yeah, things right now they're going pretty good.
Amen. Well, Chad, we'll be checking back in with you in a moment for some more good news. That's Chad Benson back in the John Bouchard and Sons phone bank. Right now in the Nelson Mazda broadcast room, I'm joined by Eric Ward. He is one of the board chairs for the Nashville Rescue Mission. What's up, Eric? How are you, man?
Doing great. How are you?
I'm good. Today is it's a day that's filled with a lot of hope and a lot of joy, and being able to share and walk in these steps with you guys is really It does more for me than what I'm doing for you guys. So I'll just tell you that much. But you get to do this every day. What does this look like on a day-to-day basis as you're walking through the Nashville Rescue Mission? You're seeing the transformative work of Christ inside these walls. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot. I feel like we, as the community of Nashville, has an obligation to give back. And what I love about the mission is that they're changing hearts.
Yes, sir.
They're not changing just minds, but they're changing hearts. And that's where we see a big difference. I know in board meetings that we have every month, we have one of the members of the Life Recovery Program give us testimonies. And we get to see firsthand how that those hearts were changed. I know I was listening earlier when Billy Eldridge was giving his testimony when I was on the way in, and it's just amazing how his life was changed, and that's what we're all about.
Yeah, it's not just a meal. It's not just a bed to sleep in. I mean, I made the comment earlier, you're giving people a home for eternity because of the redemptive work of Jesus. It's not just about what's happening on this plane of existence. It's what happens after this. And a lot of these individuals are meeting Christ for the first time. When you see that transformation happen in front of you, what kind of feeling does that give you?
It does wonders for me, from my heart. But I also feel like that God convicts us in this community. We talk about we don't take government money, and we don't say that in a negative way, but we say that because we really want to change these hearts of the people that are suffering in our community. And for me, when we get to do that, and I get to hear the testimonies, and I get to see the people's lives change, that affects my heart. That affects how I go about my daily life, and being able to give financially or give time or those kind of things. I believe God directs us to take care of the homeless and the widows, and that's our primary mission, and we as a community should be doing that. And he does that because he knows that changes our hearts as we are able to give money and resources to change other people's hearts.
Yeah, it's amazing work that you do here. We're talking with Eric Ward. He's one of the board chairs here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. I just think it's important to point out A meal is $3.11, but you can provide 10 meals for $31.10. That'll be doubled to 20 meals right now by our friends at Zander Insurance. 40 meals would be just under $125, $124.40. You can provide 80 meals right now because Zander Insurance is matching that. You want to give 100 meals, that's $311. That will be doubled to 200 meals thanks to our friends at Zander Insurance this hour. What does it look like after that first meal? If somebody comes in, they get that first meal, does the healing start immediately?
You know, we have multiple missions here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. One is to provide emergency shelter. And we do that for 700 or 800 people a night, depending upon the day of the week. And then we offer that next step, which is the life recovery program. And that's where we really start to change people. We meet their physical needs with the shelter and the food, but then we have the life recovery program. You heard from the director earlier, and then you heard Billy's testimony.
It's like planting seeds, and then you're starting to harvest when you get into the life recovery program.
That's right. But meeting those shelter needs and the food needs of the people in this community is absolutely critical, right? And that opens the door for us to be able to have a conversation and puts us in a position to be able to introduce them to Jesus.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable mission that you guys have here, and just unbelievable stories of transformation and redemption that we could spend all day talking about, and I'm sure that it's impacted your life in many, many ways. Can you share with me a story that had made a significant impact on you from your time here at the Nashville Rescue Mission?
Well, I think, when we started the women's campus construction, we had a certain number of people, that women and children, that we were servicing in the existing facility. And then as we, were convicted that we need to expand that facility, and we made that investment, and God blessed us, and the community really stepped forward and really did a fantastic job. But at that same time, we saw that the need expand. So we built additional capacity, and it filled it up. So God knew exactly what this community needed, and He caused us to think ahead, and then He convicted the hearts of the community to be able to provide that money so that we would be prepared to be able to take care of the women and children that are growing rapidly in the homeless community. And he really provided for us, and we feel really blessed with that. But I think it was His divine intervention in doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? There's a lot of heartache when you realize how many women and children need your help. But then there's a lot of hope because of how many women and children you guys are able to help here. And God bless you for doing what you're doing. Eric Ward is a board chair with the Nashville Rescue Mission. If you want to help those women, those children, those men, $3.11 is the cost of a meal. Can you donate 10 meals today, $31.10? Zander Insurance will match it. That'd be 20 meals. If you can send in $31.10 right now, you are providing 20 meals to the Nashville Rescue Mission. That's 20 opportunities for somebody to meet Jesus for the first time. How much money would you pay if you knew that you were going to guarantee somebody a meeting with Jesus Christ? That's what you're doing here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. Your donation goes so much further than even we can contemplate right now. So please pick up the phone, make that donation, 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. It's 10:32. This is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 10:33, and I'm Sam Rutherford with your headlines. Tensions continue to rise between Venezuela and the U.S., with new warnings on the safety of the airspace, triggering cancellations for several airlines. ABC's Mary Bruce explains.
FAA is now warning pilots to exercise caution when flying over Venezuela due to the, quote, worsening security situation and heightened military activity. Now, in response, 6 airlines have now suspended flights to the capital of Caracas.
And public health experts were already warning of a worse than usual flu season this year. Take that with a grain of salt. Now, as we hear from ABC's Jim Ryan, an unexpected influenza variant is raising new flags.
It's called subclade K, and its spread in Asia has health officials in Japan declaring an epidemic. Flu shots are easy to find in pharmacies and doctors' offices in the U.S., but mutations in the virus could make the vaccine less effective. Still, everyone over 6 months of age is being encouraged to get one.
And here locally, Tennessee District 7 congressional candidate Afton Bain was on MSN Now and couldn't seem to handle questions about her own tweets regarding protests and police.
You said in those since deleted tweets that the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department should be dissolved. Another cheered on a teachers union saying that defund the police should be a requirement for schools reopening. And another saying good morning, especially to the 54% of Americans that believe burning down a police station is justified. 2020 was obviously a very fraught year. Do you still stand by those comments? And if not, is there anything you want to clarify?
I'm not going to engage in cable news talking points, but what I will say is that, our communities need solutions. We need local people deciding, solving local problems with local solutions. And that's not the overreach of a federal government or state government of which we are dealing with in Nashville and our cities across the state of Tennessee.
So you don't want to clarify whether you still believe that the police should be defunded?
Once again, I don't remember these tweets, but what I'm saying is that
I'm not asking you if you remember. What is your position today? How's that on this issue?
I mean, once again, I'm here to talk about my race, which is in literally 9 days.
It's worth noting that Afton Bain would also not clarify what local solutions could be had for these local problems. That's the latest news. We've got your weather coming up next. I'm Sam Rutherford, WTN News.
My name's Crystal. What brought me to the women's shelter was my addiction to methamphetamine.
Addicted to meth and anything else that she could get her hands on. And as the years went by, Crystal had lost everything.
I lost everything. I didn't have work. I didn't have the ability to go home. I had charges against me. I had a GPS bracelet on. And so by the time that I got brought to the women's, I could no longer see my children. I had no money, nowhere to stay. And God had allowed me to get to the end of my rope, so he could do his best work.
But as God was doing his best work, Crystal was hard at work as well. At Nashville Rescue Mission, they help you to a sober, productive life. And that comes with a firm focus on what really matters and what's next.
They teach you a new way of life. So, one of our mottos is hope for today and hope for eternity. So when you get here, they take care of your basic needs first because, they make sure you're fed, they make sure you're clean, they make sure you're starting out a new path and you can kind of heal and get on that path. Because, if you are lacking basic things in livelihood, there's really not a chance to start doing better, So they take care of that first. And then after that, through classes, through resources, through fellowship, staff that have walked the same path that you're walking, and experience that they are using to teach you, you're being given a whole new outlook. It's like a rewiring. And how to be sober and to stay sober and how to do things differently, new work ethics, new desires to learn and go to class and get closer to God.
And while Crystal's journey continues, she's learned what makes the women's shelter different. It's those walking the same path and those helping along the way.
The ladies here, the program participants are not only, they have awesome camaraderie, they support each other and they walk together, but the staff, because most of us over here are female, we do have maintenance men, but they are all part of the family too. It's just a big family. I mean, like you have someone to go to that can help you, like the counselors. No matter what you're facing, they can give you the tools that you need and help guide you through it. But some of the girls that I've had that were my girls that were in the program are still my friends today. They're not my friends, they're my sisters.
So Crystal, after time spent at the mission, has a life restored.
Oh yes, everything's good. So my oldest son turned 18. He's actually now 19. So he aged out. Our relationships are all restored. My mom, my dad, our relationships are good. We get to go on trips together. We visit. Yes, I'm now married. Not in debt. I mean, it's just everything was restored. It's kind of like in Job. He gave me back what I thought I'd lost, but he gave me back double.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Dense fog to start off our day today. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Stefano DiPietro. Give yourself extra time this morning. Take it easy on those foggy roadways. It is going to take until the tail end of this morning for that fog to completely burn off. More cloud cover this afternoon. Temperatures are in the 60s, perhaps an isolated shower. A few showers move in this evening, with then the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms late tonight into tomorrow morning, mainly in southeast middle Tennessee. Gusty winds, heavier downpours will be possible with any thunderstorm tonight.
You're listening to The Chris Hand Show on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
It's 10:39 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Hey, how are you? It's Chris Hand. The show is brought to you by the Nashville Rescue Mission. It's our More Than a Meal Radiothon. We do it once a year. We stop down, we put the regular programming to the side, and we impact Nashville in such a greater way than we can the other 364 days a year. I'm very excited to be a part of this. It's a blessing. It blesses me more than we're blessing the National Rescue Mission, I can tell you that much. But I do want to thank our sponsor this hour, Zander Insurance. They are matching every donation you make. So your $3.11 donation becomes 2 meals as opposed to just one, thanks to our friends at Zander Insurance. You got to make the phones ring, though. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. Let's make those guys in the phone bank sorry that they volunteered during this hour. 615-312-1500. Hey, I'm joined in studio now, the Nelson Mazda exclusive broadcast room. I'm joined by my friend Thomas Harris. And Thomas, you work in, you're the assistant director of the Men's Guest Services Department here at the Nashville Rescue Mission.
Correct.
What do you do as the assistant director of the Guest Services Department for the men here at the Nashville Rescue Mission?
So I oversee the department. We are the first points of contact for the guests coming in off the streets. We're meeting people where they're at. We don't know where they're coming from. We don't know what they're going through, but we have an opportunity to meet them where they're at and point them in the right direction, treating them with dignity and respect, and seeing what we can do to help them out.
You're wearing a shirt today. It says every soul needs a shelter. That's what you guys do here every single day. As you're witnessing somebody walk into the Nashville Rescue Mission for the first time, not every case is going to be the same, but what do you see typically for a first-timer here at the Nashville Rescue Mission?
I see a person that needs some hope and some encouragement. Whatever their background is, they've obviously fallen on some hard times, and I have an opportunity to, one, make sure that the environment is safe for those who are already staying in the mission and those that are employed by the mission. But after that, there's the hospitality piece, which is let me see how we can lead you to some resources that can help you get to the next level. The way I see it, there's people coming in that are down here or they're right here, but I'm trying to get them here. I want to see some progression and make sure they're utilizing all the opportunities that are made available for them.
And when somebody comes in, it's their first time here, what are those opportunities? What does the Nashville Rescue Mission offer somebody that's walking in the doors for the first time?
So my team primarily operates as the security and hospitality, and we are also the liaison between the guests coming in needing services and the case management team. So Those services are included, which is obviously the shelter from the elements outside, being off the streets. 3 meals a day, which are provided, a place to sleep at night. If they need mental health services, they need to get a job, we provide an opportunity for them to work and save money. Then there's housing. We try to eliminate all the excuses that keep someone in a position where they're stuck. And then we also have the life recovery program. So if they have an addiction issues, we want to provide that opportunity as well, because we want to see them succeed. And I always tell the guests that I interact with that I want you to succeed. I will be rooting for your success. I'll be your number one cheerleader, because I don't want you to stay stuck. And I think it's the right thing to do is to not enable people in a way where they're not doing anything to help themselves. But if you point someone in the right direction and you are there cheering them along the way, it makes an impact in their lives.
So it sounds a lot like eliminating excuses and equipping them with life skills.
Correct.
And what does success look like?
Success in this environment is when there is someone that I engage with when they're down, and I pour into them, and then I see that they are become a productive member of society, and then they move on their way to independence from the mission. And you know, not long ago, I received a phone call from a guy. I didn't recognize him by name because I forgot. I've seen hundreds and hundreds of people since I've been here in 4 years. And this guy, he said, "I don't know if you remember me. My name is Kirby." And he just said, I just wanted to let you know that those conversations we had really made an impact for me. He said, "I talk to my girlfriend all the time. She was on drugs and she was pregnant, and so they were both homeless. And he wanted to just let me know that they were doing well, that they were both working, they had a place to stay, they both had vehicles to drive." And he said, "You may not think that your words made a difference, but we talk about it all the time, and I just wanted to make sure I gave you some encouragement and thank you for what you did, so you can keep doing that."
What does getting a phone call like that mean to you? I mean, because like you say that, you know, that's what success looks like, and I mean that does feel like a success story. But I almost picture it meaning more to you than it would mean to the guy who now is putting his life back together.
Yeah, Chris. We specifically in my department, we take an emotional and a mental beating every single day, but somehow we're foolish enough to keep coming back and do it over and over again. And in this line of work, you got to be completely out of your mind crazy, or you got to be called, or I think I am probably a little bit of both.
Yeah.
And that's why I keep doing this. You know, I served in the military for 4 years, and you know, there's the acronym, which is Navy, which I was in the Navy. We make jokes all the time, but Navy stands for Never Again Volunteer Yourself. But here I am, volunteering again, just taking that beating head on every day.
Well, man, God bless you for doing that, because I don't think you're doing this to be a millionaire. You know, like nobody's riding out of here and making, you know, buku bucks. All the money that comes into the Nashville Rescue Mission gets poured right back out of the Nashville Rescue Mission.
Yeah.
So you're doing an unbelievable job, and it's a thankless job in so many ways. So let me just say thank you for what you're doing here.
Appreciate that.
And thank you for your service as well. But I can see it on you. It's gotta wear and tear a bit. You know, you don't have the easiest job at the mission.
No, I do not. And to somehow have enough left in the tank when I get home to my family, you know, that's the challenging part. But I know that the Lord gives me enough for every day. You know, if it were just up to me, I would have walked a long time ago. But he keeps getting me up out of bed when I'm fighting him to get up, and I come here and I know that I have value to do what's necessary to encourage these guys to rise above and become something. They may have not had that kind of encouragement from people in the past. They're the outcasts of society, and I believe that the only time you look down on another person is when you're extending a hand to lift them up. So that's what I try to do, promote positive life change here, and just be consistent with that.
Amen. Well, you're doing an unbelievable job. The Nashville Rescue Mission does provide that hand up to so many. We have a goal. We're trying to get to 30,000 meals by 11 a.m. Our friends at Zander Insurance are matching any donation that comes in right now. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. As the donations roll in, what does it mean for a guy like you in your position? What do you see this money going to? How is this going to benefit and positively impact the men, women, and children that are coming into this mission?
I mean, to me, it's business as usual. If we don't have those funds coming in, we don't get to do what we do, which is promoting positive life change and providing a safe environment for folks to come in when they're in the down and outs. But we need your help. We need your support, continuously. This is how we do what we do. We're not getting government funding, so it's all on the people that are calling in. So keep the phones ringing. Bring it in.
615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. Zander Insurance will match your donation up until 11 a.m. We're trying to get to 30,000 meals. I'm joined here in the Nelson Mazda broadcast room with my friend Thomas Harris, and he is the Assistant Director of the Men's Guest Services Program. Thomas, what is a massive success story that you've seen here? A story that when somebody asks you about the Nashville Rescue Mission, you go, oh, this is one that's an easy celebration.
Well, there's a massive success story also met with great tragedy. We had a guest staying here who decided that he wanted to help out. I believe in promoting ownership of. If this is the place you call home for a period of time, then take ownership of it. And this guy began to help our department, just whatever we needed, folding towels, taking out trash, or helping other guests. But we eventually saw that, hey, this guy is running circles around our staff. So let's bring him in and make him an employee of the mission. So we did that, and I had the pleasure of promoting this guy twice because he was that good. Tragically, back in this past May, he had some health complications, and he ended up passing away. So massive success story, but it had a tragic ending. But we are so grateful that this man got to be a part of our team, coming in from just in the door just like anybody else.
Well, and then you know where he's resting for eternity.
Absolutely.
Because he comes in here, and not only does he get a meal, not only does he get a place to stay, but he gets life skills and he gets that relationship with Jesus.
And he got purpose while he was here.
Amen.
He gained purpose, and that's why he was giving so much, because he was so appreciative of what this mission has given him.
I love that word, purpose. What does somebody without purpose look like as they walk in here?
Someone without purpose is someone that just hasn't had a support system, hasn't had community, or they manipulated it so bad that they lost it all. When I joined the military, that was the first time I actually saw that I had a purpose. And I'm continuing that purpose post-military because I signed up to be of service.
And you're still serving.
Yeah.
Now you're serving something higher.
This is my purpose, and that's my purpose is to give, to be of service to other people.
Well, Thomas, I appreciate your story, man. Thomas Harris, he is the Assistant Director for the Men's Guest Services Department here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. There's a bunch of stories like this behind the scenes where guys are putting their talent here and they're putting it to good use, but we can't do it without you guys. We can't do it without this audience. We can't do it without this community. We're trying to hit 30,000 meals before 11 a.m. We got about 3,900 meals to go. That's only $12,000. If you're doing napkin math and you've been paying attention, you know that Zander Insurance is matching every donation this hour up till 11 a.m. So we only need to raise about another $6,000 to hit our goal for 11 a.m. Can you help us hit 30,000 meals? Can you donate one meal, $3.11? Can you donate 10 meals, $31? Can you make a difference today? 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. Let the next success story that comes out of the Nashville Rescue Mission be brought to these people because of you. 615-312-1500. It's 10:54. This is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis delivers Nashville's morning news on your schedule. All the headlines, takes, and Music City insight whenever you're ready.
Available on YouTube, your favorite podcast platform, and the Super Talk 99.7 WTN app.
My name is Jerry, and I was addicted to meth.
Jerry was in and out of rehab, and nothing was helping him get what he truly needed, a chance at living life again. But he got that chance at Nashville's Rescue Mission.
I was ready for a change, and I just couldn't get back on my feet back home. I couldn't get away. I needed away from the people that I was around, and every time I thought I'd get catching a break, I'd get it knocked out from under me. And a police officer friend of mine back home told me about the Nashville Rescue Mission. I decided to come. It was the best decision I ever made.
But before he made that decision, Jerry had a life. He had friends, a job, a family, until the drugs destroyed all that he knew.
Once I started using, I ended up losing my job, my family. I lost a lot of friends. And I went 3 years without speaking to my daughter. I had a granddaughter born that I never met for the first 3 years. I mean, I can't blame nobody for the choices I made. I mean, I'd started dating this girl and she'd started using, and I ended up started using, but I mean, it was my own fault. I mean, ultimately, I made the choice. Nobody else did.
Jerry arrives at Nashville's Rescue Mission addicted, hopeless, and homeless. And he needed help, and he found it. The lessons learned at the mission saved his life and helped him reconnect with those he loved.
It was a place I could get back up on my feet. I mean, come here, you could tell that the people really cared about you and what happened to you and wanted to help you. I was able to get my driver's license back here. I got my GED here. And eventually, my third month in the program, my daughter calls me out of the blue. And we and her got our relationship back, and that was the first time I got to meet my granddaughter, too, at 3 years old. She just had her third birthday. And my relationship with her, it was amazing, because I never thought she'd take over with me that quick. But there's something, I got the trust back with my daughter that I never thought I'd have back. Not trust, respect.
These days, Jerry is living life to the fullest and working with Nashville's Rescue Mission to pass on what he's learned to those that need the help, and his perspective on finding God, reconnecting with family, and Nashville's Rescue Mission. Miracles like Jerry's happen every day at the mission, and you can help by donating today.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 10:57 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. We are here at the Nashville Rescue Mission for the More Than a Meal Radiothon. I'm in the Nelson Mazda broadcast room, but over in the John Bouchard & Sons phone bank room is our friend Chad Benson. Chad, how are things going down there in the phone bank?
They are rocking and rolling, Chris. Let me tell you something. We got a lot of people that have given and given big, including Dan Coyle, who gave $3,110, and Norman Ray gave $3,110 as well. That's 1,000 meals each, 2,000. We got a challenge out there for anybody who lost a child. It's a lady who gave and said, look, she gave $311. Could you do it for anybody who's lost a child? We are closing in on that 30,000 meals. And it's not going to take a lot, especially with Xander matching. We still got it going on for a few more minutes. So take advantage of it. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. You can also text as well. Texting is always easy. Meals to 87-365. But we're getting close, and right now there are several people on the phone. So it's going to be close, but I think we're going to get there, my man.
Man, I love to hear it. And I also want to give a shout-out to David Corlew with the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. They donated $7,500 on his way out of here after our interview a little while ago, which is just unbelievable, and we're so grateful for that. I love hearing the cowbell in the back.
Cowbell, more cowbell.
We're gonna need some more. We're gonna need some more cowbell. 615-312-1500 if you want to hear the cowbell. There's a lot of things that you can do if you got a small business. Talk to your accountant. Figure out how much you can write off. Now would be, if you want to make that phone call first before you call to donate, I'm fine with that. Figure out how much you can write off. Help yourself out on your taxes if you own a small business, and then get a little radio plug as well. We'll shout out your small business. 615-312-1500. Maybe you're a trucker. Anecdotally, we're the number one show for truckers. The Chris Hand Show. Maybe my trucker audience can come through and donate $3.11 and make a meal happen here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. 615-312-1500. Bankers. We know the bankers are out there. Call in. Donate. 615-312-1500. Business owners, military, electrical, call centers, media members, anybody. 615-312-1500. Let's make this happen. Let's hear those phones ringing. Those guys didn't volunteer to sit around. They volunteered to work, so we're going to need you to put them to work. 615-312-1500. Every dollar counts. These guys at the Nashville Rescue Mission are the greatest stewards of your donation. Not a cent is going to be wasted. If you've been to this facility, you'll know how far they can stretch your dollar. And they do it with a heart filled with the redemptive work of Jesus. They do it with a focus on Jesus, and it really does make this place so, so special. So if you want to make a donation, we're asking you to do it now. Xander Insurance will match your donation. 615-312-1500. It's 11 o'clock. This is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville, from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
And the Mark Spain Real Estate WTN Newsroom. Information fueled, opinion driven.
This is Nashville's news and talk leader.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
11 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast coming up in 5 minutes. Morgan Geyser, one of the teenagers who was accused of stabbing a classmate in Wisconsin, has been found and brought back to the group home where she was staying. Geyser, now 22, was found with a 42-year-old man in Illinois after authorities say she cut off her ankle monitoring bracelet. Geyser found not guilty by reason of mental disease or deficient for the 2014 crime. We get more from ABC's Alex Perez.
Geyser was found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect and was sentenced to up to 40 years in a psychiatric institution. And in March, she was transferred to a group home and ordered to wear a monitoring bracelet. In a statement, the family of victim Peyton Leitner responded to Geyser's disappearance, saying Peyton and her family are safe and are working closely with local law enforcement to ensure their continued safety. Before she was found, Geyser's mother releasing new images of her and sending a message to her daughter. We love you and just want to know you are safe.
Yeah, she's the Slender Man stabber. Compared to last year, the national average cost of a Thanksgiving dinner is down, but many Americans say food prices are putting a dent in this year's holiday dinner. We get more from ABC's Andrew Dembert.
The American Farm Bureau Federation says a traditional Thanksgiving feast for 10 runs about $55.18 in 2025 versus $58.08 a year ago, a 5% decrease, but many Americans say their grocery bills are still soaring.
I personally can't afford to buy everything for a Thanksgiving dinner.
And while the cost of a turkey is down 16% this year, other items have gone up. A gallon of milk up 16%. Potatoes up 37%.
Well, she's been dead for over 50 years, but you can still hire Judy Garland or a close facsimile as a voice for your movie, commercial, or video game. ABC's Jim Ryan takes us into the emerging AI talent industry.
From his 1993 turn in Dazed and Confused.
All right.
Matthew McConaughey gained movie stardom and commercial success.
I've been driving a Lincoln since long before anybody paid me to drive one.
Now he's leading a list of celebrities licensing AI likenesses of their voices to anyone willing to buy them through a company called 11 Labs, in which McConaughey is an investor. Industry pushback is coming from the likes of Breaking Bad creator Vince Gilligan, who calls AI a, quote, plagiarism machine. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
That's the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN's annual Radiothon in support of Nashville Rescue Mission, presented by Mark Spain Real Estate. To make a donation, call 615-312-1500 or text the word meals to 87365.
This hour also brought to you by Brentwood Jewelry.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. Macy's Backstage is a whole department inside your Macy's store where you can find so many holiday essentials, all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find. Don't wait. Find a location at macysbackstage.com.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Dense fog to start off our day today. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Stefano DiPietro. Give yourself extra time this morning. Take it easy on those foggy roadways. It is going to take until the tail end of this morning for that fog to completely burn off. More cloud cover this afternoon. Temperatures are in the 60s, perhaps an isolated shower. A few showers move in this evening, with then the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms late tonight into tomorrow morning, mainly in southeast middle Tennessee. Gusty winds, heavier downpours will be possible with any thunderstorm tonight.
Information fueled. Opinion driven.
Government is not the solution to our problem.
The Chris Hand Show.
Government is the problem.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 11:04 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, how are you? It's Chris Hand. I'm listening to the intro there, and it's Reagan. Government is not the solution to the problems. It is the problem. Well, that's exactly the message that we're preaching today. We're at the Nashville Rescue Mission. These guys are unbelievable. This is the More Than a Meal Radiothon. And the Nashville Rescue Mission doesn't take $1 of government money because they understand that government is not the solution to your problems. The community is going to be the solution to your problems. Jesus is going to be the solution to your problems, and we see that at work every single day here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. So our sponsor this hour is our friends at Brentwood Jewelry. We thank them for sponsoring it. We got the Nelson Mazda broadcast room where we're broadcasting from right now. The John Bouchard phone bank room is going wild, and we want you to put those guys to good work. 615-312-1500. Call and make a donation. $3.11 is what it costs to feed one person here at the Nashville Rescue Mission one meal. $23 is what it costs to provide a room to stay for the evening. $23. Can you make that donation today? 615-312-1500. I'm joined now by one of the life coaches for the Men's Life Recovery Program. I've had the pleasure of speaking with this nice lady for a couple minutes here off the air while we were in commercial. Her name is Adrienne Thompson. Adrienne, welcome to the show. Thank you for stopping down to talk with us a little bit about the mission.
Hi, good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm good.
So tell me a little bit about your background and the work that you do.
Well, I've been in the social work field for about 30 years, give or take. I have a master's degree in Christian ministry, also conflict management. And I just really believe not just in the life recovery program. I believe it's like the greatest kept secret here in Nashville. But most importantly, I believe in the work that we do, not just in life recovery, but at the Nashville Rescue Mission as a whole. And I just can't say enough about not just our staff as a whole, but for the men and the women that come through the program.
Yeah, and I can't wait to hear some of these stories from you. But I think my first question would be, with 30 years of experience, you must have experience working with different missions that take government money.
Right.
You have some experience with other missions that don't have Christ as the focus. So I would ask you, what's the biggest difference between the Nashville Rescue Mission and those other programs?
The greatest difference is Christ itself, right? When you think about the programs that have Christ or faith, or that are faith-based, you can be authentically who you are, and you are welcome to serve the one that you serve, which is Christ.
Amen.
And those that are not necessarily faith-based, you you don't have to be ashamed, but you can't openly serve and praise that, the one that you serve. So it's almost like it's there, but you can't serve it. It's there, but you can't say.
You have to hide your faith.
You have to hide your faith. So I would much rather be able to walk around and say, this is my God, or this is the person, this is the man that I serve, and stand on your faith and walk in faith. And if you do this, these are the things that you can stand on, or by faith. So you can use the principles of the Bible and say that with him or with God, all things are possible.
Amen.
And know that, and you can use yourself as a witness and say that when this happened, God was there to step in and carry me through, and use that as a witness as you're working with the participants.
This is the biggest difference. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500 to make a donation today. We're talking with Adrienne Thompson. She's one of the life coaches for the Men's Life Recovery Program. Which programs have you seen bear more fruit? Is it a program like this with Christ as the focus, or is it the programs where you have to hide your faith?
I would definitely say it's the ones where you can have God and Christ as the center.
What do those conversations look like? Because I'd imagine that you get a lot of individuals who walk through these doors and they're not even sure if God wants to have a conversation with them. They feel like they've been living in sin. They feel broken. They don't know where to turn. What do you tell those individuals?
You tell those individuals that, you know what? He loves you all the same.
Amen.
You tell those individuals that we have all had a bad day. Your bad day may not look like mine. It may not look like the next person, but you've all had a bad day. And just because you've had a bad day, that does not decrease the amount of grace. That does not decrease the amount of mercy. And what he says is new mercies are restored every day. So as long as you can get up and wake up, you say thank you for those things, and you take one step forward. And keep moving and keep trying, because he hasn't given up on you. And you allow yourself to be that witness for them.
Amen. I feel this warmth coming off you, and I feel the presence of God when you talk. And I don't know, maybe you see that on the stream. You can feel this warmth coming off of Adrienne, or maybe you hear it through your radio. But I'm sure that a lot of the men that you talk to feel that as well. And as you're walking alongside of them, what kind of encouragement are you giving them? What does the Men's Life Recovery Program look like, and what are you coaching these men to do next?
Well, we coach them to become and be their best self, and however that may look, right? We want them to be whole, we want them to be healthy, and we want them to be their individual self. So we're focused on what does it look like as far as education, right? So if they don't necessarily have their high set, we're making sure that is done. We are looking at if they have some sort of substance abuse, we are making sure that they are attending AA and A meetings, working toward getting a sponsor and a home group. If there are other needs that may need to be met, we are making sure that they may need to be connected with some of the other partnering agencies or have a therapist, because we have licensed therapists that are here. We are making sure that we tap into whatever needs that are met. We make sure that each individual get a complete physical. They see dentists. We make sure that if they need glasses, that they go to the eye doctor. We just make sure that holistically that they are taken care of in every way.
And I saw this at the women's campus when we took a tour there. There's a beauty salon now.
We have a barber shop here.
Well, I mean, talk about how something so we take such for granted can really be so transformational for somebody.
Right. So if you just like with us, right? When you look good, you feel good.
Amen.
So just like on the women's campus, they have a hair salon. We have a barber shop here for the men, because We have men that are barbers. So you want to make sure that that is done. We have a service coordinator here that is going to make sure that all the domicile information is taken care of, whether it be for the men or for the women. We want to make sure that we get rid of all the barriers that we can so that you are able to propel and move forward.
Now, when you get past these barriers, when you get over these hurdles, what does success look like? And what have you seen that gives you like a light bulb moment where you go, that's a success?
Well, success is different for every person. Success may be, I haven't been able to talk to my children. And today, through consistency in writing them and sending letters to that caseworker that sees me consistently doing this every month, I'm now being able to see them, which may have started out supervised, is now unsupervised.
What does that mean for a guy when he hasn't been able to see his kids? Can you put into words? Because it's hard to wrap your head around something like that. But that's a reality for so many men here.
That is a reality
program.
for so many men. And to be able to see a grown man cry, that within itself can bring tears. But just to know that for them, that may just mean reunification. Mm-hmm. For some, that's greater than having $1 million. That's priceless.
Yep.
What do they say? # priceless?
Yeah.
That's what that is.
I can't think of a better success story than reuniting with your kids.
Right.
And you get to see these success stories every day. We're talking with Adrienne Thompson. She is one of the life coaches for the Men's Life Recovery Program, a program that you can absolutely impact with your donations today. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. You can be the catalyst for one of those reunifications. So as these guys are going through this program, you're the coach, right? What does coaching look like? Again, it's probably different for every scenario, but there has to be some sort of a blueprint that you're following.
Mm-hmm. So we have curriculum that's set up that we follow each month, and through that curriculum, we have 1 month that may be centered on God and faith and things like that. So we want to make sure that we cover the foundation. We get the foundation set up.
Yep. Build it on the rock.
Build it on the rock. That's right. We have a month that is set on addiction and recovery. We want to make sure that we get our men situated with that. We have another month that is set on the emotional intelligence. We want to make sure that emotionally that you are set, you are solid. You understand that no is a complete sentence. Because for some men, they don't understand that no is a complete sentence.
It's a lot of rewiring.
It's a lot of rewiring, and just we want to get in and do some purging and cleaning out. You want to get in there and dig up some roots.
Yeah.
Because if we can get rid of the roots and kill the roots, then it can't come back.
Nothing's growing back. I love that. We're talking with Adrienne Thompson. She's one of the coaches for the Rescue Mission's Life Recovery Program for the men. It's so important for you to put your donations in, because for all the fruit that Adrienne sees, it starts at that one meal. It starts at the $3.11 meal to get somebody in the door. And then that meal turns into shelter for a night. That's $23.50. To support a guest based on the average stay per guest, that's 68 days, that's $775. To get through the Life Recovery Program and graduate, that's a 7-month program. This isn't an easy lift. This is $54,000 plus. Every dollar is going to make a difference. You're bringing that dad back into their children's lives. You're bringing recovery to someone. You're bringing the message of hope and of Jesus to someone. When you see that light bulb go off and somebody really starts to know Jesus,
not just wanting to know, not just being open to know, but that moment where they know Jesus. What does that mean for you?
It's like, wow, we have another one into the family.
That's it. I love that.
And they're ready to share. That's what it's like.
I love that. Just another one in the family. Lord, we got another one.
We have another one.
God is so good, and you can feel the presence of the Lord inside this building every single day. 615-312-1500. Can you help people like Adrian help so many? We need you to. We can't do it on our own. You can provide 1,000 meals for $3,110. You can provide 100 meals for $311. You can provide one meal for $3.11. And if that's all you can do today, believe me when I tell you that is more than enough. 615-312-1500. Why, Adrian, should somebody donate to the mission today?
Because everyone deserves a warm place to lay their head. Everyone deserves community with where they have a seat at the table. Everyone deserves a warm meal, but more importantly, everyone deserves love.
It's all love in this building. Yeah. Do you think that people would be coming back? The employees, not the visitors, but the employees. Do you think they'd come back if there wasn't love in this building?
I don't think people would come back, but more importantly, I don't think I would have came back if there wasn't love and support in this building.
Because you were at the Nashville Rescue Mission for a spell, and then you went off.
And then I came back.
What exactly made you come back?
I came back because I believe in the work of the program. I believe in the people, but more importantly, I believe in the mission of the mission.
Amen. It's Jesus.
Right.
And he's in the building, man. He is absolutely in the building. You can help us further this mission. We can't do it without you. Again, 1,000 meals, $3,110. That would be awesome. We would so appreciate that. And I know there's people out there that can do it. 100 meals, $311. That would be awesome. And I know there's a lot of people out there in the audience that could do it. One meal, $3.11. If that's all you can do, that would be more than the 1,000 meals. That would be more than the 100 meals. That would mean so much to us. $3.11. That's the opening point. That gets a foot in the door. And then once you got somebody in here, that's all it takes, right?
That's it.
And then the redemptive power of Jesus starts working. Whether they like it or not, that's coming.
He takes over.
And I love to hear it. We're at the Nashville Rescue Mission. We're going to be here all day. We're going to be here till 7 o'clock. We have some pretty big goals in front of us. And I don't think that they're too big of an ask. And I know with this audience, nothing's too big. $3.11. Can you make that happen? 615-312-1500. It's 11:21. This is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The Chad Benson Show.
Chad, you need to pick a lane. No, my lane is America. That's my lane. I care about us. I don't care about politicians. I don't care about parties. I care about what's best for America.
The Chad Benson Show.
Weekdays noon to 3 and streaming on the Super Talk 99.7 WTN app.
Michael was addicted to everything. And through the years, he battled his addictions and grew frustrated that nothing would work. Until, that is, he walked into Nashville's rescue mission.
My life just wasn't going nowhere. It was just redundant, same thing every day. And I felt like I really didn't have no hope. So I heard about the life recovery program, so I decided to try it out.
And like so many addicts, due to the lost relationships, Michael was growing desperate.
Well, the way it was structured, and really the main thing is you can tell, you can feel the love. The life recovery staff, they actually care. They love you and they care about what happens to you.
And the missing ingredient in the other programs is the one ingredient that Michael needed. That's God.
I never thought about it before I came in too much. But yeah, I needed God in my life. That was a big part that was missing, so that helped me a lot.
The volunteers of the rescue mission aren't just addicts themselves. Most of them have gone through the program, so they know it, they've lived it, and they understand that this unique program is the key to a better life. So Michael's glad he became a volunteer himself and then an employee.
And also seeing the volunteers coming in and being happy about helping, and that's one reason I like working here. It makes me feel good to give back and to help people. It's a calling, really.
These days, Michael's not only clean and sober, but he's also repaired those relationships that his addiction shattered. And his father couldn't be happier.
I like going back home now and visiting him, being good. Not in addiction, not doing bad, but doing good. That makes a difference in how we work together or how the relationship works. Because when I was in my addiction, I didn't really communicate with him too much. God, I just didn't want him to see me like I was.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Sponsored by AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
This holiday season at AT&T, learn how to get the all-new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details.
This is a paid endorsement by a current client.
Hey, it's Chris Hand here with my friend Paul Winkler. Okay, so this is kind of like a personal question for me.
All right.
How do you invest when you don't trust Washington and you don't trust Wall Street?
Well, number one, you're not really investing in Washington. You're investing in all the great companies that make the cool things that we use every day. And the big thing I tell people is make sure you diversify internationally. Investment firms and advisors often focus way too much attention on domestic stocks when historically international does as well, if not better, and it can help reduce risk as well. Now, if Washington screws up, the company's going to move overseas and you'll still own them. On the Wall Street thing, I don't trust them either. When I was a broker, we were told so many things that were just wrong just to try to sell things that people didn't need. The solution there is just to work with somebody like us.
Jump on the website, set up that 15-minute phone call at any of their offices around Middle Tennessee. Go to paulwinkler.com.
Go to paulwinkler.com.
My name is Angela Gones, and I was addicted to pills and meth.
Angela's life was in a drug-induced spiral and not getting better anytime soon. And finally hit rock bottom when she lost custody of her kids because of her addictions.
DCS was called because I was on drugs. And thank God my family took them, but I still lost them for 13 years.
And just when she thought it couldn't get any worse, it did, as she endured one tragedy after another.
I lost my mom in 2012, lost my husband in 2013, and then I still went on for 7 more years until I finally hit rock bottom. Then that's whenever I lost everything. Everybody I ever cared about, my house, everything.
And as time went on, Angela felt like there was no hope in finding that peace that she so desperately needed, until she found the women's program at Nashville's Rescue Mission. And the fact the counselors had real-world experience in what she herself had been going through for years.
You know, what drew me to this place is most of the people here has been through this, so they can understand more. So that's what drew me here, and they really, really care. And the people you get to that are your teachers and stuff, they really care and they want you to get it.
And like so many of those who find faith at Nashville's Rescue Mission, reconnecting with God and applying His teaching to their recovery is what helped most of all.
Who is God and why does it matter? Because I knew God, but it was never really forefront in my life. So I think that really done it for me. No matter what you do, God still loves you and He's there. That you don't have to have the shame and the guilt, because I think for me, that was a big thing. the shame of I lost everything. I lost my kids, and I didn't know how to get that back.
Well, Angela did reconnect spiritually and with her kids. These days, Angela's doing well, taking it day by day and working at Nashville's Rescue Mission. Miracles like Angela's story happen every day at Nashville's Rescue Mission, and you can help by donating today.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. Show today is brought to you by the Nashville Rescue Mission. We are celebrating our More Than a Meal Radiothon. Thank you again to all of our friends and sponsors and everybody that's just stepping up in such a big way for this community. We would just have David Corlew in here from the Journey Home Project with Charlie Daniels, and they donated $7,500. Unbelievable. We truly appreciate that. All these great companies coming in and helping us out and supporting us. The phone bank right now, the John Bouchard & Sons phone bank, are we getting a lot of cowbell down there, Chad? How we feeling?
We need more cowbell always. We are. It's crazy. I can use more cowbell. But you know what, man? Yeah, the phones are starting to ring, and they're still ringing. I got a bunch, of ones. $100 from Mary Potts. We got $100 from Joseph. We've got $300 from Sue and Dan Coyle. They continue to do it. They've got another $25 from Steve Hunter. I've got so many of them here, and they're giving, and that's what matters. And again, it doesn't matter the size. It's the thoughts, the opportunity, that one meal that brings somebody in, as you know, man, introduce you to Jesus, put you on a path that is totally different than anything that you've been on before. Maybe you found Jesus a long time ago and you lost him somewhere, you lost the way. Just that one hot meal, that opportunity to sit down with somebody, renew your life, and the next thing you know, you're on a path that you haven't been on in a long time. And we're getting close to that 35,000 meals, but we got to keep giving up until noon, so just keep giving. Call 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500, or you can always text as well, which is always easy. Meals 87-365, because you know what we want, man, more cowbell. And our buddy Kirby, I don't know if he's around there.
I am.
He gave, and Kirby gave because we did that golf tournament this year. You introduced me to some people that were amazing, and unfortunately, one of the little brothers that couldn't come because of what was going on in his life, it finally caught up to him, and you gave because that's the kind of person you are. Those people are amazing. Tell everybody what you're challenging everybody to do.
Well, I waited till after 11 a.m. because I figured, it's radio, so everybody that we work with back at the building would be out of bed by now, other than the people that work so hard at WTN. No, we lost Emery Martin, passed away Wednesday. His funeral was yesterday. And anybody that listens to our station or is aware of the different things that we do, Terry Martin, the father of the family, started the foundation Fight DMD because both of his sons were diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, 100% terminal. Only, fewer than 90% or fewer than 10% make it 20 years old, and Emery was one of the few that didn't, or one of those that didn't, the many that didn't. So I've donated $104.50 for 104.5, and I challenge anybody else on any of our music or other talk station to get on the phone, pull out your pocket, and make a donation in memory of Emery, who we've lost this past week.
It's phenomenal, man. It was such an amazing time that we spent with them at their Fight DMD golf tournament this year, and they are just amazing people, and the pain, knowing full well what's going on, but it's great what you've done there, and yeah, challenged right there, thrown down by Kirby of all people. So
we love you, Kirby. We love you, man. We appreciate you. Everything he does behind the scenes. A lot of people don't know Kirby's behind the scenes at every event we do, always doing a phenomenal job. We love that guy. So thank you, Kirby. Appreciate you. And now the other stations they're on the block. So step up, guys. Kirby, let's lay down the gauntlet. If you work for another one of our radio stations, you're getting called out by one Kirby. We got a few minutes here, and we're going to be talking to somebody that I'm really excited about having a conversation with. Her name is Sharon. She's going to share an inspirational story about this place. But I just want to drop one more time. If somebody told you that you could introduce somebody to Jesus and it would only cost you $3.11, what would you say? $3.11 to introduce somebody to Jesus. Do you know that you could do that today? You can. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. We'll be back to talk to Sharon, who went through the Life Recovery Program, here next after the headlines on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7.
WTN. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast coming up in 5 minutes. Already sweeping Asia. A new strain of influenza could make for a nasty flu season here in the U.S. ABC's Jim Ryan says physicians have seen troubling signs since last year.
Flu-related hospitalizations in 2024 were their highest since 2010, and this year's surge in cases is coming early. A new subvariant is raising alarms.
With subclade K now being identified in Japan, Canada, and the UK, it's still unclear about what this might actually do to the U.S.
ABC News medical contributor Dr. Alok Patel says the best way to prevent a spread remains the same.
Please stay home if you are sick.
Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Morgan Geyser, one of the teenaged girls involved in the infamous 2014 Slender Man stabbing of a classmate in Wisconsin, has been found and brought back to the group home where she was in custody. Geyser was found not guilty by reason of mental disease or deficit for the crime more than a decade ago, then escaped from this group home. Here's Alex Perez.
She was picked up at a truck stop not too far from here. Now, 22-year-old Geyser disappeared Saturday night from a supervised facility in Madison, Wisconsin, after police say she cut off her ankle monitoring bracelet and escaped. Now, investigators say she was apprehended with a 42-year-old man.
Reggae pioneer Jimmy Cliff has died at the age of 81. Here's ABC Sherry Preston.
Jimmy Cliff, the reggae pioneer who starred in the 1972 movie The Harder They Come, about an aspiring reggae star who turns to crime in Kingston, has died. His wife announcing his passing on Instagram, saying he had a seizure followed by pneumonia. Jimmy Cliff helped lead the reggae movement alongside Bob Marley and Peter Tosh in the 60s, and once called reggae pure music born of the poorer classes. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
That's the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Nashville Rescue Mission has helped all kinds of people, the addicted and those just looking for help. Take Jennifer, a victim of human trafficking and a benefactor of God's grace. A miracle that she was able to find her way to Music City.
I was trying to get away, and it seemed like no matter where I went, I always ended up getting caught again. And there was a small voice that said, go to Nashville, there'll be a safe place. And an opportunity came. I went to the truck stop and I sat down. I said, okay, God, I'm not gonna ask anybody. And in 5 minutes, this guy came up and said, what do you need? What can I do? And I said, I need a ride out of here. And he said, okay, hold on, I'll be right back. And he came back and he said, come on, let's go.
And she made it to Nashville in one piece, and hoping that her past was behind her. You see, Jennifer had been trafficked for 2 years before escaping this horrifying situation and finally feeling safe at Nashville's rescue mission.
So I spent 7 months and leaned in to God, and He is, when I wanted confirmation from people, He confirmed Himself through scriptures and just through love of others. And I am eternally grateful. He saved my life.
Now, as you can imagine, Jennifer was going through a lot, but she rediscovered the power of her faith. And Jennifer went from being held captive, scared, and lonely to now free and with a new life ahead, thanks to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
I'm His, and He's mine. My job, a lot of people's like, what's the purpose of life? I know what my purpose is. And it's to love and to show the love of Christ and to live in truth. And those are the two things that I live by.
From being a hopeless prisoner to a child of God, Jennifer helps those at the mission today find their own path to productive lives, thanks to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
So I work here at the mission. I've stayed at the mission, and I work at the mission, and I love these ladies. And life happens, and it can happen really fast, and it can happen to anyone. I don't live in fear. I've came through situations that are unbelievable and have been protected.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Dense fog to start off our day today. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Stefano DiPietro. Give yourself extra time this morning. Take it easy on those foggy roadways. It is going to take until the tail end of this morning for that fog to completely burn off. More cloud cover this afternoon. Temperatures are in the 60s, perhaps an isolated shower. A few showers move in this evening, with then the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms late tonight into tomorrow morning, mainly in southeast middle Tennessee. Gusty winds, heavier downpours will be possible with any thunderstorm tonight.
This is the Chris Hand Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 11:38 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, how are you? It's Chris Hand. The show today is live from the Nashville Rescue Mission. It's our More Than a Meal Radiothon. We do it once a day, every single year, once a year, and we do it every year. And we're totally blessed to be here to listen to the stories of hope, the stories of individuals rebuilding their lives, and more. And it's all done on the backs of your donations, 615-312-1500. We got the John Bouchard & Sons phone bank. Those guys are volunteering their time, but we got to put them to work, 615-312-1500. Give them a call, make a donation. We're talking with Sharon. Sharon is joining me now. We're live on the YouTube stream. We're live on your radio. And Sharon has been through the Life Recovery Program here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. Welcome to the show, Sharon.
Thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you being willing to share your testimony. Mm-hmm. Where were you, let's say, May of 2025?
I was in jail in May. In June, I got brought to the Nashville Rescue Mission in handcuffs, and my life has totally turned around. It's been great ever since. At first, I wasn't happy to be there, but then, it all started getting better. There's real transformation going on. I've seen it in myself and a lot of the girls, and it's just a really great program.
So if we rewind back to May, what was your life looking like?
It wasn't very great. I was sitting in a jail cell and just wanted to start my life again, visit my grandbabies, see my kids, and now I'm getting to do all that.
But in May you weren't. That wasn't the reality of the situation.
Right.
Were you drinking? Were you using drugs? What was?
No, I was before I went to jail. I was using drugs. I had been clean for 7 years, and then I relapsed. I had a lot of deaths in my family, and I relapsed in October last year, and then by January I was in jail, and I spent 6 months there, and then I came to the Nashville Rescue Mission, and I'm just slowly putting my life back together, and it's been great.
As you sit here today and you have a big smile on your face and you find yourself in a position to put your life back together, mm-hmm. Did you think that was possible? At one time, no, I didn't. But I do now. Now I know it's possible. So when you're feeling that despair and
Mm-hmm.
you're sitting in a jail cell, what was it that made you go, okay, the Nashville Rescue Mission, I'll do that?
Well, I have a couple of my good friends that have already been through the program, so I've seen what it can do for people firsthand. And before all that, I did work in Nashville, and I had been to a couple of their reunions, and so I already seen for myself what it could do. So that's where I set out. I wanted to go.
You saw the fruit.
Yeah.
You saw the fruit from the Nashville Rescue Mission.
Yes.
You said, if anybody can help me, it's this place.
Yes. And it has tremendously.
What does that help look like? So walk me through, what is day one? You're leaving a prison cell and you're being brought in handcuffs to the mission. Mm-hmm. What is that day like?
It was great. It was Happy. Everybody was so welcoming when I came in and helped me out. It really helps. We work during the day. We go to our classes, get counseling, do lots of Bible studies, really work on your spiritual growth. And it's been amazing. I mean, everybody there is very caring.
Had you had a relationship with God and with Jesus before the Nashville Rescue Mission?
Yes, I did, but it slipped away. Like I wasn't as I should have been in it for a while, but I am every day now.
How did the Nashville Rescue Mission help you reconnect those dots?
Well, in our classes and our counseling sessions, we do a whole lot of work on ourselves and our spiritual growth, and we dig deep on self-reflection, and we appreciate what we're thankful for, what we're grateful for, and it's just an everyday, couple times a day habit that we're into, and it helps.
Now,
God is good.
Amen. All the time.
Mm-hmm.
You guys do chapel 7 days a week.
Yes, we do.
So, which is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not just Wednesday or Sunday morning.
Right.
It's every single night.
Yeah.
You guys have a fully loaded chapel.
Yep, and a couple mornings a week, too.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
What have those moments been like for you here at the Rescue Mission?
They've been really good. They've been really good. We have, I've learned a lot. I've learned, we've had a couple classes that have been more spiritual guided, and I've learned a whole lot from them. Like, they actually teach you what things mean in the Bible, not just reading it, you know? So, to learn about how it really is, like, I just realized what the Bible actually meant.
Really?
Basic instruction before leaving Earth. Anyway, so, but that's been great.
When you find yourself going through here, you're now a new grandmother.
Yes. Yes.
How has that been a blessing in your life?
Oh, that has been such a blessing. My first granddaughter was born April 29th, and then Saturday evening, my second granddaughter was born, and they're both just precious.
So you got 2 grandbabies now.
Yep.
Do you get to have a relationship with those grandbabies without the intervention of the Nashville Rescue Mission?
Yes, I do. I spent the whole day yesterday at the hospital holding my new granddaughter, and I got to see my other granddaughter too yesterday. So yes, I'm very involved with my children and my grandchildren, and I wasn't as much so a couple years ago. So I'm thankful for that.
Do you get to show up and be the grandmother that you want to be without the Nashville Rescue Mission?
Yes, I do. Yep.
But if you didn't come to the Nashville Rescue Mission?
Oh, no. If I didn't come through here, I probably wouldn't have done it as well. But I'm planning on doing it real well now.
I love that. I love
Yeah.
that. We're talking with Sharon. She's one of the success stories here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. This is one of those individuals that comes through, and it starts with a meal. It starts with a place to sleep, and then it ends with total transformation.
Mm-hmm.
As you go through this program, and you're still working it, what would you tell to somebody that's brand new here walking in the door?
Just keep on going, because your first month or so, you might feel like you don't want to be here and you miss your family, you miss your friends or whatever, but if you keep going, that'll all go away and it will get better. It's just kind of like home now. you know, I mean, it's great. At first I was really homesick and, really missed my kids and stuff, but now I'm working more on me. I want to be the best grandmother, the best mother I can be. So that's my goal.
Do you feel like it's improving your relationships with your kids?
Oh, yes, definitely. Definitely. We have a great relationship I have 4 kids. I have 3 boys and a girl, and I have a great relationship with them all. And I plan on having a great relationship with my granddaughters, too.
I love it. Are your kids proud of you?
Yes, they are.
Have they told you? What is that?
Yes.
What's that conversation like?
Yes, they have. They were like, the first time they see me, they were like, "You look great. You look happy." I mean, they were very proud. Yeah.
It's amazing what some sobriety can do for somebody, right?
Yes. Yes.
I love to hear the story. I love the inspiration and the hope that you bring to the table. You can bring this to so many people. 615-312-1500. That's the number to call. It starts with a meal, $3.11. $3.11 can make the difference in somebody knowing Jesus or not knowing Jesus. And that's where the real transformation happens. $23 is the average cost of a shelter for a guest for one night. $23.50. The average stay per guest is about 68 days, $775. I know there's some people out there that can make that happen. Call your tax guy if you need to first. See what you can write off and then donate that amount. 615-312-1500. What would you tell somebody who's thinking about donating today? What does their dollars go to?
I would say that your dollars help so many people. There's so many people in need of help right now, and the Nashville Rescue Mission is there to give it. They give so much help to people. They feed a lot of people every day, give them clothes, bed to sleep in, guidance and resources they need. It's just an awesome program.
I mean, it gave 4 kids their mom back.
That's right.
It gave 2 grandbabies their grandmother.
That's right.
I mean, is there any more of a blessing than that?
No, that's a huge blessing.
And you get to be in their lives now. Moving forward, you're there.
Yep, I'm there.
I love to hear it. We're talking with Sharon. As you go through the program, what's been the hardest part about the program?
Really just missing my kids and not being able to talk to them every day. Because I was used to talking to them every day before, so not being able to have that open communication with my kids.
That's been tough.
It's been tough, but I'm getting to the end now where now I can.
But it's been worth it.
Yes, it has.
You gotta get through those hard parts.
I think I needed to be separated and set back away from everybody and everything for a while so I could see more clearly what I want to do in the future.
I love that.
Yeah.
There's a point behind it.
Yes, there is.
And you're living proof of that.
Yes.
Sharon, thank you so much for your testimony here. Thank you for all the hard work you put in. Thank you for showing up for your grandbabies. That's the biggest success story that we can shine a light on.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. It's 11:50. This is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We are doing our More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon. We need you to step in and fill the gap. There are so many people that come through these doors, so many people that need to have a relationship with Jesus, that need to be completely transformed, and the Nashville Rescue Mission is doing that every single day. You can help impact that with just $3.11. You can help impact that with $23.50. You can help even more, $775. Can you make that donation today? This is a big ask, but we know that this audience can do it. 10 meals, $31.10. 15 meals, $46.65. Can you spend less than $50 on spreading the word of Jesus and creating transformation in Nashville? The Nashville Rescue Mission is going to stretch that dollar as far as it can go. They are good stewards of your donation. I can just attest to it personally. I have walked these halls. This is an unbelievable place to be. It's an unbelievable radiothon to be a part of. And currently, we need just 987 meals, more meals, to hit our goal before I sign off the air. We have about 9 minutes left. We need 987 meals. Again, 10 meals is just $31. If we could get less than 100 people to call in and donate $32, we would hit our goal before midday. Can you help us hit that goal? 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. I pray that you'll hear this ask and you'll pick up the phone, 615-312-1500. It's 11:51. This is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Why just listen when you can also watch?
Go to YouTube to binge watch Dan, Chris, Chad, and Matt live or on demand on Super Talk TV.
Nashville Rescue Mission has helped all kinds of people, the addicted and those just looking for help. Take Jennifer, a victim of human trafficking and a benefactor of God's grace. A miracle that she was able to find her way to Music City.
I was trying to get away, and it seemed like no matter where I went, I always ended up getting caught again. And there was a small voice that said, go to Nashville, there'll be a safe place. And an opportunity came. I went to the truck stop and I sat down I said, okay, God, I'm not gonna ask anybody. And in 5 minutes, this guy came up and said, what do you need? What can I do? And I said, I need a ride out of here. And he said, okay, hold on, I'll be right back. And he came back and he said, come on, let's go.
And she made it to Nashville in one piece and hoping that her past was behind her. You see, Jennifer had been trafficked for 2 years before escaping this horrifying situation and finally feeling safe at Nashville's rescue mission.
So I spent 7 months and leaned in to God, and He is, when I wanted confirmation from people, He confirmed Himself through scriptures and just through love of others. And I am eternally grateful. He saved my life.
Now, as you can imagine, Jennifer was going through a lot, but she rediscovered the power of her faith. And Jennifer went from being held captive, scared, and lonely to now free and with a new life ahead, thanks to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
I'm His, and He's mine. My job, a lot of people's like, what's the purpose of life? I know what my purpose is, and it's to love and to show the love of Christ and to live in truth. And those are the two things that I live by.
From being a hopeless prisoner to a child of God, Jennifer helps those at the mission today find their own path to productive lives, thanks to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
So I work here at the mission. I've stayed at the mission, and I work at the mission, and I love these ladies. And life happens, and it can happen really fast, and it can happen to anyone. I don't live in fear. I've came through situations that are unbelievable, and have been protected.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Again, my name is Chris Hand. We are down here live at the Nashville Rescue Mission for our More Than a Meal Radiothon. We are so blessed to be a part of so many different stories and to see second chances happening in real time. And it really is only because of your donations. We've had so many great sponsors so far this morning, from Xander Insurance to Window Nation, Mark Spain, Busy Bee, A&G Truck Beds, Xander Insurance, Brentwood Jewelry, the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project, and more. And we could not tell you how grateful we are for these sponsors. And these sponsors step up because they'll tell you, just like we will, they're grateful for the Nashville Rescue Mission. And we need to keep those phones ringing. We have a goal to get to, we need about 980 more meals before noon. Chad is down there in the phone bank, the John Bouchard & Son phone bank room right now. How is it looking down there currently, Chad? I hear a faint cowbell in the background.
Everybody is on the phone right now.
Let's
Every single
go.
person. The phones are all lit up. We are rocking and rolling with more cowbell.
Let's go.
In fact, we had to pull some other people off that were doing other things to get on the phones. So let's light these phones up. We're getting so close right now. They're ringing again. Continue to have this phone just ring and ring and ring. You heard the amazing stories, and we're going to hear more of them throughout the day. Coming up next with me, and then of course with Matt. But just hop on this. It doesn't take a lot to do something that will change somebody's life. 615-312-1500. Give a call. What is it, $3? Right,
$3.11 for a meal.
And you're feeding somebody, and that meal goes a long way with somebody and shows that somebody cares out there for them, even when they think there isn't somebody who cares. So get the more cowbell, man. That's what I'm talking about, Chris. More cowbell.
And I was saying earlier, like, if you told somebody that it would only cost you $3.11 and you could introduce somebody to Jesus, would you take that deal?
Absolutely, 100%.
I'd take that deal. That sounds like a
times
darn
over.
good deal. Chad is down there in the phone bank room. What are you feeling as you're watching these phones ring and this community step up in such a big way once again?
You know what? It shows, first of all, how amazing the community is and how many people give. And they give for a lot of different reasons, but because they're full of hope and they're full of love and they're blessed. Dude, that's the other thing. How many people have called in today just saying, look, there by the grace of God go I, and how blessed they are. And the fact that they can give is just amazing. And even at this time of the year when, we talk about all this other politics, this is not a right or left thing. This is just a giving thing.
Yep.
And people here in Nashville and throughout Middle Tennessee and elsewhere, because we've had other people call from just watching online, it is amazing what they are doing. And I just think it's incredible. And I love how much giving is going on. It is just, it gives you hope, man. It does.
Amen. Amen. Chad Benson is, he's on the way in next. He'll be swapping sweets with me here in about 2 minutes or so. But as we wrap up, I'd like to just point out, oftentimes we'll get these phone calls and people will be like, well, what can I do? What can I do? How do I affect change? How can I make an impact in the world? And I'll tell you what, today is your day. When you say, what can I do? $3.11 is going to make the difference in someone's life. That's it. It's not a big ask, but you can introduce somebody to Jesus for the first time at $3.11. You could go a lot more than that, man. 1,000 meals would be $3,111. Can you do that? Too big of an ask? How about 500 meals? $1,555. 200 meals, $622. Call your accountant, call your tax guy. See what you can write off. I know that there's a lot of people with deeper pockets than some. Call your tax guy. What can you write off today? Seriously, it will make such a huge difference. And then for those of you who feel like you don't have enough, that $3.11 could be the difference maker for someone's life. Skip a cup of coffee in the morning. Donate that $3 today. The Nashville Rescue Mission is going to make that $3 go a lot further than you or I could do. And we just pray that you find it in your heart to donate today. $3.11 the cost of the meal. That opens the door. That meal leads to a night's stay. That night's stay leads to a hot shower in the morning. That hot shower in the morning leads to a conversation. That conversation could lead to the Life Recovery Program, which could lead to a lifetime of sobriety, a lifetime of a relationship with Jesus Christ. That could restore families. It's going to renew faith. It's going to renew hope. And it could all start with your $3.11. That's it. That's where it begins. $3.11. As I wrap up, I just want to say thank you for listening. Thank you for donating. We truly appreciate how generous this audience is. And we're going to be doing this all day. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be swapping out. I'm going to be working the phone bank. Chad Benson's going to be coming in here to the main chair. And we're going to be hanging out all day long because this is a cause that is worthy of an all-hands-on-deck event like this. It's the Nashville Rescue Mission's More Than a Meal Radiothon. We need you to call in and donate 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville, from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
And the Mark Spain Real Estate WTN Newsroom. Information fueled, opinion driven.
This is Nashville's news and talk leader.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 12 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast coming up in 5 minutes. A federal judge dismissing criminal charges against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. Judge Cameron Curry ruling that Lindsay Halligan, a former Trump attorney serving as interim U.S. attorney, lacks legal authority to pursue these charges. Now, the charges could be refiled. The Justice Department plans to appeal. The Pentagon is investigating Democratic Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly after he appeared in a video urging troops to refuse unlawful orders. Officials say Kelly, a retired Navy captain, could be recalled to active duty for possible court-martial under military law. The video referenced recent military strikes, which Kelly suggested may have crossed legal boundaries. President Trump called the video seditious, and Kelly reports receiving threats since the remarks. And time is running out here in Tennessee to vote early in the 7th Congressional District special election. Nearly 50,000 voters have already cast ballots to decide who will replace former Congressman Mark Green. Early voting ends on Wednesday. Actual election day is next Tuesday. Tuesday, December 2nd. 6 candidates are on the ballot, including Democrat Afton Bain, who went on MS Now, formerly MSNBC, over the weekend, and did not want to say whether she stands by old tweets about defunding Nashville police.
Once again, I don't remember these tweets, but what I'm saying is that
I'm not asking you if you remember. What is your position today? How's that on this issue?
I mean, I'm here to talk about my race, which is in literally 9 days.
So predicted turnout for the Tennessee 7th Congressional District special election is going to be significantly lower than a general election, with estimates around 25 to 30% of registered voters. Money News, Jim Ryan.
The Dow Jones has opened the week with a 280-point gain and was headed into the midday at 46,527. The S&P surged 1.4% this morning. The Nasdaq Composite added 2.3%, or about 500 points. After another year of management turbulence and sales declines, Kohl's has chosen its third CEO since 2022. Michael Bender has served as the interim CEO of the department store chain since Ashley Buchanan was fired. Toyota says it'll spend billions to upgrade the technology at several of its U.S. plants. The Japanese automaker says the changes will allow it to build several types of vehicles on the same assembly line. And Krispy Kreme is teaming up with the Peanuts gang for the holidays. One donut features Snoopy, a cookies and cream donut. The Charlie Brown donut has brownie batter filling, dipped in yellow icing, and topped off with a chocolate zigzag pattern, just like Charlie Brown's shirt.
That's the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN's annual Radiothon in support of Nashville Rescue Mission, presented by Mark Spain Real Estate. To make a donation, call 615-312-1500 or text the word meals to 87365.
This hour also brought to you by Beacon.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Dense fog to start off our day today. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Stefano DiPietro. Give yourself extra time this morning. Take it easy on those foggy roadways. It is going to take until the tail end of this morning for that fog to completely burn off. More cloud cover this afternoon. Temperatures are in the 60s, perhaps an isolated shower. A few showers move in this evening, with then the risk of strong to severe thunderstorms late tonight into tomorrow morning, mainly in southeast middle Tennessee. Gusty winds, heavier downpours will be possible with any thunderstorm tonight.
Opportunities abound with them to get yourself a Know Your Risk free review on all of your portfolio, your investments, all the things out there. And my buddy Zach leads the charge there. They are just crushing it each and every single day, and opportunities abound for you to get a free risk review. What do? Well, in their investment world, they just live a different world than everybody else. The way that they invest, the way they do with your portfolio, the way they do your retirement is global rather than just right here. They are value investors, and they want to help you out. It's absolutely free. It's nothing wrong with getting a second opinion. So what I want to do, go to knowyourriskpodcast.com, knowyourriskpodcast.com, KNOWyourriskpodcast.com to sign up for our friends over at Bulwark Capital Management today. Investment advisory service offered through Trek Financial LLC and SEC registered investment advisor. Investment risk not guarantee past performance, doesn't guarantee future results. Trek 25284.
Getting you through the lunch hour and into the second half of your day.
It's the Chad Benson Show
on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is more than a meal. Radiothon going on right now at the Nelson Mazda right here inside of our broadcast room, which is amazing. This hour is brought to you by our friends over at Beacon Capital Management. We're going to kick it off first and foremost by talking about the meals. So far, we are doing well. We're going to do better. I know that. And Glenda's going to help us get there. All right, Glenda, thank you so much for taking time with us today.
Thank you for letting me come.
Let's talk about what the mission means to you and how did you even find the mission?
The mission means everything to me. I was brokenhearted. I lost everything I had due to an addiction that started with verbal abuse and all that, and I was going through all that. Then I just lost all hope. I didn't know which way to go. I didn't know where to go. And something pulled me to the mission. And from there, it's like I'm gaining everything I lost back.
So when you lost everything, you've had a life prior to this. Like, I think a lot of people think that, how people end up on the streets, there's a million ways that it happens.
Mm-hmm.
For you, you said it started with verbal abuse.
And then I got into addiction because of the verbal abuse. And then the relationship, I was with my husband for like 28 years. And then we split up. It just wasn't working. It was just down from there. And that's when I lost my home. I lost my kids. And they were grown, but they didn't want to have anything to do with me because of everything that was going on. They just felt like everything was my fault. But after I got to the rescue mission and I'm in life recovery, and the counselors there are great. I mean, I don't know what we would do without the counselors. And talking with them and rebuilding my life, I have my children back. They're grown. We have relationships now. I have my grandkids back, and I'm so thankful for the mission.
Talk about that first night, because like anything, it's a step, right? You're taking a step into something that is the unknown. You're probably scared. You have nowhere to go. Again, the addiction, all of that stuff. What's that first night like in a place where you're coming that maybe you don't know anything, or you've sporadically been around?
Scariest life. It was scariest. It's scary at first. I mean, you're so afraid. You don't know what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? But something just told me, and God told me, the mission. Go to the mission. And I went to the mission. And when I stepped in the door at the mission, I felt safe. I thought I was going to be all right.
And it's one of those things where you step in here, and again, you're going to meet people and you're going to see things. And I'm sure you've seen people outside of there go, if you had trouble, go to the mission. But again, you don't know what it is,
No.
and we've been through the tours here on several occasions where that first night or two, people are on their own. They're in a room by themselves or with a few other people. It is not where you are in the life recovery. It is that first step to what is terrifying, but it's a step that you need to take if you want to get healthy.
Yes, exactly. I mean, there's so many things out there that are happening, and the safest place you can get if you ain't got nowhere to go and nobody to lean on, nobody to call, know that there's help at the mission. They will help you. They love you. They show you support. They back you up all the way. They try to get you back up on your feet. And at Life Recovery, Miss Alicia is my life coach. She is the sweetest person in the world. I don't know what I would have done without her. I made it this far. Just listening and learning at the mission. There's a lot of learning. You can learn so much, about your next step, how you're going to survive, what you need. They give you skills. They're going to give you knowledge. So when you do get out there and get back on your feet, you're going to be able to withstand whatever you have to face because you've already learned from right here, Life Recovery. It's the best program that you could be in if you're in the mission. Get in the Life Recovery program because that's where it's going to really matter.
We're talking to Glenda here as we're talking about, the More Than a Meal Marathon going on here at the Nashville Mission. You're reliving your story, and you talk about, Glenda and everybody, from the time you've walked into where you are now, like, what has that been like? How long of the process has that been?
Well, right now, I'm in level 4. I will graduate in January.
Okay.
Okay, we have group, we have counseling, we have chapel, and all of those things are very important because in each and every one of them, there's something there meant for you. And it's like, it's faith-based, building your faith and your trust in the Lord, knowing that God is able to do all things but fail. And each day that we spend in chapel or in group where we talk, we're all one big family. And we love each other, and we support each other. We back each other up. When one falls down, we pick up,
Which is amazing, because
Yes.
that's the whole thing about, you come here, God is at the center of everything.
Yes.
And you find out that God's always loved you. Now you got other people that love you that you didn't even know about.
Yes.
And that's why you need to call in and give today. I'm telling you, listen to Glenda's story. There's so many of these out there. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. More Than a Meal, it's a small donation, right? $3.11 changes someone's life. Her first night here, I'm sure when you got fed, what was that like?
It was, you just don't know, because I was so hungry, and I didn't know where I was going to get something to eat at. I didn't have no money. I didn't have nothing.
Where were you sleeping on those nights?
I would sleep like maybe under a bridge or in the grass somewhere off on the side of a building, try to find a box or something to stay in to keep warm in the wintertime. But in the summertime, it was just constant, just walking the streets, trying to go here and there, try to find food. But when I made it to the mission, all that was over because we are fed, each and every day we have food to eat.
Which is amazing.
It's amazing. Don't have to even worry about that. And thanks to everybody's donations, we're making it. We're surviving because due to the donations that people give us, we can eat. The children are so happy because they have food on their plates. They have something to eat.
Yeah.
Every day, 3 times a day. So it's so important that we get donations in because there's so many of us here, and we're all striving to make it. But we need everybody's support.
Absolutely. We do. 615. It's simple and easy. 312-1500. It's simple. Make the phone call. You hear there are many people out there like Glenda, men and women, and the children that get sucked up into situations like this through no fault of their own. Your giving helps in so many ways. $3.11 is one meal. Glenda, let's talk about, now that you've going through this and all this, what's the future look like?
It looks good. I graduate in January, and I'm going to life recovery of the transitional housing, and I will apply for a part-time job and try to get myself focused on my next step of getting my own place to get back into society and get back into community, which we have community here, but Bible-based. I want to get back in church, and I do go to church here. And I'm thankful for that every Sunday. But my life, I'm looking up.
Yeah,
I'm looking straight up.
Well, and you want to get back into society because I think so many people and don't realize that nobody sees you when you're homeless, right? They walk by you. You're a fringe dweller of society. Yep. Nobody sees you, but maybe once in a while somebody, and it's almost like you no longer participate in humanity, and that eats at your soul on top of everything else.
Well, my future is that what I want to do. I've always worked with children. I used to be lead teacher. I worked for Vanderbilt for like 10 years. I worked at Baptist Child Care Center, and I've always taught children. I've always been with children. That's my career. I would like to get back out there and, like in church, teach Sunday school. I want to do things to volunteer wherever I can to help in any way that I can. That's what I want to do.
It's all up to you out there, buddy. Yeah. And you hear you talking about giving. Giving is something we're blessed to do. We're all, again, there by the grace of God goes I. We talk about all this stuff all the time, the politics and the craziness and stuff, but this is humanity right here. A simple phone call, 615-312-1500 for Glenda. Just giving something because of the things that she's been through, but the people that are listening right now who, who are hearing this going, you know what, I want to help somebody because maybe they've got a relative or somebody who's gone through something, maybe even they didn't make it, and it's being able to give like that. And because as you know, I mean, like you said, your family, people out there who have struggled with drugs and alcohol, sometimes your family has to cut you off. And eventually you look back and go, that was the best thing for me. But it is a hard thing because even if they're adults, you lose them.
Yeah. But I got mine back. Thanks to the rescue mission, Women's Life Recovery, I got my family back, and I'm so happy.
That is so awesome. That is amazing. So when you want to get back out there in life, what do you want people to know about this place? How amazing this place is? What do you want them to know that their giving is going to help?
It's just, I don't know. It's everything. I mean, without people's donations, and to know what we're doing inside for ourselves and through them helping us, it's going to make a big difference in everybody's life here. Could you see yourself a year ago to where you are today?
No. No?
Mm-mm. I didn't think I would make it. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was like, I lost all hope. There was no hope. And then I heard about the mission, rescue mission. And like I said, God led me to it because I heard about it first. And I heard that saying, hope lives here. And I said, okay, I need hope. So I to the mission. And I found hope. It's here.
And a year ago, you'd have thought, no way.
Right.
Never,
right.
Never. I mean, just hoping to get through that first night and having the struggles of knowing that your life is going to change, but being able to do that, that's amazing.
I can't believe it myself, but it's real.
You celebrate that.
It's real.
You better celebrate that.
I am.
Big time.
Every day I thank God. I thank God so much.
And God is so much a part of this place. It's what so much of it's built around. They don't take any money from government. They don't do any of that stuff. It's all from generous people like you out there listening who are able to give in, and to help out. That's what helps in so many ways.
Yes, it is, and I'm just so thankful. And I thank everybody that donates. You just don't know how much it means to us. It's a blessing from God. Each and every donation is a blessing from God.
It's again, we're all blessed here, and you've got yourself back in that position. You don't know what people are going through. That person down the street that even you think it maybe has it together, or the person that you drive through or something like that they're one moment away from ending up in a position that they couldn't even fathom years ago.
I didn't think I would, but I did. And now I'm just so happy. I'm so thankful.
And you got a smile on your face. You got a smile. That is amazing.
Thank you.
That is just that right there. That's why you give, people. Simple and easy. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. It's people like Glenda who are out here talking about this because they're living it every second of the day. They've been down. But you weren't out. Yeah. No, you weren't. Mm-hmm. And they brought you up, and through God and the grace of God and your hard work and the amazing people. What do you think about the people that work here? How incredible are they?
They're awesome. I love each and every one of them. They are my family. They are my family. We're all family. We don't know what we would do without them. Without them, we'd totally be. Because they've got that support. They got the knowledge. They know what you're going through. They understand you, and they listen. That's the most important thing, was somebody to listen to me.
And to treat you like a human being, not somebody that's just on the side of the road.
Right, exactly. And it wasn't a handout. It was a hand up.
That's it.
And I'm just so thankful.
That is so amazing.
Yes.
That is so amazing. Call right now, everybody. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. We'd love to hear from you. Make sure that you call in and donate today. It is a blessing day to be able to do this. The More Than a Meal Radiothon. We're gonna crush it today, and we know out there giving, and it is an opportunity, especially this time of the year, this week of the year, to give. So if you have a chance, give, and give generously, because you know what? We're watching. That's all I'm saying. More from the More Than a Meal Radiothon straight ahead, right here.
I'm Brian Wilson with the story of Nikki, who grew up in a somewhat functional household. Now, drug use was happening. Parenting, well, not so much.
In my world, that's just what you did. I didn't know any different as well. When I went over other people's house, I was like, why aren't your mom and dad smoking stuff? Like, what's going on? Right. Until as you get older, then when you go over your friend's house, there's something different at my house. But I was their friend. I was not their daughter. I was their friend.
She was using drugs at an early age and became addicted as a small child.
My first memory is cleaning up after the party and licking cocaine off the table, putting drinks, all the cups that still had drinks in them, all together and taking it in my room. And I've probably been high since I was 5. Right. And nobody knew, That's the party. It's party. Always party.
She lost her parents early on, and she became more and more desperate as her addictions took hold.
So I was suicidal, just down and out, suicidal. I would sit on the tracks and daydream about trains coming to hit me and busting my body open. And the last time I said, God, if you have a purpose for me, you better give me a sign or else I'm going to sit here until the train comes. And I looked down and the Nashville Rescue Mission's card was on the track. And I was like, I didn't even know what the Nashville Rescue Mission was. The Nashville Rescue Mission. Maybe I should try it. Okay, God, maybe it says or something.
And when Nikki looked down and saw that card, she knew that God was watching over her.
I've known God since I was 8. I prayed for a brother or sister, and he showed me a sign that I'll give you one. So I knew God was real, and he was working in my life, always. There's no way that I could have survived the stuff that I went through if there wasn't a God and he was in me and working through me. Even while getting high or doing drugs, I talk to people about Jesus and they were like, you are not going to heaven, do you know that? And I'm like, yes, I am. You don't understand. Always talking about God because I could feel him in my soul. I could feel him in my soul, in my being.
And eventually it was that belief that led her to the front door of the Nashville Rescue Mission.
It's not an easy program, I'm not gonna lie. But if you're ready to get your life on track, this is the place. You're gonna learn structure. You're gonna learn some etiquette. You're gonna learn work. You're gonna learn how to be on time. And it's a struggle for us because we're addicts. We don't have time, don't even exist in our heads. But you're gonna learn that here. So if you're ready for real life, this is the place you need to be.
Today, Nikki's in a much better place, clean, sober, and she has a renewed relationship with God. She's well on her way as she undergoes training to become a medical assistant with a renewed sense of motivation and inspiration. Another amazing success story from Nashville Rescue Mission.
This place saves lives. I was here for the holidays last time, and it's overwhelming. People have no clue the uplifting, the joy, the memories that we make in this building. It changes lives, saves lives.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Sponsored by AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
This holiday season at AT&T, learn how to get the all-new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details.
A federal judge has thrown out the criminal cases against New York's Attorney General and the former FBI director. We've got details on those stories and more at 12:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Is it me? All right, just More Than a Meal. Radiothon. Right here in the Nelson Mazda broadcast room. Talk to Chris here coming up in a little bit. A lot of stuff to get to today when it comes to this. Just the amazing way that you guys give is incredible. And not just, it's everybody, including our sponsors that dig deep, who are here entrenched in Nashville and who are able to give. It's incredible. It really is. And we appreciate it. We do more than you realize. And, here, Glenda's story there is one of many that I've been talking to out there. Some of them are in the middle of it. Some of them have only been here for a little while, but they feel human again, is what a lot of them say. They feel like they belong again, which is incredible. So, Belle, if I'm correct, do we have an interview I did? We're good friends. In Beacon. What made you guys want to get involved with Nashville Rescue Mission in particular?
Yeah, I think just their long-standing track record of helping men and women who are hurting. And, they're a faith-based organization. We're a faith-based organization. And, I love the fact that people who are hurting can come there and get off the street, get a hot meal, get potentially a GED or their education, and get housing. And, we live in such a blessed community, Chad. Nashville's growing, and everybody talks about that. And I think it'd be very easy to miss people right in front of us that are hurting. So to partner with an organization and partner with you at Super Talk that believes in helping and giving back to people in the amazing community that we live in is a privilege. It's an honor to be able to do that.
Yeah, it is. It is incredible. And the work they do, I mean, you've seen it, I'm sure, over the years from what was to what it's become. And it is incredible. And, you talk about the privilege of, we lived in a very blessed society. Let's be real. I mean, for all the talk of everything, America is this is the greatest time in human history to be alive. And, even my little 7-year-old, she's, they were talking today about how they could go volunteer and what can she do. And it is, there by the grace of God go I. And, it's the fact that they can feed so many people and do what they do is amazing.
Yeah, I think it's over 800 on average a day or something like that. That is a lot of hungry people right in front of you. Thanksgiving's coming up, of course. It's one of my favorite, if not my favorite holiday. And I love the fact that I'm going to be sitting in my home eating a great meal with my family. And it, again, be very easy to forget that not everyone has that same opportunity, even here in Nashville. And so the fact that there's an organization that's been committed so long to give good people that are just in a bad place that same opportunity that my family and your family is going to have is again, it's just a privilege to support that.
It is absolutely a privilege. And, like you said earlier, one mistake, one slip,
right.
just one small thing. And then next thing you know, it can snowball to two, and then two becomes three, and then bad choice becomes four. Next thing you know, you say to yourself, you look over there and go, how did that person get there? Everybody's got a story.
Yeah, that's right. And I think one of the things I love the mission statement that they have that essentially is they're spreading hope for today, hope for tomorrow, and hope for eternity. Hope is a really powerful thing. And if you were in that position personally, finding hope would be a very difficult thing to do. And so to have an organization that will provide a level of hope, and not just in word, but also in deed, to give access to resources that can help you and or your family get back on your feet, is really inspiring. And some of the stories that you learn over the years of people that they have changed their life circumstances, which makes our community even better, is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, and the fact that it's not just you go there, you have a problem, you live there. They serve people during the day. They serve people who they have a place, but they're just, life is too expensive and it's getting away from them. And this helps them get through those times.
Yep, 100%. And again, I think it goes back to all the blessing that we are privileged to live in, not just here in Nashville, but in the country. I agree. There's never been a greater time to be alive. To just stop and to pause and to be aware of people that are hurting all around us. You don't have to look very far. And so this organization does an amazing job. And I think in my perspective, when I first got involved with Nashville Rescue Mission and our company is supporting them, as well, they feed a lot of people, and that's awesome. They do so many more things than just feeding people, to your point. Whether it's overnight shelter, just having a warm bed, to be able to get a hot shower, things that we take for granted every day, personal hygiene supplies, a clean set of clothes to be warm when it starts getting cold in the winter. And then also just their life recovery programs where they have counseling and there's Bible classes and whatnot. They do a plethora of things that I think that a lot of people don't realize. It's much more than just feeding people. That's very important.
Absolutely. John Maxon talking to him from Beacon Capital Management. You want to tell everybody, implore everybody, what are they, why should they give? Like we're all struggling and stuff because life seems to be more expensive, but there's so many other people out there that are in need. Why Nashville Rescue Mission? Why should they give now?
Well, I will tell you, there's this verse in the Bible that says, to those who've been given much, much is required. And I really believe that concept. And when you support people, you can think back over your life. This is an opportunity to invest in an organization that has helped our community, our city, since 1954. So their track record is just impeccable. I think it's an opportunity, that when you give to others and you bless other people, I think I receive more blessing in that than I give. I think there's something inside of all of us where we're called to bless others when we're able to do that. And it gives you an unbelievable feeling of satisfaction to help an organization that's going to help folks that you're probably never going to meet, but that they're there. And I'll tell you, it's an opportunity if you have a family. Like I have 3 kids of my own, and I bring my kids into this because I want to instill in my kids a spirit of generosity and giving back for future generations. So to me, it's a great way to support an organization that's done this for a very long time, that helps thousands of people a year that are hurting in our own community. You receive blessing by blessing others. And if you can bring your family into that as well, that makes for a great Thanksgiving.
John, appreciate you coming on. And thanks so much for all you guys do.
Thanks a lot, Chad. You as well.
Thank you. John Maxim right there. Friends at Beacon. You heard him. It's easy. Pick up the call. Make it. To give. Doesn't take a lot. Remember, every $3.11 is a meal that's going to help somebody. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500, or you can always text the word meals to 87365. We got the news straight ahead and then back at it right here. The More Than a Meals Radiothon happening out here at the Nashville Rescue Mission, right here at Super Talk 99.7.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast in 5 minutes, and a federal judge has thrown out the criminal case against New York Attorney General Letitia James and the case against former FBI Director James Comey. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy with the latest.
The rulings are from a judge based in South Carolina who was asked by two Virginia-based colleagues to weigh whether acting U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan was lawfully appointed. Judge Cameron Curry finds Halligan was not. The judge points to the law's requirement that when a top federal prosecutor's post remains vacant for 120 days, the district court appoints the replacement. And since Halligan indicted both James Comey and Letitia James, Judge Curry has ordered both cases dismissed.
Curry ordered the indictments to be dismissed without prejudice, which would allow prosecutors to seek charges again. And the Pentagon's investigating Arizona Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly after he appeared in a video urging troops to reject unlawful orders. Officials say the retired Navy captain could be recalled for possible court-martial under military law. President Trump called the video seditious, and Kelly says he's received threats since those remarks. And gasoline prices holding steady for Thanksgiving travel. They're also expected to drop over the next few weeks. Patrick Dehan with Gas Buddy explains why.
There's also some catching up. Refinery maintenance season is just wrapping up. That's a time of year that refineries generally retool and work on their facilities to make sure they're reliable. That refinery maintenance now wrapping up. That's going to mean that refineries are able to ramp up oil into their plants. That means more gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel will be produced.
Right now, the average price per gallon in Middle Tennessee is $2.69, according to Gas Buddy. And a shocking discovery at a Buddhist temple in Thailand. What was supposed to be a cremation turned into a rescue. Temple staff were preparing to cremate a 65-year-old woman when they heard faint knocking from inside her coffin. The woman had been declared dead by her family 2 days earlier after she became unresponsive. Her brother drove her nearly 300 miles to the temple for a free cremation service. And when staff opened the coffin, they found her alive, moving her arms and opening her eyes. She was rushed to a nearby hospital, and the temple is pledged to cover her medical expenses. That's the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Rain is about to return. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Dan Thomas. We'll have increasing clouds this afternoon with a temperature in the upper 60s. Low tonight 59, high tomorrow 69. Rain showers move in this evening. I think there'll be some thunderstorms at times overnight. In far southeastern Middle Tennessee, there could be a strong storm or two. Get the latest on WSMV4 on TV and the app as well.
It is probably the most important day we do here, the WTN. It is a More Than a Meal Radiothon. This is where you can participate in a way that's amazing. And it's about human beings. It's about recovery. It's about more than just the politics of all the stuff that we do during the week. And right now, so we have Lynn here. Now, Lynn has a shirt on, and you got a badge. So that means you're and a double shirt. Holy guacamole. So let's talk about what it is you do here at the Nashville Rescue Mission and how you came about doing it.
I'm Program Intake Coordinator. I got a lot of these ladies in that's been talking to you. And I graduated the program 9 years ago this week.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
look at God.
Amen. Amen, sister. Amen. Little fist bump right there. Praise the Lord.
Yeah.
So let's talk about how you got here, first and foremost, because people, most people don't just walk through the doors thinking, I just would like a place to stay for the night. Right. There's a reason.
Yeah, well, I'm in recovery from alcoholism. So at 59, I entered the program. I had lost everything except my car, only because it was hid from me. And I wound up in the hospital with acute pancreatitis and had to reach out to some programs while I was still in there. You know, you have to make your own calls and call rehabs and stuff, and I was thinking, well, I certainly don't need a long-term treatment. I was hoping that I could just get a 28 or 30-day program and be on my way. And I couldn't find a bed anywhere, and I called the rescue mission, and the intake coordinator at the time and said, come on in, I got a bed for you on Monday, and that's where it started. I had lost everything, and I'd left a small baby boy, and I haven't seen him since, but it's okay because God's got me, and I know he's got him.
And that is, you think about it, we hear about the stories where people lose everything. Did you know you were spiraling, or did you, like everybody else, think that everything was okay?
I knew I was spiraling because after I realized what I was doing, I wanted to finish it off, and that's what I tried to do.
You wanted to be done with life.
I did. I was so ashamed, so guilt-ridden, and it was just horrible. It was miserable.
So you lost your child. I mean,
it wasn't mine, but yes.
But yes, it's gone. And next thing you know, you look up and you're like, how did I get here? The first night here, we were talking to Glenda a little while ago. What was that like?
The first 4 days and 4 nights, I cried all the time. Because, again, I was so ashamed that by the time I got to guilt, it was a major step up. And I had lost everything. Being 59, I turned 60 30 days after I got in here. And at that age, it's a little different. It's like, I was sure I was done and wasn't even
like you've had your chance in life, and this is it.
Yeah, this is it. This is a great life. God has been good to me. I have everything. I'm content. I'm not wanting at all. My faith, recovery, peace, and joy is not negotiable today, and it's because of this organization.
Amen on that. So your first 4 days, like you said, here's Lynn. She's trying to rebuild her life. She's calling around because you were just looking for some place. Just give me a bed for 30 days, and I'm going to get out of there and do whatever I'm going to do.
Yeah, right. I wanted to get out of the hospital. Social worker was telling me, this is what you got to do.
Yeah, because you weren't interested in recovery. You were just interested in you're just delaying the inevitable. I want to get to.
Well,
it.
I didn't want long term. I did not need long term, which is exactly what I needed. So, and for me, it was like the beauty of long term was I learned about my behaviors and my patterns, and it was just up and away. God just took me and shifted me around. And
so, we're talking to Lynn here as we talk about what's going on here at the Nashville Rescue Mission and how she came about being here. And many of you probably have somebody who has struggled with alcohol, maybe it's even yourself. The line's wide open. It doesn't take a lot. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. Just a phone call can help somebody that you don't even know, somebody down the street, somebody who you probably drive by 50 times a day, and they're at that point where you were, Lynn, where you're ready just to give it all in and just be done with it and think that it's too late. After you get past those first 4 days, when did you realize this is different? This is not just the usual kind of recovery, 30-day thing.
Yeah, well, my director just happens to be a friend of mine, and I had a real licensed therapist that helped me immensely, and I just was ready to give it all to God, and I said, I'll do whatever you want me to do, and that's when things changed, when I had to get down so far to surrender and accept, in order to come back up again.
Talk about the component of God being the centerpiece of all this, because, Chris and I have talked about it, and Matt will come in here and talk about it too. God is such a centerpiece. Dan and I, we did a big walkthrough on how important God is and the role that God plays in everybody that comes in here.
Yeah. Well, God is my source. Without him, I wouldn't be here at all. It's a faith-based program, faith-focused, and it's the classes are biblically based, and I learned a whole lot. I was shown the love of God. It was given to me freely.
Were you faith-based before you got here?
Yes, I was, but I had lost all that, and it wasn't nothing like this.
And like everybody, I'm sure the shame, you're probably like, God doesn't want anything to do with Lynn, right?
Right, yeah.
And you were wrong.
Yeah, I was wrong. Thank God I was wrong.
Thank God for that. So what's it like now? You get a call. They've got to go through you to get into the program.
Yeah.
What is that like? Walk people through that.
I'm the first person. I'd like to say I'm the second person they talk to. Hopefully God was the first. They call me on the phone. And a lot of them are still foggy or, going through what they're going through. And I do a screening with them to see if I can accept them and make sure they're detoxed and if I can take them into the program. And if they've got mental illnesses, we talk about medications and what they might need to do to come in. I give them a face-to-face, and then they show up most of the time, sometimes not. And I do everything until they get up in their beds.
Which is amazing. So And again, we went through the walkthrough and seeing what they go through in those first couple nights in a bed over here, which is
in the shelter,
like
side,
you said,
right.
the scary part of it, where you may be in there with several people, maybe in there with nobody, and sometimes you're still coming off a little stuff, no matter how much you've detoxed.
Yeah.
There's still that something, and that is a tough place for a human being to be.
The great thing about our program is we teach you how to protect your relationship with God, which we hope you get while you're there, and protect your recovery.
Yeah.
And go into transitional house, and when you leave that's really your beginning. It is not your end.
No.
You have a new beginning every day.
Which is awesome. We got the music playing in the background, but that's not for any other reason than Bell likes pushing buttons. Back at the station, Bell, he's a button pusher. We don't know what to do with him. He's special that way. So let's talk some of the people because you've 9 years?
Mm-hmm. This week.
9.
I was down here on Thanksgiving, just like these girls going to be here graduating Wednesday.
9 years. The people that you've seen come through here, the success stories. What is that like when you see somebody? It's somebody who you don't even recognize that you played a role in their life. And you think, I don't know who this person is, but maybe you bump into them several years later and they go, it was because of you and because of this place.
I have been in this position for 4 years. September made 4 years. Yeah, and I actually saw someone, and she worked in the drive-through window at Burger King and recognized me, and I barely recognized her. And she had graduated the program. That was just a few months ago. So I do see people. For the most part, I don't. Every now and then we'll have someone that needs to come back. It happens. But, they're success stories, and they're all over the place, They're doing great.
And that's one of the things we don't talk about. There are people that need to come back.
Some of these girls here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because Wednesday's a graduation, right? So a couple days for some of these people.
That's right.
But sometimes they have to come back. Sometimes, like anything in life, there is a struggle. And they come back, and you guys are here for them.
Yeah, it's a big struggle, right? We're always going to be here for them.
Which is amazing.
Yeah, it is. That's what amazes me. Sometimes, I have cried in my office. Some of the phone calls that I get are just heartbreaking. You can't take everyone, and but we take a whole lot of people. And I give a lot of face-to-face interviews, and sometimes they don't show up, which is heartbreaking. And I might hear from them a few weeks later. Stuff like that. So there's all kind of stuff. I get calls from loved ones, grandfathers, friends, mothers, trying to get their person to reach out and get in recovery. But I know for a fact and for personal history that if you don't call it yourself, when you get that little piece of hope that helps you to pick up that phone to call me or call anybody, I don't want to miss that call because I know what that's like.
Yeah, what's the hope?
That's right there.
That's it. Providing hope for today, hope for tomorrow, hope for eternity.
Yeah.
The hungry, homeless, and hurting.
That's
and,
right.
We were talking to Glenda last time. I said,
she's awesome.
She's amazing. As we were walking through her story, you don't see a lot of these people. Oh, they're next to you. You walk by them, but they don't exist in your mind, right? It's the... They live on the edge of society at best, and having that opportunity for her, she said, to be treated like a human again,
right?
To feel, but also to feel like you're back in society,
right? And it's a nice place to stay. I recruit in the shelter side, and I remember Glenda when I first saw her, and it was awesome. The transformation that God has made through her, and the love she has in her heart for people and what she's doing. She's truly a great person.
The stories that you've seen people come from like the lowest part of just in an area where we can't even imagine.
Right. One was living in a forest in the woods. Yeah, and came to me. Yeah, she's now helping out at a recovery place in Corinth, Mississippi, I believe it is. So she
living
graduated.
in a forest.
Yeah.
Like how do you get to a forest?
It was like an encampment.
Wow.
Yeah.
And just the choices. The drugs and the alcohol over the years have changed to the point, especially with the fentanyl and with all of that stuff, and being
scary.
So deadly is that stuff. Have you seen the changes in what's happening on the streets?
Oh yeah. A lot of it is the fentanyl and the meth and stuff like that. But alcohol's still out there as well. It's everything and it's everywhere. You have to be really careful.
And it's just and again, you're doing God's work, which is amazing, and
God is doing God's work.
Well, God's doing God's work.
I just answered the phone.
But you know what? You say that, but the things you do, change people's lives because God uses everybody in a different way. You know, I have a loud mouth, so God's like, hey, loudmouth, we don't want you around regular folk, so we're going to give you a microphone. Right. Somebody like you, they say, hey, you've got that empathy, and being able to, you know, to give the way they do, to listen, because you know it. That's the other thing. Your BS meter's on because you understand too, right? Like how important is that?
And that happens, okay? Yeah, but you know. I don't want to ever take credit, you know, for that. That is nothing but God. And I've seen it. I see it every day. I see the light come on. I see the eyes, you know, open up and get bright. I see the families come together, the children, you know, the parents, how they get back into their lives. It's a very miraculous place.
And that is so
it really, really is.
Amazing.
And
this,
you know, this time of year is awesome too, to be around, to be at this facility.
Because, you know, the families, that's the other thing. Like you said, you lost your little boy. There's a lot of people out here, Glenda was telling about, you know, everybody who's dealt with addiction at some point in time, you're going to lose that family member.
Yeah,
sometimes, unfortunately, it's forever. And other times it's different because you have to give them up.
Right.
Otherwise, it's going to continue.
When you get in our program and you start doing the right thing and you honor God, He will honor you and shift you around and build you up, and you will feel that and know that it's Him.
That's
and
amazing.
That will keep you going.
That is so amazing.
It is amazing.
It is absolutely amazing. I want you guys to call right now, 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. It's simple, you know, a few bucks. Next thing you know, $100 here, $100 there. It rises. Meals come in, but those meals, like you say, do you remember your first meal here, the first time you came in here and you just sat down and you had a meal and you didn't feel like that you were, you felt like you were somewhere as opposed to just being something on the side of the road or hiding in a car?
Yeah, I remember the food in front of me. It was hard for me to eat, being an alcoholic and what it did to my body and my throat. I had to be stretched. My throat had to be stretched before I came in and stuff. So it was difficult for me to sit down and eat a whole meal. It took a couple of weeks. But I was very grateful. Gratefulness was my superpower, and it still is.
Amen. Tell everybody out there why they should give.
You should give because you help people like me, and you help people like Glenda that was just in here. You just provide hope. You know, you just come in and give them the basics, and before they know it, you know, they're reaching out to God. They feel the love of God through this place.
Amen. Amen. And like she said, it's a hand up, it's not a handout.
Yeah, it's not so. You just know what He's going to do in here. It's not, I don't believe it. You know, it's like putting your hand in a fire. I don't believe I'm going to get burned. I know I'm going to get burned. You come in here and do the right thing, God will take care of you.
Amen. Thank you so much for coming in.
My pleasure.
Appreciate it. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. That's the number to call right now. And right now we're doing a little Radiothon bingo. I'm calling out truckers, right, because my friend always says, the only people you truckers, right, truckers. Keith, I'm calling out you, the guy who sends me raisins all the time, you to make a deal right now and get involved in this. Truckers, anybody who's driving whatsoever, Uber, Lyft drivers, anybody like that that's out there, why don't you make a donation and do it now? We appreciate it when you do. 615-312-1500. You can also text as well. Simple and easy. Text the word meals to 87365. 87365. Text the word meals straight ahead. Who knows what else we'll have? Lots of surprises, I'm sure. I'm looking at Matt's in the house. There's young Chris in the house. And Dan went home a little while ago because he's Dan, but he'll be back. He promised us that. It is more than a meal. Radiothon happening right here, down here at the Nashville Rescue Mission. It's amazing. So give to your heart's content. We appreciate it. 615-312-1500. It is Super Talk 99.7.
My name's Crystal. What brought me to the women's shelter was my addiction to methamphetamine.
Addicted to meth and anything else that she could get her hands on. And as the years went by, Crystal had lost everything.
I lost everything. I didn't have work. I didn't have the ability to go home. I had charges against me. I had a GPS bracelet on. And so by the time that I got brought to the women's, I could no longer see my children. I had no money, nowhere to stay. And I was just, God had allowed me to get to the end of my rope, you know, so He could do His best work.
But as God was doing His best work, Crystal was hard at work as well. At Nashville Rescue Mission, they help you to a sober, productive life. And that comes with a firm focus on what really matters and what's next.
They teach you a new way of life. So, you know, one of our mottos is hope for today and hope for eternity. So when you get here, they take care of your basic needs first because, you know, they make sure you're fed, they make sure you're clean, they make sure you're starting out a new path and you can kind of heal and get on that path. Because, you know, if you are lacking basic things in livelihood, there's really not a chance to start doing better, you know? So they take care of that first. And then after that, through classes, through resources, through fellowship, staff that have walked the same path that you're walking, and experience that they are using to teach you, you're being given a whole new outlook. It's like a rewiring. And you know, how to be sober and to stay sober, and how to do things differently, new work ethics, new desires to learn and go to class and get closer to God.
And while Crystal's journey continues, she's learned what makes the women's shelter different. It's those walking the same path and those helping along the way.
The ladies here, the program participants, are not only, they have awesome camaraderie, they support each other and they walk together, but the staff, because most of us over here are female, we do have maintenance men, but they are all part of the family too. It's just a big family. I mean, like, you have someone to go to that can help you, like the counselors. No matter what you're facing, they can give you the tools that you need and help guide you through it. But some of the girls that I've had that were my girls that were in the program are still my friends today. They're not my friends, they're my sisters.
So Crystal, after time spent at the mission, has a life restored.
Oh yes, everything's good. So my oldest son turned 18. He's actually now 19. So, he aged out. Our relationships are all restored. My mom, my dad, our relationships are good. We get to go on trips together. We visit. Yes, I'm now married. I'm not in debt. I mean, it's just everything was restored. It's kind of like in Job. He gave me back what I thought I'd lost, but he gave me back double.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Raycon, best earbuds around. You'll love your Raycons. I'm telling you guys right now, the holiday season is here. Take advantage of the Black Friday, Cyber Monday. My good friends over at Raycon. 30% off site-wide. Best earbuds around. Best sound quality around. The best of the best of the best. You will love it. And that's why you need to get ahead of it all because, hey, holiday seasons are here, and you're not going to find anything like this. Electronics, you want the best? Raycon delivers it time in and time out. And talk about this. The earbuds. Fit, feel, comfort, second to none. Sound quality, second to none. 8 hours talk time, 32 hours of battery life. All of the great things that go with Raycon. And this is what I love, multi-connectivity. We can connect to two things at once. And this is what's so awesome about this thing. Fast charging. Every 10 minutes, it gives you 90 minutes of listening power, 30% off site-wide. BuyRaycon.com/chat. BuyRaycon.com/chat.
A federal judge tossing out the criminal cases against New York's Attorney General and a former FBI director. These stories and more at 1 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
We are broadcasting live from the Nelson Mazda broadcast room. We got the entire team in here right now. We got Chris, we got Matt, we got Tanya, we got Kirby, we got everybody in here. We got the cameraman du jour over there. And if you have a chance, we're asking you guys to play a little bingo. Look, Uber and Lyft drivers, you guys are listening out there, In fact, you got somebody in the car, you're listening, you can give too. How about that? Not just Uber and Lyft drivers, passengers for Uber and Lyft. If you're listening to this, you need to give. Truck drivers, if you're driving, it is time for you to give, but do it safely, please. Pull over, okay? Don't want anything crazy. It's like, I was trying to give, and then No, I don't want any of that, okay? We want to know that you're giving, but giving safely here. I think Chris is going to wander back over there. I want those phones lit up. We've got some donations coming in, but we need more. And I expect it's noon, people out at lunch, but now it's about to pick up. So play the bingo, get a part of it, because otherwise, look, here's the deal. We all want Dan to lose because that's exactly what we want. And he's going to shave his eyebrows or something like that. So we got to get this done. If you want to see that, if you want to hear about that, truck drivers, Uber and Lyft drivers, now is your chance to get involved in this. Simple and easy. And every meal, everything you're giving, it's simple. It's 615-312-1500. $3.11 goes a long way. Do you realize it's a meal? And myself, I will tell you this right now. I've had family members. My father died of an overdose. It's a hot mess galore. We've heard me talk about this on numerous occasions. The things that I've gone through and have seen, and to know that there's stuff like this out here, that helps people that need it is incredible. And a simple phone call changes somebody's life because you don't know what they're going to get, right? Somebody comes in one night who, as we've talked about, let's listen to Glenda's story, but how many of those stories are out there? Those people that you walk by every single day, those people that are out here who are panhandling for a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Yesterday, I went and got something to drink downstairs, and where I live, go across the street, and the family that owns the little market across the street. As I'm walking, I'm kind of startled, and sure enough, there's a guy in the trash can. And, you know, he didn't want any help. He didn't want to talk. But I'm thinking to myself, there's a guy in there digging for food in the most prosperous nation on the planet, the most prosperous time. It is simple and easy. This week, we're going to spend time with our family members, whether we like it or not. We're going to spend time with, eating and gorging ourselves, maybe shopping and doing all these kind of things. How blessed we are. And to know that there are people just up the street from us, people we pass on a daily basis, right? You get off on the 40, the 65, the 24, wherever you are getting off, right? That there are people that have nothing and have lost everything. And they didn't start out that way. You know what they started out with? It's like you and I as a child growing up, and something happened somewhere. There was a misstep, a bad choice, and another bad choice that has led to a position where they are digging in the trash can. And my God, it's tough. It is so tough. My daughter, she sits up in the ledge of our apartment, and she looks down, and during this time of year when it's really cold and starts to get cold, my wife's put together what she calls blessing bags, and Charlie will say, Mom, there's somebody across the street, and we've become, friendly with a lot of these people. And I always tell them, go to the Nashville Rescue Mission. Go to the Nashville Rescue Mission. They will take care of you. They will give you an opportunity. They'll give you a chance because through God, the opportunities that come in here are tremendous. And it's one step like that. So you go to the Nashville Rescue Mission, and I try to get him over here because I understand the work. Dan and I have seen it. We were here for almost a whole day, and just seeing what they do and how they help is incredible. And I know you want to give out there. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365, 87365. This year, our goal, 55,000 meals. We want to crush it. Want to destroy it. Want to burn it. We're going to. You can help. 615-312-1500. That's the number to call. And we're challenging you guys right now, a little bingo. If you're driving, truck driver, Uber, Lyft driver, whatever it is, make that call. Text meals. You can do that as well. Again, 87365 to give. Hour number 2, straight ahead. It is the Nashville Rescue Mission's More Than a Meal Radiothon. Straight ahead. Super Talk 99.7.
WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville, from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
And the Mark Spain Real Estate WTN Newsroom. Information fueled, opinion driven.
This is Nashville's news and talk leader.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
1 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast in 5 minutes. And right now in Middle Tennessee, Cheatham County Schools says 2 of its schools are on a precautionary lockout. This is while authorities work to identify the source of a possible threat. The 2 schools are Harpeth Middle School and Harpeth High School there in Cheatham County. The school district says all students are safe, and the families in these districts, for these schools, have been notified. A federal judge has thrown out the criminal case against New York Attorney General Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has the latest.
The decisions come from a South Carolina-based federal judge who was asked by 2 colleagues in Virginia to weigh Lindsay Halligan's appointment. The former White House aide was tapped in September to replace an ousted Trump nominee who reportedly declined to charge James Comey with lying to Congress. Halligan not only brought that case, she also sought an indictment against Letitia James for alleged mortgage fraud. South Carolina-based Judge Cameron Curry points to the law, which says when a top federal prosecutor's post is vacant for 120 days, the district court names the replacement.
Well, the Pentagon says Arizona Senator Mark Kelly may face legal or financial penalties for his appearance in a video urging service members to disregard orders that violate the law. The Arizona Democrat was one of 6 veterans of the military and intelligence community who, in this video, urged service members to ignore what they called illegal orders, although they didn't identify what illegal orders. Former astronaut Mark Kelly served as a Navy captain until his 2011 retirement, and a Pentagon statement now says the sitting senator may be recalled to active duty for a court-martial or administrative measures, which could include a reduction in rank or retirement pay. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the others in the video are not in retired status, so they're no longer subject to military law. Gasoline prices holding steady for drivers this Thanksgiving and may actually go down in the next few weeks, according to Patrick Dehan with Gas Buddy.
We're seeing the stock market fluctuate. Job losses have amounted this year to the most significant since 2022. But it's not all bad news. Gas prices relatively low. For their part, 74% of respondents to our survey said gas prices are not impacting their travel plans this year. But still, there's a lot of jitter within consumers.
Right now, the average price per gallon in Middle Tennessee is $2.69, according to Gas Buddy. And despite harsh criticism from celebrities Kevin Bacon, Tom Hanks, and Morgan Freeman, artificial intelligence is gradually moving into the field of entertainment. ABC's Jim Ryan says AI is finding its own celebrity backers.
Matthew McConaughey has said in interviews that he took a semester of Spanish in high school. So how has he mastered the language?
Hola. Feliz viernes a todos.
McConaughey has not, but his AI voice clone has. 11 Labs, a company in which he's invested, has translated McConaughey's popular newsletter to Spanish in his own voice. 11 Labs is working with living celebrities and the estates of dead ones to license AI likenesses of their voices for commercials, movies, and video games. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
That's the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN's annual Radiothon in support of Nashville Rescue Mission, presented by Mark Spain Real Estate. To make a donation, call 615-312-1500 or text the word meals to 87365.
This hour also brought to you by Xander Insurance.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hey, it's Kyle from Blindster.com. There's never been a better time to buy blinds. Save up to 50% site-wide during our Black Friday sale going on now. Our blinds are custom-made and guaranteed to fit. Skip the big box stores and order online for less. This sale ends soon, so go to Blindster.com today.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Rain is about to return. I'm WSMV4 First Alert meteorologist Dan Thomas. We'll have increasing clouds this afternoon with a temperature in the upper 60s. Low tonight 59, high tomorrow 69. Rain showers move in this evening. I think there'll be some thunderstorms at times overnight in far southeastern Middle Tennessee. There could be a strong storm or two. Get the latest on WSMV4 on TV and the app as well.
Write this down, painisbad.com, painisbad.com. Right now, opportunity for you to take advantage of an amazing deal. It's Big Daddy Trump special, $12, comprehensive exam, x-rays if needed, and they're explaining diagnosis on your first treatment. When your back is bad, that changes your entire life. You know that. And with the Wellness Institute of Nashville, they're there to get your life back, if you will. As I always like to say, your back is back. You're going to ask, why didn't you come there first? First of all, technology. Second to none, it's like you're going to do a spaceship. Secondly, the knowledge. Second to none. Dr. Ashley, Dr. Mitchell are incredible. There's no surgery, no spinal injections, no painkillers. They're there to get you up and running and feeling better about yourself. 615-246-5009. Whether it's your back, your neck, sciatic, slip and bulging disc, you name it, the Wellness has you covered. 615-246-5009. Go there, see them. You've tried everybody else. It didn't work. Try the best now because they are the absolute best. 615-246-5009. Or check out the Wellness Institute of Nashville online at painisbad.com.
Getting you through the lunch hour and into the second half of your day.
It's the Chad Benson Show
On Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, Pamela Furr just sent something in. I can't believe you did that, Pamela. If you're serious, though, I will say it. I'll tell you that. She's serious. Pamela said, Chad, if you say fatties are people, too, I'll send $100. Well, there you go. They are. Ring that bell, baby. Cowbell. Cowbell. They are. Joseph is with us. We've been running around because we've got so many things trying to squeeze people in. Brother, I appreciate you coming on today, man. Thanks so much.
Sure, absolutely.
All right, let's talk about you. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. Yeah, I feel very blessed right now. I guess you're asking me about the program.
Well, I just want to see how you're doing. First of all, as a person, I want to know how you're doing, man.
I'm doing very well. Yeah.
So how'd you get here?
So I'm from Buffalo, New York originally. I moved up to Nashville in 22, really to put my kids back in school. They were homeschooled. The vaccination laws in New York changed. We were homeschooling. We wanted to get around that, so we were in COVID at the time. I got a head start moving up here because there's just been sort of addiction in my past that's kind of gave me some bumps in the road. So I actually got here and ended up at this mission coming out of that bus station back in 22, just and kind of coming off of relapse with addiction, but also at the time was sort of sober, but knew that like coming through this program, which I found out 2 weeks later after being in guest services, was a program at all. I didn't even know. Just sort of had a conscious thought that it would be a possibility to level up that way. You know what I mean? You get a head start with saving money and how housing market is around here and things of that nature. So I took advantage of it. Come through the program in 22, graduated, was over in TH, which is their housing that you could stay in, and saved up 10 grand over 6 months. And at that point, moved my family down. And to be honest with you, I'm very blessed. My life is very well, but I've had a series of setbacks with relapses. I'm 46. I'm gonna be 47 in December, so next month. So I smoked crack for the first time at like 40. So not that long ago. So it's been kind of really on and off, but it's a really nasty drug and it's a really nasty issue to get away from if you fall into it. Just to put myself accountable. I've always dealt with addictions from a young age. My mom, I heard you talking earlier, my mom was a very bad addict and wasn't really in my life. And when she was, it was really just this pivotal point in my teenage years after she had already abandoned me and been gone for my whole life. And then it was, she's on crack and she's on drugs and just a whole series of things. But she overdosed in 07, I believe. So, I mean, I don't even think that's what really still drags me through there. But addiction was, created and started in my life, and it got out of control. I really didn't address it until I was maybe 28. It was just a lot of normal activity, doing drugs, partying. I had a very independent lifestyle. I didn't really have parents growing up. But I worked hard, I played hard, and I just went after life the best way I knew how. Like I said, I just didn't have a lot of parental guidance. But I didn't know God at all. Honestly, I was saved in 2010 at like the age of 35. That's interesting to state, just because I kind of up and down with kind of riding that thing out, trying to figure out faith and Christ and just all of it really. But so blessed because I made that conscious decision to sort of let him in. I was blessed to be just under the influence of some people that wanted to invite the Holy Spirit into my presence at the time with me and my wife at the time. And I was open-minded for the first time in my life, and with that issue. And I really just know that there's an experience that occurred in my heart in that time period. And, I just had a series of experiences ever since then. Just been an ongoing growth process spiritually, ongoing growth process with the relationship with Christ. And this place is just as much as of a pivotal, part of my life as well. I have nothing but great things to say about this building, this program, the Spirit of the Lord here, so many people that work here. Coming through in 22, I really got to know really almost everybody in this building. A lot of people that have come through the program, people that still stayed on and work, people that, are here, running this place, people that have come back. This is my second time in the program. And so what happened was, I had account responsibilities with moving my family down. I had responsibilities to my kids, so we got an apartment over in Hendersonville. And I just sort of lost connection with really the only community I had here, right? And I should not have done that. So the best efforts trying to still design some kind of a recovery lifestyle for myself, but I had relapsed and sort of just kind of fallen back into self-will, and you know, it's just been an ongoing kind of up and down thing for me. I'd be honest with you, mostly I've been sober, but those setbacks are really detrimental. And when you allow something like crack in your life, man, it could just take a couple of weeks and it could just do so much damage. We're
talking to Joseph, who's in the program the second time. You know, you talk about your family coming out here and all of that stuff. That's, again, another pressure. You showed up here, and then, like you said, you didn't try crack until you were 40 years old. And you think to yourself, because you were probably a function addict, right? You probably had jobs. You probably had a house over your head. People that said you were just a party animal. You worked hard, partied hard. There was nothing really to work over. You were,
Yeah. So after that period of time, and then I met my wife, and we began to have the children. We owned a house for 10 years in New York. I remodeled that whole house. I did hardwood floors almost my whole life. I mean, up till 40. I probably from 15 to 40, and just do different phases, different companies, with myself. Sometimes it's just a subcontractor, so things like that. But I always stayed in carpentry, and I was a functioning addict. More or less, it was binge using. It might be like once a week after that, and it was just, as an addict, somebody that understands addiction as well as I do today, understands that I have an addictive personality, understand that it's a disease and it's a problem within your brain chemistry, and the damage done over years, and just different facets to what that looks like. I can honestly say that there is a part of me that's glad to have gone through all these. Obviously, there's a part of me that is very upset about it as well, because it's very destructive, and it's very hard to handle. It's caused a lot of health issues. Not, I wouldn't say long-term health issues, but just some really serious stuff to go through. I've had a number of overdoses and a number of physical challenges to work through, and just the stuff it does to your family. I mean, my wife didn't know anything about it. She doesn't come from that same kind of background, so it's really been hard on her. It's been hard on my kids to just not have me around as much. I was kind of just not been I wasn't the kind of addict that brought this stuff home, but I definitely took me away from them. I would leave and then I wouldn't be there, and so like that abandonment, that cycle of abandonment was repeated in their lives.
But this place here, it's helping you get back on your feet again. And
absolutely.
It's an open door, which is, I talked to Glenda and I talked to Lynn about, this isn't just a one and done. Sometimes people do fail and they've got to come back. It's just another step. I remember years ago, had never relapsed. And then people might have said to me in the rooms, relapse is part of it. So don't be mad when it happens. If it happens, it's part of addiction and it's part of recovery, basically, they'd say, right? And you don't believe something until maybe you go through it. You know what I mean? So, relapse can be part of it, and it's part of my story. But the thing is at the same time, I could sit there and I could stand there and I could be accountable for what decision I made, which was make a right instead of a left, and just take something from it, try and learn from it, get back up. There's strength in that. Keep on going. Learn things as I go. Like I've walked through these doors, and that hardest part was just walking through the doors. And after that, it's just every day is just leveling up something, right? I exercise a lot. I run. I've done a lot of yoga in my life. I read tremendously. This is really a vacation. It's a vacation. It really is. It's a vacation from life, and I look at it that way. I try to turn it into a game. Every day is just take advantage of that day. Sometimes it gets a little hard. You're around almost 50 guys. They're all different personalities, all different walks of life. Some of that can get hard. You don't have a lot of time to just like go to your own space, but you got to find a way, right? I wear earplugs a lot, right? I just stay out of the crowds a lot. I stay in my room when I can. I read a lot of books. I stay on a routine. I'm up every morning. I go to bed every night at the same time. I'm just starting all the routines and disciplines that I know that I need to do when I leave these walls, and I go, over there for a while before I go home, and just keep influencing myself to kind of strengthening that muscle with these routines in my life, because they do work, and it's just somehow I can let them go. What do you want to tell the people out there to listening why they should give to an amazing place like this?
So I'd never been to a mission in my life until I came here. So I had no idea what it entailed. I never really thought about it that much. I mean, being from Buffalo, New York, I remember thinking about the Buffalo mission. Funny enough, there was a radio host that would do this. He would do something every winter where he would sleep outdoors. And I can't remember all the gist of it, but it kind of put a mission on my mind, because every year he would do it. I think it was Hard Rock 97 or something out of Buffalo, New York. Classic rock or something. But then coming here and going through the mission, I mean, there's nothing else to describe it. I've been to other rehabs, but just the fact that you don't have to have insurance. They'll take you if you're homeless. They'll take you if you have addiction problems, you know. It really doesn't matter. And there's a lot of guys over there just in guest services. And so we have the ability to kind of come in here every day and we serve them and we see them. We talk to some of them. Sometimes we're outside. We talk to them. And we understand, having been in some of their shoes and some of the same predicaments. And it's, for me, I always want to try and spread the word, to be honest with you, about this place, because I've been on the streets. I was on the streets last summer for like 90 days, you know, because I had relapsed and I couldn't get a handle on it. And eventually I had to leave the house, and it just got the better of me. But I've experienced all that, of which a lot of them experience. And man, I'm never short on trying to tell somebody the resources that are valuable. And I would say this is probably the number one resource in Nashville. Yeah. And you know what, being here and just asking a lot of questions and trying to feel, you know, you just I'm around this whole building all the time. I've worked all the different jobs, and you just start to understand, you know, how this place runs on donations, how this place runs on heart, how this place runs on Jesus, the love. And it's just, it's really amazing. I mean, it really is, you know. I mean, a lot of people think ministry has to be in a church, you know, and just Sunday afternoon. But it's changed my view on what ministry has, you know, can be.
Amen. Yeah. Amen. You can give and you can help. 615-312-1500. People like Joseph and everybody else out there you've heard today, and the people you're going to hear from the rest of my show and on Matt's show. It's a simple thing where you give and you help, and you'd be surprised at what you can do. And just one little thing you can do, $3.11. It's one meal, right? $10, $11, whatever it is that you can do, do it. The Nashville Rescue Mission's More Than a Meal Radiothon's going on right now. We're going to go all the way through till 7 o'clock tonight. It is a great opportunity for you to give, and we're blessed. We're blessed by the people that, you know, that are not only our listeners, but are, you know, the support that we have for so many people that give on a daily basis here that we don't know about. So if you have a chance, call and give. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500, or you can text as well the word meals to 87365, 87365 to give as well. Joseph, thank you so much for spending time with us today. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. More
straight ahead right here. It is Super Talk 99.7. At Nashville Rescue Mission.
My name is Starteria, and I was addicted to cocaine.
Starteria's story was so familiar. She got involved with the wrong people and the wrong situations.
I was a sheltered child, and once I got out on my own, I was hanging around people and...
At Nashville Rescue Mission, hope isn't just a word. It's a promise. Through God's love and your support, lives are reborn every day. This Thanksgiving, be a part of the change at 99.7 WTN's 14-hour Radiothon and help restore faith across Nashville. At Nashville Rescue Mission, hope isn't just a word. It's a promise. Through God's love and your support, lives are reborn every day. This Thanksgiving, be a part of the change at 99.7 WTN's 14-hour Radiothon and help restore faith across Nashville. At Nashville Rescue Mission, hope isn't just a word, it's a promise. Through God's love and your support, lives are reborn every day. This Thanksgiving, be a part of the change at 99.7 WTN's 14-hour Radiothon and help restore faith across Nashville. At Nashville Rescue Mission, hope isn't just a word, it's a promise. Through God's love and your support, lives are reborn every day. This Thanksgiving, be a part of the change at 99.7 WTN's 14-hour Radiothon and help restore faith across Nashville. At Nashville Rescue Mission, Omaha Steaks, my good friends over there want to make your life better this holiday season. Go to omahasteaks.com right now, 50% off site-wide, extra 20% off selected favorites at omahasteaks.com. And here's the other great thing, use my code Benson when you check out, right? So you get 50% off site-wide, select items, another 20% off, so that's 70% off. Then use my code Benson, an extra $35 off at checkout for the best steaks, the best hamburgers, the best dogs, pork chops, which are my absolute favorite, chicken, they've got everything, yes, including seafood. Omaha Steaks is unrivaled quality. Bite for bite, the best around, 100% money back guarantee. If you don't like what you're eating, but you're going to remember, they're America's butcher since 1917. So say big, unforgettable gifts. Your stomach will love it. You're going to give the gift that keeps on giving to you as well, especially if you're nice and Santa wants to give you back some of that. Go to omahasteaks.com, 50% off right now, site-wide, an extra 20% off. And select favorites during their cyber sale, and when you use my code Benson, $35 off at checkout. omahasteaks.com, promo code Benson, checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. Lives are reborn every day.
Sponsored by Blindster.com.
Be a part of the change at 99.7 WTN's 14-hour Radiothon and help restore faith across Nashville. At Nashville Rescue Mission, hope isn't just a word, it's a promise. Through God's love and your support, lives are
Criminal cases dropped against New York Attorney General Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey. This story and more, 1:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
We are broadcasting live from the Nelson Mazda broadcast room here. It's More Than a Meal, the Nashville Rescue Mission. Let's go over to, I don't know if it's Matt or Chris. They got a new total and everything. What you got for us, guys? Really? Oh, Chad, there's all kinds of stuff going on. I told them. Did I tell him? Kirby, I told him, right? I heard you. All right, there you go. Well, you know what? That's the way you guys are going to be. We asked for the new one.
And still here. And
there we
Murphy's still here. There's Hand in the background. He's giving the big thumbs up on camera. I'm here as well. The entire crew's over the John Bouchard and Sons company phone bank line. We want to get these phones ringing. 615-312-1500. Let's get them going. Now, I've got a brand new total for you, Chad. A very exciting total. We have reached 32,266 meals as of right now. That's over $100,000 in incredible donations already. Yeah, let's give a big round of applause. We are efforting to get to 35,000 meals by 1:30. That's not long from now. Only about 6 minutes left, so you got to get those phones ringing to do that. And 45,000 meals by 2 o'clock today. 615-312-1500. We need to get these ladies busy. They're eating too many cookies. They need to get busy in the phone center, so we're going to get them busy over here, Chad.
Right on, man. I appreciate it. We'll come back to you guys in a little bit. Again, this hour is brought to you by our good friends over at Xander Insurance. Brittany, you are here, and you are so wait, let me try this. Right. You help the volunteers by teaching them how to volunteer in here? I was so confused because I had 28 different things. So what do you do here?
So, yes, I'm the Director of Volunteer Services, and there's like large groups who want to come in to support and by different activities. Like we have the main event, which is the kitchen. We do have two campuses, so there's the men's campus and the women's and children's. If they decide to have like 30 volunteers, our max group size is 10 at the women's and 12 for the men, so we can maybe distribute them across both campuses. Or we also offer the warehouse, and that's for organizing and sorting of our donations here at the men's campus. But they're able to do those activities or just some special projects, just depending on what it is. We had some people who came and painted or just came do like the lawn mulching, just different things. Whatever they feel inclined to do, we can actually support it depending on what it is.
So Dan and I actually volunteered. We came through. They made us help out with the lunch thing. That's interesting. So you had a lot of businesses that wanted this. They want to give back to the community, and you're going to show them, hey, don't screw everything up. This is what you do.
I wouldn't say it like that.
You do it, Brittany. It's okay. I'm fine with it. We're good.
At least I don't say that out loud. But yes, definitely we have organizations that come from out of town, whether it's like a business trip or doing a conference, and they can be from across in California. They say, hey, we're coming to Tennessee in this month, and we have some people who want to come and just basically give back and serve. I guess they learn a little bit more about Nashville by at this facility. They just learn, I guess, about the people here, and we love that they come from all different walks of life to come and support. And so I get them signed up and registered, and we have a good time.
How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this since January of this year, so it's not been a year yet, but I'm all broke in.
You're all broke in. What made you want to come here?
Woo, you got time?
I do. That's why we're here.
Yeah, so I lived my life when I was younger basically as a military brat. I don't want to say that, but I was a military brat. So I moved a lot, and I just feel like I didn't have like deep connections, or I didn't consciously and even unconsciously, because I always had to leave people. So moving to different places, I feel like I finally found like my setting. But when I graduated high school, after my third one I went to, I ended up joining the military myself. And so then I started moving around place to place again. Upon coming back from active duty, I stayed here and just trying to look for work. I just went to the next thing that was available for me, kind of just playing autopilot and second chair to my life. And then I ended up getting called to active duty to go into mobilization a couple of years ago. And from the job I had and moving back to here, it was like, I feel like there's more to my life than just, sitting behind a desk at my house, and just like, I feel like there's so much more of life to me and so much to give and to offer. And I want to take this chance to actually just be, in position in my life in that first chair. So I was searching for meaningful, practical work in Nashville Rescue Mission. Just appeared one day after deep searching and prayer, and even through the interview process, it was just like really meaningful. Like there was prayer during like the first and second interview, and I just really felt called, and I just felt like finally that my life was placed on solid ground.
So, and it's amazing because we talked to a lot of people who work here who went through the program. You didn't. No, you came through it in a much different way. And it gives you, I think, a different perspective than a lot of other people, because you have gone through, you've lived your life in a much different way where you haven't had those issues that they have. And the things that you must see, it's just like, whoa.
Absolutely. Being on deployments and going to different countries, the things that they have there that we have here, it's totally different. The quality of life is just, I think it's tremendous here, but at the same time, there's lack. And so in that lack, I believe the Nashville Rescue Mission, like we just carrying that and taking that off the guest plate, so they can basically get those basic needs met to worry about and focus on tomorrow once they get like food, shelter, clothing, protection around the facility. So when they have that in place, I feel like they can worry about the next steps, but it's all about basically just, finding peace in a comforting place, because it's not offered to other people in different countries or anything. So I've seen it on the outside, but I live here in America, and the problem is here too. And so we just want to support those needs.
Absolutely. Brittany, appreciate you coming in today. If they want to help, right, then maybe they don't have the money to give, but they want to help, what do they do?
They can go online to NashvilleRescueMission.org, and you'll see on the top tabs there is a Get Involved tab. From there, you click on Volunteer, and then you create a user account and view opportunities that still have spots available. Sign yourselves up, sign up your friends, families. We can take ages, the youngest as 10, and we'd just love to see you and love to have you. And you can speak to me, and we'll have a good time.
Thank you guys so much, and you can give as well dollar-wise, 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500, or you can text 87365. That is meals. Text the word meals to 87365. A lot of stuff still to get to. It is the More Than a Meal Radiothon going on right now, and we've got some amazing stories, and you're hearing a ton of amazing stories. It's about giving today. Let's continue to crush. Let's continue to give. You got big hearts out there, and I know some of you got some deep wallets in this time of year. Doesn't, you know what? Let's just get rid of some of those cobwebs on those wallets. Open it up. 615-312-1500. It is the More Than a Meals Radiothon. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7.
WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast in 5 minutes. And a federal judge dismissing the criminal case against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. This on the basis that the appointment of Lindsay Halligan as acting U.S. Attorney is invalid. ABC News Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katursky has more.
Now the indictments against both of President Trump's political enemies have been dismissed, although the judge dismissed them without prejudice, and that means that federal prosecutors can, if they so choose, try again to secure the indictments, perhaps once a permanent U.S. attorney is picked for the Eastern District of Virginia.
Now, the Pentagon is reviewing Arizona Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly's role in a video urging troops to reject unlawful orders. Officials say the retired Navy officer could face recall for possible court-martial or under military law. It was Kelly and several other Democratic Congress members in this video. None of them listed what specific orders they were referring to as illegal. And gas prices are holding steady for drivers this Thanksgiving. May actually go down in the next few weeks, according to Patrick Dehan with Gas Buddy.
2/3 of Americans said that they're going to be crossing a state line for their Thanksgiving travel. Keep in mind, crossing those state lines, that's a danger zone for gas prices. Gas prices vary significantly, in some cases up to $1 a gallon by crossing into a new state.
Right now, the average price per gallon in Middle Tennessee is $2.69, according to Gas Buddy. And at the White House, First Lady Melania Trump welcomed the official White House Christmas tree today. The 25-foot con-color fir arrived by horse-drawn carriage at the North Drive of the White House. It was grown at Corson's Tree Farms in Michigan and will be displayed in the Blue Room. This tradition, dating back more than a century, kicks off the holiday season at the White House, including the annual turkey pardon tomorrow, then the unveiling of Christmas decorations December 1st. That's the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Rain is about to return. I'm WSW4 First Alert meteorologist Dan Thomas. We'll have increasing clouds this afternoon with a temperature in the upper 60s. Low tonight 59, high tomorrow 69. Rain showers move in this evening. I think there'll be some thunderstorms at times overnight in far southeastern Middle Tennessee. There could be a strong storm or two. Get the latest on WSW4 on TV and the app as well.
Raycon, best earbuds around. Love my Raycon. Wear them every day. Right now. Huge sale code on. 30% off. Site-wide cyber sale going on. Think about this. They got Black Friday, Cyber Monday. This sale is going on. Take advantage of winning the holidays with the best earbuds around. A price that will not break the bank. They cost about half the price of other premium audio brands, and I'm going to save you big 30% off site-wide. The classic earbuds are amazing. The fit, the feel, the comfort, the multi-connectivity, all of the things we talked about before. But I know audio. I live in a world of audio. There is nothing better. It is the most amazing thing in the world. And if you want to really start delivering the best of the holidays where your family's going to go, this is amazing. It is truly the gift that keeps on giving. This is what it's all about. So this is what I want you to do. Go to buyraycon.com/chat. Take advantage of 30% off site-wide for the best earbuds around with active noise cancellation, all this other stuff. But look at everything they have. You will not be disappointed. If you ever thought this is the time, this is the time. 30% savings right now on top of everything else. Buyraycon.com/chat. Buyraycon.com/chat.
Restore faith across Nashville.
Okay, we are getting set up here. Hello, Jennifer. How are you? I'm good.
Let's get a mic check on her.
This is a mic check here. We're live right now.
4, 5. Oh, we are.
Yeah, that's okay, Kirby. Give us a mic check.
Let me hear your voice, Jennifer.
There you go.
Fantastic.
Jennifer's with us.
Carry on, old boy.
Thank you so very much, my friend. So this is hard, and I got you, Jennifer. I got you, girl. I got you right here. This is gonna be a tough one, but you know what? This is the kind of stuff that they do here at the Nashville Rescue Mission, and your story is truly a story that everybody's talked about here. So we'll ease into it, okay? And how you came about to being the things that have happened that led you to the place to come here.
I got myself into a situation where I wouldn't stand down. And when you're one against many, who would miss me? I'm just one person. And I was dispensable, and I was sold. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So you were sold.
I was. And by those that you think love you the most. But life happens, and it happens fast. But during all of it, I will always say, what evil has planned, God will flip it and use it for his good. And I shouldn't be alive, but I am.
So we're talking to Jennifer here, everybody, and and people are saying, like Belle said, you can't see her on camera. The reason is we turned her around because of all the things that have happened to her, being trafficked and all this kind of stuff. We're protecting her identity, but she's come on today to talk about this and why this place is so amazing. So how old were you when all of this first started?
48.
40. So it wasn't like you were 8 years old or
No.
18. You were 48 years old.
48. I'm 50 today. And so it was a long, I want to say 48. I had just turned 48. Went down in April is when I ran. And I was poisoned. I have documents of that. And it was arsenic, amongst other things. And I tried to get away for about 2 years, and I just could not get away. And then finally, there was a small voice that said, "Go to Nashville. There'll be a safe place." And I was able to get to a truck stop, and I went to the back, and I said, "God, I'm not asking anybody to. I'm not asking." And in 5 minutes, this guy came up, and he said, "What do you need?" I said, "I need a ride out of here." And he said, "Hang on." He said, "Let me see what I can do." So he came back. And he said, "Okay, come on." So I had a backpack and like a little bag. I had no money. And I got in the truck, and we started going on the road. And he said, "I just want to let you know I'm a sex addict." And I was like, "Okay, God." He said, "I'm not going to rape you." And I said, "No, you're not." I said, "I will tuck and roll. And if it's a problem, you can let me out on the side of the road." And eventually we got to West Memphis, and there's a truck stop there. And I went there, and I sat down, and I had no money. But people started bringing me money, and I wasn't facing them. I was actually facing away from them. And this attendant was there. Her name was Janine. And she was an older lady, and her uniform didn't fit her. And she was just a beacon of hope. And God sends you people that helps you get to where you're supposed to go. And she brought me a Coke and a piece of pizza, and she took me to the back of the station, and she set up some crates where the truckers couldn't see me so I could lay down. And she said, "When I get off at 5 o'clock, I'll take you over to the bus station." I said, "Okay." So I held on to the money, and I got to the Greyhound station in Memphis. When I crossed the river, I just started crying. I was just like, I made it. And so I got to the Greyhound station, and 2 people asked me for $1. And so I gave them $1, and I had the exact amount of money for the red-eye ticket to Nashville. And so I had no money, had enough money for the ticket, and I came here with no money. And when I got here, I didn't know what I was going to do. And the police officer at the Greyhound station said, "Where are you going?" And I said, "I don't know." And I just know I got here. And what's funny is, when I first got here, someone said someone's doing breakfast, and I was like, yes. So I was walked down, and the men's mission is like right next to the Greyhound station. I didn't know that. And they said, "You can't eat here because it's the men's mission." So I said, okay. So I walked from the police officer told me how to get to the women's mission. So I walked from the Greyhound station to the women's mission. And I was on the homeless side for 2 months. After 2 weeks after I got here, I said, God, I don't know if I heard you right, because I didn't want to do anything on my own, because I knew that if I did it on my own, it wouldn't work. And so the next day, he started showing up and showing out, and people just started showing up and just speaking about God. And I was like, okay. And so I got pretty sick. God's just, his ways are higher than our ways in so many ways, and in all ways. But I never had a kidney or a bladder infection. And man, I got one, and I got it bad. And so I was put down, and I was really sick. And I usually was gone during the day and would walk to room in the inn. And but I was there for lunch. And Lynn Hobby, who you just had on, I was eating lunch, and she turned around and she pointed at me. And I was like, why are you pointing at me? And so then she turned back around, she pointed at me again, and she said, are you new? And I said, no. She said, I need to talk to you. So I talked to her, and I did the interview, and she said, okay, well, I'm going to go home and take the weekend and think about it. And I said, okay. So I went back outside, and I laid down again, and she came back out, and she said, I have 2 hours. Do you want to come now? And I said, yes. And I told her, I said, I've been waiting on you because, you know, he said you'll have a safe place. And sometimes he makes us wait. And to see if we're truly walking in faith. And I do, 100%. And then there she was. And I went through the program. It's the only program that I know of that, of course, I didn't know anything about any programs. I didn't even know there was I just didn't know anything about it.
It's okay.
I'm going to breathe for just a minute.
It's okay. You're listening right now, and you're listening to a woman who is gone through hell. Jennifer here, who is with us, and she was trafficked, all the things that she went through just to get to this place. This is why this place is so important. Now's your chance to make a donation, 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365, 87365. Text the word meals. Just one meal is $3.11. What it can do, the opportunities it can provide to help people who've been in situations that are horrific. Sometimes it's not of their own making, and sometimes it's just choices that have happened, and to help people to get out of those places. That's what the Nashville Rescue Mission is for. And you okay?
Yep.
All right.
I'm good.
So you know what? Take your time. It's okay.
It's I'm not one that I don't like being seen. I'm not one that likes a lot of attention. And I think God is laughing because he used the least of us, doesn't he?
He does.
And so my story is his story. So I can't be afraid. I won't live in fear. But how could I not tell his story?
You got to tell the story.
I do.
Because you went through something that is horrific. You went through something that we talk about all the time with the trafficking and all that stuff. And through little miracles of meeting the lady and this, that, and the other, you ended up at a place here where it is giving you hope, obviously. It is giving you safety,
yes.
Which number one importante is the safety, because you can't live in the fear, and you got to have a group around you to help, and this place provides that.
It does. I could breathe. And what I find so just beautiful is that God had this mission already in his plans before I knew it, before the mission knew it. So everything that people give to this mission is used for his purpose, even though we don't see it yet. But there could be anyone that comes and, you know, that needs food, that needs shelter. I actually work for the mission now, and which I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. It's come full circle. And but it is a place of safety for women, and it provides hope. And my prayer is that they don't see me, but they see Christ through me and see his story. And that those that do donate know that God will use their gift in ways that they may not know, but he already does know.
You know, you talk about the donation, you talk about using, you came here in a much different way. Most people that come here are homeless addicts. You came here in a much different way where your life, the people you, like you said, you trust the most ended up being the ones who turned upon you, and somehow it just, you got here and now your story's out there and the helping of people, but everybody here comes here in a different way.
They do. And I've heard so many times, God sent me here. God sent me here. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. And he will. It is a Christ-centered, God-filled family that works here. And it's not something that we just speak on. We live it. We walk it. It wouldn't work unless we did. And it is a place of hope. And the Hope Center, the Life Recovery, is truly a life recovery program. It helps you to recover your life when everything's been taken, for whatever reason that may be.
Did you think a couple of years ago that would you think you were going to be dead, or just that nobody cared and that was going to be that?
Yeah, I didn't know how I was going to make it. I'm not a runner. I am not a runner. I'm the one that runs to it. But everything within me said run. And so I did. But I kept running into the hands of those that were trying to hurt me. Unknowingly. But God had me. And he says, write scripture upon your heart for when you need it. And I was fed a scripture, and it was Exodus 14:14. And the Lord fights for you. All you need be is still. And so that's what I did. I couldn't get out. I didn't give in to it, but I surrendered to God and let him get me through it. And I listened. Even in the midst of chaos, he is peace that passes all understanding. It's a story. It's his story. It's an unbelievable story that's real. But I'm blessed. I'm blessed. And I will praise him even through it, come what may. And I know that by me speaking my story, it will give other women out there hope to know that there is a place of safety and that God is real and he will protect you. Just trust, have faith, and he'll get you through it.
Amen. Yeah. Amen. Thank you so much for taking time telling your story today.
You're welcome.
I mean, it's tough. We understand that. Again, the number to call, 615-312-1500. More Than a Meal Radiothon going on. Stories like that, Jennifer, how the Nashville Rescue Mission has helped them and many other people out there who've got all kinds of stories. Everybody comes here has one thing in common, though. They need God, and this place provides an opportunity for them to have safety and to get themselves back. 615-312-1500. More Than a Meal Radiothon all day long right here on Super Talk 99.7. At Nashville Rescue Mission.
My name is Shannon Jefferson. I was cross-addicted, crack cocaine, and heroin. Well, heroin/fentanyl.
From drinking to drugs, Shannon's life was spiraling out of control.
I was on an up and down spiral for 3 years. Truck driver, so I was always around different areas. I came here
through God's love and your support
in February, and I parked at the TA. Figured I'd go get a couple beers. I had been clean a couple months, celebrate Christmas at home, and I came here and I relapsed. Started off drinking, and I wound up using. I didn't tell my family where I was at or anything like that, so I just wound up being on the streets for about a month and a half, 2 months. Using every day, every single day, crack cocaine. I OD'd 4 times. Well, 9 times in all, but in this instant, 4 times in a 2-month period.
You heard that right. Shannon overdosed a multitude of times, and each time it was a step closer to where he needed to be. Nashville's rescue mission.
Here, it's more faith-based, first thing that got my attention. And the heart is just in it. I mean, everybody puts so much pride in what they do. I mean, nothing's 100%, but for me, you could tell that the people that really hands-on. I mean, individual counseling, group counseling, it's not a second that goes by. It's not somebody that you can call or talk to about any situation you go through. Any hurdle I had to climb in the 6 months, they was there. Anything I can reflect on that I need to get done that I didn't get done when I was on the streets, it's been handled one step at a time through the levels. I mean, each level is a different learning experience.
And Shannon learned a lot, from work programs to how to control his addictions to his reintroduction to his faith. He arrived and knew immediately he'd come home.
The drugs, that's just one step. But you got behaviors that lead you back to it. So trying to get a tone to them and control them. You know, as far as going to chapel, my meetings, NAAA, and church on Sundays. I'm fine because each time, the last rehabs I went to, I didn't stay plugged in. You know, I did the rehab, I came home, hit the ground running, whether it be work, whether it be going out with friends, and I wanted to relapse. So now I'm putting my recovery first, whether I have to work 3 days a week or whatever. And they also teach you how to budget your money, how to get your credit back in order. It's really strategically placed to where you can succeed.
And succeed he has. He's graduating, relocating to Nashville permanently, and is going to line up a job so he can focus on his faith and his recovery. Nashville's rescue mission helped put him in that position, and he's ready for the next steps.
And this program really helped me to get my spiritual man back, get in touch with my. I mean, I'm 51 years old, and it's like a man. They taught me how to really be a man, to face my emotions, set boundaries. Forgive myself a lot of different things.
This Thanksgiving,
you know, and to be 51, I'm at that pinnacle of life to where I really have to get it right. But they don't push that on me like that. One day at a time, one step at a time. And I'm just real confident. I'm real confident. And they state it's a strict program. I'm not saying strict, but they still adhere you to certain rules. I still have to come in, do my drug tests. I still have to keep a schedule, you know. And you be accountable.
Miracles happen every day at Nashville's Rescue Mission, and you can help by donating today.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hope isn't just a word. It's a promise. All right, Busy Bee, November. Right, things going on at Busy Bee. You know what? Also one of the sponsors here, which is amazing. If you've got issues with your plumbing and heating, you know Busy Bee. 93 are free. I mean, this is the time to get your main line done. Right, so this is single-family homes, right, as long as they get us clean out. And why does it matter? Because Uncle Bob's coming. Uncle Bob can put away the turkey and the sweets and the goodies, and the last thing you want is a backup because Uncle Bob. See what I'm saying? Get the main line clean. Thanks to our friends at Busy Bee. 93 are free going on right now. It's also something important they're doing as well. And their big coat drive happening. It is happening tomorrow. All right, so this is 3 to 6 p.m., 7-seater Butcher Block in Lebanon Square. And then Sunday at the parking lot of Mount Juliet Chamber of Commerce, 2 to 4 p.m. This is to help people out there, needy families in Lebanon who are struggling, who don't have coats as the time gets cold. Busy Bee loves to give, and that's why they do things like this with us here today in the Radiothon, which is amazing. So if you got any issues, we know what to do, especially with that main line. Get it over there. 93 are free going on right now. With our friends at Busy Bee, call 775-7833 or visit busybhvac.com. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, where comfort meets care. It's a promise.
A federal judge dismissing criminal cases against former FBI Director Comey and New York Attorney General James. We'll tell you about that story and more coming up at 2 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right. We are live. We're going to be here all day long. It is the More Than a Meal Radiothon. And it's going on. We're out here at the Nelson Mazda broadcast room. But we're going to go over right now. We're going to throw it all the way to the other side, the John Bouchard and Sons phone bank. And we got Chris, we got Matt. Who we got? I can't tell.
You got Chris Hand back here in the phone
What's
bank.
up,
and
baby?
we got some of the best ladies in all of Nashville answering these phones, taking your donations. These women have been unbelievable. So we are going to have an update soon, thanks to our friends of the Wellness Institute of Nashville, Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Ashley. We have a goal of 45,000 meals by 2 p.m. We're well on our way, thanks to some great donations. Chip in Thompson Station donating $311. That's going to be 100 meals. That is unbelievable. Thank you, Chip. We got $100 from Linda in Nashville. Thank you, Linda. $40 from Paula in Fayetteville. Unbelievable generosity that we're seeing. Connie Lawson in Goodlettsville donating $100. $50 from Betty in Lebanon. I mean, I could go on and on and on, but it is truly inspiring to see all of these people in Nashville showing up for the Nashville Rescue Mission and making these donations. It goes so far.
Yeah, it does. It does, Chris. Appreciate that, my man. And, again, I'm going to be here for another hour, and then you've got Matt, and then it's going to be all of us. Chris is going to be there. I'm going to be there. We're all going to be there. Yes, Dan is showing back up again. So give. And you just heard Jennifer's story, and, Kirby is here with us. He's just like, man, when you hear a story like that, first of all, having a place like this is amazing. But you hear a story like that, you just want to wrap your arms around and protect somebody, because the vulnerable that are out there who are suffering, who've gone through stuff, and sometimes it's through no fault of their own. Right? Sometimes, it is bad choice after bad choice, but there's an opportunity to get themselves back on track. And sometimes things happen that you think the people that, should be the ones to protect you, people that should care about you, well, you come to find out that they end up doing horrible things. And it leads you down a path where you're trying to, catch rides and get to a place. And then you come to a place like this. And, God and his net and his protection thrown around, and the people that you meet here who are incredible. And these people are amazing. And, we were talking about it's God's work. No, they're doing the yeoman's of God's work right now. They are not only out there doing God's work, talking, but also being with these people, holding their hands as they go through, at times, the toughness of the detox, trying to figure out what the heck are they going to do with their life, thinking that they've got nowhere to go. And even if they get themselves sober and back on their feet, they have nothing. You find out they have something. They have a family and they have people who care. You need to give. It's simple and easy to do. We ask you, right, especially this time of the year, 615-312-1500. $3.11 is one meal. See what you can do. 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365 today. More of the More Than a Meal Radiothon straight ahead. This is Super Talk 99.7.
Nashville Rescue Mission. Hope isn't just a word. It's a promise. Through God's love and your support.
WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville, from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
And the Mark Spain Real Estate WTN Newsroom. Information fueled, opinion driven.
This is Nashville's news and talk leader.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
2 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast coming up in 5 minutes. A federal judge has dismissed the criminal cases against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James on the basis that the appointment of Lindsay Halligan as acting U.S. Attorney is invalid. ABC News Chief Investigative Correspondent Darren Katursky has more.
This is a victory for both Comey and for James, who argued that their cases were defective, in part because they did not like the way that President Trump handpicked Lindsay Halligan and installed her after firing a prosecutor that he also appointed, but who refused to charge James Comey and Letitia James for lack of evidence, we're told.
So the judge dismissed the cases without prejudice, meaning the Department of Justice can try to indict again. Well, the Pentagon is reviewing Arizona Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly after he appeared in a video with other Democratic Congress members urging troops to reject illegal orders. Officials say the retired Navy officer could face court-martial if recalled to active duty. The other Democrats in the video no longer subject to military law. By the way, none of them listed any actual illegal orders in the video that they posted. Here in Tennessee, News Channel 5 says a Clarksville school board appointee who resigned last week after controversy over a decades-old appearance in an adult reality television show is reversing her decision. Teresa Crossland says she's going to finish her term. She says she panicked when an anonymous tip revealed she appeared to have sex on camera in a Showtime program called Gigolos more than 10 years ago. In a letter, Crossland said her past does not define her and called the uproar politically motivated. She plans to serve her term until election next fall. And search efforts are ongoing in Monterey County, California for a 30-year-old man who was pulled out to sea by a powerful wave days after a child and father died at that same beach. Here's Alex Stone.
Waves around Big Sur are famously and impressively large, made bigger recently by storms. Over the weekend, a 30-year-old man was pulled out to sea by a wave at Garapata State Beach, not far from where a 7-year-old girl was overtaken by a wave and killed on November 14th. Her dad died trying to save her. A Coast Guard crew this weekend reported seeing a man's body floating in the water but lost track of it and has been unable to find the body. Alex Stone, EBC News.
In our nation's capital, First Lady Melania Trump welcomed the official White House Christmas tree today. The 25-foot concolor fir arrived by horse-drawn carriage at the North Drive of the White House. It was grown at Corson's Tree Farms in Michigan and will be displayed in the Blue Room. Now, this tradition dates back to 1912. It kicks off the holiday season at the White House, including the annual turkey pardon tomorrow. That's the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN's annual Radiothon in support of Nashville Rescue Mission, presented by Mark Spain Real Estate. To make a donation, call 615-312-1500 or text the word meals to 87365.
This hour also brought to you by Mission Car Mortgage.
Hope isn't just a word, it's a promise.
This
Through God's
report
love
is
and
sponsored by AT&T.
Lives are reborn
Connecting
every day.
changes everything.
This Thanksgiving.
This holiday
be a part
season
of
at
the chance
AT&T, learn how to get the all-new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Rain is about to return. I'm WSW4 First Alert Meteorologist Dan Thomas. We'll have increasing clouds this afternoon with a temperature in the upper 60s. Low tonight 59, high tomorrow 69. Rain showers move in this evening. I think there'll be some thunderstorms at times overnight. In far southeastern Middle Tennessee, there could be a strong storm or two. Get the latest on WSW4 on TV and the app as well.
Restore faith across
Management wants to talk to you, right? Whether you need something to do with, I don't know, maybe it's taxes. They can help you with that. Maybe you need something that you need help with when your retirement, when it comes to the dollars and cents of the retirements, or maybe, just maybe, you need help with all of it, like long-term care, taxes, yes, even estate planning. Beacon has you covered. Here's the great thing. It costs you nothing to talk to. Talking to John Maxon last hour, again, another one of the amazing companies here that works with the Nashville Rescue Mission. And you should absolutely 100% talk to them about any of these needs you have. For a free personalized financial consultation, visit beaconcm.com or call 615-488-9303. They can help you navigate through the one big beautiful bill and all the things that are available to you when it comes to taxes. They can help you navigate through the estate planning things, the long-term care, all of those things that are out there. These are things they can help you with. Call Beacon today and find out what they can do for you. 615-488-9303, online at beaconcm.com. This is a paid place. It's a promise. Through God's love.
Getting you through the lunch hour and into the second half of your day.
It's the Chad Benson Show
On Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
We are here, more than a meal radiothon, sponsored by our friends Mark Spain Real Estate. And right here at the Nelson Mazda broadcast room. And it is awesome. Let me tell you something. We got some good donations coming in. Integrity Interiors, right? $500 they just donated. Top of that, Sam, $100, and he wants everybody out there to pray for Courtney. And maybe you have somebody out there you need to pray for, and to come to the mission, right? To change their lives, to get away from the drugs, the alcohol, the things that have them suffering. And if you know anybody out there that might need that, not only can you donate, but feel free to donate and then have us pray, because I think it's a thing that needs to be done. We got more stuff coming in. Oh, $710. Thank you so very much. Anthony's giving until it hurts. And $466.50. Roger Priestley, thanks so very much, brother. All of you guys out there, thank you for what you're doing. Again, the number available, 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. Time to give. All right, Doug.
How you doing?
You're the man. Look at you all in the fatigues, like you're ready to go to battle. That's probably what you do here. So let's talk about what you do here, because it seems to be you're the one that a lot of people have to go through.
Well, in
guest services.
Yeah, in my position, I serve as a director of guest services. So I'm over guest services, the men's and women's campuses, as well as case management for both campuses.
So let's talk about guest services, because whenever I hear guest services, I think of boy, Mickey Mouse, and go to guest services to get your free tickets. How does guest services work here?
So really, it's the first endpoint for an individual when they show up at the mission. So what we like to say is that when they come through the door to guest services, they're brand new to the shelter environment. That's the endpoint into the mission. And once they get settled in, they get connected with a case manager, and that's sort of the beginning of their exit from the mission as we begin to get them the resources that they need to pull their lives back together.
So you're the first, you're over all of that stuff. So let's break down, because I think a lot of people want to know, we've talked to a lot of people. Somebody who is on the streets, they don't have anywhere to go, they're struggling with drug and alcohol, maybe they've gotten off of that. They come here. Explain to what's that first step into here? What's that first, night like, and that walk through? Because sometimes some people just want a place to stay. They're not looking for stuff, and you've got to separate. I'm sure you have to figure out how to separate all that.
Yeah, I think it's underestimated a little bit how intimidating it can be when you come to a shelter for the first time, because in your mind you're thinking you're just going to try to go to a hotel, but it can be a really traumatic experience when somebody walks through the door for the first time. It's definitely something that they've never seen before. There's a lot of people. We have roughly about 450 men at a time. So this can be a daunting experience for somebody when they come in. So they'll come in at the beginning. They go through our check-in process. They go through, the pat-down area where we make sure they don't have any weapons or anything unauthorized at the mission. They'll go through the metal detectors. We go to check their bags and whatnot, and then they'll get a bed for the night. So in the beginning, we try to put them in a different dorm, smaller, for about 5 business days with only new people that are new to the shelter system. So they're not necessarily in general population with 100 other people who've been here for months or years, but they're in a much smaller dorm with people who are also new to the system. Case manager will meet with them daily, see if there's anything they need, because their first primary needs when they come through the door are food and shelter. But after that, once we've satisfied those needs, we may identify that they might need identification, or they might need updating a resume to look for a job. But these things aren't the first things they think about when they come in. They want food and shelter. It's cold outside. They're hungry. So we want to keep them isolated, get them acclimated to the shelter system. And then at the end of 5 business days, we'll go ahead and move them into a larger dorm. They've gotten used to the meal schedule. They've gotten used to everything that's going on. Connect them with the case manager now permanently, and then we can begin to kind of put them on a exit plan to get them going.
Talking to Doug here as the case manager, is like, you're the face of, right? Like the first kind of thing they're going through you to get to this point where they can go into that. What's like, is it the interview process? What are you looking for? Because, I was talking to, several other people that have been through this, and because, the case manager is different. What are they looking for compared to what are you looking for when it comes to getting people into a program?
Yeah, so in the beginning, when they come into the mission, we want to make sure that they're not going to be any kind of a security type situation may come up. We want to make sure that they don't have any weapons or drugs on them or anything like that. And listen, I don't hold it against somebody who's homeless if they have a knife on them.
You got to
or
protect
something.
yourself. You're in the streets, right?
So we mandate that they don't here. because it's for not only their safety, but the safety of the staff and safety of everybody here. So we want to create a kind of welcoming environment for they come in. And that's why it's referred to as guest services, because we want to make sure that we are welcoming to them. We want to let them know that we're there for them. And then after we're able to kind of get them through that process, we can see if they need anything else at that point. So the case manager will interview them. They'll go through an initial process where they'll figure out, okay, what's holding you back from getting housing? Is it because you can't access your disability? Is it because you lost identification, or you can't figure out how to find a job, or whatever it may be? And then we can kind of take it from there.
So people come in. Again, and like you said, it's daunting, I'm sure, at first, because there is this sense of they're not going to take me. You know, people have animals. Because, again, being on the streets,
sure.
That's, no matter where you go in this country, you hear from a lot of places where their dog, in particular, is not only their best friend, it's their family, it's also their protector. And a lot of places don't allow that. You guys have kind of gone and done some stuff here, which I find to be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, we definitely, if somebody comes in and they have a dog, we want to make sure that that's welcoming for the dog also. So we'll go ahead and take the person with the dog. We want to make sure that we take care of that also. We just want to make sure it's not a threat to anybody else in the building. But we try to make it as low barrier as possible to get somebody in.
And which is awesome. I mean, because a lot of other places, the rules are such that even, you've heard stories, even from people here that we've talked to, and Dan and I've walked around, where trying to get in some of these other places, it was, they were looking to place somebody they thought would be almost perfect for a position rather than trying to find help.
Yeah, we want to try to make it an easy process for them when they come in. But then we also want to motivate them to be able to get to that next level. We kind of see entry into the Nashville Rescue Mission as a speed bump in their life. It's not the end. It's not they're giving up anymore. It's a speed bump. Everybody experiences speed bumps in their life. I remember when I was retiring from the military, we had plenty of people who lived in base housing for years, and then when they were leaving the military, all of a sudden, they had to figure out where they were going to live. And they didn't expect to not get that last paycheck from the military when they left, that it would take a few weeks to get that. So here they were, homeless, and they had no idea where to go. So it's a speed bump. Everybody experiences that. But if we can smooth that out and make it less of a bump for them and let them know that this is just a bump and we can go ahead and get what you need to get you to the next level, we'll go ahead and do that.
Some of the stories I'm sure you've seen through the years, like you remember some people that you've seen and you thought, oh, I don't know about this one. And the next thing you know, it turned into something completely different. And you're like, wow. You've got to have those stories of people you remember, and like you see God knows how many people, but there's just some that stick with you forever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, two that come to mind right off the bat, a staff member that we had, and it chokes me up a little bit, but this particular individual was a guest here for years, had went through the life recovery program. I graduated from the Life Recovery Program, wound up getting a job here in guest services as a guest services security member, had risen up to become a lead, and he was getting ready to become a supervisor. And unfortunately, he passed away, actually, of natural causes. But this individual had really come full circle from being a guest here to getting his life back together again, to becoming an employee here, and rising up to become a leader on those security teams. So it's just a great story of somebody who was given a second chance.
You can't save everybody. And the reality is, we'd all like to save everybody. And I was talking earlier to Glenda and several others, is we pass people every single day that we don't see, if you will. We ignore. They're on the side of the road, asking for money and this, that, and the other. And they're living in the fringe of society, almost away from humanity. And that's a tough thing, because I'm sure a lot of those people that never come back because of what's happened, the fear, the whatever, and they end up passing, and you realize you guys have done everything you possibly could to give people here a safe place to come and to rebuild their life.
Yeah, I always say it, you don't have to go far. You can go down Broadway any day of the week and you see tourists and locals in Nashville that will step over the homeless or look the other way, or the individual that's got a sign when you pull up to the stoplight. And these are individuals that have honestly, they've lost hope. And our role here is really to provide that hope for them and return that value to them and let them know that they're seen. Because for years, we'll go down the street in Nashville anytime and they're not seen. They're ignored or they're looked the other way. People are fiddling with their radio when they're at the stoplight. So our job is to make them be seen and to listen to them. And they're angry. And I would be angry also. You feel like life's throwing you a curveball, and here you are, you're frustrated, and you're angry. But when we're able to check in with them, ask them their name, where they're from, tell me about your day, now all of a sudden they're seen. And when they're seen and they're valued, their entire life can take a different trajectory, and it can go in a different direction. We had a guy, he had been a resident here at the Nashville Rescue Mission for 14 years. 14 years, and we just got him into housing. And it's the first time that he's going to be able to go back to a independent living situation since before I retired from the military. Yeah, 14 years. But he was so used to it and so had given up hope. But we were able to instill that back and motivate him and get him excited about moving into his own apartment.
Which is amazing. It's not like he said, come on. You have 14 years. He saved up $14 million. That's what he saved up. But the fact that you didn't give up. No. I mean, that right there says, and because he probably was this was a safety net.
Yep.
You know, there's that fear. You know, you've even heard about like the Shawshank Redemption. You're getting out of jail. There's a pattern of something going on, and maybe they don't trust yourself. But you didn't give up on him.
No, we don't ever give up on him, and we keep coming back and we keep trying to talk them through it. And we want them to know that they're valued and they're seen. Maybe we can reconnect them with family members that they thought they were not welcome to go home anymore.
They didn't even know. And then we'll have a case manager call mom and dad, and mom and dad hasn't heard in years from this person. And then, of course, we'd love for them to come home. We're able to reconnect family members out of it, reconnect them to a church, do what we need to do. So it's really about bringing that hope to their doorstep and showing them that they're valued and that they're still human beings and they matter. That's a huge thing right there, that you're still human beings, because that is, everybody has the same kind of, that I've talked to today, that sense of they were worthless, they were below being a human, they were, sleeping outside, they weren't a part of society anymore. They were less than, and installing that hope in them is amazing.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to see somebody get excited about getting housing all of a sudden, and they're going to get their life back together. So,
which is amazing. Doug, appreciate you coming in today. He's the head of guest services here, so it is awesome. By the way, we need 1,500 meals by 2:30. Standard match now until 3 p.m. So it's matching. You give $1, it's $2. You give $1,000, it's $2,000. You give $1 million, it is probably not $2 million, but that would be awesome if it was, right? So give, please. It is important to give. What's this place mean to you, Doug?
It means everything. It's the difference maker. I mean, my own personal life has been touched by homelessness and addiction, and what the work that they're doing here is so undervalued by the community. I think that we need more. We need more places like this, and we need people to learn more about the rescue mission.
And they don't take money from the government. It's you and I and everybody else who can help. Call right now, 615-312-1500. There's a match going on. We need 1,500 meals. Make it happen, please, because as well as I hear about it from Matt and Dan and Chris, and I don't want that. 615-312-1500, or you can even text as well, meals to 87365, meals to 87365. Get on it right now. More Than a Meals Radiothon going on as we speak right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
My name is Jerry, and I was addicted to meth.
Jerry was in and out of rehab, and nothing was helping him get what he truly needed, a chance at living life again. But he got that chance at Nashville's Rescue Mission.
I was ready for a change, and I just couldn't get back on my feet back home. I needed to get away from the people that I was around, and every time I thought I'd get catching a break, I get it knocked out from under me. And a police officer friend of mine back home told me about the Nashville Rescue Mission. I decided to come. Best decision I ever made.
But before he made that decision, Jerry had a life. He had friends, a job, a family, until the drugs destroyed all that he knew.
Once I started using, I ended up losing my job, my family, lost a lot of friends.
Lives are reborn
I went
every day.
3 years without speaking to my daughter. I had a granddaughter born that I never met in the first 3 years. I mean, I can't blame nobody for the choices I made. I mean, I started dating this girl, and she'd started using,
At Nashville
and I
Rescue
ended up
Mission,
started using.
hope
But,
isn't just a word.
I mean, it was
It's
my
a
own
promise.
fault. I made ultimately, I made the choice. Nobody else did.
Lives are
Jerry
reborn
arrives at
every day.
Nashville's rescue mission
This
addicted,
Thanksgiving,
hopeless,
be a part
and
of the change.
homeless.
At
And he needed help,
99.7
and he found it.
14-hour
The lessons
radiothon
learned at the
and help
mission
restore
saved his
faith
life
across
and helped him
Nashville.
reconnect with those he
At
loved.
Nashville
Just
Rescue
played like
Mission,
get back up on my feet. I
hope
mean,
isn't
come
just a
here, you
word.
can tell that the
It's a
people really
promise.
cared about you and what
Through
happened
God's
to you
love
and wanted
and
to
your
help you.
Lives are reborn every
You know, I was able to get my driver's
This
license back here.
Thanksgiving,
I got my GED here.
99.7 WTN,
And eventually, my third month in the program, my
and
daughter
help
calls me out of the
restore
blue.
faith across Nashville.
And we and her got
At
our
Nashville
relationship
Rescue
back.
Mission,
And
hope isn't just a word.
that was the first time
It's
I
a
got to meet my
promise.
granddaughter,
Through
too, at 3
God's
years
love
old. She
and
just
your
had her third
support.
birthday.
Lives are reborn
And my
every day.
relationship with her, it
This
just,
Thanksgiving,
it was amazing.
be a
'Cause I
part
never
of
thought
the
she'd take
change.
over me that quick.
99.7
But
WTN,
there's something. I got the
14-hour
trust back with my
radiothon
daughter that I
and
never
help
thought I'd
restore
have back.
faith
My
across
trust,
Nashville.
respect.
These
At
days,
Nashville
Jerry
Rescue
is living
Mission,
life to the fullest
hope isn't
and
just
working
a
with
word.
Nashville's rescue
It's a
mission
promise.
to pass
Through
on what
God's
he's
love
learned
and your
to those that
support.
need the help
Lives
and
are
his
reborn
perspective
every day.
on finding
This
God,
Thanksgiving,
reconnecting with
be a part of
family,
the change.
and
99.7
Nashville's rescue mission.
WTN,
Miracles like Jerry's
14-hour
happen
radiothon
every day at the
and help
mission,
restore
and you can
faith
help by
across
donating
Nashville.
today.
Donate to the More Than a
Nashville
Meal
Rescue
Nashville
Mission.
Rescue Mission
Hope isn't just a
Radiothon
word.
now
It's
by
a
calling the
promise.
John
Through God's
Bouchard
love
and Sons
and your
donation
support.
hotline,
Lives are
615-312-1500.
reborn.
Operators
This
are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Be a part of the change.
Your investments, your retirement, my friends over at Bulwark want to talk to you. I want to give you a Know Your Risk review. What is that? Absolutely free. Go through your entire portfolio, whether it's investments, your retirement, both. Talk to you about where you want to be. And talk about, what's happening in the market. AI, the bubble, is it real? Is it not real? Should you be worried about what potentially could happen if it pops? That's it. As simple as that. I mean, who wouldn't want a second opinion, especially in some of the most important things in your life, especially when it comes to your retirement and investment. And it's absolutely free. And they're amazing people, and they're up 30-some percentage. I mean, they're just crushing it. Why is that value investing? Top thing they do is risk management, but then it's value investing. How do they do it? Globally. They look globally for the simple thing, buying something undervalued and selling it when the opportunity is right. So that's what you do. Call 866-779-RISK or go to knowyourriskpodcast.com and sign up. KNOW, yourriskpodcast.com for your free risk review from my friends at Bulwark Capital Management. Investment advisorship is offered through Trek Financial LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Investment risk not a guarantee. Past performance doesn't guarantee future results. Trek 25338.
Hope isn't just
Sponsored by Macy's Backstage. Macy's Backstage is a whole department inside your Macy's store where you can find so many holiday essentials, all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find. Don't wait. Find a location at Macy'sBackstage.com.
Indictments against James Comey and Letitia James dismissed. This story and more at 2:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Somebody. We're broadcasting live. It is a More Than a Meal radiothon going on currently right now. And you listen to the stories here today. Let me tell you something. It is amazing. My father died of an overdose. My sister's a hot mess. We've talked about that on the show on numerous occasions. My mother was an alcoholic, but she got her life together. And it was just, but you listen to these stories and you realize that places like this give people a chance that they would never have to not only get their lives back, but to get their lives back in a way where they're back with their family, back living again, back among the people that they thought they would never be back among. Let's go over now to the John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank. Who we got with us now? Is it Chris? Is it Matt? Is it Chris? Is it Matt?
Yeah, it's Chris, and we got some ladies back here that they showed up to volunteer. They showed up to work, and we got to get these phones ringing. I mean, they're happy to be here, but they'd be a lot happier if they were working. Just $3.11 is going to bring a meal to so many. We got Xander Insurance matching until 3 o'clock. I know you were mentioning that earlier. We need 1,500 meals by 2:30. Can we do that to hit our goal for 2:30? I think we can. And we got some donations coming in. Marilyn in Murfreesboro showing up with $100. Thank you, Marilyn. I've noticed a trend. Has anybody else noticed a trend that Rutherford County has shown up more than anywhere else in Middle Tennessee today.
Well, look at that. Is that a challenge? I think that's a challenge, Chris.
All I'm doing is paying attention. That's it.
What you do, man.
I'm only trying to pay attention, and I'm just asking questions. I do have a $500 donation from White House from our friends at Integrity Interiors. That is awesome, and they're challenging other business owners to do the exact same thing. We're trying to keep these ladies as busy as possible, so we need you to do the exact same thing. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. Let's make those cowbells ring.
More cowbell is what we're talking about. We'll be talking to Chris and everybody over there a little bit, man, and let's get those phones ringing. Let's get the ladies on the phones talking. And, we've heard so much today, and Kirby and I, but several other people have talking about, Jennifer's story that we had on earlier, and people were going, well, where is she? Her chair was face backwards because she had gone through hell, trafficking, the whole 9 yards, and it was one of those things where, she didn't want to be seen, and we didn't want her to be uncomfortable any more than it was to talk about a story. And that story, is about anybody. She arrived here, essentially, being trafficked, escaping, then almost, being, with a guy that was driving her here in a truck that was a sex addict, which is wackiness already, and then having a lady at a truck stop give her a place to sleep for a little while, and then taking her to and give her some money and taking her to the Greyhound and getting her from Memphis to here. And right here, she gets dropped off. And the next thing you know, she meets the people here. And it is incredible. And, every day as I walk to work, and you guys know this, I pass people. And I try to say hi. And, the park, especially during the summer, really fills up with a lot of people who struggle. And I know during the winters it's getting ready to come, what is going to happen is people they're going to need more than just blankets. They need opportunities. And for some of them, the struggle, they don't want to give up what they're doing. They're not ready to face that yet. But there is a place where you can face. There's a place where when you think, hey, there's nothing else, right? Nobody wants anything to do with you. That's when okay, it's time to make that move. And this place, the Nashville Rescue Mission, is here for you. And that is, to me, what is so incredible. And the way that they, when Dan and I came through here and we did our thing that day, to watch the giving that goes on, and not just of the money and stuff, but of themselves is amazing. And that's why being a part of something like this is like one of the most important things we are going to do all year, because there are people out there, that every one of us has been touched by drug addiction, alcohol. Somebody has had a problem in their life, may even be you, and you remember there by the grace of God that luckily you had an opportunity for a place like this, but maybe you didn't need it. But knowing it's here is a big deal, and knowing it's here is incredible. So this is what I want you to do. Pick up your phone right now. Call 615-312-1500. There's a match going all the way 3 p.m. We need 1,500 meals. One of you right now listening, driving around, you got more money than you know what to do with. You're going to have a big fat turkey this Thanksgiving, and the opportunity to help somebody is right there. And maybe just like, you know what, Chad, I need a tax write-off. That's okay. We're good with that. I don't care. Or maybe it's because you know how blessed you are and where you've come from and the luck that you have being in a country and having an opportunity like this. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. That is the number to call and donate. $3.11 gets a meal. That one meal is going to change somebody's life. You can also text as well. 87365. Text the word meals. 87365 to meals. More than a meal radiothon's going on. But like I said, 1,500 meals. We need it. Xander is matching until 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Get to it right now. Coming up, we got more stories as well. This is the More Than a Meal Radiothon right here on Super Talk 99.7.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7.
2:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast coming up in 5 minutes. Well, a judge has dismissed the indictments against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. The judge saying the appointment of Lindsay Halligan as U.S. Attorney is invalid. Halligan was put in the post by President Trump to specifically bring charges against Comey and James, two of his political opponents. We get more from ABC News Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas.
The sequence of events with President Trump tweeting, posting on social media about the case, the notion that the previous Trump-appointed U.S. attorney had basically decided not to move forward with prosecutions, these indictments. And now the question that the process itself was unlawful. And so now there is a huge question at DOJ in terms of whether these cases should proceed or not.
Now, the Pentagon's investigating Arizona Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly after he appeared in a video with other Democratic members of Congress urging troops to reject what they called illegal orders. Officials say the retired Navy captain could be recalled for possible court-martial under military law. And gasoline prices are holding steady for Thanksgiving travel. They're also expected to drop over the next few weeks. Patrick Dehan with Gas Buddy explains.
There's also some catching up. Refinery maintenance season is just wrapping up. That's a time of year that refineries generally retool and work on their facilities to make sure they're reliable. That refinery maintenance now wrapping up. That's going to mean that refineries are able to ramp up oil into their plants. That means more gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel will be produced.
Right now, the average price per gallon in Middle Tennessee, $2.69, according to Gas Buddy. A shocking discovery at a Buddhist temple in Thailand. What was supposed to be a cremation turned into a rescue. Temple staff were preparing to cremate a 65-year-old woman when they heard faint knocking from inside her coffin. The woman had been declared dead by her family 2 days earlier after she became unresponsive. Her brother drove her nearly 300 miles to the temple for a free cremation service. When staff opened the coffin, they found her alive, moving her arms and opening her eyes. She was rushed to a nearby hospital, and the temple then pledged to cover her medical expenses. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Rain is about to return. I'm WSW4 First Alert Meteorologist Dan Thomas. We'll have increasing clouds this afternoon with a temperature in the upper 60s. Low tonight 59, high tomorrow 69. Rain showers move in this evening. I think there'll be some thunderstorms at times overnight. In far southeastern Middle Tennessee, there could be a strong storm or two. Get the latest on WSW4 on TV and the app as well.
This Thanksgiving, be a part of the change at 99.7 WTN 14-hour radiothon and help restore.
All right, we're back. It is a More Than a Meal radiothon going on right now. We're in the Nelson Mazda broadcast room. And speaking of that, Chad James from Nelson Mazda are here. What's up?
What's going on, Chad?
What's going on,
What's
guys?
going on?
We were just talking. How long you guys been had a
I
relationship?
think almost 20 years, Chad. Yeah.
20 years.
Yeah, I was looking through emails today. I think it dated back to, all I could find is 2009, but I'm pretty sure we were 2005, 2006 when we started developing a relationship with Nashville Rescue.
What made you want to get involved?
Just, the Bible talks about the least of these, and Nashville Rescue Mission does an amazing job of just serving these people in need, and everybody's called to do different things. You know, some are called to a pulpit or to wherever, but we're called to give. And so, in business, you want the biggest return on your investment, and we know that the return on investment is good here.
That's it. James, what made you, you're part of this, you're down here, obviously, it's a big deal for you to come on down. Why?
Yeah. Well, when Chad moved me out here in 2018, it was one of the first things that we talked about of what we do and what we're about. And so obviously this was one of the places that we had a conversation about, and it didn't take long for us to get plugged into, because we want to be the hands and feet of Jesus, and that's just what we're about. And knowing what you all do is bringing a lot of hope to a lot of people.
Yeah. So you get involved and you help out, and it's grown throughout the years, and there's a need here in the city because as it has grown, comes with the big city stuff, the trappings of everything that comes with that. That includes the fact, the drugs, the alcohol, and the ways that you see people on the streets, and I'm sure you've seen that expand.
Oh yeah, well, Nashville's grown obviously in all directions, and so that means the needs have grown. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who come here probably trying to make it. It's a fun city. I mean, there's a lot but it's not always cheap, right? And so you get here, and I don't know, different vices. Kind of irks me when people say, "Oh, that's their choice to be homeless." That's bad things happen to good people, and they find themselves in a situation, and so that need has definitely grown over the years. Look at the population. What is it? I mean, it's practically doubled in the last 10 years. It feels like, and so the footprint for the National Rescue Mission, obviously the need is great. And so they need support. I mean, they're not getting these meals for free. They're not getting this real estate's become more and more expensive. So they need a group of supporters. The support is needed. And so we see the need and we want to get involved.
We're talking to Chad and James from Nelson Mazda. You guys, you talk about people coming here. I see a guy every once in a while. I walk by him. He and I chat on the way to work. It always seems about the same time. And he's French, homeless. I always try to get him over here. Sometimes you got to play couch surfs and stuff, but he came here to be a musician, right? Yeah. And for a while did okay. And then bad choice here, bad choice there.
Sure.
Next thing you know, James, there by the grace of God, right?
Right. Man.
You just don't know. Now, where did you come from?
So I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma, and so that's kind of where our dealership started way back then. And so I just grew up through the Nelson organization, and then Chad and Mr. Nelson moved me out here.
And you come out here and you see all the stuff that's going on. It's great to get involved. The involvement of you guys and being able to do this, because obviously you have a big footprint, been successful, and we should challenge anybody else out there who's got a car dealership. Step up or shut up is what we're trying to say right now, because this is not about selling more cars. This is about doing the right thing. 615-312-1500. It's a match going to 3 o'clock. You guys love to give. It's like this time of year, though. It's like you really – sense, because all of us were blessed. I mean, we're not, James and I, we're not starving. No offense, James. But the opportunity is to give and to be a part of something like this. It's besides just making you feel good. The reality is it just does something to your soul.
You're right. 100%, Chad. That's and you know what, you even mentioned the time. We kind of get to the summer. Sometimes months get overlooked, and they shouldn't. The support's needed every month. I mean, we know this, but this time of year especially, the weather's changing. It's cold. We're in our homes. It's warm. Got nice meals. And you think about the people that don't have a roof, that don't have a hot meal, and so Mr. Nelson years ago. Even if our giving was sporadic, we made sure October, November we were supporting National Rescue Mission, because we realized that this need is especially important, because you got people coming in off the streets that might be able to survive when the weather's a little bit better, but it's cold outside. It's harder to find a meal, and so this is if you're going to give, especially now is a time to give. It's so important.
It is. We need some more meals. 3,869 more meals. Just got to hand it a piece of paper. Our friends from Nelson are in here. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365, and $3.11 goes a long way. And it really does go a long way. It's like you never know. And you work in the car industry. Let's be real. Car industry has some. We know some people out there in the sales world get a little bit of dollars. Next thing you know, a little bit of party, and things go sideways. You get involved in something like this. You never know who that person is you're helping. You have no idea, James.
That's right. Yeah, you have no idea. I mean, there's hunger and homelessness, and it doesn't really have a face, and so you have no idea that what you're doing here today, or giving, is who it's going to go to and how it's going to help them. So I agree.
So, Jed, Mr. Nelson want to get involved with something like this. Like, I'm sure there's other charities out there that you guys probably do stuff with, but the importance of something like this, why?
That's a great question. Well, because
I only ask great questions.
Yeah, it must be the name.
It must be.
But
it's a great name.
Yeah, I think. Well, like I said earlier, when you give, right, whatever you do, you want a return on your investment, and we look at giving as an investment. We're investing in, God's people in the kingdom, and so the return is great at the National Rescue Mission, and that's so. So that's why we give. That's why we're involved with this ministry, and we're involved with some wonderful ministries. And I think really when we have some breakthroughs, when they collaborate, and we really start to see some things happen. But the National Rescue Mission has a great return on the investment. And I want to step in real quick. You said something that I hope all car dealerships give.
Absolutely.
I hope if you're a business or whatever and you're not giving, I challenge you. And I'll tell you what, we've given when it hasn't been optimal. And that's when you don't give to get, but it's amazing. You get blessed in that process personally. And so be a part of the giving. I mean, I'm telling you what, if you're thinking about this is a wonderful organization to get involved with, And there might be something that's nudging on your heart. It's kind of in the back of your head. And just, I'm telling you, the Bible says if you have it, you give it. And you know what? It's just not even sometimes a thought; it's an action. And so, I'm sure do you know the number you're supposed to call?
Yeah, right here.
What is that number?
Do you want to?
What's that number?
It is 615-312-1500. Give it out there, right there.
615-321-1500. I don't have my glasses on, but
that's
hey, call
okay.
in. That's what you need to do. And if you're a business, man, you want to do something fun with your business? Yeah. I'm going to challenge you to give. I mean, we spend money on hockey tickets. We spend money on the movie. We spend money on we can't even go into it. All the stuff. But you know what? If you spend money on changing someone's lives, you'll never regret it.
No, that right there is so true. And I think, you know what? I mean, all of us in this room, we know a human being in our life, whether it was drugs or alcohol, poor decision here or there, that maybe they were homeless. Maybe they disappeared out of everybody's lives. Maybe it ended up taking their lives. Everybody's been touched in some way, shape, or form by drugs and alcohol and by just, circumstances that were beyond their control.
That's exactly right. It's a disease.
It is.
100%. Yeah.
It is. And that's why giving is so important. So Chad has challenged you. We're in the Nelson Mazda broadcast room, but he has challenged you to get off your butts. By the way, even if it's like, I'm cynical, but I need a tax write-off, we don't care.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Be cynical. In fact, write it all off. Cynical, if that's what you have to do, but there's no cynicism here. There's only amazing things going on here. And I'm sure you guys come down and visit, and you see what goes on here. That's the thing, because you put a face to the recovery, to somebody taking a step from driving by them on the streets to getting their life back.
That's exactly right. Yeah, you're right. And acknowledge those people. I heard something in a sermon one time. It's so true. Even if you don't have something to give, acknowledge them.
Yeah.
Wave to them.
Yeah.
Tell them you see them.
Yeah.
Give them a smile. I mean,
Don't be embarrassed, because I think a lot of people, they don't want to look at them because
No.
I don't have change. You know what?
No.
Say hi. Say, all right, man, I don't have anything, but God bless you.
That's
I could
right.
go to the Nashville Rescue Mission, because it is, as I've been talking about today, that fringe part of the world that these people here, these are human beings that end up living on because they think they're less than. We pass them every day. They live underneath an overpass, and they struggle for the meals. They're in the trash cans. They're looking for something, and to even acknowledge them says to them, hey, oh my God, you are a human, and I recognize you as a human.
That's right.
That's right.
I mean, that's powerful.
This isn't your value. God loves you like He loves me.
That's
it. And if it's just the same, we're all the same, and that love, and so share that with them.
That is so awesome. Mm-hmm. That is so awesome. Do you like being here in Nashville, James?
Yeah, I do. It's a lot like Tulsa. Friend, everyone here is very friendly and stuff. So, but yeah, I love being here.
In Tulsa, this has been a growth, obviously, through a lot of stuff changing over the last couple of years. Did you start to see the homeless kind of situation there?
Yeah.
And having a place like this is as a blessing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, anybody who, even questions what's going on here. I mean, I just got the privilege to walk down the hall and see the Wall of Fame.
The Wall of Fame.
Man,
all those faces. It's just, it hit me like a ton of bricks.
Yeah. I mean, that's just, and if you, again, Dan and I got to go through it. This is the second year I've been able to be here, going through the Wall of Fame, where they, people who graduate, who go through the whole thing, they get their picture up on the wall. And it's amazing to see the people, and going back a long way, because you don't realize how long it's been here. They've been helping forever and a day. And it is having something in this community like this. A lot of big cities, they throw money at the homeless problem through government grants and this, that, and the other. Everybody seems to get rich. Nobody ever seems to get help. Where this is a place where you're coming here, nobody's getting rich, but everybody's getting help.
That's right, man. Come on. Yeah, that's right.
That was well said, huh?
Yeah.
Write that down, Chad.
You should be on the radio, Chad.
I should
this
write
is good.
that down, man. So 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. You said something earlier, too, and it's something that we forget. Thanksgiving is this time we think about giving, how blessed we are as a people, as a nation, as an individual, as a father, husband, whatever it is. It's all year. August they have troubles. There's homeless people in May. There's homeless people in February.
That's right. This need is, as you started, it's doing nothing but growing.
Yeah.
So
which is unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Because you know what? Every one of these people, in a weird way, would love to be out of a job because everybody is taken care of and there isn't a need for it. Unfortunately, the need seems to be greater.
That's right. But it's a challenge in Nashville to step up and show them the city that we are. You know?
Which is an absolutely amazing city that we give. I mean, it's what we do.
That's right.
I came out here last October, from Arizona, and we had a massive problem with our homeless. And what they did was try to shove them away in an area where nobody could see them. And it blew up and became the front page of the New York Times on a Sunday. And it went sideways. It became a problem that they needed to fix via the government, and it didn't work the way they think. And it's still a nightmare. But you come here, and what they do is they give back dignity. These people are not a number.
That's right.
Which is important.
Yeah, you hit something too, Chad. It's not the government's. It's not their responsibility. It's our responsibility.
As society.
As believers, as society, to do our part. I'm looking at the book of Acts. I mean, not that we're going to, but you give, you chip in, you do what you can, you help, and you where your gifts are, and that's what this is a time for us to step up.
That's right. Like, I love that. And that right there is so important because they could have been your neighbors. And, like some of the people that, I've talked to that through this is they had a normal, like what you would consider a normal life. They had a husband, they had a wife, they had kids, they had business. Stuff went a little sideways. Maybe they got addicted to something. And the next thing you know, that thing that they thought they had a handle on got too much, and then it fractured everything. And then within months or years, it was over. Those people are still our brothers and sisters. They're still part of society. And we got to figure out a way, how do we bring them back to the fold?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
You guys, Nelson, Mazda. I'll tell you what. Appreciate you guys coming in today.
Man, thank
tell
you.
Everybody, tell everybody what to do. You want to give.
Hey, and
okay, put
what
your
number
glasses on.
We're going to call 615-312-1500. Hey, let's one more time, guys. 615-312-1500. And there's amazing. We walk by the operating room. You're gonna love those people. All of them, big smiles, just enjoying answering the phone, and it was the phones were ringing. So keep trying. If you can't get through, this is a big cause, and we need your help.
That's right. We got 3,869 more meals to go. We want to get there. We can get there. It's a match all the way till 3:00. And Nelson, you guys, appreciate you guys coming in. Hey, Chad and James, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
You guys have been awesome. And when we're done here, I'll go talk to you guys about a Mazda.
All right.
Not that because I have a Mazda. I've had the last 2 cars been Mazdas. They're pretty awesome. And they don't break, and that's what I love. But that's a win right there for everybody. But giving is important, everybody. And Matt's getting ready to come up here in a little while, and he's going to go through. It's get the stories. These people are exactly that. They're people. And I say, I pass by people every single day, and my wife has come to, she's got little blessing bags that her and my daughter take out to some of these people that we see across the street that we know from this little liquor store that we're at, and they're just, you're one moment away from something, and nobody decides I want to be homeless, Chad.
No,
nobody said I got a great idea. I don't want to have a house. I want to, nobody decides that.
True statement.
Nobody decides you want to lose all your family. Nobody decides any of those things. Sometimes things get away. And, yes, bad choices. You can't take away the choices you make. But you've got to have an opportunity for people to recover and to rebuild their life, James, where they have that opportunity to get themselves back on their feet.
That's right.
Agree.
It's otherwise it becomes it's a horrible situation because, you think about it. Every one of these people, they grew up and they were in diapers.
That's right.
And they had a mother and a father,
right.
hopefully, who loved them. And they went to school, and they loved Santa Claus, and they loved the Halloween, and they loved all the other things. And Grandma and Grandpa, they didn't start out this way.
That's right.
And God willing, they're not going to finish this way.
Right.
And the Nashville Rescue Missions gives you the opportunity to help. So right now, it is one more time, Chad. Put your glasses on. Tell everybody.
615-312-1500. Let's go.
Let's go. And Chad challenges all the car people, so don't suck car people because otherwise we'll have to make fun of you. And that'll happen tomorrow because I'm willing to do that. We need 3,869 more meals. Bucks. You guys can do this now. So it's like 1,500 meals. Xander's matching for the next 10 minutes or so. So be a part of it. Call right now, 615-312-1500. More Than a Meal Radiothon happening right now. My version of it is going to wrap up here in a little bit. Matt will be in. We'll do that straight ahead. Super Talk 99.7.
Michael was addicted to everything. And through the years, he battled his addictions and grew frustrated that nothing would work. Until, that is, he walked into Nashville's rescue mission.
My life just wasn't going nowhere. It was just redundant, same thing every day. And I felt like I really didn't have no hope. So I heard about the Life Recovery Program, so I decided to try it out.
And like so many addicts, due to the lost relationships, Michael was growing desperate.
Well, the way it was structured, and really the main thing is you can tell, you can feel the love.
and help restore
life
faith
recovery staff,
across Nashville.
they actually care.
At Nashville Rescue
They
Mission,
love you and they care about
hope
what
isn't
happens
just
to
a
you.
word.
And the missing
It's a
ingredient
promise.
in the other
Through God's
programs
love
is
and
the
your
one
support,
ingredient that Michael
lives
needed.
are reborn
That's God.
every day.
I never thought
This
about it before I came in too
Thanksgiving, be a
much.
part of the
But
change
yeah,
at
I needed
99.7 WTN,
I needed God in my life.
14-hour radiothon.
That was a
Help
big
restore
part that was
faith
missing, so that helped me a
across
lot.
Nashville.
The volunteers of the rescue
At
mission
Nashville Rescue
aren't
Mission,
just addicts
hope isn't
themselves.
just a word.
Most of them
It's a
have gone through
promise.
the program,
Through
so
God's love
they know
and
it.
your
They've
support,
lived it. And
lives
they
are
understand that this
reborn
unique
every day.
program is the key
This
to a better life.
Thanksgiving, be a part of
So
the
Michael's
change
glad
at
he became a
99.7
volunteer himself and then an employee.
14-hour
And also
radiothon,
seeing the volunteers
and help restore faith
coming in and being
across
happy about helping.
At Nashville
You
Rescue
know,
Mission,
and that's one reason I
hope
like
isn't
working
just
here.
a word.
It makes me feel
It's a
good to
promise.
give back
Through God's love
and to help
your
people.
support,
It's
lives are
it's a
reborn
calling,
every
really.
day.
These days,
This
Michael's not
Thanksgiving,
only clean
be
and
a part
sober,
of the change at
but he's also
99.7
repaired those
WTN,
relationships that his
14-hour
addiction shattered.
radiothon,
And
help
his father
restore
couldn't
faith
be happier.
across
I
Nashville.
like going back home now and
At
visiting
Nashville
him,
Rescue Mission,
being
hope isn't just
good.
a word. It's a promise.
Not in
Through
addiction,
God's
not
love
doing bad,
and
but
your
doing good.
support,
That makes a
lives are
difference in
reborn every
how we
day.
work
This
together
Thanksgiving,
or how
be a part of the change
how the
at
relationship works.
99.7 WTN,
Because when I was in my addiction, I
14-hour
didn't
radiothon, and help
I didn't really
restore
communicate
faith
with him too
across
much.
Nashville.
God,
At
I
Nashville
just didn't want him to
Rescue
see me like
Hope
I
isn't
was.
just a word.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, guys. Omaha Steaks has an amazing opportunity for you right now. Go to omahasteaks.com. It is the sizzling sale of the year. Santa's delivering 50% off site-wide at Omaha Steaks with an extra 20% off selected favorites at omahasteaks.com. Now, check this out. Don't miss any of these great opportunities. But on top of that, Chad the Elf is delivering something big for you, which is $35 off at checkout. So you go to omahasteaks.com, and this is everything. Seafood, of course. Then we get to the serious stuff.
Every day.
The fillets.
This Thanksgiving, be a part of the change.
They're out of this world. The prime cuts of everything they have available, including the burgers, the dogs, the pork chops. My favorite, the chicken. You name it, they've got it all delivered right to you. Take advantage of this gift. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Omaha Steaks, 100%
this
bite for bite guarantee. You're a butcher in America since 1917. Save big, unforgettable gifts. omahasteaks.com. Visit omahasteaks.com. 50% off site-wide. Extra 20% on selected favorites during their cyber sale. $35 off when you use code Benson. That's $35 off when you use code Benson at omahasteaks.com. Use that code Benson at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details.
99.7 WTN's 14-hour radiothon and help restore faith.
All right. We're taking pictures here with our friends at Nelson. Come on over, boys. Here you go. So we're doing this right now. Taking pictures. This is the way it works, guys. If you can see us on the TV. There we go. Thank you guys so much. So thank you. We are in the Nelson Mazda broadcast room. We're just taking a picture with the guys, James and Chad there. As we wrap it up, Chris, are you there? Was Chris there? Not Chris there? I'm not quite sure. We're not too far away from where we need to be for our goal. Then we're going to turn over to Matt. Matt's going to bring this thing home. We're all going to be here for the rest of the day up until 7 o'clock tonight. 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. Or you can text the word meals to 87365. Let me tell you something about giving. 10 meals, $31.30, right? 50 meals, $155.50. 1,000 meals, $31,111.00. $3,111. Xander, right now, is matching anything that you throw out there. So what are you waiting for? Make that call. People out there that have been affected by drugs and alcohol, this is a place that gives you the opportunity. People that have come here and maybe drugs and alcohol weren't the problem, but bad times were, and they fell on bad times, and they've got nothing going for them, and they come into a place like this that they think, what is this place? It is a refuge. It is an opportunity to not only meet God and have that opportunity, but also to get yourself in a position where you feel like you're worthy, because so many of the people that we've talked to today all felt like they weren't worthy of being a human being, weren't worthy of a relationship with God. You know, Chris said something earlier. If we could guarantee you the opportunity to have somebody meet with God and it costs you $3.11, how many times would you do that? $3.11 for a meal. and a meal right there. That first thing, there's a reason that, we were talking earlier to Doug, the intake guy, who is the care manager for everything, that hot meal and that, that bed for that first night is something where you're offering safety. And the fact that they allow dogs, let me tell you something how important that is. Allowing dogs, because so many people because I've worked in this business for a long time and we've all done charities, but it was persona non grata for a lot of places that would have nothing to do with animals. No, sorry, you can't bring your animal here. Want no part of that. Well, no, that person's a part of their family. That dog is a part of their family. That dog is a part of their life out there on the streets. That shows them that bit of humanity that is real. And the fact that they do that here separates them. They don't take money from the government. Because as they say, they don't want to be beholden to the government. No, it's people like you, it's people like everybody out there listening who's able to give, who's able to do something that at this time of the year when we think about how blessed we are, how absolutely blessed we are to give. And, earlier today, Charlie Daniels, the guy was in here, and they gave $7,500, and it was very discreet in the way that they did it. No, that needs to be shouted from the top, that they gave. Chris is like, I didn't want to make him. No, you gave because you could, because they're blessed and they understand the importance of something like this. And especially, you know what? I guarantee you go through this place, you find a lot of talent. People who've maybe, came here, thought they were going to be a star, thought they had the opportunity, and it didn't go their way. And the next thing you know, one thing's led to another, and you've run out of couches to sleep on. And you're sleeping in a car, and then you lose your car, and the next thing you know, well, you're going from place to place, and then you come to a place like this, the opportunity to get your feet on the ground, and really to have people help mentor you who've been through the things that these people have been through. And then earlier today, if you guys haven't heard Jennifer's story, it is a story that Kirby and I, we had to spin her around, because she didn't want to be on camera, because there's a worry still of because she was trafficked, and her story of what she did to get here, right? And sometimes this is the no fault of your own. It's the same thing here with the kids. The kids that are here aren't here because things are going great. They're here because mom is struggling, dad is struggling. And on the women's campus, the kids are over there. And let me tell you something. The way that that they take care of these kids and to give them a normal life, in the midst of chaos and craziness and struggles, is heroic. And every one of these people, we always joke about, well, you're doing God's work, right? They are. And God has filled this place with opportunities to help people. And so take advantage of it. It's a few minutes longer. We got the match going all the way through. Then Matt's coming up, and he's going to bring us home with big dollars. We call him Big Dollar Matt. He's pretty much all we can call him, Big Dollar Matt. As Big Dollar Matt's crawling on him, and he's going to bring everything home for us. And we're gonna break the record, and we're gonna have the best year yet. And even though they're time, economy, little struggle, bit of inflation, you know what? You guys are able to give, and that's something that is absolutely incredible. So right now, just a few minutes longer, Xander's going to match at the top of the hour, 615-312-1500. If the phone rings, pick it up before 3 o'clock. It's getting matched, 615-312-1500. You can also text the word MEALS, MEALS, to 87365. That's MEALS to 87365. We still have a long way to go today. Matt's coming up next. I'll be here. Chris will be here. Dan will be here. We're taking you through, but Matt's going to drive it for the rest of the day as we are bringing it home. And it's more than a meals radiothon's going on right now. Give until it hurts. 615-312-1500. You guys have a good one. Matt straight ahead. Super Talk 99.7.
Nashville Rescue Mission. Hope isn't just
WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville, from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
And the Mark Spain Real Estate WTN Newsroom. Information fueled, opinion driven.
This is Nashville's news and talk leader.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
3 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Right now in Middle Tennessee, the all clear given in Cheatham County, where 2 schools were placed on lockout while authorities investigated a possible threat. Law enforcement, according to the school district, determined there was no credible threat, but they, out of precautionary measures, decided to lock out Harpeth Middle School and Harpeth High School, but again, all clear given. Authorities say that students are and were safe, and authorities have identified a person of interest from out of state. The investigation's ongoing.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. A judge has dismissed federal indictments involving former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. The judge finding that the Attorney General's attempt to install Lindsay Halligan as interim U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia was invalid. ABC's Pierre Thomas says it comes after President Trump called for the ouster of Halligan's successor.
The sequence of events with President Trump tweeting, posting on social media about the case, the notion that the previous Trump-appointed U.S. attorney had basically decided not to move forward with prosecutions, these indictments. And now the question that the process itself was unlawful. And so now there is a huge question at DOJ in terms of whether these cases should proceed or not.
Letitia James, in a statement, says in part she's heartened by today's victory and remains fearless on the face of these baseless charges. This is ABC News.
Now, the White House has come out and said the Justice Department is appealing the dismissal of these charges. Well, the Pentagon launching an investigation into Arizona Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly after he participated in a video with other Democratic lawmakers telling active duty service members they don't need to follow, quote, unlawful orders. The video has drawn the ire of President Trump, who has taken to social media to call the lawmakers traitors and has said he wants them to face legal consequences. We get more from ABC's Luis Martinez.
It is a very difficult thing to actually prove what he said because of that video where they were reminding service members of their responsibility that they are not to follow unlawful orders. Now, what the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, is laying out and what the Pentagon is laying out in a statement is that Mark Kelly could be brought back to active duty pending a review, and that under active duty he can potentially face a court-martial or he could face administrative action.
As for the video, Kelly nor the other Democratic lawmakers never provided a detailed list of specific orders that they considered would be unlawful. Compared to last year, the national average cost of a Thanksgiving dinner is down. But many Americans say food prices are putting a dent in this year's holiday dinner. ABC's Andrew Dembert reports.
The American Farm Bureau Federation says a traditional Thanksgiving feast for 10 runs about $55.18 in 2025 versus $58.08 a year ago, a 5% decrease, but many Americans say their grocery bills are still soaring.
I personally can't afford to buy everything for a Thanksgiving dinner.
And while the cost of a turkey is down 16% this year, other items have gone up. A gallon of milk up 16%. Potatoes up 37%.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN's annual Radiothon in support of Nashville Rescue Mission, presented by Mark Spain Real Estate. To make a donation, call 615-312-1500 or text the word meals to 87365.
This hour also brought to you by Stoll's Co.
At Nashville Rescue Mission,
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
All right, fingers crossed that it stays this way. I don't see any crashes on the interstates. We're just getting the usual brake tap and slow down to get out of the downtown area. It's going to be heaviest eastbound South Loop over to 65, and then over there at the eastern split if you're going westbound 24 to meet up with 40 to get into downtown. I'm Ken Weaver.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Rain is about to return. I'm WSW4 First Alert Meteorologist Dan Thomas. We'll have increasing clouds this afternoon with a temperature in the upper 60s. Low tonight 59, high tomorrow 69. Rain showers move in this evening. I think there'll be some thunderstorms at times overnight in far southeastern Middle Tennessee. There could be a strong storm or two. Get the latest on WSW4 on TV and the app as well.
Hope isn't
Hey
just a
friends,
word.
it's Matt Murphy
It's a
for
promise.
Nashville Safe
Through
House.
God's love
Now's
and
the
your
time of
support,
year to be thinking about
lives are
that
reborn
which you will be
every
giving
day.
to your loved
This
ones over the Christmas
Thanksgiving,
holiday,
be a
right?
part of the change
And I
at
can't say that you can put a safe
99.7
under a tree, but maybe
14-hour
beside a tree.
radiothon
Maybe if it's one of those
and
little
help restore
biometrics.
faith
They've got the
across
size
Nashville.
to go under the tree if that's
At
what you're
Nashville
looking
Rescue
for.
Mission,
At Nashville Safe
hope
House, they
isn't
have
just
over
a word.
200 safes
It's a
in stock.
promise.
It's almost their
Through
calling
God's
card at
love
this point
and
that
your
they have more
support,
safes than anyone
lives are
in the United
reborn
States of
every
America,
day.
and that puts them against
This
anyone in the
Thanksgiving,
world,
be a
which
part of the
means,
change
as I like to
at
tell you, Nashville
99.7
Safe House
WTN's
has more safes
14-hour
in stock than
radiothon
anyone
and help
in the
restore
universe.
faith
And I
across
stake my
Nashville.
reputation on it. So go
At
by and see
Nashville
them on
Rescue
4th
Mission,
Avenue South.
hope
You walk
isn't
through the
just a
maze
word.
of safes.
It's a promise.
You walk through the
Through
lobby
God's
and you'll
love
see
and
Donald
your
Trump on the
support,
left and the Matt Murphy
lives are
special on the
reborn
right.
every
And
day.
then you go through the doors
This
and you'll see the
Thanksgiving,
incredible
be a
selection
part
of
of the
safes.
change
And then
at
know this, that they have like 400 more safes in their warehouse. They have something for everybody. So whether it's Liberty, Fort Knox, they've got Brownings with rebates right now. Something that can protect those things that protect all of your loved ones and your valuables. Go to Nashville Safe House, NashvilleSafehouse.com online, NashvilleSafehouse.com, or stop by 4th Avenue South across from City Cemetery. It's Nashville Safe House.
The Matt Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hello, friends. Matt Murphy joining the party officially at the Nashville Rescue Mission's incredible More Than a Meal Radiothon, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate. We're going to give you a lot of sponsors today, a lot of people that are making this this day possible. It is one of our favorite days of the year. I'm going to get to some of those people that are making it possible in just a moment. But before I do, I want to thank everyone that has listened, everyone that has been involved in making this a reality yet again this year. I am regularly amazed. I've been in, I hate to date myself, but I've been in radio since I was 15 years old. That means I've been in radio for 37 years now. And it never ceases to amaze me what we are able to accomplish, the power of radio, which is powered by you, not by me, not by the programming people, not by even the engineering staff, but it's all powered by the people that listen to this radio station and the generosity of the community that we serve, that we're able to do this on an annual basis. And it's amazing to me. And at some point over the next 4 hours, I'll get all verklempt and I'll start crying like a baby. But we're not going to do that yet. We're going to thank you for everything that you do. And I need you to do me a favor. I need you to introduce the afternoon crew with authority, and you do that by making the telephone call. All right, now, so I'm being told that we have 55,092 meals right now. That as of 3 o'clock, that's $171,336.73. Here's what I need you to do. I need you to announce our presence with authority by calling 615-312-1500 right now. 615-312-1500. I counted at least 10 telephones in the call center room. I want every single one of them ringing, and I don't care if you give $5, $500, $5,000, $50,000, whatever. You big whales out there, I'm going to talk to you a little bit later on too, because I know you're listening, and I know you're holding back, and I know you're thinking, well, I got to give to this organization and that. Or no, you've got to call the telephone number right now. It's tough love time, and you've got to make a donation, 615-312-1500. I love you, and Nashville Rescue Mission loves you, and Nashville loves you, and God loves you, and you need to make the call and give as you can to Nashville Rescue Mission. I want every single phone ringing, and I'm not going to be quiet about it until they do. We're in the Nelson Mazda exclusive. Nelson Mazda is exclusive sponsor of the broadcast room. I just read that over there. That's a very, very interesting way of wording that we're in the Nelson Mazda Broadcast Center on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And we are joined, they're probably regretting it at this point, we are joined by two lovely ladies, Grace and Melissa, and they are with Mission Hotel. And they're going to kick off the afternoon slot by talking to us about their sponsorship of the Nashville Rescue Mission and this wonderful radiothon. Ladies, good afternoon.
Hello, happy to be here.
I'm glad to have you. So, Grace, tell me what you do at Mission Hotel. Just tell us a little about what you guys are all about.
Yeah, of course. So I am the marketing coordinator for Mission Hotels. We have 3 hotels in the Nashville area, 2 in East Nashville, 1 downtown. We have 54 rooms across the board, and all of them give 100% of their profits back to amazing organizations like Nashville Rescue Mission. So anytime you stay with us, the profit goes straight to helping people get meals and beds and things that they really need and help the people that really need it most. So I do the marketing coordination for them. So I oversee all 3 hotels, and it's so fun. I've been there for 6 months now. I think officially just hit the 6-month mark, and it has been a blast. I mean, it's hard to find a job that you're passionate about creatively that also, fuels the soul and allows you to give back in a way that really no other job does. So it's been amazing.
That's cool. And Melissa, thank you. Welcome in. Tell us a little about yourself.
Thank you for having me. I am the executive assistant for Anchor Investments, which is the parent corporation of Mission Hotels.
Okay.
And so I get to work with Grace every day and the rest of the Mission Hotels team. I see the ins and outs. Micah's story has really impacted all of us on how he grew Mission Hotels to support the rescue mission and how it has impacted his life, and just being part of this every day at work has just been amazing to get back.
And forgive me for not knowing some of these things, but that's what you guys are here for, to fill us in.
Yeah.
So so you have 3 in Nashville. Do you have others beyond that, or just right here?
Just right here. So we have, like Melissa said, so Anchor Investments is the parent company. It's a real estate company run by our CEO, Micah Locker. And his vision was to create the most generous real estate company in the world. And he has not fallen short thus far. So it was a passion project of him in 2016 to start these hotels. It started with the Lofts downtown, which is a 6-room, lofts downtown, to more Airbnb style. And from there, we created the Russell in 2019 and then the Gallatin in 2020. So there's 3 hotels now. Not saying that there might not be more in the future, but right now there's 3 in the Nashville area, and people love them, and it's been great to work for them.
I mean, I love the concept, the idea being that you're providing wonderful amenities in a tourist-based town, and at the same time you're giving back to a local community, really the heartbeat of Nashville, Tennessee, right here at Nashville Rescue Mission.
Yeah, absolutely. We started the Rooms for Rooms program in 2016, and that's, you stay in a room, you give a room, and everything that comes with that. So,
how big? You mentioned that the lofts are more of an Airbnb style.
Yep.
Tell me about the other 2 properties.
Yeah, so the lofts are Airbnb. There's 6 rooms there that you can rent, and then the Russell has 23 rooms, and then the Gallatin is 25, so 54 rooms total.
So Micah, Melissa, when Micah started, Anchor Properties, he's just tell me about that company. That's just a real estate company?
Yeah, so Anchor Investments is a commercial real estate. We do retail shopping centers, and then Mission Hotels is a huge passion project of Micah's. It's been wonderful for the community. He took, for the Gallatin and Russell, they were churches that were no longer being used.
Oh, wow.
And repurposed them into the boutique hotels. If you've never been, even just going to drive by them is so impactful. The thought that went into it, the stained glass windows that are still at the Russell from the church, it's just amazing.
Yeah, no doubt. What was Micah's? Did he have a connection with Nashville Rescue Mission? Was his connection just, I want to give back to the community, or was there an additional?
So previously, Micah's always been about generosity and giving. He's instilled that in all of us, creating America's most generous real estate company. But Micah has supported personally Christmases for the recovery program for about 20 years, and that's how he originally got invested in the rescue mission, was taking part in the Christmas giving for those in the recovery program.
Right.
And as he did that, then in 2016, when he created the Rooms for Room program, he knew that the rescue mission wanted them to be his first partner, and so they were the first official partnership for Rooms to Rooms. There are now 3 other partners that also we give back to for the unhoused community in Nashville. They're all related to that particular genre of giving. And so we do meals, beds, and showers. Whenever you book a room, it tells you how many meals, beds, showers you give.
See, I love this aspect, is that we're leaning into it. We're not leaning away from it. We're talking about it. We're not shying away from the impact, because I think people need to know, and I think people want to know. They'll gravitate to you, and everyone wins as a result if they know that everything you're doing is focused on giving back to the local community.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that what drew you in?
Yeah, I have a personal connection to homelessness. A family member of mine was homeless growing up, and so I think I always knew that I wanted to be involved more than just on a surface level. So drawing me into this job, when I saw it, I just knew it was like a full circle moment that I had to apply. I had to be a part of this, to be part of something that's bigger than yourself. And, it's easy day to day to forget about what's going on the outside of your car or the outside of your office or your apartment. And you see it everywhere in every big city. And it's easy to ignore it when you're not faced with it, when you're not asked the question, how are you helping? So to be kind of put in that situation where every day you're sitting at a desk of how can we be doing more for these people, it's super impactful.
Well, and I would agree, and I would say that, you said in any big city, you're right. I mean, in any larger city, you have a homeless population, and I think you have to harden yourself because it becomes overwhelming. It can become overwhelming to you. And so people traditionally will harden themselves. But if you give with purpose, or if you do things with purpose to make sure that you still open your heart and your wallet, more importantly, to giving to the concepts, then and this is that idea, right, that if you choose a hotel with purpose. If you've got friends coming into town, let them know about Mission, because then they know that they're giving back to the community that they're coming to visit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been said by Micah many a times that, everyone wants to give, they just don't always know how to give. And so this gives them that opportunity where it directly correlates. You buy a room, you know exactly what you're getting. You're also knowing exactly what you're giving. So,
are you guys originally from Nashville or other places?
Neither one of us are from Nashville.
Yeah,
That's
okay. Nobody in the. I don't think anybody in the room. Well, maybe Han, but I don't think anybody in the room. Maybe Kirby too. Kirby. Oh no, Kirby's from He's a Yankee. So did you come to Nashville for the position?
I did not actually. I was in sports marketing, funny enough. So the headset's not too unfamiliar, but I came down for a job in Clarksville, Tennessee, and then just knew I wanted a change of pace, so found this, and that's what drew me to Nashville.
That's excellent. Melissa, what about you? What got you here?
Well, I moved to Nashville about 10 years before getting this job. My husband is the military, and so we moved here for him to work at Bearfield. This job I knew I wanted a change of career, and this was a change of career for me. When I started with Micah, I always want to make an impact. I know people say it all the time. You want a job that gives back. You want to make a difference in the world. And Mission Hotels and Anchor Investments has really shown me that doing spreadsheets and doing your day-to-day, making phone calls, setting volunteer events with the team, you can make an impact regardless of what position you're in.
I don't want to speak for what you guys do on a day-to-day basis, but I would imagine you get kind of you're in your world, you're in your zone. I hope that coming to Nashville Rescue Mission, it does for me certainly, that you come to the mission, you talk to the people, you hear their stories, and I start losing it because you realize that there's a very real way that you're changing the world, very real way that you're changing it individually, one life at a time. So congratulations to everything that y'all do. What else do we need to know about Mission Hotels? What else do we need to – what can people how can they find out more about you online and whatnot?
Yeah, absolutely. So each of our hotels has their own website, socials. You can find us at the Russell Nashville, the Gallatin Hotel, or 506 Lofts. Okay. That's the name of all of our Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and then our website. So it's easy to find us. You could also just look us up by either Anchor Investments or missionhotels.com has all that information there and a breakdown of exactly what your stay gives you. Micah and some smart people went back and figured out exactly what a average weekend stay would be, and it's about 100 showers, 30 hot meals, and 16 nights in a bed. So that you stay a weekend, you can be providing one of those three things to someone who needs it.
So do it one more time, because that's huge.
Yeah, so an average weekend stay at any one of our three hotels provides 100 showers, 16 nights in a bed, or 30 meals to someone who needs it in the community.
Grace, thank you so much. Melissa, thank you so much. And am I saying it right, Micah?
Yes.
Micah, thank Micah for us too, because what you guys are doing is just incredible. And I don't know if it's being done anywhere else. But if it's not, it needs to be done in a lot of other places because it's a pretty cool concept.
We agree.
Well, thank you guys. That's Grace and Melissa with Mission Hotel. We're coming back in just a moment, 19 minutes after the hour. Before we get out of here, though, let me tell you, we have hit What our new? All right, so we've hit 175,000. We have dominated $175,000, and we're not even close to stopping because the new goal, ladies and germs. I need 125,000 more by 7 o'clock tonight. We need $300,000. Last year we blew our record away, and I think we were at 288 last year. Okay, so I'm shooting for the moon at $300,000, and I'm going to need a lot. I'm telling you, we need every little dollar, every little donation, every dollar counts. But I am looking at some of you guys in the Nashville community that you've been blessed monetarily in life, and I expect you to give this afternoon until we reach $300,000. Give like Mary Beth has done, $300. That's a wonderful donation. Mary Beth, thank you so much. We just got that in from the Radiothon call center, and Mary Beth has issued a challenge for the chat room on YouTube, which I haven't even joined in on. The YouTube chatters are insane people, but they're money people. I know you people over there, and you can give some money. So if you're on the YouTube chat right now, you need to make the call, 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. Make those phone ring, make those ladies work in there in the call center. We're going to take a short time out, and we'll reset and be back in a moment. Matt Murphy, it is the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
At Nashville Rescue Mission, hope isn't just a word. It's a promise. Through God's love and your support, lives are reborn every day. This Thanksgiving, be a part of the change.
My name is Jerry, and I was addicted to meth.
Jerry was in and out of rehab, and nothing was helping him get what he truly needed. A chance at living life again. But he got that chance at Nashville's Rescue Mission.
I was ready for a change, and I just couldn't get back on my feet back home. I couldn't get away. I needed away from the people that I was around, and every time I thought I'd get catching a break, I'd get it knocked out from under me. And a police officer friend of mine back home told me about the Nashville Rescue Mission. I decided to come. It was the best decision I ever made.
But before he made that decision, Jerry had a life. He had friends, a job, a family, until the drugs destroyed all that he knew.
Once I started using, I ended up losing my job, my family. I lost a lot of friends. And I went 3 years without speaking to my daughter. I had a granddaughter born that I never met for the first 3 years. I mean, I can't blame nobody for the choices I made. I mean, I'd started dating this girl and she'd started using, and I ended up started using. But I mean, it was my own fault. I mean, ultimately, I made the choice. Nobody else did.
Jerry arrives at Nashville's Rescue Mission addicted, hopeless, and homeless. And he needed help, and he found it. The lessons learned at the mission saved his life and helped him reconnect with those he loved.
It was a place I could get back up on my feet. I mean, come here, you could tell that the people really cared about you and what happened to you and wanted to help you. I was able to get my driver's license back here. I got my GED here. And eventually, my third month in the program, my daughter calls me out of the blue. And me and her got our relationship back. And it was the first time I got to meet my granddaughter, too, at 3 years old. She just had her third birthday. And my relationship with her, it was amazing because I never thought she'd take over with me that quick. But there's something, I got the trust back with my daughter that I never thought I'd have back. Not trust, respect.
These days, Jerry is living life to the fullest and working with Nashville's Rescue Mission to pass on what he's learned to those that need the help and his perspective on finding God, reconnecting with family, and Nashville's Rescue Mission. Miracles like Jerry's happen every day at the mission, and you can help by donating today.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, friends, Matt Murphy, Eurofix is a wonderful sponsor of the Matt Murphy Show, and Aaron Stokes at Eurofix has tried to do things the right way for the last quarter century. Eurofix believes in repairing your European vehicle at below dealer pricing, and what sets them apart isn't just price, it is the deep commitment to quality that keeps you off the tow truck. Eurofix has clean, welcoming shops. You can sit down in the shops. You don't fear getting grease on your pants or whatnot. Plus, they have a free 15-minute no-wrench inspection. They want to share with you exactly what's going on with your vehicle before they touch your vehicle. That is honesty and integrity on the front end. At Eurofix, you get a 3-year, 36,000-mile nationwide warranty on all repair work done, and rental cars are available at every single appointment. 5 separate locations: Nashville, Franklin, Murfreesboro, Belmead, and Mount Juliet. I want you to call 844-EUROFIX today, 844-EUROFIX, or visit myEurofix.com. That's myEurofix.com.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
A crash in Germantown now, Monroe Street, just west of Rosa L. Parks Boulevard. We also have a wreck, Old Hickory Boulevard westbound, east of Dickerson Pike. This injury crash still near Fisk University, Jefferson Street east of I-40. Also an injury crash, Blackman Road at Overcrest Drive. And 440 eastbound near Exit 6, a crash reported 17th Avenue South, just south of Division Street, also an accident. I'm Jay Harper.
Parents of students in 2 Middle Tennessee schools got scary messages today. We'll tell you about it coming up at 3:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hello, friends. It's the Nashville Rescue Mission More Than a Meal Radiothon 2025, brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate, providing 55,000 holiday meals in just about 14 hours. We're well on our way. We just exceeded our original goal of $175,000, which represents a lot of meals. I don't know how many. I don't have it in front of me. But our new goal, monetary amount, is $300,000, and we beg of you to make the phones ring, 615-312-1500. If you want to call in honor of a loved one, maybe you had someone that you lost over the last year, and you want to honor them by offering a donation in their name. Maybe you want to play Radiothon Bingo. We got that going on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We got bingo happening, and I'm looking, and I know what they did here. See, I know what they're doing. They put, it's just like a bingo card. You guys have seen us. I'm gesturing to Talk TV right now for those of you over on Talk TV. It's like a bingo card, and if you want to offer something in honor of someone, there's a bingo. Or if you're a police officer and you give, there's a bingo. Or if you're a plumber and you want to give, there's a bingo. And they put on here Tennessee Vols fans, which has not yet been circled, so that means that no one has given in honor of the Vols. And then they put Georgia Bulldogs fan. And I know what they're doing. There's only one Georgia Bulldogs fan that works at this radio station, and they think they can shame. Well, I mean, but you know what I'm saying, AJ. I mean, you're behind the scenes. Okay, AJ's now mad at me because AJ's our technical guru that's running the cameras, and he's like, I'm a Bulldog. I know you're a Bulldog, but you know what I'm saying. They know they're coming after me here. So I need my Georgia Okay, fine. You're a Bulldogs fan? Pick up the phone and call and give to the Nashville Rescue Mission, AJ. Give them $5 so they'll circle this thing and they won't shame me at the end of the day. Okay, I'm done. My rant's over. Let's talk to William. William Morgan is the president of Bouchard and Sons, and he joins us to talk about that wonderful organization whose name I couldn't pronounce for 2 years of the Radiothon, but I finally got it right, I think.
Thank you so much, Matt.
And thank you for stopping by, William.
Absolutely. I'm so thrilled to be here.
Well, thank you for everything that you guys do, not just in our community, but specifically for the Nashville Rescue Mission, because every year I know y'all have been a part of it for a long, long time, and we so appreciate it.
Well, it's our pleasure and our honor to support such a wonderful organization.
Well, tell us a little about your organization, because you were just telling me that you are a fifth-generation Nashvilleian.
Yep.
And your wife is a fifth-generation Nashvilleian, and she is a direct descendant of the folks that started Bouchard & Son.
That is exactly right. So in 1900, her great-great-grandfather, at 63 years of age, started a new business with his sons. And that became John Bouchard & Sons Company, and we have been building and sustaining hardworking infrastructure since 1900, right here in Nashville, Middle Tennessee, and now throughout the Mid-South.
Well, nothing's changed in infrastructure in 125 years, right?
That's and that is, yes, it's just amazing the changes that have happened.
Talk about what you do on a day-to-day basis for folks who aren't familiar with the company.
Okay, well, our people. That's who they hire. They don't hire me. They hire our tradespeople, very skilled plumbers, pipe fitters, electricians, machinists, air compressor technicians. We also are known, I tell you what, if you out there in the listening world will go out in your subdivision and look down at the street and find a manhole cover, hopefully you'll see a diamond on it that says JBS, John Bouchard and Sons Company. That's us.
Okay.
And so we're a lot of what we do is the often unnoticed but very important part of our communities.
The unsung heroes of infrastructure, right?
That's exactly right.
Right.
And yes, and then we have.
Are you putting in the see, William? This you didn't realize what you were getting into
No,
in
I
an
didn't.
interview with me, but you're putting in the stuff that takes all the poop away. See, we owe you a debt of gratitude, my friend. Not just that, but probably many, many other things. But that's what I'm focusing in on now.
And when they call and say those pumps are down, they come, send them to our shop, or we come and pull them and bring them to our shop and repair them. And so we keep the water flowing out and the poop coming back. And,
I love it.
Yeah,
I love everything about it. What led the company to Nashville Rescue Mission so many years ago?
Yep.
What created that connection?
So my father-in-law, Jack Bouchard, became a believer in the Lord Jesus in the early 70s, and it dramatically changed his life. And along that journey, a few years afterwards, he met an amazing man called Carl Reisner. And Carl Reisner ran the Nashville Union Rescue Mission. And to be honest, at first Jack was a little reticent, and he thought, well, if you don't work, you don't eat. And Carl said, well, you need to come see what we do here.
Mm-hmm.
And when he did, and he saw how men, particularly at that time, were challenged first to know the Lord Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And through the transformation, he saw men's lives changed.
Mm-hmm.
And from that moment on, he was not only a strong supporter, but Carl was a great friend of his for the rest of both of their lives.
Wow.
And I grew up in that. I started at the company in 1986, so I got to enjoy seeing that relationship. And so part of my mentorship was seeing how important the rescue mission was to my father-in-law, and he flew off to heaven in 2015, and my wife became chairman of the board.
Mm-hmm.
She's our chairman and CEO of our company, and we have continued to see the rescue mission be faithful to that mission, and faithful to the Lord Jesus, and there are others that have not, and to watch the rescue mission be faithful in what they do and how they do it is what keeps us coming back and coming alongside and doing things that we cannot do at all. And they can minister in ways that we cannot. And we have we're celebrating this year our 125th anniversary, and we have spent the last 2 years, my son Carver and my wife Lisa, really doing a lot of research on our company's history. And one thing we found is the second John Bouchard, John E. Bouchard, he was involved in another ministry in town, but he saw, and he was quoted in the newspaper way back in the late 20s or early 30s as saying it was more important to build a man than it was to build a business.
Mm.
And, as I thought about it, coming over here, that's what the rescue mission does,
mm-hmm.
particularly here in this building. They're building men, and they're rebuilding men. And it's only through the Lord Jesus that you really can do that.
Amen.
And that's what they do here.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it on first blush and you think, boy, it's really important. They get people off the street when it's 20 degrees outside, and they give them a hot meal. And that's important.
Right.
The today's important. Tomorrow's more important, and the eternity is the most important piece of what they do at the Nashville Rescue Mission.
Yep.
I couldn't have said it better. That's
Yep.
so wonderful.
Yep.
William, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for everything that you do. Every call that you guys make to 615-312-1500 comes in to the John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank line. Every call you make, that's how they're going to answer that call. Give as you can. Give in honor of John Bouchard and the mission that he started so many years ago, and Jack, your father-in-law. Do so in honor of your family members who found Lord Jesus and then eventually translated that into giving back in a way that's represented here in so many different ways. William, thank you again for stopping by.
Thank you so much, Matt.
There's the president of Bouchard and Sons, William Morgan. We'll be back in a moment. I know I'm late, Ken. I apologize, but just such a wonderful testimony from William Morgan. We'll be back. We got news updates. We've got a Radiothon update. We got lots to get into. We're just getting cranked up this afternoon. Nashville Rescue Missions, More Than a Meal Radiothon on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast in 5 minutes. Parents of students in 2 schools in Middle Tennessee got scary messages today due to a possible threat and lockout. This in Cheatham County. Here's Channel 4's Tracy Cornett.
All students are safe. That's according to officials. There was no credible threat found against Harpeth High or any other schools. We do know, though, there is a person of interest in this situation. So Harpeth Middle and Harpeth High schools were put on a precautionary lockdown today. Students from 3 other schools were actually visiting the high school for an event. All of those students were able to get back safely. Again, it was determined there was no credible threat.
A judge has dismissed the indictments against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James. The judge saying the appointment of Lindsay Halligan as U.S. Attorney was invalid. Halligan was put in the post by President Trump to specifically bring charges against Comey and James, 2 of his political opponents. We get more from ABC's Karen Travers on what led Comey and James to get indicted.
The president had put an immense amount of pressure on the attorney general to bring about these prosecutions. He had posted in a social media post that was addressed to Pam, referring to Pam Bondi, that she needed to do this. He said at the time, "We cannot delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility."
Comey indicted on charges of giving false information to Congress, while James was being charged with mortgage fraud. The White House says the Justice Department is appealing the dismissals. And over in Knoxville, the University of Tennessee announcing the retirement of Smokey 11, the school's blue tick coonhound mascot. Officials say his reserved temperament made game day appearances stressful for him, so he'll now enjoy life with his family and the Hudsons, longtime caretakers of the Smokey line. UT says it plans to introduce Smokey 12 next season. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Northbound 65, you're coming to complete stops to get up to the South Loop downtown, and then eastbound to South Loop. And that's a lot of brake tapping going over there to 65. Same thing eastbound 24 once you get past 440. I see a crash 440 eastbound there at Nolensville Pike. I'm Ken Weaver.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Rain is about to return. I'm WSW4 First Alert Meteorologist Dan Thomas. We'll have increasing clouds this afternoon with a temperature in the upper 60s. Low tonight 59, high tomorrow 69. Rain showers move in this evening. I think there'll be some thunderstorms at times overnight in far southeastern Middle Tennessee. There could be a strong storm or 2. Get the latest on WSW4 on TV and the app as well.
Hey, friends, it's Matt Murphy, and I want to spend a moment talking to you about your heating and your air conditioning, right? Because it eventually is going to get colder outside. We had it for like a week, and then it went away, but I promise you it's going to get colder. But that's giving you a little extra time to do what I've told you to do and call Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling. Get Jeff and his team out to your home. They're going to check out the heater, make sure everything's running as it should. You get the benefit of a cleaning, so you don't have to smell that nasty smell when you turn it on if you've not already for the first time this season. And you still get the maintenance guarantee throughout the course of the winter. What is that? For less than $125 in most cases, it's never over $125. Whether you have 2, 3, 4 units at your residence, does not matter. You get the entire cleaning and the service of your unit with the maintenance call. And for the entirety of the winter, If they have to come back for any other reason, you don't pay any service fees on that call. That's their maintenance guarantee, because you shouldn't have to pay twice. Now, if something goes wrong, obviously they're going to take care of that. They're going to fix that for you. 2, the savings stack up when you get the maintenance done because, frankly, your heating unit costs less when it's running more efficiently, hence efficient heating and cooling. So let's give them a call today. Let's schedule that, and if you do find yourself in need, 615-784-4424. They're an Elite Pro partner with Rheem, efficienthvac.net. That's efficienthvac.net.
This is the Matt Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's about 20 minutes until 4 o'clock, and we're in the midst of our More Than a Meal Radiothon with Nashville Rescue Mission. We do it one time a year. I know for every year we get a few people that come in. Maybe they're not accustomed to it. Oh, y'all aren't talking about politics today. Well, why aren't y'all talking about the news? This is going on, that's going on. Friends, we do that every single day, Monday through Friday. We absolutely love it. We love what we do on Super Talk, but I don't love a day of the year more than this one because it's all about finding the right people, finding the right moment, and giving back to an organization that gives so much to our community and does so in the right way. Speaking of giving, we just had a $1,500 one-time, $1,500 donation in memory of, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce this correctly, Radiothon, Mike. In memory of Mike. I'm just going to say in memory of Mike, and it's an anonymous donation in memory of Mike Radiothon or Retinor. And if I'm mispronouncing that, I deeply apologize. I'm bad at it. But thank you so much for your generous donation of $1,500. That's wonderful. That's what it's all about. 3:30 update, 177,811. That's 50. Is that 57,000 meals we're up to now? 57,000 meals, and we're on our way to 300,000. Friends, we're going to get there. I'm going to insist on it. I'm staying on the radio until we get to 300,000. I don't even care. Rittenauer, is that what you got? All right, Kirby's got my back. Rittenauer. So in memory of Mike Rittenauer. And I just told my man, Will Stoltz, that we're going to be talking a lot more in 2026 because I've got to have a man barn in my life in 2026. And Will joins us to talk not just about Stoltz Co., but about giving back and Nashville Rescue Mission and everything this means to you guys. Good to see you, brother. How are you?
Good to see you. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely. Y'all make it a point every year. I mean, I love our relationship on the radio. I love the fact that we connect you with good people that want good quality structures in their life. Mm-hmm. But I love the fact that y'all are here each and every year. What makes you come back time and time again?
So interesting. I came to Nashville for music way back in the day, right? And just like everybody else.
Right.
So we played music here, and I toured this place and did a walkthrough, and they explained how everything works and all that. And it was such a really cool experience, and to see how they take someone from anybody can come in and they can restart their lives, and it's a great program. It's a really great ministry. It's always been in my heart because it's just, I feel like it's the answer to a lot of things, a lot of this, the problems that we see with homelessness. And one of the things that I've kind of, when you get up to an intersection and you see someone with a sign, you can feel guilty for not giving, and you can feel guilty for maybe giving, and you're like, well, should I give? Should I not? Well, you can just give to the Nashville Rescue Mission and know that you're making a huge difference, and not have to feel like you have to battle that, out, when you're out there. So, because I know from not from experience, but I know from being here and touring this place that I know that the program will take someone, if they really want to make a difference in their lives, they absolutely can. 100%. The program is set up for that.
You said it so well, Will, that. Because I think so many of our listeners and most people that you talk to on a day-to-day basis, they have giving hearts. Even somebody like myself with a crusty exterior, you got a giving heart, right? But you get to those intersections literally and figuratively in life, and you see the people there, and you're like, okay, am I helping or am I hurting?
Exactly.
Right? Am I giving $20 to further a drug problem, or am I giving $20 for a meal or what? I don't know. Mm-hmm. Here, all of that uncertainty is washed away.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so I love everything about that, and it's true that they say they can feed you today, tomorrow, and for eternity, And ultimately, we talk every year. That's what we're talking about, right? That they have never wavered from the importance of the last part of that mission. By accomplishing the first two things, you can get to the last thing, which is the most important piece.
And it takes all excuses out, because someone can start here fresh, and with a program set up the way they have it set up, you can start fresh, right? There is, and the way they bring the gospel into it is just amazing. And that's what stands out to me is that there is that chance.
Yeah.
Someone can have a second, third, fourth chance. They can come here and actually start and make the difference in their life.
And, in my line of work, one of the reasons that I always find this refreshing and I always get emotional and start crying like a baby about it is that, you harden yourself to, well, if you wanted to get out of that situation, you could. You kind of that concept. Well, but if you think about it, in a lot of ways they can't.
Exactly.
If you find yourself at rock bottom, even if you want to figure out a way out, you can't.
You have to start somewhere.
And this is the launching pad, the trampoline for people that bring a little bit of want to, and all the how to and all the can do is right here.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, no doubt. Talk about Stoltzko for a little bit. So was it I'm going to say this. I hope I know you well enough to say this. So was it a failed music career that led to Stoltzko? Were you still doing music? I want to say failed. That's probably a mean way to put it.
My wife is a musician. She's an incredible violin fiddle player. If you will. And,
okay.
She when we met, she did music full time, and so I was doing music as well. So we moved here after we got married and had a band, traveled a lot, things like that. But we started having kids, and it started getting harder to travel, especially with kids. And I never really went. I mean, obviously never made it, right?
Right.
What you'd call made it. We did well, but it wasn't one of the things.
Time for a change, maybe.
Yeah, and I've done music most of my life, but I've built barns my whole life. I grew up in that, right?
Yeah.
So it just made sense to do that and kind of get a little farm and get to raise the kids on that.
Yeah.
So
Less travel.
Less travel, less of a hectic lifestyle.
Well, you've taken the barn building to another level. I don't know of anybody, and people know that I'm a spokesperson for Stoltzko, and I'm proud of it. But I sincerely do not know anyone that has gone to the. I tell people I can't describe it. Just go to the website and see some of the stuff that y'all do because it's incredible. It's good stuff. Talk about, for those who don't know, because I want to talk a little about the types of, you do barn-dominiums, but you do all kind of other event spaces, and just talk a little bit about it.
We do barn-dominiums. We'll build just a simple 30 by 40, 30 by 50 barn as well, or pole barn. That's kind of the basic. And then we go up, we do event spaces, wedding venues. We do a lot of rough-cut timber framing, so the big timber beams that you see, we do a lot of that. We've done mortise and tenon post frame, which is the pegs, the old style, the Amish old style that,
Oh, that's cool.
That that come from kind of my ancestry, right? I was born and raised Amish in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So the whole barn raising thing comes naturally. And we build, like you said, barn-dominiums. We build a lot of great event spaces and commercial as well.
And when somebody like a Matt Murphy comes to you in early 2026 and is looking to do something, I mean, you sit down with them, you just kind of talk concepts with them.
We do.
And work them through, and you customize exactly what they're looking for, and then give them the opportunity to participate in as much way and now as little as they want. I mean, you could even do turnkey if they want.
We can, yeah. We can do turnkey. There's different processes for different types of people. I mean, some people want to do the interior themselves. Some people want full turnkey, so we can do that as well. But when we draw that out as well, we design it, sit down with you, design everything, make sure you like what it looks like on paper and on 3D drawing, and then go from there.
Well, we thank you guys for everything that y'all do for the community on that side of things. And I most importantly and especially thank you for everything that you do for the Nashville Rescue Mission on an annual basis. It's really cool. I mean, for me, it's a dream to live this life where you see I mean, this is the way that it should work, giving back through community organizations like this, and everything kind of comes full circle, and you don't have to worry about government red tape. You don't worry about government taking their, and you get to see the mission fulfill, their true mission statement in the way that makes the most sense to all of us.
Yeah, and I appreciate you guys, 99.7 as well. We've been with you guys for, since back Phil Valentine years, right?
Yeah.
And we've just been so blessed to be a part of the message also that you guys are putting out there. It's great, and we want to see the world change for the good. So this is all good.
How has in the minute or two that I have left, it occurs to me I should ask Will. Are we still bonkers in Nashville right now, and then the surrounding metro area? I mean, are you the growth is freaking people out? It's funny. We had this a debate going on recently about hey, if New York's not for you, come on down to Tennessee. And some people are like, whoa, Tennessee's full. I mean, because it's been a crazy 10 or 15 years.
It still is.
Yeah.
It still is. It might have come off just a little bit from maybe 22, 23. But as far as what we're doing with buildings and with, people calling in and all that, that's all increased for us.
That's good.
People are excited to build. You know?
Yeah, it's fun, and it's and I got it in my head. I was telling you right before we came on. I got it in my head. I mean, the idea of doing something from the ground up.
Yeah.
That you can say you had a little piece of every part of the process. I bet a lot of people talk to you about that when they call.
Because it's your own. We do most of our stuff is custom.
Right.
So you make it your own. We figure out where you want what. I mean, you can make it exactly how you want it. We'll build it.
Well, Will, thank you for everything Stoltz Co. does, and thank you for stopping by, spending a little time with us. We appreciate you. There's Will Stoltz from Stoltz Co., STOLTZCO.com for more information for those guys, and we thank them once again. Call the John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank line right now. Let's crank them up. I got 10 phones. I bet you 8 of them aren't working. 8 of them are. Come on, people. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. And it's my understanding not a single – I mean, if y'all know a Georgia Bulldog fan, would you please call them and tell them that Matt Murphy needs them to call 615-312-1500 and give like $1,500 or $71 or $14, whatever you can afford. I know we're spending a lot of money going to the playoffs, so whatever you can spend on top of that, let's do it. 615-312-1500. And I love all of our sponsors here at the More Than a Meal Radiothon, and we're going to run down some of those sponsors coming up in just a moment. We're going to send it back, and you're going to hear one of these wonderful vignettes for just a moment. We'll reset and be back in a moment from the Nashville Rescue Mission at Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Missed Matt Murphy live? Don't sweat it. Catch every hot take headline and hilarious moment anytime, anywhere.
Politics, pop culture, and Murphy being Murphy.
It's all on demand. Tap in now on the Super Talk 99.7 WTN app.
You want to talk about a company that takes over something that you do in your life, especially if you're a business owner, and just take it to the next level and give you an opportunity to focus on your business and not have to worry about it anymore. That's Alpha and Omega. Michael and his team at Alpha and Omega have been involved in computer consultation and managing everything IT since 1998. And trust me, things have changed considerably in 27 years, as you can possibly imagine, right? But they've kept up with it. They're on the front edge of it. And Michael taught me when we sat down exactly everything that they do about threats to your company, compliance for your industry, business continuity, everything that they take care of so you don't have to worry about it and you don't have to. So if you're getting ready to renew your annual IT contract at the beginning of the year, if you want to take it to the next level, if you want to get somebody that hires local Tennessee folks, when you make a call, you talk to somebody right here in Tennessee. You don't talk to somebody out of the country. You don't talk to somebody out of the state. And you certainly don't talk to an IT bot, right? You talk to a human being about your issues. 14 successful ransomware attacks happen every day to businesses right here in the state of Tennessee and beyond. Let's not be one of them. Let's make the call to Alpha and Omega, ANO.net, ANO.net, or 615-784-0096.
My name is Angela Gones, and I was addicted to pills and meth.
Angela's life was in a drug-induced spiral and not getting better anytime soon. And finally hit rock bottom when she lost custody of her kids because of her addictions.
DCS was called because I was on drugs, and thank God my family took them, but I still lost them for 13 years.
And just when she thought it couldn't get any worse, it did, as she endured one tragedy after another.
I lost my mom in 2012, lost my husband in 2013, and then I still went on for 7 more years until I finally hit rock bottom. Then that's whenever I lost everything. Everybody I ever cared about, my house, everything.
And as time went on, Angela felt like there was no hope in finding that peace that she so desperately needed, until she found the women's program at Nashville's Rescue Mission. And the fact the counselors had real-world experience in what she herself had been going through for years.
You know, what drew me to this place is most of the people here has been through this, so they can understand more. So that's what drew me here, and they really, really care. And the people you get to, that are your teachers and stuff, they really care and they want you to get it.
And like so many of those who find faith at Nashville's Rescue Mission, reconnecting with God and applying His teaching to their recovery is what helped most of all.
Who is God and why does it matter? Because I knew God, but it was never really forefront in my life. So I think that really done it for me. No matter what you do, God still loves you and He's there. That you don't have to have the shame and the guilt, because I think for me, that was a big thing. The shame of I lost everything. I lost my kids, and I didn't know how to get that back.
Well, Angela did reconnect spiritually and with her kids. These days, Angela's doing well, taking it day by day and working at Nashville's Rescue Mission. Miracles like Angela's story happen every day at Nashville's Rescue Mission, and you can help by donating today.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
A crash reported I-440 westbound just before West End Avenue at exit 1. 17th Avenue south of Division Street, still trying to clear that wreck. We've got a new one in the west part of town, Cabot Drive at Charlotte Pike. Also another crash, Monroe Street, west of Rosa L. Parks Boulevard. And a wreck also reported Old Hickory Boulevard at 24th Street. And 65 North really congested all the way from Goodlettsville down to about Old Hickory Boulevard. I'm Jay Harper.
Criminal cases against New York Attorney General Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey tossed out. This story and more coming up at 4 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken Weaver. Matt Murphy at the Nashville Rescue Mission. The More Than a Meal Radiothon is ongoing. We are approaching the 4 o'clock hour, and we need the phones to ring, friends. I know we ask a lot of you, but never more so than today. I mean, I feel like we have a great relationship. It's a give, it's a take, but we're asking for you to give today to the Nashville Rescue Mission. Now, I want to remind you that we are brought to you, the entire More Than a Meal Radiothon is brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. And we also have some wonderful sponsors. Our updates are brought to you by the Wellness Institute of Nashville and the team with Dr. Mitch, Dr. Ashley, and the rest of the crew over there. They're wonderful folks. And those updates are brought to you by the Wellness Institute of Nashville. As a matter of fact, the last one I gave you was at 3:30, and the Wellness Institute of Nashville update checked us in at about $177,811, which represents 57,174 meals. But we got a long way to go before we get to the big number, which I've set at $300,000 for the end of the night. John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline is where you call in to the call center, and we appreciate those guys. And we broadcast from the Nelson Mazda broadcast room, and they are the exclusive sponsor of said same. We love all of our sponsors, and right now we are in the Stoltzko Hour. We just talked to Will and his good folks over at Stoltzko are good people, and in the 4 o'clock hour, Paul Winkler will bring you the entire 4 o'clock hour. So so we appreciate those guys. But we don't appreciate any of them more than we appreciate you and your generosity. And I love to say that no matter how much you give, it matters. And I always tell this story, and I try to get through it as quickly as possible, because if I think about the story too much, I get verklempt. But I have been through a lot of these types of giving moments. We experienced an incredible tornado where I lived in Birmingham, Alabama, back in 2000, April 27th of 2011. Is that right? I think that's right. Where we went through, weeks of just tragedy, and I think 255 people lost their lives in the state of Alabama alone. There were 4 EF5 tornadoes that came down, and we were gathering goods as a radio station. We had big 18-wheelers, and we were packing up diapers, and we were packing up bottled water, and we were packing up just needed goods and clothing items and all these things. And people were literally dropping off. We had a guy that dropped off 2 huge generators, and we had all these donations coming in of $500 and $1,000. And I remember we'd been working for about 6 hours, and we, reiterated as we broadcast, whatever you can afford to give, whatever you can afford to give. And this couple drove up. We had a line of people that would drive up and give a donation, and then drive off. And this couple drove up. There's an older couple in a beat up, just old like Chrysler automobile. It's just old. And older gentleman in the driver's seat and an older woman in the passenger seat. And she rolled down the window, and I greeted her, and she said, "We almost didn't come, but I decided to convince him to come." And I said, "Okay, that's great." I said, "What do you got?" And she handed me a bag, and in the bag were 3 bottles of water and 80 cents. And she said it's all she had. And it always breaks me up when I tell the story. And it meant more to me. That 80 cents meant more to me than anything that I've ever experienced on radio, because of the giving heart that it took for them to drive and give that donation. That's what it's all about. That's that giving spirit that we ask for when we do these radiothons. And I beg of you to lean on your heart and give as you can. 615-312-1500. 615-312-1500. All right, that's my cry for the day. We'll get over that, and we will continue in just a moment. Right after the news, it's the More Than a Meal Radiothon Natural Rescue Mission on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville, from the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
And the Mark Spain Real Estate WTN Newsroom. Information fueled, opinion driven.
This is Nashville's news and talk leader.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. A federal judge has thrown out the criminal cases against New York Attorney General Letitia James and former FBI Director James Comey. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has the latest.
The rulings are from a judge based in South Carolina who was asked by 2 Virginia-based colleagues to weigh whether acting U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan was lawfully appointed. Judge Cameron Curry finds Halligan was not. The judge points to the law's requirement that when a top federal prosecutor's post remains vacant for 120 days, the district court appoints the replacement. And since Halligan indicted both James Comey and Letitia James, Judge Curry has ordered both cases dismissed.
Yeah, the White House says the Department of Justice will appeal. Pentagon investigating Arizona Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly after he appeared in a video with other Democratic Congress members urging military service members to reject what they said were illegal orders without saying specifically how the orders were illegal or if there were any illegal orders at all. Officials say the retired Navy captain could be recalled for possible court-martial under military law. And starting Friday through Thanksgiving weekend here in Nashville, police will increase patrols at major shopping centers, including Tanger, Green Hills, Opry Mills, Nashville West, big box retailers like Walmart, Target, Home Depot, and Lowe's. Officers going to be on foot, horseback, and patrol cars and helicopters to deter theft and keep shoppers safe. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN's annual Radiothon in support of Nashville Rescue Mission, presented by Mark Spain Real Estate. To make a donation, call 615-312-1500 or text the word meals to 87365.
This hour also brought to you by Paul Winkler.
Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, friends, it's Matt Murphy, and let me spend a moment talking about my good buddy Keith and Stephanie and the rest of the crew over at Contours LLC. Boy, oh boy, I heard Dan talking about Contours, and I heard Chad talking about Contours, and I didn't say anything. But finally, I couldn't help it anymore. I said, can I get over there? Because I have lost a little weight over the last year. But let me tell you something. I'm not ashamed to say that there's some places I'm like, man, I don't know what's going on here, but I can't lose weight. In your haunches. You know what I'm talking about, right? Your haunches. Well, they use at Contours LLC medical grade red light therapy that naturally helps you reduce your fat levels. Fat loss with no incisions, no downtime, no pain, and no complications through red light therapy. They can explain it all to you, and it makes sense, and more importantly, it works. I lost in my midsection over 2.5 inches first treatment, and I'm going back. You need to go as well. You can find out about the Murphy package. That's my special. $99 first-time special. That's the Belly Buster special, so you can come and you can try it. Call them and schedule an appointment today at 615-236-9960. Before Christmas, you can get in at Contours LLC, and after that, what do you have to lose but inches? 615-236-9960 or online, contoursllc.com.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's early Black Friday deals are going fast. Get up to 50% off select major appliances, plus up to an extra 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Valid through 12/3. Selection varies by location. Select locations only while supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details. This report is sponsored by Aqua Clear Water Systems.
Your skin problems could really be your water problems. Remove the chlorine and hard water for around $2 per day.
Aqua Clear will change your water.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Hermitage got a crash on the right shoulder, 40 eastbound, right there at the Davidson-Wilson County line. And on the west end, a crash, 440 westbound before exit 1. South Loop, a crash, 65 northbound, right there at I-40. East Bank, a crash going eastbound at Shelby Avenue. I'm Ken Weaver.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Rain is about to return. I'm WSW4 First Alert Meteorologist Dan Thomas. We'll have increasing clouds this afternoon with a temperature in the upper 60s. Low tonight 59, high tomorrow 69. Rain showers move in this evening. I think there'll be some thunderstorms at times overnight. In far southeastern Middle Tennessee, there could be a strong storm or two. Get the latest on WSW4 on TV and the app as well.
The Matt Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. That's right. It's the Matt Murphy portion of our broadcast day, but today is more important than just me. It's more important than any of us on Super Talk. It is the Nashville Rescue Mission More Than a Meal Radiothon for 2025. I've had the pleasure of being a part of 22, 23. This is my fourth Radiothon, and I absolutely loved every single one of them. It's sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate, and we're providing, already over 55,000 holiday meals in 14 hours. We're going to exceed that, and our next goal is 60,000 meals by 4:30 today. We got 23 minutes to get to that, and I need, let's see if I can do the math. I need 1,766 meals. 1,766. Joy, is my math right there?
That's not fair.
Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Joy says I'm right. So I don't have any confidence. I have less confidence in Joy's math skills than I do in mine. However, we're going to go with that. We need you to call. I know that. Call the John Bouchard & Sons Company Bank phone line at 615-312-1500. Call. If you've thought about it all day, if you're wondering, Murph, I've only got $10. give $10 if you can afford to give $10. If you've got 110, if you've got 71 in honor of the 71st anniversary of the Nashville Rescue Mission, you got 710. It does not matter. Whatever you're able to give, we are so appreciative of it, and we know that it goes to a wonderful and good cause. This hour is brought to you by Paul Winkler, our good friend at paulwinkler.com. Join him over there to find out more about Paul Winkler. He's bringing you this hour of the Radiothon. We appreciate him. And our updates are brought to you by the Wellness Institute of Nashville. And this hourly update comes in at $181,107. And that represents 58,234 meals. What an incredible total, but we got a long way to go. 58,234 meals, and we need to get to 60,000 meals by 4:30 to keep on pace for our goal, and we appreciate the Wellness Institute of Nashville bringing you that update as well. We're broadcasting from the Nelson Mazda broadcast room, and we are speaking to Joy Flores, who joins us for a few minutes to talk about what she does over at the Nashville Rescue Mission. Hey, Joy.
How's it going?
How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Joy is so bubbly, and she's such a bundle of energy. I said, Joy, you're just going to take it for 30 minutes. I'm just going to go take a little walk, take a little break.
Let's go.
Let's do it. You're ready to go. Tell everybody what you do at the Rescue Mission.
Yeah, I've been here for 2.5 years, and I shared with you I am a recovering Californian, so don't hold that against me. But I've been in homeless services for 23 years. In a variety of capacities, but here at the mission, I'm over our guest services, which is our emergency services, as well as our long-term recovery programs for men and women.
But you've been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
So you were doing some of this out in Cali?
Yeah, in LA on Skid Row.
Gosh, I bet you could tell stories about that experience, but I'm interested in some of the differences that you've seen with the rescue mission, versus I'm not pitting one against the other. They're all good, and their hearts are in the right place. But some of the differences that you see at the Nashville Rescue Mission.
I would definitely say the biggest and most obvious is just the scale of numbers. In LA County in 2022, I believe there were 86,000 people experiencing homelessness. 68,000 of them were unsheltered. So the magnitude of the crisis was just, but then also there were a lot of other emergency shelters to carry that burden. And here, I think it's much more attainable to think about solving this as we come together and sit down and strategize and each do our part. And, honestly, in Davidson County, Nashville Rescue Mission is taking a big brunt of that. Being the only emergency shelter in all of Middle Tennessee where you don't need a referral or anything, you can just come in. That makes a big difference.
You, when you say that you are in charge, I guess, of guest services, does that mean intake? Is that folks that are flowing into the facility?
It's all of the folks who stay here.
Right.
So that 850 or so that we've been averaging the last couple of weeks between men, women, and children at both campuses, those departments report to me. And,
we've talked about this over the years and the process about how you bring someone in. It can be a delicate process because you want to make sure that the folks that are here are safe and secure. I mean, security is obviously present on your mind. Just talk about how you manage to do that, because I'm fascinated with the numbers that you see, especially with winter coming up. You're going to see those numbers increase, but you got to keep everybody here safe. You got to, whether it's on the women's campus or here, just walk us through the process.
The face of homelessness is changing. We know the two fastest growing demographics in our country are families and the elderly. So we're definitely experiencing that here. We've had about 40 plus, 45 families, 80 kids on an average. And so that's a lot different than what we built our building for, with a capacity of 16 rooms for moms and kids. So just that increase, we're definitely experiencing that here. And the elderly, for us, that also means medically fragile. And so how do you, not only are we dealing with folks who are maybe a little bit younger, ready to work and get back into that. Maybe you've had experienced trauma, crisis, the gamut. We say there's no one way to homelessness and there's no one way out. So we can't build our way out of this. We all have to just think collectively in these different demographics. But we here at the mission, we're keeping a lot of people safe. 800 plus, that is a critical mass. And so our hope is that folks who do come here are able to navigate shelter life independently. So there is structure. There are rules when you're dealing with that many people because we do want to keep people safe.
Right. And the different types of people that come in, and I want to walk through kind of those, I want to say categories, but that's the first word that comes to my mind. There are some people that are looking for a meal and a place to sleep.
Sure.
And then they want to get back out.
That's right.
And you allow that. I mean, that's okay.
That's right.
I mean,
We
but then
encourage that.
Right, because it's you're going to be safer. And if you touch on them just a little bit in their heart and literally and figuratively, then maybe you can bring them to some next stages in life decisions because you're helping those folks too through life recovery, right?
Sure.
So just walk us through the life recovery type of a person that you come walking through the doors.
You know, our hope is that we get folks from all over the country that come to our life recovery programs. It's completely free, 7 months, an integrated model. So we say Jesus and therapy. We have licensed clinical therapists on staff that walk with our participants. And that is, our hope is that folks from guest services would naturally, if that's something that they're looking for, they would naturally come into our program. But we say, obviously we have a lot of addicts, but we say that our recovery program is for folks who have found their lives unmanageable. So even that, you know, we have a variety of folks who come into the program, but their lives are unmanageable. Whether that's addiction, whether that's gambling, whether that's complex childhood trauma that they, hasn't been resolved and their coping strategies aren't working anymore. We come alongside all of those types of folks and walk them through that individual healing. Obviously, as a Christian organization, the foundation of everything we do is the gospel. And we know without an encounter like that with a loving God, it's hard to really have proximity to our own pain.
I like that Jesus and therapy. We have the Jesus model that it reminded me of there's a line in the Blues Brothers is that what type of music do you play here? We play both kinds, country and western. We have Jesus and therapy, right? So I mean those two things kind of walk hand in hand. What's a day in the life for you like?
For me?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Come on.
I was like, our participants do all the things. For me, I'm kind of all over the place. I think that bubbly, energetic personality helps keep me going. My husband and I have 4 kids. They're 12, 14, 16,
you're
and
glutton.
18.
Good gracious.
I know, 3 boys and a girl.
Hey, hand 4 kids over here. I don't know. I put the 4 kid people together.
Oh, we're our own separate club. 100%. 4 no more.
3 wasn't enough, right?
Apparently.
Apparently not, but not a basketball team. That's too much.
I know, starting 5.
Right in the honey zone.
At this point, come on. I don't know, but our oldest, he's a senior, so and all 3 boys, we have a girl, but the boys all play football, so him ending his senior year, football is so sad.
Oh, that's
sad.
cool.
I know. But
tell him to go get that NIL money. Come on,
seriously.
Come on, get him in his school there.
He keeps telling me that it's my fault because he plays Fortnite, this video game, and he could have made hundreds of thousands.
Hold on a second,
of
Joy.
dollars.
Hold on. I'm getting to know you. Did y'all notice that Joy assumed that this old man didn't know what Fortnite was? Did anybody else see that? Joy's like, Fortnite. It's a video game.
That's right.
Old timer.
Just clarify.
Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's my fault that I didn't let him play in this tournament or something because he could have won hundreds of thousands of dollars.
On Fortnite?
Apparently.
Oh, is that what they tell you?
That's what he tells me.
It's
all my fault.
anything to justify another hour on Fortnite.
That's right. So that's home life.
Sure.
It's a party. And then here, so being over both campuses of our guests and our participants, I'm pretty adamant that I don't want to have death by meetings. So we do have a lot of meetings.
Love that. Don't let.
Also manage our community partners, just those relationships. I had a meeting this morning with Neighborhood Health. I had a meeting with the CEO from St. Thomas Ascension Behavioral Health Hospital. So fun things like that. I love to collaborate with different organizations as we try to serve and help the same people. I think that's where it's, if we can all come together collectively with the same goal in mind, we can really start helping people. And we're doing that.
Well, and you're absolutely doing that every single day, every single week, and just year to year, it fascinates me and amazes me how many lives you touch.
Sure.
How many of these graduates tell us their personal stories, and almost to a man or woman, they tell a similar tale, and it involves them dying. It involves when we have an opportunity to come in and sit down with some of these folks, and you hear it in the vignettes. Almost every single one of them say, you ask the question, where do you think you would have been without the mission? And they say, probably 75% say, I think I would be dead.
Yeah.
Without Nashville Rescue Mission. And that is how deep it goes in terms of the good that y'all are doing on a day-to-day basis.
I mean, I think that goes for our staff too. A lot of our staff are absolutely amazing, by the way. And for a lot of us, it is that personal proximity to where we understand the family dynamic of, my brother experienced homelessness, died on Skid Row when he was 30. And so for me, it's like that longevity passion piece is really the motivator, that if I can step into relationship with someone and literally just be present. Sometimes that's all it is. You think about even, folks who are panhandling during the day, people won't even look them in the eyes.
Right.
So coming back to a place like Nashville Rescue Mission, where people know your name, where you're served 3 hot meals, home-cooked meals a day, you have a safe place to sleep, I think it definitely pays dividends.
We become conditioned, and I don't fault anyone for it, but we become conditioned when we see folks who are homeless out in our city to ignore them. And it reminds me, when I come to the mission, it reminds me when you have conversations with folks who've had those experiences, that everybody's got value.
For sure.
And some of them might have forgotten that, and they need to be reminded of it. And you remind them of their value, and you begin to rebuild an opportunity for them to rebuild their lives. Oh. And that's just what it's all about.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a million different scriptures that we could talk about, but even just, when Jesus' heart is moved with compassion, he acts. Even all the way back into the Old Testament, where in Exodus 3 and the burning bush, which is one of my favorite stories, we get caught up in the bush is on fire. But really, the functional aspect of that text is that God comes to Moses and said, I have heard the cries of my people, and I want you to do something about it. Mm-hmm. So come on.
Yeah,
let's go.
Let's go. Let's make it happen.
That's right.
You waiting on me? Let's go.
Let's go.
What you waiting on, right? It's the old, I sent you a boat. I sent you a truck, a boat, and a helicopter. What were you waiting on?
Yeah.
The guy that drowned, right?
Yeah.
It's like, there's a lot of opportunities out there. Well, Joy, you are truly befitting your name. Thank you so
sir.
much. I know you hear that a lot. We appreciate you and everything that you do for the mission, and thank you for just sharing a little bit of that with us.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to cut over. I hope Chris Hand is standing by. We're going to cut over to the call center where Chris Hand perhaps has an update. I don't know if he knew I was going to come to him or not. Chris, are you over there?
Oh, I'm here, and I'm ready.
Yeah.
The phones are ringing, 615-312-1500, 615-312-1500. Hey, real quick, Larry in Clarksville donated $100 during my show, and I just got word that he donated another $100 during your show, Matt.
That's cool.
So shout out to our friend Larry. I got a $400 donation from Scott in, what city is this? Westy, I believe. I'm sorry, some of the handwriting is a little bit tough. Got a $1,000 anonymous donation. Got a $300 donation from Steve in Springfield. Sylvan Street Baptist Church, Matt. They don't dance, but they do donate $1,100.46. This is unbelievable. It's one of the D's that they approve of. Drinking, dancing, no, but donating is applicable. We got $50 from Melissa in Shelbyville, and we got another $300 from my man Frank. The donations are coming in, but we got a lot of guys with a lot of open lines, 615-312-1500.
Yeah, let's get to it. That's awesome, Chris. Chris is over in the John Bouchard and Sons Company phone bank, 615-312-1500. It's a party over there when the bells are ringing. It's a party over there when people are on the phone taking donations, and we need to make those phones ring. Give. You can donate in honor of someone. We got Radiothon bingo going on. Look, if you Georgia Bulldogs fans don't show up, I'm going to give in honor of the Tennessee Volunteers here at 5 o'clock. So y'all better show up. That's all I can tell you because we got to fill this Radiothon bingo board up. So give us a call, 615-312-1500. You can join in if you have any stories or anything that you want to share with us. I've also got the Super Text line up and running, and I appreciate all of you that are joining in on the Super Text line, from Larry to Sandra to all different numbers. Thank you for that. You can share on that line, and I can further it along down the line as well. So we've got like 2 hours and 38 minutes left. We got a lot of work to do, folks. So if you've already given, if you've given till you can give no more, get on the phone and call a friend or a neighbor that maybe doesn't listen to Super Talk 99.7 WTN and say, you need to turn on this radio station because they're doing some good work over there, and maybe make the call and give as you can. 615-312-1500. Back in just a second. It's 23 after the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Radio you can watch.
Super Talk TV brings your favorite WTN shows to life.
Live video, on-demand video. Start streaming now on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, X, and Twitch.
Friends, it's Matt Murphy, and let me tell you, Genesis Diamonds has an incredible sale opportunity going on. Genesis Diamonds this weekend, it's a massive Black Friday blowout sale with lab-grown diamond stud earrings. Incredible, popular holiday gift is now at an unbelievable price, and I'm going to price it for you, so there's no surprises. 2-carat lab-grown diamond studs, just $499. 3 carats, only $799. Even a 4-carat pair of diamond studs are just $999 at Genesis Diamonds. You've never seen certified diamond studs at prices like these. Other jewelers charge way more than this, and at Genesis, they're just trying to keep it nice and easy for the holidays. Guys, it's this easy. Stud earrings are the perfect gift. Classic, timeless, something that she can wear every single day or on special occasions. Imagine opening the box and seeing 4-carat diamond stud earrings for just under $1,000. That's insane. Don't wait. This incredible offer is limited to the first 50 customers at Genesis Diamonds. Hurry this Friday, Saturday, and Cyber Monday only. Genesis Diamonds. Store hours and more details at genesisdiamonds.com. That's genesisdiamonds.com.
Sponsored by AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
This holiday season at AT&T, learn how to get the all-new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible iPhone trade-in. Any condition. Requires trade-in of iPhone 14 Pro Max or higher. Excludes iPhone 16e. Terms and restrictions apply. Subject to change. Visit att.com/iPhone for details.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
A crash in Hermitage now, I-40 eastbound at the Wilson-Davidson County line. 440 westbound just before West End Avenue, a crash. On the South Loop, 65 northbound at I-40 near exit 82, a wreck. 24 eastbound on the East Bank just past Shelby Avenue, we have a crash. Also, Old Hickory Boulevard at Graycroft Avenue in Madison. Cabot Drive at Charlotte Pike, a crash. Nolensville Pike north of Woodycrest Avenue, and another Old Hickory Boulevard at 24th Street. I'm Jay Harper.
Former FBI Director James Comey has responded after a judge tossed his indictment and the one against New York Attorney General Letitia James. Hear that and more coming up at 4:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, friends, Super Talk 99.7 WTN More Than a Meal Radiothon is ongoing. Matt Murphy in the saddle right now. Chris Hand's in the house. Chad Benson's in the house. Dan Mandis is going to be around for, the final hour. We all gather together, and we do the final 6 o'clock hour together, and we are so pleased that you have decided to join us. Now, my next guest on the phone line, listen, this guy's not getting away with a Nashville rescue mission without talking to me. And I understand that he was with us earlier today, but I am proud to have David Corlew with the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project on the line with us to talk about the wonderful rescue mission and the opportunities provided by the Journey Home Project as well. David, what is going on, buddy?
Man, you guys are rocking it. I need to come learn a few licks from you guys, the way the money's coming in today. We can use your help.
Well, you're helping with that, though. I think you brought by $7,500 check. Do I have that right?
Yes, $7,500. Is what we gave last year, and it's such a wonderful cause, Matt. And there's nothing worse than being alone, and for these folks that have ended up on the street for whatever reason, it's what a gift Nashville has to offer for the homeless and for those that are seeking to get back to normal life.
That's right.
Life.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well,
being able to deal with life on life's terms.
Well, and it's a wonderful synergy between what you guys do at the Journey Home Project and what these guys do, because while their mission involves more folks, anybody and everybody that walks through the doors will be served, but you know better than me, David, that so many of those people who find themselves on the streets are veterans. Sadly, just talk a little about your experience with the fact that sadly the homeless population has a lot of our veterans in it.
Well, what happens, when you rotate out, you've been a big part of something that's bigger than yourself, and then you become the realization sets in that now you're just a normal guy. And then on top of that, if you're coming out with any kind of injuries, with any kind of emotional injuries, with TBI, with anything, it starts to disrupt life. And when life is disrupted, things can go bad quick. And I'm telling you, I'm firsthand experience. We're all one step away from ending up in a tough place like that. So it's up to us. I think for us with the veterans, you can be. I talked to a veteran one day, and he was telling me that he could be in a room full of 50 or 60 people and feel completely alone.
Oh.
And with that kind of process and with that kind of defect in your thought system, it doesn't take long for you to end up on the street, homeless, addicted. There's a plethora of reasons that we end up at the bottom. But man, God bless you guys, and God bless the mission there for doing the work they do.
Well, I love so much that y'all every year you find it in your heart to give to the mission. Every year you guys are helping veterans and the causes that help them on such a greater level. And I can't thank the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project enough, David, you personally. And I wasn't going to let you get out of here without talking to me, and so we had to get you back around here, buddy. Because
you know what, Frank Siller from Tunnels for Towers, they started building homes for returning veterans, and now they've created the Tunnels for Towers Tunnels to Towers have created a homeless program, and they're buying old hotels and creating homes. So it's a group effort, and that's what you guys have done today. That's what 99.7 is doing today, is bringing the community together and joining them up. And we're so proud to be a part of your family of 99.7, and the work you guys have done for us have helped us immensely. And for that, why not we throw in another $2,500 and even $10,000, and that way we'll get closer to the number.
David, oh brother, that just, oh man, you don't make me. I've already cried one time on the radio today, David. I don't need to do it again. So, God bless you, and I love that $2,500 additional dollars from David Corlew and the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. What a wonderful guy, and what a wonderful gift, man. Thank you so much.
You bet, and thank you for having us on, and thank you for your continued support from not only for our organization, but for the people of Nashville and the service that the mission's providing and that you guys are giving the shout out for. So God bless, and tell the mission folks I'll call back and give them a card number.
I will. I'll do it, David, and God bless you, and you and your family have a wonderful Thanksgiving if we don't talk, and I'll see you real soon, brother.
All right, take care.
All right, take care. There's David Corlew. What about that? Calls back in, is already given $7,500, gives another $2,500 to make it at even $10,000 from the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. That's what it's all about. Love you, David. Thank you so much. Give a call, 615. Follow that up with your own donation, 615-312-1500. Give for Charlie. Charlie was a huge Vols fan. I'm telling y'all what I'm about to do. In the 5 o'clock hour, if you're a Vols or a Vandy fan, y'all need to listen up, because I am selling my allegiance for the game this Saturday. Is it Saturday? The game this Saturday to the highest bidder. I'm selling my allegiance. Look, I'll always be a Georgia Bulldog, and I'm rooting for my Bulldogs against Tech. But on Saturday, if you want me to be a Vols fan and wear orange, or if you want me to be – look, don't look at me that way. All they got to do is donate, Kirby. If the Vols want some, they can get some. If Vandy wants some, if they want me to anchor down, they can get some. That's coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Y'all wait for that. All right, right now it's time for the news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. A judge dismissing the indictments against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James today. Comey posting his reaction to social media.
This case mattered to me personally, obviously, but it matters most because a message has to be sent that the President of the United States cannot use the Department of Justice to target his political enemies. I don't care what your politics are. You have to see that as fundamentally un-American and a threat to the rule of law that keeps all of us free.
Yeah, the judge said the appointment of Lindsay Halligan as U.S. Attorney by the president was invalid. The White House says the Department of Justice will appeal. The Pentagon is investigating Arizona Democratic U.S. Senator Mark Kelly after he appeared with other Democratic Congress members in a video urging troops to reject unlawful orders. But they didn't say what orders they think are illegal or whether any orders have been illegal. The White House says none of them have. Officials say the retired Navy captain, Mark Kelly, could be recalled for possible court-martial under military law. Gasoline prices holding steady for Thanksgiving travel, and they are also expected to drop over the next few weeks. Patrick Dehan with Gas Buddy explains.
There's also some catching up. Refinery maintenance season is just wrapping up. That's a time of year that refineries generally retool and work on their facilities to make sure they're reliable. That refinery maintenance now wrapping up. That's going to mean that refineries are able to ramp up oil into their plants. That means more gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel will be produced.
Right now, the average price per gallon in Middle Tennessee is $2.69, according to Gas Buddy. A shocking discovery at a Buddhist temple in Thailand. That what was supposed to be a cremation turned into a rescue. Temple staff were preparing to cremate a 65-year-old woman when they heard faint knocking from inside her coffin. The woman had been declared dead by her family 2 days earlier after she became unresponsive. Her brother drove her nearly 300 miles to the temple for a free cremation service. And when staff opened the coffin, they found her alive, moving her arms and opening her eyes. She was rushed to a nearby hospital, and the temple is pledging to cover her medical expenses. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
From the United Structural Systems WTN Traffic Center.
Got a crash in Hermitage. It's off on the right shoulder, 40 eastbound at the Davidson-Wilson County line. Over here on the South Loop, a crash right there where 65 and 40 meet. It is on 65 northbound there on the shoulder. Jolton got a crash blocking the left lane, 24 westbound, just past New Hope Road. I'm Ken Weaver.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Rain is about to return. I'm WSW4 First Alert meteorologist Dan Thomas. We'll have increasing clouds this afternoon with a temperature in the upper 60s. Low tonight 59, high tomorrow 69. Rain showers move in this evening. I think there'll be some thunderstorms at times overnight in far southeastern Middle Tennessee. There could be a strong storm or two. Get the latest on WSW4 on TV and the app as well.
I'm Brian Wilson with the story of Nikki, who grew up in a somewhat functional household. Now, drug use was happening. Parenting, well, not so much.
In my world, that's just what you did. You know, I didn't know any different as well. When I went over other people's house, I was like, why aren't your mom and dad smoking stuff? Like, what's going on? Right. Until as you get older, you know then. When you go over your friend's house, that there's something different at my house. But I was their friend. I was not their daughter. I was their friend.
She was using drugs at an early age and became addicted as a small child.
My first memory is cleaning up after the party and like licking cocaine off the table. Putting drinks, all the cups that still had drinks in them all together and taking it in my room. And I've probably been high since I was 5. Right. And nobody knew, you know. Right. That's the party. It's party. Always party.
She lost her parents early on, and she became more and more desperate as her addictions took hold.
So I was suicidal, just down and out, suicidal. I would sit on the tracks and daydream about trains coming to hit me and busting my body open. And the last time I said, God, if you have a purpose for me, you better give me a sign or else I'm gonna sit here until the train comes. And I looked down and the Nashville Rescue Mission's car was on the track. And I was like, I didn't even know what the Nashville Rescue Mission was. The Nashville Rescue Mission? Maybe I should try it. Okay, God, maybe it says something.
And when Nikki looked down and saw that card, she knew that God was watching over her.
I've known God since I was 8. I prayed for a brother or sister, and he showed me a sign that I'll give you one. So I knew God was real, and he was working in my life, always. There's no way that I could have survived the stuff that I went through if there wasn't a God and he was in me and working through me. Even while getting high or doing drugs, I talk to people about Jesus, and they were like, you are not going to heaven, do you know that? And I'm like, yes, I am. You don't understand. Always talking about God because I could feel him in my soul. I could feel him in my soul, in my being.
And eventually it was that belief that led her to the front door of the Nashville Rescue Mission.
It's not an easy program, I'm not gonna lie. But if you're ready to get your life on track, this is the place. You're gonna learn structure. You're gonna learn some etiquette. You're gonna learn work. You're gonna learn how to be on time. And it's a struggle for us because we're addicts. We don't have time, don't even exist in our heads. But you're gonna learn that here. So if you're ready for real life, this is the place you need to be.
Today, Nikki's in a much better place, clean, sober, and she has a renewed relationship with God. She's well on her way as she undergoes training to become a medical assistant with a renewed sense of motivation and inspiration. Another amazing success story from Nashville Rescue Mission.
This place saves lives. I was here for the holidays last time, and it's overwhelming. People have no clue the uplifting, the joy, the memories that we make in this building. It changes lives, saves lives.
Donate to the More Than a Meal Nashville Rescue Mission Radiothon now by calling the John Bouchard & Sons donation hotline, 615-312-1500. Operators are standing by. That's 615-312-1500. You can also text the word meals to 87365. That's meals to 87365. Thanks for listening and giving from all of us at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You're listening to The Matt Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Matt Murphy, and this is the More Than a Meal Radiothon, a Nashville Rescue's Mission Radiothon that happens annually, and we're so pleased to be here. And it truly is more than a meal. It's a meal for today, certainly, but it's about tomorrow and about forever. It's brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate, and we thank you for being a part of it. We've got many great sponsors that make this possible. We're going to run those down for you in just a moment. But right now, we've got a very special guest. Before we get to our guest and our sponsorships, I want to tell you. So Dan Mandis just returned from a brief hiatus. He offered me Starbucks 30 minutes ago. I didn't see the text. But one way or the other, Dan Mandis is back in the house. So we got the entire crew. We've got Mandis. We've got Chris Hand. We've got Chad Benson. And they're all in the call center, the John Bouchard & Sons donation call center. And we have conferred the four hosts together. Now, Chad Benson, I want to say, started this. So, frankly, I think he should be first in line for what I'm about to say. But one way or the other, that's really up to you. Because Chad declared that if we received a $25,000 donation, and it was either like cash money or confirmed, run through a credit card, that he would shave his eyebrows. So Chad Benson, host, noon to 3, Super Talk 99.7 WTN, said, $25,000 donation, I'm shaving my eyebrows. And I said, well, I'll shave my eyebrows for $25,000. I mean, if they want to give that. So here's what we have figured out, is that all four hosts are willing to do this. So if you call in, and I understand that's a lot of money, but I understand some of you make a lot of money. Some of you have some pretty deep pockets. And if you want to give to a wonderful, worthwhile cause like the Nashville Rescue Mission while humiliating one of your favorite hosts on Super Talk, I feel like it's a win for everybody. So, for a $25,000 donation, you get to pick the host that shaves their eyebrows. Dan Mandis has thrown in an extra challenge that for $50,000, he'll let you shave them. So, are you with me so far? But I've got one even better. If you have been blessed in your life, monetarily blessed in your life, and you have the expendable income for a mere $100,000 donation, all four of us will shave our eyebrows. Okay? And, well, you know what? If you're giving $100,000, you can shave whatever you want to. Whoever you want to, whenever you want to. Let's be honest. And by the way, I did check for Chad and Chris and Dan, who are currently listening in the John Bouchard and Sons donation hotline call center. What'd you say, 3 months? 3 to 4 months it takes to grow eyebrows back. 3 to 4 months. So, we'll be good by March. Just in time for swimsuit season. I don't know if he understood what he was getting himself into, but Carl Lampke joins us on the show.
Yes.
Carl, what's going on, brother?
Oh, not much, man. I'm doing good.
I
Thank you.
apologize for the last 5 minutes that you had to endure through that. You doing all right?
I'm doing great, man. Thank you so much for having me.
You're a graduate of the program.
Yes, I graduated September 26th of this year.
Oh, awesome.
Yep. Got in here February 27th and graduated September 26th.
At any point during your time at the Nashville Rescue Mission, has anyone offered to shave your eyebrows?
No, that has not ever happened until now. This is an awesome thing right here. We need to get this done. Absolutely.
We need to make this happen.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely.
Who would you pick? Hint, it's not me. Who would you pick amongst the four of us? I would go Mandis. Just say Mandis.
I would definitely say Mandis.
There you go, Carl. I like you already. Well, Carl, I always, when I get to meet you wonderful graduates from the Life Recovery Program, it's always awkward to ask, what got you here. But just talk to us about your life journey and what led you to the mission.
Yeah, so I've been struggling with drugs and alcohol for like the past 20 years of my life, really. Back and forth, relapsing and going through different programs. And really, my story is a story about God's grace and His mercy over and over, giving me chance after chance. And the Nashville Rescue Mission gave me an incredible opportunity to come in here. And I was in a very, very bad state. Like, I was living out in my car in a really, really bad condition. I was in actually a drug-induced psychosis from methamphetamine and alcohol, and I didn't know what was real. I didn't know what was going on. And They allowed me to come in here and join the program, and I never left because I was completely done. I had hit rock bottom, and I was like done. And they allowed me to come in here and provided a place of refuge for me, and I never have left since because this place has taken such good care of me, and I love it so much.
Wow.
Yeah.
When was that when you first found out about the rescue mission and came in?
That was in the middle of February. I was living out in my car for like 2 weeks before I came in here, and it was a really, really bad time in my life. And like sometimes with addiction, you just have to go through so much until you're finally just done. And I reached that point, and it's a point that you have to come to, but God has to bring you to. And when He says it's over, it's over. And like I have zero desire to return to that life, and it's all because of God and the Nashville Rescue Mission.
Did you have God in your life prior to the rescue mission?
Yeah, I grew up in church. I knew about God, but I had a lot of things that I did not surrender to Him, and I was living a double life.
Yeah.
And it's very important that we not do that. We got to actually surrender to God and surrender to His will. And they were so gracious to let me come in here, and they provide everything for you here. Like, it's an amazing place. Like, 3 meals a day, but it's very good food.
Right.
You get to stay in a room with like just 2 or 3 other people for like 6 months. Have your own bathroom, your own shower, like really good community. They take you to meetings. It's just like an amazing place, and it didn't cost me anything. And that's why we really need support for this place, because it's very, very much all about the donations, because I'm a witness that it can change your life, and it helps so many people. Like,
Are you from Tennessee, from Nashville, or are you from somewhere else?
No, I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana, but
Yeah.
I've lived here since 2012.
Okay.
Yep, I've been here since 2012, so about 13 years.
And what what have you thought about what's next? Next steps?
So I work at Chick-fil-A on 8th Avenue South.
All right,
I
brother.
work there 45 hours a week. I got a great job, 6 a.m. to 3 p.m., And so, yeah, come by to Chick-fil-A on 8th Avenue South. We'd
say
love
hey
to
to
see you.
Carl.
Yeah, say hi to Carl. I'm in the back. You won't see me. I'll be working extremely hard. If you see what's going on the outside of that place, just imagine what's going on the inside. It's very, very busy. So I won't be able to say hi, but at least you can come by and, yeah, tell them.
Oh, that's cool. How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that for about 2 months now. And it's a blessing, man. It's just this awesome job. Really, really good people, and just, man, incredibly professional.
Did they, they say it's dangerous to ask questions you don't know the answer to, but I mean, was that a connection that you made through the mission, or did you just kind of go out on your own and take care of business?
That was indeed, and it was like I put in the application, and the day later they just said come in for an interview.
Good for them.
And I told them about everything, and they let me come, and I'm very grateful.
Man, I love the guys that own Chick-fil-A. I mean, they're good human beings. They're good Christian people, and they get it, man. They get the whole thing.
It's incredible. It's so professional, and the standards are just so high, and it's just like everyone works so hard and is dedicated. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Never seen anything like it. Yeah.
So as a graduate, I mean, is it important for you to stay involved? I mean, are you still here? Or,
that's the most amazing part is after you graduate the program, you get to live for 18 months in what they call transitional housing, which is right in the same area, just on a different hall, and it's a 2-man room. It's like basically a hotel room, fully furnished.
Right.
And you get to stay here for 18 months and save your money. And just, they don't kick you out. They just let you stay, and so you can establish a brand new life.
That's brilliant. That's brilliant, because the last thing they want is for you to get financially strapped and you're trying to keep up, and that you don't need that financial stress on you.
No, that's not going to work. You save your money, and then you can go when you're ready.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So do you have, any family?
Yes. So I have my ex-wife here in Nashville, and my daughter, Julie. She's 10 years old now, but my mom lives in Indiana. That's the only family I have, and my sister. So I'm kind of by myself here. So this is my family, and I have my church family as well. And
No doubt. No doubt. Are
Celebrate
you still
recovery?
Yeah. Are you still church? I mean, have you branched out and thought about church families exterior to the rescue mission? You still going to church here?
No, I go to church in Brentwood at Grace Community Church.
Okay,
it's
cool.
a really, really good church. On the corner of Granny White Pike and Old Hickory Boulevard.
Yeah.
And they are just outstanding. I'm really grateful for that church. I met that. I'm able to go there through a friend of that works here at the mission that I met. So I've just stayed. I've gone there for about 2 months now.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you? Are you able to talk to your daughter at all?
That's something that I'm really, really praying about and trusting God in. I haven't seen her for 5 years, and her name is Julie, and I love her so much, but I'm just having to wait on God for that because, that's in His timing.
Yeah, you'll get there, brother.
And her mom wants me to be more established before I can see her. Her mom's a really, really good woman and really smart in that respect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you'll get there.
Yeah.
You'll get there. Well, and it gives you, and it's a wonderful thing to focus on too.
Yeah. It's coming. It's coming eventually. Just can't focus on that, because I'll get real anxious about that.
No, I get it.
I just do what I'm supposed to do and trust in the Lord and with all my heart, and He will make a way for me.
What do you think next? Are you excited about the idea of once you get the money saved up, getting an apartment, doing these types of things? Watch out for these Nashville prices.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, Carl. It's no joke out there. These apartment prices are insane in Nashville.
Yeah, I definitely probably would want to live with somebody. I don't want to live by myself, It's all going to work out, yep. But I can't afford that at all right now.
Well, good for you, man. It's a wonderful testimony to the work that they do at the Nashville Rescue Mission. You got a great spirit about you.
Yeah.
I absolutely love everything about it, man.
Yeah.
What else is there that we don't know? What do we need to know about the mission? What has it meant to you?
Oh man, the mission is Hebrews chapter 6 says, "We who have fled for refuge might have strong encouragement to hold fast to the hope that is set before us." So this place has been a place of refuge, and it's been a place of hope that has been set before me. And that describes two things to me, basically, Jesus Christ and the Nashville Rescue Mission. I mean, that is what has saved my life, is basically those two things. And it's just my strong encouragement and the hope that I have, And I'm just very grateful for those two things because they provide everything for you here. This is the most amazing treatment program. that no one really knows about, but it's incredible.
Oh man!
Yeah.
Well, so have you gotten tired of Chick-fil-A food yet, or are you?
Not at all. No. They give us $9.50 every day, which is so nice of them. So I eat a nice meal every day there for free, and
that's good.
I absolutely love their chicken and burritos. And
Oh man, that's good stuff. I would be so fat if I worked at Chick-fil-A. Well, I'm fat now anyway, but whatever.
And the cookies are incredible, man. Those chocolate chunk cookies that they got, they're very good. So.
Well, Carl, congratulations on everything that you're doing in your life. I mean, it's wonderful, and it's a wonderful testimony to God's grace, and it's a wonderful testimony to your hard work and the work of the Nashville Rescue Mission. We appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Thank you so much.
100%. I'm a little worried about what this note says. I'm very happy. I'm very happy about what that note says. No, that's good stuff. 9 minutes. Thank you to Carl. I was worried you were bringing in the $25,000 challenge. $25,000 and Chris Hand's eyebrows could be bye-bye. And frankly, I said Mandis earlier. Frankly, I'm kind of a lean toward Hand now that I look at those beautiful. I mean, they look so good. I know. I believe Hand's eyebrows would grow back. He said 3 months. I think a month and a half, your eyebrows would be back. Month and a half. Look. Oh, there he goes. That's what we're talking about. All right, I got a quick update before we go to a vignette, and we got top of the hour news coming up. We are now approaching $200,000. We're so close. I told you we got to get to $300,000. We only got 2 hours, so when you've got talk show hosts that are willing to shave their eyebrows off, things are starting to get serious from the Nelson Mazda talk room. So. $87,992.32 is where we're at. That's over 60,000 meals, 60,448 to be precise. In 9 minutes, can we get 4,500 meals? We need that by 5 p.m. We need 4,500 more meals by 5 o'clock to get over $200,000. I need that by 5 o'clock. Give as you can. Call right now at 615-312-1500. That's the John Bouchard & Sons Company phone bank line, 615-312-1500. It's the More Than a Meal Radiothon, sponsored by Mark Spain Real Estate, providing holiday meals in 14 hours and providing food for today, food for tomorrow, and food for eternity at the Nashville Rescue Mission. We'll be back in a moment on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Mostly Peaceful, a brand new podcast hosted by WTN's Dan Mandis and Chris Hand, breaking down the insanity on both sides with sharp wit and zero apologies. Mostly Peaceful, available on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and the Super Talk 99.7 WTN app.
Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling understands that, there's a lot of heating and air conditioning companies out there and around, and you need to know that you can trust someone that makes repairs only when absolutely necessary. Well, I'm here to tell you that you can trust Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating